husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. No. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
We're all in. Don't miss the biggest party of the year. Zac Brown Band, live. Out in the Middle Tour. This Sunday night at Oakland Arena. The multi-platinum, Grammy Award-winning Zac Brown Band. With special guest, Robert Randolph Band. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Zac Brown Band in concert.
Secure your future in the booming rental equipment industry by joining Sun State Equipment, where people come first. We're looking for drivers, technicians, sales, general labor, and more for our 6 Bay Area locations. Apply in person during our 2-day hiring event. Job offers made on site. Friday, November 4th and Saturday, November 5th at the Sun State Equipment branch location in San Jose at 2233 South 7th Street. Go to joinsunstate.com for event details. That's joinsunstate.com.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
You can't always see bad weather coming, so it's essential that you're able to see through it when you drive. Michelin wiper blades with advanced technology hug your windshield like a Michelin tire hugs the road, channeling away water, snow, and ice so you can see clearly, drive confidently, and breathe easy. Michelin wiper performance, clearer than ever. Upgrade to Michelin premium wipers today at Walmart, Amazon, and other fine retailers.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
San Francisco weather, partly sunny with a high of 61 degrees today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time.
And for the first time since 2002, 2003, when Antoine Jameson, Gilbert Arenas, and Jason Richardson played for the Warriors, they have lost their first 5 road games. And tomorrow night in New Orleans will play their 4th game in 5 nights as they'll take on the Pelicans. Final score, Orlando 130 and the Warriors 129.
Oh, baby. Tim Roy on the call. And boy, there's water on the boat with the Golden State Warriors. There's no doubt about that. How much are we panicked? We'll talk about it today for 3 hours, till 9 o'clock, till the changeover. And good morning to everybody out there. You know, if you don't know, Warriors lose last night, 130-129. They give up 77 points in the second half. Orlando out-rebounds them 27-10 in the second half. I just, Shasky, Warriors hit 6 more threes than the Orlando Magic. They made 8 more field goals than the Orlando Magic, and they lose a game. Why? Well, Orlando gets to the free throw line 46 times. They make 33. They're plus 23 for the free throw line. There's so many things to pick apart. I just want your general thoughts on what went down last night and where you're at with this team. Because there's a lot of, there's going to be Wiseman, Kuminga, Curry, Dre, Poole. All this stuff is on the table today. All of it. And we're going to talk about it all. But your general thoughts after the final buzzer of that basketball game.
I'm not going to speak for others out there. I'm going to speak for just myself. Because you hear this, we're not going to panic and we're not going to do this. Right. And that's fine. Something's wrong. That's all I could say. Don't look right. There's a variety of things. And I'll start here. Skill is undeniable when it comes to the Warriors. They've always had skill, up and down. Even when they were losing, Bonte, they had skill. We know how important defense is, and I agree with that. And part of what made them so beautiful, not just the three-point shooting, not just the defense. To me, the number one ingredient for the Golden State Warriors, what set them apart from everyone else, was team chemistry. It was them playing as a cohesive unit on both ends of the floor. Defensively, the communication, the movement, the switching, the helping, moving the feet, engagement. Offensively, moving without the ball, the ballet off ball, the passing when you have the ball in your hand, the selflessness, all of that just from the naked eye. I'm not there. I'm not on the bench. I'm not in the locker room. I'm not in the airplane. It just feels to me like I'm watching a joyless, chemistry-less team that's still trying to find out if these people all even like playing with each other. I don't care if they get along. But here's the thing. It does not look like they have any chemistry. And it's really surprising because we want to pinpoint all of the negativity and all of their struggles on a handful of people. And I'll just categorize it as the bench for right now. Well, late in that game, was the bench the one that turned the ball over to Jalen Suggs multiple times at half court? Nope. Was it the bench that was taking really poor shots? Was it the bench that was not staying in front of guys and allowing Banchero to get pretty much anything he wanted in the second half? Was it the bench that didn't close out on Jalen Suggs? Look, I'm here for the bench stinks. I'll listen to that. But to say that that's the only problem and rearranging some of the deck chairs on the bench is going to solve all their woes, I think you're mistaken. I think it's deeper than that. And I'm not trying to get all philosophical.
Right.
I'm not trying to get all psychological. I'm just telling you, the team that I watched have the best chemistry in all of sports for a decade. It doesn't feel like I'm watching that same team.
There's no doubt, and that's well said. As I say, good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? Teachers, students, cops, firefighters, plumbers, janitors, all of you out there, good morning here on a Friday. Not a payday Friday, but a Frisco Friday, no doubt about that. 888-957-9570. We'll be taking your calls all day long. This is a day for Dub Nation event to try to figure out a solution, to try to figure out what the issues are with the Golden State Warriors on the court and whether or not there's some issues off the court. When I'm looking at this game, Shaska, and they're up 15, 90-75.
Thank you.
4:20 left in the third quarter. I'm thinking, okay, a couple more buckets here. And Orlando maybe says, you know what? It's time to throw in the white towel. Night. You rest your starters. You get ready for New Orleans later on today. Orlando goes on a 40-18 run. And Ben Carroll, give him credit. He goes at Wiggins, and I thought Wiggins played very good defense on him. Ben Carroll's just going to be a stud. Oh, he's going to be a multiple-time All-Star. You see why I'm in love with the guy. The guy's a beast.
Just for a quick second, because I know you want to get into the actual Warriors. Paolo Banchero reminds me of whatever you want to think the modern-day Karl Malone would look like in the NBA.
Oh, I like that.
His movement, he's so much more athletic and dribbling than I thought in college. It's the chest. To me, it's the chest. And then when you could back down someone and either fade away or square them up and shoot right over him, that reminded me of Karl Malone. Now, it's different because the game is so different.
I see what you're saying.
Do you get where I'm going?
It's a good call. Because Karl Malone had the shoulders, he had the chest, and he would get into you, and he would knock you into the first row.
He's a baller.
Paolo Banchero ran through Draymond, Looney, it didn't matter. Wiggins, he is a beast. And Jalen Suggs, we all like Jalen Suggs coming out of Gonzaga.
This is the guy I was praying would slip to the Warriors.
Right, and we all knew he wasn't going to slip because he was going to go top four.
And that might be his best game he's had in the NBA.
Yeah, no doubt. But you see,
3 steals in the fourth quarter.
And look, Pete D'Alessandro used to be the assistant GM of the Golden State Warriors. Used to work alongside Chris Willer. He's now down there in Orlando in the front office. And, you know, he's got a couple cornerstones here with Jalen Suggs. If Suggs could stay healthy, they have something to work with. But these young athletic teams like Detroit, they got to the free throw line 38 times. Now, one of the problems is they're fouling too much. Way too much. I mean, come on.
It's not just fouling. Hacking.
Hacking.
Just call it what it is.
And look,
they're not moving their feet.
So, are they getting older? Are they getting less athletic?
Well, they've always been.
Are they getting blown by all the time?
Yes,
Because Detroit shoots 38 free throws. Orlando shoots 46. The heavens at Orlando missed 13 free throws.
And they missed shots down the stretch.
I know.
That game could have been put away. So now you can make the argument that Warriors caused some of those misses. I'm just saying, I thought they missed and took some bad shots, Orlando, as a young team late in that game.
So when you look at the team and you brought up the starters down the stretch, they had a 4-point lead against Charlotte with a minute left. Those are the starters. Those are your money time players. Poole, Curry, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins. They blow a 4-point lead. You go to overtime, you lose the game. You go down to South Beach, Miami, Tuesday night. 5:03 left in the game. You score 2 points the rest of the way. Poole, Wiggins, Clay, Steph, Dre. Last night, Wiggins smokes a layup. Up 118-117. Game changer because he makes the layup. Warriors go up 3.
I wanted to dunk it.
And it was a great play.
Yes.
You know, it's 118-117. Wiggins smokes the layup. You go up 3, maybe Orlando forces a 3. Maybe they get into their own head.
Yes.
You don't know what happens there. It was huge. They had a big missed layup down the stretch against Miami. Had a couple big turnovers by Draymond Green. Yesterday, it was Steph Curry. 2 turnovers, and then he mishandles the ball on the final possession. Now, it's not to take away anything from Steph Curry because he's playing at an all-time level. 39 points, 9 assists. He's playing out of his mind right now. But with that said, it's not enough.
No.
It's not enough because let's go there. The bench. Led by Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, 4-12, 2 for his last 12 from the three-point line. Was just all out of sorts last night. And it starts on the defensive end.
No doubt.
Guys are just going right. He's not stopping the ball at the top of the key whatsoever.
Early in the game, it might have been like 30-30 or 32-30. Like, whoever the number 14 was for Orlando, again, I don't pretend to know all the players, but he comes, like, dribbling into the lane. Jordan Poole goes behind him like he's trying to spoon him in bed, and the guy just goes up and just, like, kind of boxes him out.
13?
Maybe that's who it was. One of the guards. And I'm like, Jordan, what is this effort on defense?
Yeah.
B, I'm asking sincerely. The Jordan Poole that had all the mojo.
Yeah.
Where has it gone?
Shasky? I don't know. Maybe it was gone on a fateful Wednesday night at Chase Center when the right hand connected to his jaw.
You really think that's...
Listen, man.
I think it's on the table.
Listen. If your best friend, or if you got hit like that, how long would it take you to get over that?
Well, I think everyone's like, it's not going to affect anything. Brothers fight. The team I'm watching, I want someone to call. This is the truth, B. To your point. No, I would not allow my brother to be able to hit me in the face that way. That way. Someone call in and you tell me why I can't say that is a part of what I'm viewing. It's in the mix, but you cannot deny it. They're playing like crap. Let's just call it what it is.
Everybody talks about it. Everybody talks about it. Players, people at the game. It's going to be that's to me the elephant in the room is that the mojo before that think about the Japan trip. We're all up watching the Warriors in Japan.
They looked incredible.
And it looked incredible. You see the photos on Instagram.
Yeah.
You see them having fun, whether it's JP and Curry, Draymond. Everything looks so good. It's like, okay, they're vibing. They're ready to roll for a back-to-back championship. They're going to implement Wiseman. They're going to implement Kuminga. They're going to implement Moody. That, to me, just watching the team, you talk about vibe and joy. I don't know. I'm not paying attention as much to the bench. But yesterday, for the first time, Shasky, I'm looking at the bench saying, how are they celebrating? Where's the Damian Lees, the Festus Azealis, the guys on the bench who are bench are clapping and doing acting a fool? I don't see a lot of that. I don't see a lot of that. There's not a lot of vibe there. The youngsters are pressing way too hard. James Wiseman, we'll get to him.
Well,
God bless his soul.
He stinks right now.
God bless his soul. I think he needs a G League stint.
Oh, he needs. Honest to God, B. He needs to have a complete makeover in terms of everything. I feel like the fan base is ready to run this guy out of town. I feel bad for him, but I can't defend him because he's playing like crap.
So the whole thing about
I can't defend
the whole thing about James Wiseman has been in the system for 3 years. He should know what to do. Well, let's take a step back for a second and really look at the situation. Plays 39 games his rookie year. We know how it gets cut short. Comes back. He has surgery. Has a G League stint. What was that, March? Was that in March when he had the G League stint? Then has a step back. And he has to have another cleanup, and he has another setback. This guy, Shasky, since the fall of 2019, if you exclude Summer League games and Summer League games, or G League games and Summer League games, fall of 2019, 39 games as a rookie, 9 games this year. That makes 48 and 3 games at Memphis. That's 51 games played since the fall of 2019. 2019, 2020, that's 1 year. 2021, that's 2 years. 2022, 51 games? 51 games? Since 2019 of the fall for a young guy, that's not enough. This guy's behind the curve. He's missed so much development time. He's missed so much. Doesn't know how to screen right now. His post position.
Can't stay on the floor.
Can't stay on the floor.
He doesn't know whether to hack or whether to play defense.
It's all bad right now. It's all bad right now.
Let's call it what it is. He feels unplayable at this point on this team in the NBA. Right now.
He needs a G League stint. And I don't even know if that's going to help. I don't know. But right now, he's unplayable. There's no denying that, James Wiseman. But is it all his fault?
No.
Is he the reason why the Golden State Warriors are losing games down the stretch? Absolutely not. He's a part of it.
No question. And you can give me the momentum thing, and I'll listen to the momentum part. How can you give up 43 was it 43 in the fourth quarter?
Third quarter, excuse me. They gave up 34 in the fourth. They gave up 77 points in the second half, Shasky.
And he didn't play at all, right?
He played in the second half.
Like 1 minute?
In the second half, James Wiseman played 2 minutes and 57 seconds.
Okay, and then on the play where Steph Curry doesn't box out, and then someone else gets the rebound, he comes over late, he fouls, and he throws the ball, and he gets a technical. Right then and there, I wanted to put my arm around the kid through the television.
I felt bad for him.
I felt horrible for him. But the reality is, he's unplayable because he's fouling way too much, and he's not doing enough to keep himself on the floor. And B, you cannot compound all of your own mistakes by getting a technical in that situation.
You cannot.
And I'm calling
I get the frustration because he got called for Terrible over-the-back call. He grabs an offensive rebound, puts it back.
It back in.
It was a terrible call on him. He's not getting a good whistle. He got frustrated when he screened for Steph. Steph didn't like to screen. He goes down the post-up, doesn't get the ball, and he kind of he got frustrated because he wants the ball. Because here's the deal. People are mad about him saying, hey, go play your role. This guy was a high school All-American. He's used to having the ball in his hands, used to scoring. There's an adjustment. You can say, hey, young fella, know your role. But now you're taking out. He doesn't shoot threes anymore. You took that out of his arsenal. No. He's getting the ball and panicking. He's not playable right now. His confidence is shot, and I feel bad for the guy because, again, he played 51 games since the fall of 2019. He's not ready to roll.
He's averaging 13 minutes a game. Okay?
Yeah.
So for all the people that will trade him for Miles Turner. Okay. Is Miles Turner a more ready-to-go player right now? Absolutely. 13 minutes of Miles Turner in the game is not making or breaking the Warriors' championship aspirations. No. Okay, so let's move that to the side because yes, there is a separate conversation regarding James Wiseman and where he should go and who should take up some of his minutes. I just wrote these down. This is what I wrote down watching the game. Here are the issues with the Warriors right now. Forget James Wiseman for a second. Fouling too much because you can't move your feet because you're old and not athletic. Can't move laterally. Unforced turnovers. How about when someone's pressuring you while the ball's in your hand? You're also turning it over. Situational rebounding. Wiggins in the fourth quarter with his scoring. Where is it? Jordan Poole off the bench scoring. Where is it? Where's the athleticism? These are all my questions. Hot and cold Clay.
Well, here's the thing. And I thought Clay had a good start.
Chemistry? Clay was great yesterday.
Clay was fine.
Yeah, Clay was great
Jordan Poole has been erratic off the bench.
The mojo's gone for him.
It's just the carrying he got called for in Miami. The three-point shot has been erratic. And his defense is, oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad right now. I think it was R.J. Hampton. Could be wrong. Could have been Kevon Harris. He's got the ball. He's pushing it. And Poole, we all know, fundamentals 101 in basketball, stop the ball. Stop the ball.
Always stop the ball.
He goes right down the lane for a layup.
I know.
And Poole is he's just so lost on that end. He's so lost. So you saw Steve Kerr play Ty Jerome down the stretch.
I kind of wasn't mad at it because
nobody was mad at it.
At least Ty Jerome was communicating and yelling. And I don't think highly of him. And I'm not trying to rip him, but you're right. He deserved to play at that point.
And it was funny because in the Miami game, we were having a discussion. I thought Moody should have played down the stretch over Jordan Poole instead of Jordan Poole. That's how erratic it's been for him. So the bench is not giving you nothing. And one thing we overrated, or maybe I overrated, was that I thought these young fellas would be ready to go. Well, when you look at championship teams, we're not talking championship right now with the Warriors. They're 3-6.
No,
they got problems.
They're a bad team.
They're a bad team right now.
I think that's what they are right now.
They're a bad team right now. Veteran or championship teams have vets coming off that bench. And right now, I see the vet in JaMychal Green, and he fouls too much. They run a split action, and he doesn't know to go back to screen. Instead, he's cutting through. It's like, dude, this is split action.
They miss Otto Porter Jr. in that role. I don't know, everyone's yelling for GP2. If you just look at the totality of what happened last year, Otto Porter Jr. did so many little things. And GP2 was great. But if you're going to use that energy on GP2, direct some to Otto Porter Jr. I know February was ugly for him. He was great for this team last year.
Right, no doubt. We're going to get to all your texts, all your calls, 888-957-9570. Boy, do the Warriors stink right now. 0-4 on this 5-game road trip. 0-5 on the road. Worst start on the road since 02-03.
B, I'm going to just throw this out there. Unless there's a shakeup, and I put that in quotations, this team is going to continue to trend where they're barely got their head above water. And right now they're below water. They need some sort of a shakeup. And I don't know if that means, minute allocations, switching up lineups. I don't know if that means an actual trade. I need to shake something up because this does not look right.
Well, Steve Kerr, we're going to get to his comments on the other side about different combinations. Alex and Nick will get to you on the other side. And the rest of you on hold. 888-957-9570. Dubs lose again. They're 0-4 on this road trip. What the heck is going on with the Golden State Warriors? We'll talk about it here on the Morning Roast, and that's coming up, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
1, 2, 3. This Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. First up, the Colts battle the Patriots, starting at 9:30.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Marvel touchdown.
kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrba.windows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And during their Black Friday sale, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. Just text REVIEW to 323232 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. But hurry, this offer ends November 25th. Text REVIEW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word REVIEW to 323232. Don't wait. Text REVIEW to 323232.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah!
He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Fall is here and the rainy season is coming. Are your outdoor painting projects finished? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting, and I'm here to offer a last call for fall. If your home needs a fresh coat of paint, now is the time. How about an interior repaint before the holiday rush? Our team of painters is ready to get started, and we'd love to save a spot for you on our schedule. Don't miss your chance. Call 855-MB-JESSE or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse. You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Provember is back at Lowe's, and so are the savings. Power the possibilities with savings on the DeWalt tools you trust to get the job done. Like the DeWalt 16-piece reciprocating saw blade set was $29.98, now $19.98. And the DeWalt 14-piece assorted drill bit set was $16.98, now $9.98. These deals are tough to beat, and so are the tools. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Offer ends 12/28 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
That's crazy. And he's out nearly at half court calling it.
With a series of bodies between him and the rim, and now a technical foul called on the Warriors on Steve Kerr, who is red hot. Maricoga has made this night about himself, apparently.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors didn't do themselves no favors, but Scott Foster and Marat Kogut, you heard from Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. I heard Fitz. I love Fitz.
Okay, you heard the line too?
Oh, we all heard
He is the best. This is what Bob said. He's the best official in the league. And all I kept, and I know. I love Bob Fitzgerald. He's forgotten more about Warrior basketball than I'll ever know.
Yep.
But I was like, the Scott Foster thing, Bob, I love you. He is not the best official in the league.
Not even close.
And all I kept thinking about was this dude called Donaghy 134 times at halftime
and he's
over a 2-month stretch.
And he's reffing the league. And he's tightened up the games. Real quick, before we get into Draymond Green and James Wiseman and Jordan Poole, Steph Curry, let's get some calls here. Alex had been waiting on hold for a second. Let's knock these guys out. Nick, then we'll get to Nick in San Jose. Alex, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Hey, look, so I got two things, right? Thing number one is relax. They're just getting beat. No rhyme, no reason. They need to put a little more effort in, especially in the fourth quarter, but they're just getting beat. So it's not chemistry or anything like that. Thing number two, this team is a victim of its own success. And what I mean by that is they know they don't need the number one seed to win a championship. They know they don't need the number 2 seed to win a championship. Would you like home field? Yes. But do you really need it? No.
Yeah, but you need to
and they know
that. One sec, I'll let you finish. You just lost to, at the time, a 1-7 Orlando Magic team, a Detroit team, and a Charlotte team. The Charlotte team didn't even have their best player. Like, I will listen to you like a one-off loss. This is, come on, man. I feel like you're in denial a little.
No. I'll tell you like this. Muhammad Ali got beat. Roy Jones.
This isn't about getting beat. This is a bad. They're not a good team right now. Like,
I don't know if boxing's a good comp to this.
You can get knocked out by anyone.
Thanks for the call. They lost to a 1-win Detroit team that was on a 5-game losing streak.
What's that again? Say that again.
Detroit Pistons were on a 5-game losing streak with 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Lost to them. And look, they did try. You know why they tried?
Well, Steph Curry looked like he was trying.
Steve Kerr said with 7:53 left in the game.
Mm-hmm.
He looked down the bench. Steph, Dre, Loon, get in the game. And he rode Looney, Dre, Wiggins, Clay, Steph, the final 7:53 of the game.
Yeah,
nearly 8 minutes.
They wanted that game. Especially knowing that they got New Orleans.
They played their ass off last night. So I don't want to hear about, hey, November 3rd, the Warriors aren't getting up for it. Well, you know what? If you don't get up for a game, and you can laugh at this all you want to, the other teams will.
Exactly.
The Amway Center in Orlando was packed last night. When the Warriors go to the Smoothie King Center today in New Orleans, guess what? It's going to be packed, and they're going to be fired up for the Golden State Warriors to the champs. So you're getting everybody's best shot. And if you don't get ready for that game, you're going to catch L after L after L. And Steve Kerr keeps saying it, this is a different team than last year.
Well, they're on. Okay, we're in denial if we don't admit they look bad right now. What do they do well this year? Don't tell me that they're I know they're champions. 3 things can be true simultaneously. Mm-hmm. It looks off. They're the defending champs. They're not playing well. Like, those things are all true at the same time. Yep. Here's what I would say, B. I'm watching the post game, and it's got Draymond Green on there, and he's got the Cartier glasses, and he's sitting there, and it just felt, and I was maybe wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about this. It felt like to me, Draymond has not had the same oomph, and it feels like he's walking on eggshells. It feels like their teammates are walking on eggshells.
He's picked up a technical for the 4th straight game. Or 3rd straight game.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like it's galvanizing him, nor does it feel like it's galvanizing the team. Yeah. And it feels like even the young players, and you want to say punch, you want to say playing time, guys trying to establish themselves, I don't know. It feels like even the guys who check in are all walking on eggshells. James Wiseman knows I'm a foul or 2 away. He's just playing terrible. Just throw him to the side. Moody, like, I don't want to mess up because I want to stay out here. Jordan Poole, like, I'm just indecisive. I don't want to shoot too much. Mm-hmm. Like, nobody's free-flowing and playing with that joy and that chemistry. Everyone feels tense and
tight. There was
no
rhythm to that game.
And on eggshells.
There's no rhythm to that game. You saw a little bit in the 3rd quarter. You saw a little bit in the 1st quarter. But overall, There's no rhythm to this team
at all.
They're not again. The joy asked Festus this last night. He was like, "Of course, you're losing. You're not going to play with too much joy." But the camaraderie that we all are accustomed to from watching Golden State Warriors basketball, I don't see any of that. I don't see any of that exuberance exuded onto the court. I don't see the bench going crazy. You know what I'm saying? When Steph is going nuts. I don't know what it is right now. I don't know. And 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Not a lot of people talk about the Wiggins smoke layup. It was huge. 118, 117.
Huge.
He hits the layup. They go up 3.
100%.
And all of a sudden, Orlando is thinking about something else. You're up 3. That was a huge smoke layup. Huge.
And on Wiggins, like, again, as we diagnose, there's lots of issues. I literally rattled off 10 of them. I love Wiggs. Wiggs, to me, is the second best player on the team consistently.
I honestly think he needs to be the second option.
So here's my point. Fourth quarter scoring, I don't think they're prioritizing getting him the ball in the mid-block.
You know, I don't think so either, but also I wonder if he has any legs because he is chasing around the best perimeter player on that team, and maybe he gasses out. But 2 shots for Andrew Wiggins, not enough. Not enough. Curry, 3 of 4, 11 points in the fourth quarter. You rode him. He was dynamic, but the 3 turnovers, you can't unsee that. Can't unsee it. Clay played 11:06 in the fourth quarter, 2 of 6, 5 points. Right? 1 of 3 from the 3-point line. Loney played 7:22. I mean, like, Steve Curry, and I don't even know who's going to play tonight. That's the thing. Thank God we don't have a show tomorrow. Because tonight in New Orleans could get very, very ugly for the Dubs. Let's go to Nick real quick in San Jose. Nick, what's happening?
First of all, guys, I love your passion and your keen insight. It's great that you're spending all day here. Just really quickly, Kuminga and Wiseman need reps, so they need to go to the G League, and they're professionals, and they need to suck it up like Poole did. Green is clearly a downgrade from Porter. I think DiVincenzo being hurt has hurt us, but he is a downgrade from Peyton.
Good call.
A few more things. I blame this on the first team. We're up 4 points against the Hornets. The first team can't close it out. We're up 8 against the Heat in the fourth quarter. Couldn't close it out. The Magic score, 80 points in the second half?
77, Nick.
Against the first team.
Yeah.
So here's my concern. Clay, I adore him. He needs to let it flow more.
Thank you.
The fourth quarter, he forced up too many shots. Poole, here's the bottom line. Every year, Curry, we saw incremental improvement defensively. I have not seen that with Poole.
Fair.
And if he's not going to be money time Poole, we need to put Moody in. He's the one guy with the youth that I feel good about.
Me too.
Here's my question, you guys. Kerr's a bright guy. The first team are bright people. After a couple of these, you think they would change their behavior. Why aren't they changing their behavior? The only thing I can think of is Draymond Green punch and pull has lost credit in the locker room.
I agree.
He cannot be that leader anymore. So I'm asking you guys, please tell me. You got Rod Adams. You got Kirk.
I know.
You got Atkinson. What the hell is going on? Please give me your answer. Give me my Poppins at least.
No, this
Nick,
feels like
that's a hell
one
of
of
a call.
It's one of the best calls we've ever had. I honestly feel it's like, and I don't want to use these crazy relationship analogies, but when someone does something to you in a relationship, they lie about money, they cheat on you, whatever, and you've reconciled, but you haven't.
You haven't.
And
it
you know
still
exactly,
lingers
yes,
every single
and it just
day.
takes longer. And so to think that they could just turn the page again, everybody who's saying it's nothing, brothers fight, this and the other. I'm sorry, I don't see the same thing. Someone explain to me where the chemistry is. If these guys are all brothers and they all love each other, then where's the exuberance? Where's the joy? Where's the free-flowing passion? You know, where's even Draymond Green, right? And I think Draymond's played well at times.
Right.
I feel like, and I said, hey, maybe he doesn't need to be so over the line. You know what? It feels like his balls have been clipped in terms of his exuberance.
That's what I'm telling you.
And I think you were right, B.
Draymond can't be Draymond without all the other extra stuff.
I was wrong about that. I don't know what to say.
But when you do what he did in training camp, and you're that boisterous, maybe the players don't want to hear that from you.
Well, I think he's lost his privilege.
Maybe his tone and what he says has fallen on deaf ears. Because that's one thing. It was like, we need Draymond to be Draymond, the Draymond we've grown to love, which comes with the technicals. It comes with the barking. It comes with the yelling at teammates. It comes with all that stuff. But when you do what he did, and you go out there and do and be the Draymond of old, I don't think it's going to fly anymore. Not with these youngsters.
Well, and here's the other thing. And you brought up at the end the youngsters. Stop scapegoating the youngsters. The bench and the youngsters are getting a disproportionate amount of blame. There are 6 guys that put this team into the luxury tax higher than any other team in the history of the game. It's Clay, Steph, Dre, Wiggins, Looney, and Poole. If they are going to win and they're going to close out games in the fourth quarter, it's those 6. Now, are there other parts of the game that matter? Absolutely. I'm not discrediting that. But to think that it's an either or, as in the starters are brilliant and these other guys stink and they're the ones holding us back and they're anchoring us, that's false. And that, to me, that means you're in denial. Because to me, it's the top 6 not executing as well as the bench being absolutely horrific.
And look, we're relaxed. The season's not over yet.
Relaxed.
There's only 9 games.
No, I'm not.
But I don't blame you.
I'm not.
And
I'm
you know
worried.
what? And you know what? The panic meter went up a notch yesterday. I'm slightly concerned. I'm slightly concerned.
I'm all the way there.
I know you're hard.
What's the thing?
It's oh no.
Yeah,
we're in trouble or whatever it is.
Because you know why? When I watch something, okay, and everything's fine.
No, it's
and
not
I look
fine.
And I go, it doesn't look right.
It's not. I'm here to tell you right now, it's not fine.
Exactly.
It's not fine.
The chemistry's off.
Things are not fine. Steve Kerr knows it. Draymond knows it. Curry knows it. But to Nick's point, and I put this on Twitter the other day too, 4-point lead with a minute left in Charlotte, 2 points at 5:03 against the Miami Heat. And last night. So we're going to continue to talk about it. Let's break.
I'm sorry.
Anthony, Tamir, Carlos will get to you on the other side. Brought to you by Go to State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Secure your future in the booming rental equipment industry by joining Sun State Equipment, where people come first. We're looking for drivers, technicians, sales, general labor, and more for our 6 Bay Area locations. Apply in person during our 2-day hiring event. Job offers made on site. Friday, November 4th and Saturday, November 5th at the Sun State Equipment branch location in San Jose at 2233 South 7th Street. Go to joinsunstate.com for event details. That's joinsunstate.com.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest.
Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Curry, great bounce pass to Looney. Finds Thompson. Palm fake. Steps in off the dribble to left baseline. No good. Wiggins offensive rebound. Out to Curry above the break. That's money. Cold, hard, cash for Stephen Curry. A three ball. Makes it 23-12. Warriors on top.
They simply lost him. He was all alone after he made a little cut.
Best shooter in the history of the game.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What's up, Steph? Steph Curry, of course, 39 points, 9 assists, 8 threes. You know, that was the 38th time that Steph and Clay has hit 5 threes in the same game together. And that feels low. 38 times. It doesn't feel low.
It does.
Clay hit 7 threes. Steph hit 8 threes. 39 points, 9 assists. Tough. I'm going to get to the calls in just a second.
Well, can we just?
Yeah. Well, I want to play some Draymond sound because you tease Draymond, but go ahead.
Well, no, it's just I'm seeing it all over. You know, everybody talking about like the bench, the young guys. They're ruining everything. They should have a 25-point lead by the time the starters get back into the game. Look, the bench is not good. I'm not here to cape up for the bench. It's not good. They have downgraded their bench from just last year, right? Mm-hmm. Everyone wants to scream and yell about GP2. They miss Otto Porter Jr. They miss his physicality, his positionless, basketball on the offensive end where he can get offensive rebounds. He could stretch the floor. I thought he was smart. He would get to the free throw line at times. Defensively, he was underrated. I thought he was a very nice piece. They miss him right now. All right, they absolutely do. They miss GP2.
And GP2 hasn't played yet for Portland, but they do miss him.
They still haven't found that backup point guard, and that is bothering them right now. Yeah. I'm not here to say that the bench is good. What I am here to say is that their problems are deeper than just the bench. Mm-hmm. And I do think that if you just replace some of the bench players and had comparable, bench minutes, it would look better. But they still would have a lead late in games, and I would look back at execution late in games when you have a lead, or when you're chasing by 1 or 2, getting stops, staying out of foul trouble. Basic passes where you're not turning it over unforced.
Right.
Basic dribbling where guys are picking. Jalen Suggs picking Steph Curry's pocket.
Twice in crunch time. Twice.
Okay?
Twice.
If you want to have a conversation, let's be realistic. It's not all on the bench. The bench is back.
Well, the bench yesterday got outscored 45-23.
It is.
45-23. The bench mob has to be led by Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole last night.
Stinky right now.
Jordan Poole right now has had a funky 2 games in Florida. Maybe he needs to get out the state of Florida because Miami and Orlando, he was not too good. 11 points last night, 4-12 from the floor, 1 of 5 from 3, had no flow to his game, played no defense. Was not good. Not good at all. Wiseman, not good at all last night. And a lot of people just, they want you to just crush James Wiseman. That's the low-hanging fruit. It's the low-hanging fruit. Let's just crush 21-year-old James Wiseman. I'm here to tell you right now, he's not playing good basketball.
He looks emotionally demoralized.
This road trip has been one to forget for James Wiseman. It's been a forgettable road trip for him.
Look, the thing is, B, like any observer would tell you right now, on the court, he can't stay on the floor. He's not doing anything to help them.
Nope.
And then emotionally, he looks completely rattled. Like, that's the only way I can describe it.
He looks rattled.
He looks rattled.
And look, he's not getting better on the floor. Maybe a G League stint helps him. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's just a botched pick. At some point, the Warriors are going to have to decide, you know what, this didn't work out. We pivot, we don't panic, and we move on. He was a number 2 overall pick. I saw flashes of hope his rookie season. He gets hurt. The knee's messed up. He has to rehab all that time. This ain't Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson had already been established in the NBA. Mm-hmm. James Wiseman's trying to establish himself.
Well, and he's
only got 51 regular season, 48 regular season games under his belt. The guy's played 51 games since the fall of 2019. 51 games. Think about that, Jasky.
I know.
51 games since the fall of 2019. He hasn't gotten better. He didn't play any college. Didn't play minimal G League. He needs reps, but when you're trying to win, and right now he's not earning them minutes.
But here's the other part, though, B, and I don't mean to interrupt you. So, like, everyone, you play Jonathan Kuminga. I'm with that. Like, give Jonathan Kuminga an opportunity. But let's be realistic here as well. He's another young player who's going to have ups and downs. Now, will he be better than Wiseman? You sure hope, because he can't get much worse than Wiseman. But here's the thing. He will make mistakes as well. So I'm looking at someone like Jermichael Green, okay? And if we came out here and said, Jermichael Green is the reason that the Warriors are 3-7, people would sit here and they go, well, that's stupid. You're paying Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Andrew Wiggins a boatload of money. Jordan Poole, a boatload of money moving forward, okay? Kevon Looney is a 3-time champion who was amazing in the playoffs. You're yelling about Jermichael Green?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying here,
Michael Green was not good yesterday.
But what I'm hearing, no, he wasn't.
He wasn't.
But what I'm saying is like Wiseman, Moody. You want to pick on these guys, Jermichael Green? I'm here for it. They stink. But let's also use the same energy for the $180 million payroll of the top 6 guys.
Well, again, the starters. I mean, the Orlando Magic scored 30 in the first quarter yesterday. They scored 43 in the third quarter. You can say, well, the game flipped when James Wiseman came in. Well, they were actually down 11 when James Wiseman came in, and they already had momentum.
They were down 11.
They were up 11.
Okay,
the Warriors.
that's what I thought. Okay.
So it was 90-75. Next thing you know, it's 90-79. Wiseman enters the game.
Yeah.
And then they're still got momentum when they're rolling. But it wasn't all on Wiseman. There's a pull turnover where he doesn't look behind him.
Yep.
R.J. Hampton strips him from the back behind him and then goes the other way for a layup. So it's not all on Wiseman. But I will admit right now, because I'm a big Wiseman fan.
He's training that.
He's got to go to the G League.
No, I'm with you.
His screen setting is atrocious. Contesting shots is atrocious.
His feel for where to be on the floor.
Feel for rebounding, atrocious. He's just not an NBA player at this second. He's got to go to the G League.
But he checked out of that game. So, for example, you referenced that point, and then Looney comes in, and then he gets hit with an and one, right? So, like, you could say, momentum. Well, really? Momentum is why Kevon Looney fouls. And we all love Kevon Looney. We know he's a winner. Right. But, like, Looney is the reason that they and won somebody. Is it Wiseman's fault that Curry didn't box out somebody on that and one where and then he ended up getting the technical? That was his fault. But my point is things are deeper than them. And yes, they're not good. I admit that. No one is denying that. But to say that solves everything, like, for example, you get Miles Turner. Okay. Is he closing? No. Are you playing him over Kevon Looney late in games? No.
But I think a Warrior fan...
Is he going to help Jordan Poole stay in front of somebody? No.
But let me tell you this. let me tell you this. Miles Turner maybe stabilizes games at the end of the first quarter. That's what somebody may say.
You know what? That's a fair
He may
point.
stabilize a game to where if you're up 12 and the starters leave the game, maybe they come back in, they're up 8. They still have a lead. That's the problem. The bench has been so bad, they can't hold any leads.
I don't deny that.
They can't hold any leads, so that's a problem. You just want to see them, hey, just if you give up a basket, go score at the other end. They look clunky on both sides.
But okay, let me again. Their starters are also giving up a ton of points too, late in games.
No doubt.
Their athleticism is not solved because they added a competent big who's going to play 12 minutes a game. Now, I agree. That would be a help. It would help them out. But it feels to me they have deeper issues. And I start with the C word, chemistry, and I'm going to keep going back to it. I'm waiting for one call to come in and tell me that you can't think about this punch when you watch this team and how joyless they are. It feels like the cloud that's hovering over everything.
It's tough. Combinations. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about different lineup combinations.
Oh, everybody's going to get a chance to play. We've got guys who are dying to get on the floor, and we've got to find combinations that click. So we'll discuss that as a staff, and we'll figure that out.
Here's more Kerr from last night.
We're looking at James and JK and Moses in a big picture way. So you don't get these guys who basically play, 3 college games in James's case, or 12 G League games in JK's case. It doesn't happen overnight. So the development plan is something that we're looking at comprehensively every day. These guys are working. There's going to be times where they're in the rotation. There's going to be times where they're not. The season will dictate all of that. I think, it's been a tough couple games for James, but I'm a believer. I love his talent, his attitude, but there's no shortcut for all this. It's, you got to go through your lumps as an extremely young player with little to no experience. It takes time.
And going through his lumps on a team that is searching for a back-to-back championship, their 5th ring in the last 9 years, searching for joy, searching for camaraderie. And that's where we get to Draymond Green. Because being around the stadium, and we're both lucky to be in this business. Everybody, to this day, that punch is not going anywhere. And I'm not blaming the losses on the punch. But, for example, if we had this show, right, and you punched me, and you cursed me out or whatnot, our chemistry would be off.
Oh, 100%.
Couldn't unsee it.
Yeah.
Now, on the basketball
court, when we argue about having a guest on, our chemistry takes a slight hit.
So I hear from all the people who say, well, fights happen in practice. Well, yeah, Baldy on. Baldy, how many fights you get into? Goes, oh, yeah, I got in a couple. But the guy who hit me, I never forgave him. And I've never forgotten about it. And I've never talked to him since. That's 20, 30 years later. 20, 30 years later. So when you look at the chemistry of this team and the trust that Draymond lost from the starters, now Draymond can't be Draymond. Not Poole is overthinking. He does feel subdued, right?
Draymond,
right.
I misdiagnosed it, and I'll let you continue, B, but I was like, you can go right up to the edge, but don't, scream and yell at your teammates. And now I'm like, no, he looks totally like he lost his superpowers.
It's like telling T.O. not to talk trash.
Yeah, I was wrong.
But when you do something like that, it hurts. It hurts the team.
No doubt.
So there's a chemistry issue. Let's go to the calls. Then we'll play what Draymond Green had to say. I thought it was very intriguing what he had to say yesterday after they lost to the Orlando Magic. Let's start off with our boy Tamir in Oakland. Then we'll get to Anthony, Carlos, Adam, and the rest of your calls coming up here on the Morning Roast. A lot to talk about. Warriors lose again. They're 4th straight on the road. Their 4th straight game overall. They're 0-5 on the road. 3-6 to start the year. Boy. What is going on with the Dubs? Tamir, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm going to go a little deep with you guys real quick because, Joe, you mentioned it already, how, if you use a relationship, if someone cheats or that's funniest. If you guys remember, with Draymond and KD situation, when he called KD to be, it took them multiple years for them even to sit down and talk about it.
Exactly.
The Warriors, KD got kind of upset that the organization didn't really do anything, step in, or discipline Draymond. Maybe Poole is feeling, and the young dudes are feeling the same way. Because to me, when I look at the bench, like you said, Bonte, they don't jump up like they do for Curry anymore. When he's going on split, so maybe there's a divide in here. Maybe the veterans are like, we want Draymond on the team. because he's been riding with us since the beginning. And the young dudes are like, but he just punched your teammate in the face. They let him come for the ring celebration. Yeah, he got fined money, but sometimes, like, if someone punched me, I played basketball, you get in scuffles. I hate it when people were saying this happens all the time, because it doesn't happen when someone just comes and sucker punches on the sideline.
No doubt.
You get in scuffles, like, on the court, like when you're playing in a scrimmage game or something with your teammates, but never a punch. I don't know. I feel for everybody ragging on JP. Maybe his joy is gone right now. He got knocked out on camera.
He's lost his mojo
around the world.
Tamir, keep it real. I am one of the biggest Jordan Poole fans. I came in here middle of last year and I was like, he might be the second best player on the team.
Right.
And maybe I was a little jumping the gun.
Right.
He's lost his mojo, Tamir. Am I wrong?
No, I'm with you, because I try to put it like from where I play basketball. If I got punched, I lose my mojo too, because I think there's something deeper going on that it's going to start coming out.
Exactly.
I just feel like Jordan Poole is probably like, you guys are backing him up. What if that was me that punched Steph, or I punched Draymond? What would have happened then? And that's what we got to all look at, because everybody keeps saying, JP, oh, this happens. I'm like, it doesn't happen like that. And I play basketball. I've been around basketball my whole life, and
exactly.
That don't happen.
No doubt. Thanks for the call, Tamir. Great call. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, the Odyssey app. Sorry about the chats. We'll get the chats rolling hopefully next week. But hang in there. Hopefully you're still listening and watching us. Or text us. Xfinity Mobile text line. Great call by Tamir there. And it's a lot what he said there. Yeah. The mojo, the joy. Coming up, first of all, coming off the bench, that's one of the staples of the Golden State Warriors, going back to strength of numbers. Barbosa, Festus, Mo Spates.
All good teams.
All good teams.
I don't care what team it is. I don't care what sport. All good teams have great chemistry. Did you watch last night, Houston Astros?
Yep.
When Mancini makes a great play, what's the entire dugout do?
They went crazy.
No, it's the World Series.
So it's the World Series. But that's what they do in baseball. Good teams have that mojo. Exactly. By the way, great game last night. Unbelievable.
That was a great game.
Great game.
Did you see that catch in the ninth inning?
It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. I was listening on the radio, and then I got home and looked at it. I was like, damn, that was big league baseball. Dusty Baker's one win away.
I know. God, I want to talk about that, but this Warrior thing's more important. He brought something up.
And then got Kyrie suspended by the Brooklyn Nets.
Here's a, he said he referenced like a divide amongst the young guys and the old guys. I'm not here to say that I know it's young guys versus old guys. I don't even know if it falls that way, because there's a lot of like older people my age I don't mess with, and there's a lot of people who are younger or older that I do gel with. So to say that it's as simple as young guys versus old guys, I don't know. But I will say this: there's clearly some sort of a fracture, a disconnect. Not on the same page, not feeling each other, not pulling the chain in the right direction altogether, something. And I don't know if it falls along age brackets. Right. It might fall along whether you're friends with him or not. I'm not even sure. But there's something off.
And look, something's off with the chemistry. And yet, on 3 of the 4 games of the road trip, you're up 4 with the minute left against Charlotte. Miami tied up 503, 107 apiece. You scored 2 points in the last 503. Because you're struggling against his own defense. And then, last night against Orlando, with all those youngsters, Banchero, Wendell Carter Jr., Jalen Suggs, Franz Wagner, who the Warriors passed up on to select Kuminga.
Who, let's call it what it is, was looking like a 3-level type player who was killing us.
I mean,
he looks great. His feel for the game is
19
awesome.
points, 7 to 12 from the floor. And the Warriors took Kuminga.
Finishing with the left.
Warriors took Kuminga over Wagner. A lot of people will let you know that some people in the organization wanted Wagner over Kuminga. Well, that's why Kuminga's got to pan out, because you took him over Wagner. But down the stretch, Orlando, they look like the seasoned veterans. I mean, they look like the team that was composed. They hit all the big shots. Warriors are turning the ball over, forcing shots. The last possession of the game.
Oh my! They didn't even get a shot off. B. They didn't even get a shot off. I felt sorry for them. B. Who played in the final 5 minutes or so? Just the names off the top of your head.
So Wiggins, Dre, Loon, Clay, Steph.
Okay, so I rewatched the final 5 minutes again, and I just jotted down biggest issues.
Right.
fouling too much because you literally can't move your feet laterally because you look old.
And they were in foul trouble with Looney and Draymond for sure.
I know,
and Big Carroll had a great hook shot over Draymond. He knew he had 5 fouls. He went right at him.
Yes, absolutely. Unforced turnovers.
Oh, no doubt.
Ball pressure turnovers.
No doubt.
Meaning guys up in you. Situational rebounding. Situational rim protection. Where's Wiggins? Where's his scoring? Where are the plays to get him going?
In the fourth quarter, they go away from him. And I don't know if it's legs down the stretch. I don't know if they trust him down the stretch. But he can get to the basket and get to the free throw line. Maybe he wants to avoid the free throw line because he's not a great free throw shooter. But they need somebody to drive to the basket to get to the line, to get some easy buckets. When you foul a team like they did last night and like they did Sunday in Detroit, Draymond said this the other day. Now all of a sudden they're setting their defense. And early in the season, it's tough for offenses who don't have their mojo to go against set defenses. However, Wiggins, Clay, Steph, Looney, Draymond, that's no excuse.
Well,
they should be able to dissect the set defense all day long.
Do you know what they're missing? And I'm telling you this. When Iggy was out there years ago, he would go baseline, and they would have that dunker spot open.
Yep.
GP2 provided elements of that last year. They don't have a guy who can get vertical on that baseline. I'm talking because the way that they want to do, they want to suck you in, kick it back out, and then they want to go back door. They're not going back door like they used to, and they don't have that one guy who can get beyond the defense, get on that baseline, and attack the rim. Like, I wrote down all those things. Did you hear me break down the bench at any point of the 10 issues? No, I'm not here to say the bench is good. The bench stinks.
The bench stinks right now.
The bench absolutely stinks.
Wiseman's not an NBA player right now, and I hate saying that.
But no, you should have put away Orlando no matter what. But against the good teams in the league, you're going to have tight games. And these execution issues that I nailed right here, they're not going to be on the bench.
No.
They're going to be on those top 6 guys. Well, where is Jordan Poole?
Well, the play they ran for Andrew Wiggins, a beautiful backdoor cut. He smoked the layup. 118, 117.
It's a great play.
They smoked the layup. They're not making winning plays. Now, maybe that comes around. But it's not around right now. By the way, you know what's hilarious? I've never thought this. They've lost 4 straight games in Charlotte against the Hornets. They've lost 4 straight. They just lost their 5th straight game down in Orlando. They haven't won there since 2017. That's crazy to me. And Orlando's been awful.
I don't know what to make
awful.
of it.
I don't know. There's not much to make of it.
I don't know
it's just like Orlando. They've lost 5 straight against the Orlando Magic in Orlando.
And if anybody's here screaming about Steve Kerr, this guy is done, and I'm not saying he's above criticism, but if I see you pinpointing everything on Steve Kerr, like, get out of here. This is an organizational thing regarding minute allocations and rotations. He doesn't just come up with it willy-nilly. Did you see that inbound play to get a 3-point shot for Klay Thompson?
Oh, it was unbelievable.
That was lost in the sauce of that loss was one of the sweetest plays on the other side of the court, setting up a fadeaway 3 for Klay that he hits.
Dude, Steve Kerr's a genius with that. He's a genius with that stuff. But look, 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. From my perception of the bench, those young guys are leaning toward the quiet side. D. Lee and JTA were the cheerleaders last year, but definitely more vocal and experienced. You know what? They would get on that court, and they would be at half court dapping guys up. Let's go. I don't deny that. Picks people up. It's the little things. It's not everything. It's not going to win you a basketball game. I'm not saying all that hooting and hollering is going to win, but it is something. Chemistry. Joe, like you look over at the bench and those guys are into it. They're clapping it up. They're like, "Let's go!" But it gives you a little something.
I'm totally like watching the bench. You could see their chemistry's off. But we did this in years past. Oh my God, the Nick Young minutes. Oh my God, the Alan Smiley-Each minutes. And I'm just Warrior fans. Did that make or break them winning championships?
Absolutely not.
Right? They lost to Toronto because everybody of the stars got hurt.
Exactly.
Not because, so-and-so player X was getting, Alfonso McKinney was getting run in finals game. Like, that didn't help. All right? But they lost because the stars didn't play well enough. Look, the bench stinks. I'm not here to defend it. They need to tinker. I'm open for anything that you want to go. But if Jordan Poole, Looney, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, and Steph Curry don't gel, if those 6 it doesn't start and end with them, like, I don't know what to tell you.
Let's go to Anthony real quick before the break. Anthony up in Napa. What's happening, Anthony?
Good morning, fellas, and blessings and happy Friday to you guys. So I kind of wanted to continue where Tamir said about, just the chemistry and the punch, really having some residual effects on the team, because as I was watching the game last night, I didn't see a lot of communication. And communication is one of those things that come with
100%.
and being in. So, okay, cool, great. So you guys exactly know where I'm coming from with that. So, like, I'm definitely noticing that without the communication, that definitely points to a lack of chemistry. The other thing that I'm noticing is that, they don't have a couple of guys that are really, like, that have kind of accepted the role of, like, I'm going to play defense, I'm going to cut, I'm going to do the dirty work. And I do recall, like, GP2 and Juan Toscano. For the most part. Yeah, like, and Michael Porter Jr. coming off the bench and being like, this is what I'm doing. I'm doing this, and the rest of it will take care of itself, because I am playing with three, future Hall of Famers and a very athletic guy like Andrew Wiggins. So from what I'm noticing when I watch TV in my living room, the chemistry is definitely off. I don't know how they get that back, because I don't want to blame everything on the punch, but you would have to be a fool not to think that
that's what I'm saying.
Didn't kind of. Yeah.
Good call, Anthony. Good call. We got to run here. We're going to come back. Carlos, Adam, Evelyn, you're on deck. We will get to you all. 888-957-9570. What's the biggest issue for the Golden State Warriors right now? What's the biggest issue? What is it? We got some Draymond sound. We have some Curry sound. We're going to get into what Draymond said, because we teased it long enough. A lot of Warrior talk today on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. I guess the question of the day is, what the hell is wrong with the Warriors? What the hell is wrong with the Warriors? That's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and on deck small business loans.
1, 2, 3. This Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. First up, the Colts battle the Patriots, starting at 9:30.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Marvel touchdown.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fun along. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Secure your future in the booming rental equipment industry by joining Sun State Equipment, where people come first. We're looking for drivers, technicians, sales, general labor, and more for our 6 Bay Area locations. Apply in person during our 2-day hiring event. Job offers made on site. Friday, November 4th and Saturday, November 5th at the Sun State Equipment branch location in San Jose at 2233 South 7th Street. Go to joinsunstate.com for event details. That's joinsunstate.com.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or You'll be sorry.
Science proves quality sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses your movements and automatically adjusts to help keep you both effortlessly comfortable. And it's temperature balancing, so you stay cool. So you're at your best for yourself and those you care about most. Life-changing sleep, only from Sleep Number. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 40% on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition smart bed plus special financing. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run around. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Yeah, we're replacing the carpets too, so don't worry about that.
No fresh powder yet, but Dan's Ski Lodge has an avalanche of projects.
Those 4 rooms are getting hot tubs.
He needs a staff engineer to navigate a flurry of new requests.
And all of those will be fully ADA accessible.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Curry, spacing not good for Golden State. Draymond kicked it over left corner. Thompson with another 3. Klay Thompson from downtown, his 5th triple of the night.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Klay, we're not roasting you. You had a good game yesterday. You want some positives? I thought Klay Thompson was a positive.
I agree.
Duh.
7 threes, 27 points, catch and shoot. All right, 10 to 24. Not the best efficiency there. Missed some shots late, but I'll take that right now.
He was the least of my problems yesterday.
No doubt. Steph Curry, is that a positive?
Yeah, I mean, Steph played great, but look, he in the half court at the end of that game, I thought surprisingly, Jalen Suggs locked him up. There were 3 possessions in a row. He turned the ball over.
And with their big lineup, when they started with Wagner, Bobo, Banchero, Wendell Carter Jr., and Suggs, Curry had to defend Suggs. That was a tough matchup for him.
Yeah, Suggs had his best game, I believe, in the NBA. Given
Suggs was 26 points, 9 assists. 26 points, 9 assists.
Big threes down the stretch.
Big threes. 2 big threes.
You and I were in love with him heading into that draft process. My God. And I wanted him to fall to us so bad.
He was one of those guys. I was watching Gonzaga against Kansas early in the year. I don't watch college basketball as much as I used to.
Yeah, but that's
not even close.
He's a stud.
I watched him and I was like, who the hell is this? And I was going back with OG Ricky G.
Yeah.
Where I was like, this guy's Brandon Roy 2.0.
100%.
He could be a Brandon. Now, Brandon Roy is a great, great player.
Yeah. Who's bigger?
Bigger, probably a little more athletic. Mm-hmm. But Suggs just knows where to be. That iconic shot in the Final Four, I'll never forget that. He was amazing in that game.
He also was a late comer to basketball and was a football guy.
Quarterback.
Yeah. And
could have gone to Ohio State.
It's a very interesting progression that he's trying to make in the NBA. Like, you have to, as much as we look at Wiseman as this, ball of clay, Suggs is too. Yeah. And Suggs has played on a bad team. And again, that was his best NBA game from a lot of people that watch Orlando.
They've got something with him and Paolo Banchero. I love Paulo. And I love Paulo Banchero.
He's an intriguing player.
The dude is a beast.
What I noticed with him was that when he was at Duke, it just felt like the offense, the floor, everything was constricted. When I see him in the NBA and he's got more space to move around, I'm much more impressed. Yeah. I didn't see... I saw that he was good. I didn't see what I saw last night coming out of college, and I'm very impressed with him.
I probably wouldn't have saw it either had they not played the Chase Center.
Okay.
So seeing him up close and personal, watching every movement, watching the way he moved his feet,
watching
he moves
the way he talked. Better than I thought.
Dude, he had a pull up against Arkansas. He talks. He communicates. I was like, okay, this guy's a real deal. I would take him number one. Forget Chet Holmgren. I would take him because, ironically, Chet Holmgren played the earlier game that day, the Sweet 16. And Arkansas was going right through him, but he's falling around, and I'm just like, whoa. Real skinny.
Well, and the thing with Paolo, which was impressive yesterday, bad first half, as to be expected, and it felt like he kept coming at the Warriors in the second half. For a 19-year-old kid, is he 20? 19?
20.
I was very impressed. Kept coming at him. Even Draymond was trying to get into him. He caused a travel late in the game. He kept coming, and he missed shots, and he'll get better. But for his age, to be doing what he's doing, and he's clearly got an NBA body, I'm very impressed.
And he wants it. All right, so we got positives. Steph Curry.
Look, basketball IQ.
Look, he really does.
Yeah.
We just watched James Wiseman with the technical foul.
Yes.
Steph Curry on a play, you pointed this out, failed to box out.
I saw it in real time.
Failed to box out.
And then it was him coming over late. He's guarding the guy who's shooting out on the perimeter, and then he leaks into the lane after the shot comes in, Wiseman. But Curry's the guy who has to box out the baseline guy.
That was his rebound. Now, I know Wiseman's 7-1. You want the big to grab the board. But Curry didn't box out. And Wiseman picks up the foul, and he was frustrated.
Yes.
Tough stretch for him. So we could point... You want to say Wiseman's... Listen,
I agree. He can't throw the ball.
Wiseman is terrible defensively. It is what it is. And I hate saying that.
No,
I love the young man. I do like him as a young man.
We all do. I'm watching him, and what I say to you, I feel bad for him.
We've been able to talk to him a couple times. Talked to him on the set a couple weeks ago. The guy wants to get better. But screen setting, a big-time issue for him. You've got to be able to set screens on his basketball team.
Yeah.
He can't set screens.
Well, his timing is off on how to set the screen, his aggressiveness, how wide he gets in setting the screen. He puts the butt out as a check. You're going to get a ton of fouls that way. Yeah, and he's not good at rolling.
Mm-hmm. So, it's a problem right now for James Wiseman. Maybe he needs a G League stint.
I think he does.
But your starters had an opportunity to bring home the game. We're going to play the Draymond Green sound in a second. Let's go to the calls. Carlos in the city. Then we'll get to Evelyn and Adam. Carlos, what's happening? You're on the roast. Carlos, going once? Going twice? Gone. Evelyn, Pittsburgh.
Hi,
Evelyn, what's happening?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Evelyn.
Hey, my only concern with them is the defense. That's it. I'm not worried about the chemistry issue because winning wins. When they start winning again, the chemistry will fall in place.
What do you think? Do you think it's that easy though? Defense? How can they fix the defense, Evelyn?
Really, I don't know.
I would say this. It starts with individual man defense staying in front of your guy on the perimeter, which I'm looking at this roster outside of Wiggins and depending on who he's matching up against, Draymond Green and obviously Looney, there's a lot of negative defenders on this team right now. And so like Steph, Clay at times can be okay.
It's not a good defensive team.
No, and JP is a turnstile right now. So you're giving up dribble drive penetration, and then going back to the chemistry thing, part of what makes Draymond isn't just his on-ball defense. It's his communication. He is the quarterback defensively, the middle linebacker, and he's barking and yelling and pushing guys and everything. I don't see that same thing from him. And I don't see a dedication to move as one unit on a string. When you do a shell drill, and I'm getting really technical here, and let's say there's 4 out and one guy in the dunker spot, you've got to move. You got to stay 2 passes ahead.
Mm-hmm.
This team isn't even 1 pass ahead in terms of their thought process of where the ball's going.
Mm-hmm.
So they're always chasing, they're reaching late, they're flat-footed, and they're hacking.
Yep.
I mean, this team hacks.
38 free throws for the Pistons. 46 last night for Orlando. You can talk about the free throw disparity, whether or not it's fair. Guys are going right at the Warriors.
Yes.
Teams are going right at them. They're blowing them by, going to the rack, looking for contact, and finishing at the rim. Warriors aren't. They're jump shot reliant.
Does this look like a team that's dedicated to rebounding and closing out possessions?
No, they got out-rebounded 27-10 in the second half. 27-10. The offensive glass, Orlando 8, Warriors 0.
All right, that's unacceptable.
They got physically pounded by young athletic teams. And guess what?
A 2-7 team.
And guess what today is? It's Pell's Day.
Well, they're more athletic.
And Zion Williams is coming to town. Or actually, he's waiting on you.
Yeah.
Brandon Ingram, Trey Murphy III, Jonas Valanciunas, who always eats and gets to go to the State Warriors.
Kills the Warriors.
Doesn't get any easier, folks. Adam in San Diego. Adam, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning. A lot of people have been making a lot of good calls today. Anthony earlier, then from Tamir earlier. But it is coming down to, I think, communication. And that is what good defensive teams do, is they communicate. And, Joe, you're right in the sense of, like, Draymond's just not being his normal self. And why is that? Like, I mean, I really did not think this punch was going to have this much more further out ramifications going into the season. But I was trying to think, like, oh, it's early, like, they'll figure it out. But, like, the way they're losing games and they have leads and then it just evaporates and you're fouling too much. It's a little bit of coaching and it's a little bit of there's no communication. And then I'm agreeing with a lot of the callers calling in today that there is a divide, I think, between the young guys and the older vets. And I think it is the fact of how, you know, some guys chose the side of Draymond and, like, this is who he is and we need him. And the younger guys are like, well, he just slept one of our teammates. Like, what's he going to do to us next? Like, what if we don't make the right play? Like, so I know it's early. We're 9 games in, but this trend keeps continuing. And I'm sorry I missed your guys' call the other day about it, but I'm not saying to bring in a guy like Dwight Howard because he's going to change everything, what we do, and he's going to all this stuff and his stats. No, I think a guy like him, though, to be able to teach someone like Wiseman is huge. Like, look at how good Iggy has been as a player coach on the bench, you know, for the younger guys like that. And I think, you know, Dwight Howard is one of the best modern big men that we've ever seen. I mean, let's be real. I mean, he was unbelievable. And I think if he could teach Wiseman, he could teach Wiseman a lot. So, I mean, there's a lot of issues, but...
Maybe, Adam. Thanks for the call. Good call. I don't know. I don't know now. If Wiseman does thrive in the NBA, maybe it's not on the Golden State Warriors. Maybe it's on another team. Maybe this isn't the system for him. Maybe he needs the basic pick-and-roll principles. The ball movement, the motion offense, all that stuff with the Golden State Warriors, maybe he's not equipped to run that. Maybe he can't adapt to that. Maybe it's just a bad pick.
Well,
maybe it's possible, Shasky.
All
because
those things are possible.
Look, I'm not going to say, hey, he's been in the system for 3 years, because one year and a half has been rehabbing. It's been rehabbing. But 51 games since the fall of 2019, and it felt like just on this road trip alone, he's gotten worse.
No, he has.
And it feels like instead of building on the good games, every day it's like he resets. And it's back to square one instead of building on it. You know what I'm saying?
No, because every foul, it feels like to me, every foul, every missed rebound, I didn't set the screen fast or well enough, it's like, ugh. And I get the slumped shoulders, and I feel for him, and it's draining. And I feel like the team just is looking at him like, ugh. And I feel bad for the kid. I do think he needs to be removed from the situation right now. I think that whether that means moved, go down to the G League, sitting on the bench.
He looks like a capable NBA player when he plays with the starters or plays with Steph and some other guys.
Well, there were some minutes he had with Moody which weren't bad.
Weren't bad at all. But
and then it went right back.
You got that lineup where it's JaMychal Green, it's James Wiseman, and you got Jordan Poole in the backcourt.
Well, the JaMychal Green and Wiseman do not fit at all.
It don't fit at all.
I pointed this out to you on numerous occasions.
I wish it was Kuminga at times.
Yeah.
But Jordan Poole's not playing defense.
Yeah.
So the back end is not protected. Like, he's got to overcompensate for guys getting blown by, and he's just not there yet. His hands are down. He's not moving his feet well. He's got to be everywhere because Jordan Poole's getting blown by. But Ty Jerome's getting blown by. 1 through 15, this team's not defending at a championship level.
Look at Wiseman stinks right now. Put him to the side for the second.
Yeah.
He's playing 14 minutes a game.
Right.
13 minutes
no
a
doubt.
game. All right.
And it's been even less on the road trip.
Look, and you want to point to all the minus, plus, minus. Look, he's been bad. There is no
forget
denying
the plus,
it.
minus. I don't care
I
about
know,
that.
but he's been bad. I'm not. No one's denying that. I'm watching a team with bigger issues. Who was going to have more impact on winning this year? Poole or Wiseman?
Poole.
Okay. Is Poole playing good basketball?
No, he's not.
He's had a couple moments. He's been very inconsistent.
It is a little annoying. I'm not going to lie. When Wiseman struggles, he's reason number one on why things are happening.
He's part of a
negatively
10
for
to
the
me.
Warriors.
Again, I wrote it down and I
Right.
did this for a reason. This wasn't even the entirety of the game. This is just the final 5 minutes. Warrior issues. Fouling too much because you can't move your feet laterally. You're not athletic enough to get back or to help on defense. Unforced turnovers on offense, meaning we just throw it away. Ball pressure turnovers, meaning someone's up in my grill and I am either, getting my pocket picked, or I'm throwing to somebody and it's a predicated pass that everyone can see. Situational rebounding, not helping on offense or defense. No one's screening for others. Wiggins, fourth quarter scoring, completely absent. Erratic possessions, lack of athleticism. Where is Jordan Poole's mojo? These are all the questions I have that had nothing to do with the bench.
Right.
And now, I'm not saying the bench is good.
Right.
I'm here to say their problems are clearly deeper.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Big time deeper. Lines are lit up. I'm going to play this Draymond sound before we go back out to the lines. 888-957-9570. Draymond Green. That's what I had to say about the young guys, the team, everything. It's about 1:18 seconds. Take a listen.
Usually when you struggle on the offensive side, our defense usually can save it, and it hasn't. And so, like I said, I'm not going to sit up here and point fingers or point our young guys. It's not how we roll. They got to learn. They got to figure it out. So, yes, in fact, it is some of their fault. It is definitely some of our young guys' fault. But it's also some of my fault, and some of Steph's fault, and some of Clay's fault. It's all of our fault. We're not defending at the level that it takes to win games. Now, you take into account that every team wants to beat us because we won a championship last year. You take all of that into account on top of the errors that we're making, and it's tough to overcome. And so I changed the tune of my answer. Yes, it is the young guys' fault, but it is not more their fault than it is our fault. And so, yes, they have some things to learn, and I have no doubt that they will learn those things. But equally, we have responsibilities that we have to live up to, and we're not doing that either. So as much as it is their fault and not knowing rotations and all of that stuff, I must not be doing a great job leading. I must not be doing a great job defensively if our defense sucks, and vice versa. And it's on down the line. So as a matter of fact, I am not taking fault away from them. They have to get better, and that's what we require as an organization in the win, and we have to get better and live up to who we are supposed to be.
I keep coming back to defense because when you get stops, it fuels transition, which fuels easier buckets, which makes teams have to backpedal, right? Conversely, when you turn the ball over on offense and you're missing shots, you are fueling the other team's transition defense. So to me, it's one of the, it's both simultaneously. The defense, they're not getting stops at the rate that they need to.
Turnovers wasn't a problem yesterday for the Warriors.
I don't know.
They committed 14.
Yeah, but Steph got picked 3 times in the final 5 minutes.
I get that. I'm saying overall in the game, 14 turnovers.
But the game before was 20.
Orlando 19 turnovers, and the Warriors actually scored 27 points off their turnovers. So they won the points off turnovers battle by 4. They were +4 in that department. Turnovers in situations like late in the game, like they did against Miami, against his own defense.
Situational turnovers.
Draymond throwing the ball away to Andrew Wiggins, throwing a fastball. You can't do that.
And then you bail them out by fouling. And
that's the deal.
We can argue about refs thinking. You can also just open your eyes and say, this seems slow, and they hack.
Warriors are bottom 5 team when it comes to free throw attempts from opposing teams. Bottom 5 team.
That tells me you are a slow, unathletic, hacking team.
And you give up the most points in the league per game.
What are their paint points right now in terms of giving up?
Paint points right now, they've actually been better in that department. Even last night, I know they won points in the paint 52-46. They had a bigger lead at halftime in the second half. Orlando won that department 28-22. So point to the paint. They've been able to hold their own for the most part in that one, off the just top of my head without knowing the numbers. But just give it a point. Orlando scored 130 yesterday.
Well,
Orlando came in as one of the worst three-point shooting teams in the league.
But how many times do you see a guy on the perimeter come flying out a three-point shooter? That guy blows right by a Warrior defender. He gets into the lane, and then it becomes boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
And the passing you normally see from the Warriors is what the other team's doing, and they're getting wide open threes.
No doubt. By the way, we're going to skip shameless shout-outs today. A lot of Warrior talk, a lot of things going on. We're trying to solve the problem. Probably can't solve the problem. Maybe they need a shakeup. Maybe Wiseman's not ready to roll. Maybe Kuminga's not ready to roll. Maybe we overrated them. Maybe the Father Time is knocking on the door of some of these guys. Who the hell knows? But let's go to Rich in San Francisco. Rich, what's happening? You're on a roast.
Yo, what's up, guys? Good morning.
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 Hey, can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Yeah. Hey, you guys all make great, valid points, and I like all the stuff that Joe's been saying this morning, especially the rundown of like all the things wrong. There's so many things to talk about this wrong, but with James Wiseman, my issue is not necessarily with him, but it's more so with the Warriors have never had to develop a center, and Warriors fans are so impatient about that position. We've always gotten a prepackaged guy who's been in the league and who's come over to our team and knows kind of how to play the position. They've gone through all the bumps and bruises with someone else, and they've never, they didn't make those mistakes that James Wiseman is making. And to that point, I want to say, I don't understand why the Warriors don't get another 7-footer in there so that they can play and match up in practice and help Wiseman understand how to play the position better. I mean, if you're trying to develop a guy, you can't develop a guy that's athletic like Wiseman and have Looney, who's totally unathletic, and then have Draymond coaching him. Draymond's great at helping him understand the defense, but he's not a 7-footer. He plays the center, the 5 position different than Wiseman.
How many guys are out there on the open market that are athletic 7-footers available for league minimums? Like, I hear what you're saying, and it's a good point, but the reality is like those guys are all gobbled up on other teams, and there's only a few of them.
I mean, Dwight Howard is not a bad option as far as the caller earlier called in and was like, yo, Dwight Howard. I'm not a big fan of Dwight Howard at all, period. However, like his understanding of the position could be critical in helping develop a younger player. And I'm not saying, I don't know what his baggage might be or what type of person he is, but if the guy is willing to play that role in that position, there's an empty roster spot.
Yeah.
Well, right now,
I mean, there is.
The Iggy spot is to me one that I'm looking at and I'm going, Iggy, you got to get on the floor because we could have used that spot.
They may need a stabilizing presence. Orlando, they shot 43% from the three-point line yesterday. They're 28th in the league coming in. 28th in the league shooting 31%. Last night they shoot 43% from the three-point line.
Yeah, you could say
Teams are getting
outlier.
hot.
You could say outlier, and I will agree to some
Right.
point. But you're giving up good shots.
You're giving up.
So these
guys are getting wide
Orlando
open.
missed good shots down the stretch.
Dude, Kevon Harris coming off the bench to rig out of Stephen F. Austin came in, hit a couple threes, scored 12. Chuma Okeke.
Yeah, I didn't know who either of those guys were.
16 points, 9 rebounds.
Yeah.
That's Mech's cousin,
Yeah.
Young Mech.
Oh.
Because I said Okeke because he heard Fitz and he kept saying Okeke. And Mech was like, nah, man, it's OKK. It's OKK.
Oh, okay.
All right, OKK. Chuma Okeke hits 3 threes in the first quarter.
Yeah, well,
like, their bench
OKK
full of
was
no
very
names.
good yesterday.
Full
yeah.
of no
I
names.
know.
RJ Hampton, 15 points off the bench. Like, their 3 guards off the bench cooked the Warriors. It's defense. It's it's dribble drive penetration. It's paint resistance. It's physicality that the Warriors aren't playing with right now. They're not. And you can say they're not getting up for a game on November 3rd. You can say they're on a championship hangover.
I don't want to hear that.
Steve Kerr and company tried to win that game last night. They tried to win that game last night.
Steph Curry's trying to win every game he plays in.
Yeah, so I don't buy they're not. They know they're in a hunt now. They know. And that's a great spot to be in.
Listening to that Draymond Green dissertation in the postgame, for those that maybe didn't see it, he's sitting there and he's got his arms down, and I don't want to make too much of the body language thing. It just, I don't want to say disingenuous. It just didn't feel like real Draymond.
Well, no.
The old Draymond.
Well, it's the real Draymond. It's the old Draymond. But we don't look at him like that anymore because of the punch.
Is that what you think?
The punch has made everybody look at Draymond Green a little bit differently.
You think that's what it is for me?
I know that's absolutely what it is.
You might be right.
If he didn't punch Jordan Poole, you would have been feeling that. I think, well,
because my wife and I were watching, and my wife is her favorite player is Draymond,
right?
And she's like, he doesn't look like the same guy. Well, what do you mean? He's not barking. He's not screaming at everybody. He's not clapping. Like he would go and he would literally push players to the position that they need to be in. And she's like, I don't see. And this is my wife. And she's seen a lot of basketball games because she's been at the scores table doing book for me for many, many years. And why she loves Draymond is because he will literally throw someone in the right position. And this is just her, naked eye, 5 minutes to go. He don't look like the same guy. And I said, really? She says, absolutely.
And
I couldn't believe that.
And that's the pushback I had when all this situation broke. It's like, wait, we want Draymond to not bark? We want him to not be Day-Day? That's what makes Day-Day Day-Day. That's what makes Draymond. And so for your wife to point that out with that punch, I think it took a little bit of that. And everybody's like, well, damn, Draymond can't be Draymond. Because the players aren't probably listening. They're like, yo, you gotta rebuild the trust with us. You gotta rebuild the trust with us. So he's trying to rebuild trust while still be a leader, but it's also taken away from the antics that makes Draymond and get the Warriors to go. So your wife, Michelle, I'm glad she pointed that out.
Well, because the one thing, and she's like, look, everyone thinks they just shoot threes. And I'm like, yeah. She's like, their chemistry was untouched. No one could match their chemistry in sports, offensive and defensive. The movement without the ball, it was like a ballet. Defensively, the way they switch, they stay in front of people. They're 2 steps ahead of you. The chemistry feels gone. Now, you can say, hey, that's old age, and that just happens. I'll listen to that to some degree, but I just don't feel the same joy. I don't feel the same joy. This is a team that literally could defend the Boston Celtics in the finals. They could defend Luka. They could defend Denver. They could defend all these teams that they played all down the stretch last year. And then you roll it into this year. What's different? Where's the joy?
Well, the joy may have been taken away in training camp, and the joy with Draymond Green again. We want Draymond Green to, mature and talk to people like, hey, you know, buddy, you got to be in this spot over here, okay? All right, pal, pat on the butt. You're not going to get the full Draymond.
But I don't.
You're not going to get that.
But I don't think. Okay, and I just want to make sure I get in front of this. I don't think that's the media's fault because that's not the media is the one that changed him. He did the actions.
Yeah.
It's his teammates and how he responds, and they respond to him and all this. So, like, I want to kill this is the media's fault. It's none of the media didn't do anything.
No. But you got to have Draymond being Draymond.
Yeah.
And because it's there, the punch happened. I'm not sure Draymond is the full, like, he's getting technicals.
They're not the same.
It's not the same. Exactly. And I caution. I'm saying, look, dude. No, it's not even about being right or wrong here.
No,
it's
but
just
I misdiagnosed
when that happens,
I misdiagnosed
you take away something from a player that made that. All those antics made Draymond. When he's running and he's huffing and puffing and he's barking and he's screaming, all of a sudden he turns it up a notch.
Yes.
All of a sudden he's demoralized. Like it's like game 2 against the Boston Celtics. The guy was out there playing deranged at times, but you know what? The stuff helps. He got into every single one of the Boston Celtics heads, and he made Udoka.
Attention to detail feels off on this team, too, right now.
Oh, there's no attention.
Like the attention to detail defensively, understanding teams' tendencies, attention to detail on offense. Like, okay, for example, it felt like last night, Steph, save us. Like, that's what it felt like to me.
And he damn near did.
Well, and he normally does. But, like, can I sprinkle in the high pick and roll with him and Draymond? Can I sprinkle in the 1-2 pick and roll with him and Poole or him and Clay? Right. Can I sprinkle in throwing the ball into the mid-block to Andrew Wiggins to get him going? Like, I still believe Andrew Wiggins is underutilized offensively.
Let's go to Johnson in the city. Johnson, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, Roast.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I agree with you guys. Everything what you guys are saying. The Warriors aren't playing their best basketball, but I have to agree more with Bob Fitzgerald. Scott Foster is the best at fixing games. Those are some fake calls. I think I don't know what's going on with these refs. Why they hate the Warriors. But there's a lot of ticky-tack fouls. Like everybody's James Harden or Tim Duncan. They get the touchiest fouls. I don't agree what's going on. I don't know why they're hating on the Warriors. But I think there's some kind of recession with inflation going on.
All right.
With these refs.
Can we be realistic here?
Let's move it on.
No, I want to ask this guy a question. Like, seriously. You wanted to come in with the conspiracy theory. Were the referees the reason that the Warriors had the ball with 4 seconds to go and didn't get a shot off last night, or was it Orlando's defense?
They already built it up. They already gave
No.
the Warriors.
Forget that. I'm asking you about the final shot of the
40
game.
points
Final
to
shot
the
of the
opposing
game.
team on the
Come
free
on,
throw.
man. Come on. Like, yes, officiating is part of a game. Like, they had the ball with 4 seconds. In the 10 years that this team's been a dynasty, I can count on one hand how many times they failed to get a shot up in a situation like that.
And look, it's the Orlando Magic.
They were 1-7.
I don't care if they
going
had.
into that.
I don't care if they had 6 referees on the floor calling everything again. It's the Orlando Magic. Linda on 880. Linda, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's going on, Linda?
Happy Friday, everybody.
Hey, Linda.
Friday.
Okay, so there were a couple of things I picked up in the game last night, and I agree with your point on communication. If you watch Steph Curry come down with the ball in the fourth quarter, he's giving guys directions to either go to the left or to set a screen here or there. It doesn't happen. And he gets frustrated, and you can see his face go, come on, guys, go where you're supposed to go. That cross-court pass to Clay was fantastic.
Yes.
What is it that Ty Jerome is really giving to this team, though? You know, Ty Jerome is out there taking up minutes. Is he really scoring? Is he really defending? Is he really getting any rebounds for us? I'm kind of a question on what Ty Jerome's place is.
I'm with you on Ty Jerome, but here's the
He
reality.
made some good plays down the stretch.
I want to see Moody take those minutes. I don't get it. I'm with you, Linda. I don't get. And as much as we obsess about why isn't it, and then Ty Jerome, he made a couple of nice decisions in terms of passing, but he's not a threat. He's not going to space the floor. Come on. Come on. I'm not trying to crush the guy. He's the lead. Again, on my list of problems.
No, he's not the problem.
He's outside of the top 10.
Problem number one.
But he doesn't do anything.
Problem number one may be Jordan Poole right now, getting him right. Getting him right may be the biggest issue right now. You need to get him right.
He looks like his wings were clipped. Like he was an angel soaring and ascending, and I feel like he has zero mojo.
Let's go to JD in Brisbane. JD, what's happening?
What's going on?
Nothing much.
All right. Shit, man. All right, check it out. The defense side, we need dogs. We got too many cats in the doghouse. That's the problem. We got to toughen up. I'm 5'10", 2-something. When I play street ball, you gotta let your presence be known in the paint. Wiseman, what he needs to do is he needs to set a screen and put somebody on their back. He needs to go up and challenge somebody and let his presence be known. He's 7'1". I don't know very many 7'1" people in the world. He's one of them. He needs to go out there and act like it. He needs to put some dog, back in the doghouse.
All right, JD. Frank and Chico. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, it's a pleasure, and I appreciate watching you guys. Just one thing I wanted to say real quick. I understand where you're coming from as far as to make a habit of the conspiracy theories. It was 46-15. Look at every game this year. I understand that we're having trouble on rotations. We definitely are. Our youth is definitely showing. There is definitely a discrepancy in the calls, and it is affecting us this year. It reminds me a lot of 2 years ago. I think a lot of it has to do with just the league knowing that we have young players. James Wiseman gets foul calls.
You know what, Frank? He doesn't get a good whistle. He doesn't get a good whistle at all.
He had an offensive rebound yesterday, and just real quick, he had an offensive rebound that he got called for. We watched it for a third time in here, me and Bonte, and I was like, dude, that was just a clean box out. How's that over the back? I don't see where the foul is.
Absolutely. So that's all I'm saying. Look, we are making simple mistakes on rotations. It has to do with our communication on the defensive end. Our offensive shot selection sometimes is making it harder. That's the transition defense.
Yes.
But all I'm saying is there is some validity to the Warrior fans' frustration with these calls. Now, this has been going on for 8 years as far as Steph and Clay moving without the ball and the things the teams have done ever since the Grizzlies, when they were mucking it up against us in that 6-game series on our first year. So all I'm saying is there is some validity to this. And, Trae Young gets to the line. He's a jump shooter. What's going on?
Trae Young also goes to the rack, too. Curry, I would love to see, Frank, and that's a good point. I'd love to see. The Warriors got to create easier shots for themselves. Going to the cup, finishing around the rim. That's why we thought Wiseman and Kuminga would help this team so much this season by going to the rim and finishing. Gary Payton II would finish at the rim. But I'm not blaming the referees for the losses on this road trip. They're fouling. They're reaching because they're getting beaten, blown by.
Yes.
So they're getting desperate trying to reach. Looney's got into foul trouble damn near, I think, every game of this road trip. Every game. Reaching, fouling, jumping.
Well,
stop fouling.
He's been put in a few predicaments because of guys getting blown by, where he has to come over, and he's the saving grace of trying to defend someone. And it starts with staying in front of your guy. Like that's how great defense starts. When the Warriors got locked up in Toronto a few years ago, when they got locked up by Boston early in that series, what was it, B? Staying in front of your dude.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep. And they started doing
on the
that.
screens. Staying in front of your guy. Understanding what the offensive set is and jumping those passing lanes. I don't see the Warriors doing those things defensively.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Now, you could say, hey, you want Jordan Poole to start. I'm seeing the 310 again. Xfinity Mobile text line. You're exaggerating JP's performance last year. He was pedestrian off the bench. Star when starting. Well, does he deserve to start?
Not right
Playing
now.
defense like that?
No.
You want him starting? Really? Who are you going to bring off the bench? Klay Thompson? You want to go down that road again? Come on, people. Wisen up. Jordan Poole knows his role right now. 6-man, 30 minutes a game. Go out there and ball out. And right now, he's not balling.
He's not
balling.
He has no flair. He was a guy that, when he'd have the ball in his hands, I felt like something special was going to happen. Now, I'm like, you're over-dribbling. You're taking bad shots. Last night, Wiseman gets the steal, throws it to him. You're coming down the court. He gets his pocket picked on a crucial possession late in the third quarter. And everyone's going, come on, how did you not feel that guy behind you?
Awful. Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. We love Coach.
Hey, Coach.
What's up, Coach?
Good morning. My athletes already texting me, Coach, don't take it hard on us because the Warriors lost last night. Frustration got on somebody. Man, we haven't been the same since that tech Steve Kerr got against the Suns. And that's why I'm on the bridge of panicking, but not so much. Because that first half, we were hyped, we were ready, we was going after the next. But ever since then, I'm not sure what's going on. And JP, I don't know what he worked on this summer, but I watched him at Michigan. And whenever you get into him and you rough him up, he just psychologically is not there. So I don't know what's going on with the carries. The rest of the league is figuring him out, just like they figured Steph out. But guess what? Steph improved. So he's going to have to do that. And then I think my last point, the common factor in all of our championships, we had good veteran leadership. All we have is Draymond. Steph is a kind of a lead by example.
Yes.
Coach,
is lead by example.
Let me ask you this, Coach, let me ask you this real quick about Draymond Green. Can he still be considered the leader of this basketball team after what happened at training camp?
Man, I don't think so. At least not right now. They say time heals all wounds.
Right.
But we do need him.
I know.
Draymond is not on the team. We don't have a David West or Sean Livingston.
I felt the same way.
What happened?
I feel the same way. Watching that game last night.
Thanks, Coach, for the call.
It was hard for me to deny. The chemistry's off. And the other part I kept thinking was, if you lose Draymond, who the hell is playing defense?
I know.
Who? I mean, this is a team that lacks defense. You lose one of the better defenders in the game. What? I just don't see it. They need him.
It's
But that's what makes this quandary so difficult.
You got to have Draymond being Draymond. We got to get through it. He's on the team now. He was there at ring night. Day-Day, I need the full Day-Day package. I need you got to scream. You need to scream at Wiseman. The damn it, scream at Wiseman. You need to scream at Kuminga. The damn it, scream at him. Jordan Poole. I know it's a sensitive subject, but if Poole's ass ain't in gear on defense, then Day-Day, I need you to start balking. Hey, JP, get back. Yeah. JP, pick up ball. I need Day-Day. I need the full Day-Day experience. He's on his team for one reason.
Yes.
Because he's Day-Day. He's a Saginaw Savage, and I need that from him. I need it.
I'm with you on that.
That's the only way it's going to turn around.
You can't
be passive.
You've never seen the movie, but I'm telling you, it reminds me of when Superman went and he went to go marry Lois Lane in Superman 2, I believe. Yeah, Superman 2. And he went to go marry Lois Lane, and he went into the chamber, and he took away all his powers, and he shows up at the diner, and he got his butt kicked. And it's like, you need to get your powers. And he feels like he's tasting his own blood for the first time right now. And I feel like the entire team has lost their mojo.
All right.
He needs to go back in the chamber, get his superpowers, and go kick the crap out of General Zod when he shakes his hand.
All right.
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
I have no idea, but it's a good
one
analogy.
of the most iconic 1980 scenes of all time.
As another nerd, I'm gonna say Chasky's analogy checks out here. So
it's phenomenal,
good.
right?
Good. By the way, ugly jersey, Lovin.
When he shakes his hand, it's probably the sickest
thing.
thing.
See what Lovin's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing
my
Ed Reed
swag today.
Ed Reed jersey.
What's happening tomorrow?
It's time for the Injury Report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, things are not all sunny in Philadelphia. Get it? Get it? Always Sunny in Philadelphia, a show I never watched. Never watched it.
Charlie work.
Yeah, I never watched it. My Philly Zoo tried to get me to watch it. I was, not my cup
My
of
dad
tea.
is Frank.
Yeah, I don't even know the characters. Danny DeVito's in it, right?
That's who Frank is.
Okay, got it. Sorry, I didn't watch it. Why you mad at me? The Philadelphia 76ers will be without guard James Harden for more than a month with a right foot tendon strain. Harden suffered the injury in the Sixers' 121-111 loss to the Wizards Wednesday night, and with the month-long timeline, Sixers are hoping to have him back on the floor in early December. He could miss at least 13 games for the struggling Philadelphia 76ers, who are 4-5 to start the young season. The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up? Sponsored on the game. Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Is it time to panic yet about the Golden State Warriors?
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area stop of the year with a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun the whole family will love. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the West Coast's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks of all years. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and vendor exhibit. Check out the Smash for Cash Demolition Derby. Experience a tire smoking burnout competition, Nitro Thunderfest, and so much more. It's November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now, before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's Pro Time, which means at Lowe's, you're invited to enjoy a Lowe's Pro Happy Hour. Kick back with free Pepsi-Cola drinks and Frito-Lay snacks. Plus, earn 3 times bonus points per dollar on purchases of select Pepsi products. Come into Lowe's and get the full MVP treatment at Pro Happy Hour on November 17th from 2 to 5 p.m. While supplies last. Bonus points offer valid 10/27 through 12/8. Calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. See Lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms.
At Target, you can shop with confidence knowing that if you spot a better Target price, we'll match it with our holiday price match guarantee. Pick up the hottest gifts of the season, holiday hosting essentials, and so much more right now. If you spot a better Target price, we'll match it on items purchased between October 6th and December 24th. Get the gifts you want at prices you love all season long with Target's holiday price match guarantee. Get price match policy details on Target.com. Some exclusions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. See better and stay safe on the road with our visibility event. Right now, you can earn up to $20 in bonus rewards when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades and Sylvania Silver Star Ultra headlights. Take advantage of the rewards from October 31st until November 13th, in-store or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And for the first time since 2002, 2003, when Antoine Jameson, Gilbert Arenas, and Jason Richardson played for the Warriors, they have lost their first 5 road games. And tomorrow night in New Orleans will play their 4th game in 5 nights as they'll take on the Pelicans. Final score, Orlando 130 and the Warriors 129.
4 straight losses. 0-5 on the road. That Snoop Dogg is hitting this morning, though. Damn, he is busting.
All I keep thinking about, B, is that opening night, they just smash on the Lakers. And I'm thinking, they just hung a banner. All is well with the world. Even the kids are looking good. They're getting run. We're blowing out LeBron. I know LeBron comes kind of storming back late in that game. They were in full control. And it feels like everything since that night has just been, ugh.
It has been clunky.
Right?
It has been bad. I mean, they gave up 53 points in the first half yesterday. It's the fewest they've given up in the first half since ring night against the LA Lakers. They've given up 70 to Denver and 72 to Phoenix. Teams are shooting nearly 50% in the first half against the Golden State Warriors. And yesterday, I thought they came out with aggressiveness, got off to a really good start. They withstood the Magic's run midway through the, I guess, late first quarter, early second quarter. They took control of the game right before halftime, and they were rolling. They were rolling, 90 to 75, 4:20 left. All right, third quarter run by the Warriors. And Orlando just gets crazy hot. They get crazy hot. What, they scored 96 after 3? They scored 21 points in the last 4:20 of the third quarter. 21 points, Shasky, in the last 4:20 of the third quarter. The Orlando Magic. 21 points in the last 4:20 in the third quarter, 77 in the second half. They out-rebound the Warriors 27-10 in the second half. They pound them on the offensive glass 8-0. And I'm not here to play the blame game. This team's not playing well together. Something's off. And is it as simple as saying, hey, we need a new combination. We need Kuminga instead of Wiseman? I don't think it's that simple.
Well, it's more than that.
And all week long.
But that might be a good start.
It might be a good start. However, all week long, we've discussed this. And I said, Shasky, put this in the back of your pocket. Let's see where this team is at around the trade deadline. Because Bob Myers, Mike Dunleavy Jr., Joe Lacob are paying. Joe Lacob's paying a lot of money, a lot of tax money. Him and Peter Guber. They may have to come to a decision to say, you know what? This 2 timeline thing with Kuminga and Wiseman, we gotta make a move. Because what do we talk about all the time? Why is the reason we bang our hands on the table for Christian McCaffrey? Because we realize this Super Bowl window for the 49ers is here now. The NFC is down this year. It's down. There's a great shot if the Niners get to the playoffs, especially now with Christian McCaffrey, they could go to the damn Super Bowl and it's Operation Glendale, right? We pounded the table saying, you got to make a move. You got to make a move. You got to make a move. It's year 6, Shanahan. You got to make a move. Well, Curry's going to be 35 in March. Draymond's getting older. We don't even know if this is Draymond's last year as a Golden State Warrior. Klay Thompson is 32. He's going to have off nights. He's going to have good nights. He's going to have off nights. Wiggins is in his prime. But that window to win NBA championships does not stay open long. It doesn't.
You didn't reference Jordan Poole.
Well, Jordan Poole's there too. Poole, my bad. Jordan Poole's.
No. But the reason why I bring that up is I've just been thinking about it, and I think it's too early to know. But a lot of people, he's a one-year wonder. That might be true, and it might not be true.
Well, if it's true, then it's awful because you just gave the guy $123 guaranteed $1 million. I
mean,
if that's true.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a big whiff. Like Wiseman, you selected him number 2 overall. It may not work out. We may be talking about him being a bust. We may be talking about him in the same light we talk about Michael Olowokandi.
Yeah, and that would suck.
Greg Oden, and that would suck.
Yeah.
But I don't think it'll kill you. I don't think it'll kill you because you do have Jordan Poole. If Jordan Poole doesn't work out, that kills you. But this window's open, and I think Poole's going to be around. You may have to look outside for help. You may have to pull the plug on the youngsters and say, we got to maximize this window with Stephen Curry now. We're in the business of winning championships. We're not in the business of developing. It worked last year because you did have Otto. You did have GP2. You did have Bielitsa. You were able to go 7-8 deep and not worry about the youngsters playing. And maybe sprinkle in a little Moody here and there. Maybe sprinkle in a little JK here and there. But you didn't really have to worry about playing those guys. I thought these guys would be ready to go. I really did. I really thought Wiseman's going to be back. He's healthy coming off the bench, man. 10 points, 8 rebounds. That's not happening right now.
What's the biggest issue for the young guys getting going? Is it them individually? Is it the lineup combinations? Is it not having the appropriate, point guard setting certain guys up? Like what, if you were to diagnose it, is it them individually just not understanding? Or is it the system is so complex and so unique with what the Warriors want to do? It's really difficult for some of these more raw, high upside players to grasp.
Maybe. And then that's a problem.
Which one of those things?
I don't know. I don't know, Joe. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. What I'm seeing on the floor, though, is Kuminga can't get on the floor, number one. We don't even know where he's at. I haven't seen him play since, when's the last time he played? Detroit?
Does he have five DMPs?
Yeah, he played garbage time in Detroit. We'll look this up right now. He played garbage time in Detroit. And I know he didn't play against mine. I don't think he played against Miami. No, he didn't play last night. So he's not even on the court. What I see from Wiseman on the court, I saw him ascending not to the level of being an all-star or 16 to 10
but
guy.
being in the rotation.
But I thought in the rotation, he deserved a spot.
Yeah.
Coming off that Miami game, I was like, okay, he's ready to roll for this road trip. He's regressed on this road trip. He's absolutely regressed. And is it foul trouble? Yes. Is it not screen setting? Yes. It's not getting the ball where he wants to get it? Yes. It's all those things. It's all those things. And it feels like the weight of the world is on his shoulders right now. And for a young guy like that playing on a team like this, maybe he needs to reset, refresh, go to the G League and just play. Don't worry about being the number 2 overall pick. Just worry about playing a significant role off the bench for this basketball team. That means screen setting. That means finishing at the basket. That means contesting shots. That means jumping up without fouling. That's all those little things. He's not doing those little things. And when he's not doing those little things, now everything is out of whack. He's not shooting threes anymore. I think he's only attempted 3 threes. I thought he had a good 3-point shot. He's all out of whack right now.
Here's the part where I'm getting frustrated because, yes, Wiseman stinks right now and he looks terrible. But it also feels like because of the way they've set things up, it's him or Kuminga. And so not only does Wiseman stink, but you're not giving Kuminga any minutes either. And so that feels like a double whammy.
So
do you get what I'm going with that?
No doubt. And this is why I thought, you know what? We know what JaMychal Green is. Can I see right now with Wiseman and Kuminga.
They can't play together right now.
I don't know.
It's either or right now.
But JaMychal Green can't play with Wiseman?
I'm not. JaMychal Green is, an occasionally nice player. But on more times than not, he frustrates the hell out of me. But he's not, again, just let's be honest. Those guys, as bad as they are, they're not making or breaking this Warrior team.
No.
They shouldn't be 4 games. What are they? 3 and what are they now?
3-6.
Okay, 3-6. 3 games under 500 because of some bench players. You lose a couple games because of your bench. Right. I mean, again, you referenced all the games that they've had leads late in games, and you could say, oh, well, they should have more of a cushion. Everybody knows how the NBA works. You still got to close teams out. You got to get stops. You got to get buckets down the stretch. You're not going to blow teams out.
Yep.
So, I don't know. I feel like I maybe overrated this roster a lot. I thought it was their deepest team, top to bottom, that they've ever had, and that was predicated on me thinking that all of the youngsters took a step forward.
Right.
It feels like today, Moody's taking a slight step forward. Everyone else quantum leap backwards.
Looney's best game was yesterday. I don't think Looney's been the Looney that we saw last year up until yesterday.
Well, the thing I fear is Looney going down.
Well, I mean,
he goes down. Now you're in situation critical.
Anybody can go down.
No, I know. I'm just saying in terms of his injury history.
They've all got injury history. This whole time starting 5. So don't even speak that into the ethos.
I'm sorry.
But Looney played his best game yesterday. But he hasn't been the Looney up until that point.
No.
Clay, we talked about his up and downs. Wiseman struggled in Charlotte and Detroit. Maybe he's a little tired. I don't know. And then you got the Draymond situation. So what are the answers? Well, Steve Kerr, this is why he gets paid the big bucks. He's got to figure it out. And maybe it's not playing Wiseman. Maybe it's playing more Kuminga.
Again, we're focusing on the bench players. I'm asking you about the top 6 players. Steph, Clay, Dre, Wiggins, Looney, Jordan Poole. Those 6. Let's start with them. Who's playing great basketball right now?
Steph Curry.
Okay. Who else?
Crickets.
Is that the sound crickets make?
Crickets.
So, but again, I just, and you can say, oh, it's because of the momentum loss. Come on, man. Clay's been really up and down. Wiggins has vanished at times and played well at times. JP's played bad. If I were to categorize his first, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, more bad than good.
Right.
Quite honestly.
Right.
Looney's been up and down. And Draymond, I thought has been good, but it isn't that same Draymond.
Foul trouble.
The energy, too. Just the kinetic energy that he brings to the team as a galvanizing force feels like that's lost. He is Mr. Intangibles. Right. And it feels like all I'm doing is he scored there.
Right.
He made an assist there, and I'm not feeling the intangible stuff.
Right. Let's go to the lines, man. Let the Warrior fans vent. Is it time to panic?
Also,
or is it too early? Because I'm not panicking. I know you're very concerned.
Oh, I'm already
You're
there.
at a 10.
Well,
you're at a 10. You're there. I already know you're there.
I am. I admit it. I know who I am. Because, Bonte, what I'm watching doesn't look right.
It doesn't look right.
All right? And I have too many question marks. Again, Wiseman's unplayable. All right? I don't know. Maybe Kuminga's better for a short period of time. Maybe he's not. But let me pull up some of my issues. And I'm just rattling them off. Final 5 minutes of the game. Fouling too much because you're not moving laterally because you look unathletic. Unforced turnovers. Ball pressure turnovers, meaning guys up in your grill. Situational rebounding. Can't help on defense. Athletic guys at the rim are killing them. Wiggins, fourth quarter, vanishing act. Jordan Poole, where's your mojo? Klay Thompson, too erratic. I don't know what to say. Those are just the final 5 minutes of the Heat game.
Yeah.
Of this game. That's all I'm just writing down some of the issues that have plagued them. Execution is killing them.
Up 4 with a minute left in Charlotte. Scored 2 points in the last 5-3 against Miami. You saw what happened last night. Came down to your money players. Money players, whether you like it or not, you wouldn't be in the games because of the money players, but when you needed the money players to bring it home, they couldn't bring it home. It's good. It is. 510, panic meter at a 0. I respect it. My panic meter, I'm at a 4.5.
On a scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm probably 7.5 to 8.5.
Nah, you ought to 10.
No, not 10. Because then that would feed into Chris Mullen making fun of you last night in the postgame show.
We always make fun of you.
Yeah,
It's low-hanging fruit.
I haven't started panicking yet, but I haven't gotten my panic meter on, but I'm bringing my panic meter out of the closet. I didn't want to panic this year, but I'm starting to consider it. So I'm keeping calm right now because I think they can still turn it around.
So that's a long way of saying you're not panicking.
I'm not panicking, but I'm considering getting to panicking.
What are you at?
Oh, I'm a 0 right now.
A 0?
No, I'm still confident they'll find a way to turn it around. Am I less confident this week than last week? Maybe, but...
All right. I'm going deep here. Are you more worried about Mario Cristobal's tenure at the U or the Golden State Warriors currently?
I'm probably put a little bit more worry on Cristobal right now.
See, that's stop.
They don't have a backup point guard right now who can facilitate. They don't have a backup point guard that feels competent. I mean, late in that game, I'm going, why isn't Moody on the final possession out there? He could shoot. He's a little bigger. And they go with Ty Jerome?
Yeah.
You go with Ty Jerome? Really?
Alex in Atlanta.
Really?
Alex in Atlanta.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to start off saying my panic meter's at about a 5 right now. Okay. I want to still believe in that championship DNA like we were told to believe in last year, but I'm definitely panicking a bit right now. But look, to you guys' point where people aren't playing like themselves out there right now, like there looks like there's like Draymond's not playing like himself. Yeah. Poole looks like he's a little rattled. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie The Replacements.
Oh, yeah.
Seen in that movie where after they lose a game, they're sitting in the locker room and they talk about what they're afraid of. They have the quicksand conversation. It feels like right now, a lot of the guys on the floor, and it's both the starters and it's the second unit, they're having that quicksand moment where, like, okay, they're up 15 against Orlando, and Orlando starts coming back, and Golden State starts to struggle a bit, and they start to get worried, and everything starts to compound on itself. And then all of a sudden, you're down by, like, 8 or 10 with about 5 minutes left in the fourth, and you're like, oh, not again. And I think it's one of those things that it's built up on itself over these past several games where they just look uncomfortable with themselves on the floor. Like there's a lack of confidence for a lot of them. They don't want to make mistakes. You talk about Wiseman. He doesn't want to go down to the G League because he doesn't want to look like a bust. Jordan Poole just got paid, $23 million, so he doesn't want to look like he's a bust. And so I think they're just playing with a lot of, pent up frustration. They're playing with a lack of confidence right now. And I don't really know how you fix that with just, we're going to alter rotations or we're going to try this. I think it's more of a psychological thing that you really have to sit down and try to figure out over the long term this season.
Yeah, it's a great call.
Great call. Here's Draymond Green.
There's a shakeup that does need to happen.
Well, here's Draymond Green on trying to figure out the rotations.
Losing is frustrating. To start a season, you're always trying to figure out rotation. That's sometimes to be expected. I think the expectation for us, usually we don't go through that. And so it's kind of like, oh man, our rotations, for the most part, we've always been able to figure them out pretty quickly. So you're 3 or 6, you have to look at everything. That's what coaches are getting at. I'm not going to sit here and blame the guys that are coming off the bench or the coaching staff. We all got to figure it out, regardless of what that is. And I think we all can improve, so just got to keep plugging away at it.
Draymond also mentioned how he doesn't think motivation is part of the problem.
As someone who's at times struggled with motivation against certain teams, certain parts of the season, I don't think it's motivation. I'll be totally honest with you if I thought it was. I don't think motivation is the problem at all. Quite frankly, there's about half of our team that's won a championship. There's 4 guys on our team that's won 4, 1 that's won 3. There's some younger guys who won. You think Steph Curry's struggling with motivation? Have you watched him play? I don't think so. Think Klay Thompson's struggling to put motivation? I don't think so. Quite frankly, I don't think Looney is struggling with motivation, and I don't think I'm struggling with motivation.
So that's your starters.
Motivation. I don't know who asked that question. I don't think it's motivation. To me,
because we were talking to Willard yesterday during the changeover, or 2 days ago, he's like, they're not motivated right now to win.
They look disinterested.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
No, to me, it's not. Because they look like they were trying really hard yesterday.
They were trying really hard Tuesday night in Miami.
To me, it's synergy, chemistry, cohesiveness, whatever you want to call that, playing as one. And that is a catch-all for a lot of things. Playing defense is one.
Right.
Playing selfless offense where there's movement and playing as one and setting back screens and things like that and passing to the next open man. And then there's just the camaraderie that you see in between plays, the communication, the lifting each other up. Hey, when you make a bad play, it's okay, but let's get this next one. I just don't see a lot of those things.
Don't see a lot. Let's get to the lines. Gabriel, Napa. Gabriel, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. Good morning from Napa, where it's 39 degrees.
Nice.
Another cup of coffee.
Wow.
Nice.
I need a cup of coffee. I didn't have one this morning.
Well, you have me.
Well, you're the morning roast.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
know.
Yeah, I know.
I'm his cup of coffee.
Yeah, there you go. With sugar.
Yeah, morning toast. Couple things. Not to keep harping on the same old thing. I think the answer is right in front of everybody, which I'd like to get to in a minute. But you were talking about a half hour ago about how unathletic the Warriors are and all these other things. There's 3 dudes missing that contributed from last year. Gary Payton, which they should have paid. Remember what summertime was like when we were deciding, is it Poole? Is it Wiggins?
Right.
Is it Payton? They skipped out on Payton for $24 million. You don't think Payton could have guarded Suggs last night instead of Steph? Anyway, my point is, exciting defensive player. I know he wasn't the youngest. The other 2 guys, Porter Jr., great contributor. Damian Lee, I don't know what contribution he made.
No, he was solid.
The Warriors are the same team, essentially. We plugged in some new guys, and we still have to gel. We're early. The real issue is, if you've ever been in any kind of team environment, work environment, you've coached teams, this team is broken. You can't have your Hall of Fame guy punch somebody in the face.
I totally agree.
It's the elephant in the room. It's the elephant in the room, Gabriel.
Keep going.
So my point is this. The Warriors have kept Draymond Green because of money. They can't trade him for value right now, right? They cannot trade him for value. I proposed something some people thought was silly, but I would do it. Now they're last in defense. What do they have to lose? Go get me Ben Simmons and Seth Curry and send Draymond to Brooklyn so they can have the greatest, head case team of all time and move on. He ain't re-signing, and it ain't going to get better. That's my take.
Well, that's the thing I'm worried about, to his point about it ain't going to get better. I don't know how this resolves itself.
Yeah.
Especially if you compound it with continually losing. Let's just think tonight. They're going to play New Orleans. What's going to happen? They're going to get ran off the floor.
By the way, what's the spread in that game? Because we don't even know.
I'll tell you what the spread is for me. I'm going to go to Fishertarian up in Bodega, and I'm going to get a lot of deep fried seafood.
So you're going to punk out and not watch?
No, of course I'm going to watch, but I'm talking about the spread while I'm watching the game. Yeah, I was going double entendre here.
New Orleans, 4.5-point favorites. That feels a little low. You may want to bet on the Pelicans right now.
Do they know something we don't?
Well, if Steph Curry, Draymond, and them play, then all of a sudden it gets interesting.
Is this perverse by me to be like, okay, it's so early in the season, and I get it. It's about the long term.
4 games in 5 nights.
And we're already thinking about, I know.
Well, Clay's probably not playing on the back-to-back. Is that okay?
I don't know. But this goes back to Bonte.
Long term?
Bonte, this goes back to my Clay's never going to be that guy. We never thought about this a couple years ago. Like what you're saying. Now, look, in contrast to what's going on with Kawhi Leonard, I'll take it because at least Clay seems like he's going to be able to play more.
I mean, Kawhi's not close.
Kawhi might be done.
Clay, 2 major injuries. I don't mind him not playing.
No, I don't. But this is part of the baked-in thing of well, he's the same guy and the impact and all those things.
Well, no, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that.
And the Ben Simmons trade. This is what I would say to that guy who called in because it's interesting. I'd certainly think about it. Ben Simmons absolutely looks broken and needs a new home. If you're going to make a trade with the Nets, you're making a trade for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, you're not trading for Ben
You're
Simmons.
telling Kevin Durant, Kevin, you have to demand to only come to us.
Right.
So that we can reduce what we're giving up.
And you know what?
I want him.
The injury report, you want that out.
What, Kevin Durant?
Yeah.
Yes! Yes, I want Kevin Durant. Hell yes. You think I'm joking?
No, I brought
Any
it up to you
Warrior fan
yesterday.
after watching this, watch the games.
Listen,
you can't tell me that they don't need something different.
I repeat what I said.
Kevin Durant. You know who I am.
Thank you. I know who you are.
I repeat what I said yesterday.
Slim Reaper, get in my DMs. Let's make this happen.
I'll repeat what I said yesterday, and I'll repeat what I've said all week. If the Warriors are still hovering around 500 or they're scuffling, and that deadline is coming, that trade deadline is coming, I said watch the Brooklyn Nets situation. But I'm also here to tell you, go watch the Philadelphia 76ers situation.
Why them?
Because Harden's out for a month.
And you want him?
You're telling me, no, I don't want anything to do with James Harden. James Harden and Doc Rivers, watch that relationship. James Harden is boys with Daryl Morey. You don't think Daryl Morey wants to play his way like they did in Houston? Dribble, 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 dribble. Give me a screen, dribble, 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 dribble. Let me step back, daddy three. You don't think Harden wants to play like that?
Of course
Morey
he
wants
does.
to play like that. So Doc may get clipped. They struggle. They're 4-5 now.
You're going to cut me.
Yeah, probably. And look, I'm not the biggest Doc Rivers fan.
Why?
Because I think it's a little overrated.
A little? He's dramatically overrated. He's the Joe Madden of NBA basketball.
So Joel Embiid.
Mike McCarthy.
Is Joel Embiid going to stay there? I'm just saying.
So you would take Durant or Joel Embiid.
I'm saying watch the Brooklyn Nets situation and watch the Philadelphia 76ers situation. I've said it all week. And yesterday, what if Kevin Durant does say, you know what? He tried to get out. And here's the caveat. It's not just saying and being irrational and saying, hey, go get Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant wants to come back. It's what was said in the Rolling Stones this past summer by Stephen Curry.
And refresh it for people who don't know.
Stephen Curry to the Rolling Stones basically said, yes, there were conversations about Kevin Durant. The front office, we all had conversations about it. Kevin helped us win 2 championships. He's a great dude. I love playing with him. I also love the guys on our team. But he did not close that door, and he brought it up and admitted there was conversations about Kevin Durant, which is why that was brought up yesterday on the Morning Roast about Kevin Durant. So watch the situation in Brooklyn and watch the situation in Philadelphia. In case, if things don't get better for the Golden State Warriors, those are 2 teams to watch. Because there may be some dealing this year.
The Watcher.
There will be some trades. There will be some movements. I'm saying just watch the situation. Because I guarantee you, Joe Lacob sitting there in this courtside seat, he ain't paying for a 500 basketball team.
500? They're 4 games under.
Well, he ain't paying for a team that's under 500 with this talent. No. Joe Lacob is in that business of hanging banners. It ain't just conference championships for Joe Lacob. It's banners. And I thought this team was deep. Nope, they're not that deep. All right, what's coming up? Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech and Fremont Bake. Full service baking, no compromises. More of your phone calls. Frank, George, Anthony, Diamond, and Tony will get to you on the other side.
1, 2, 3. This Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. First up, the Colts battle the Patriots, starting at 9:30.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Mahomes touchdown.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Secure your future in the booming rental equipment industry by joining Sun State Equipment, where people come first. We're looking for drivers, technicians, sales, general labor, and more for our 6 Bay Area locations. Apply in person during our 2-day hiring event. Job offers made on site. Friday, November 4th and Saturday, November 5th at the Sun State Equipment branch location in San Jose at 2233 South 7th Street. Go to joinsunstate.com for event details. That's joinsunstate.com.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
San Francisco weather, partly sunny with a high of 61 degrees today.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
.940 left. Here's Poole driving and a dunk to right-hand slam. Poole, a little anger in that dunk, you could tell.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
JP! Boy, he needs a good game tonight against New Orleans. Up-and-coming team, the Pelicans. Whew. Whew. They're a good team. The Warriors right now are not a good team. We're going to get to the lines here. 888-957-9570. Fun show today. Fun show. Are you panicking yet? Are you panicking about the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. Don't forget the 415ers podcast. It's Niners. It's the Niners bye week. But that means it's time to take stock in what's going right and what needs to get better. Go in depth with the 415ers podcast. Join hosts Evan Giddings, Mark Grandy as they analyze where the Niners are in the NFL power rankings, how they can integrate Christian McCaffrey even better, and what moves need to be made for them to hoist the Lombardi Trophy. Follow the 415ers on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. And don't forget, you can listen to all the Warrior games live here on 95.7 The Game for free on the Odyssey app. Whew. Man. Shasky, I don't know the answers to a lot of these issues. Defense, are they going to get younger? No. More athletic? No.
They already are kind of young.
Yeah, I mean, if you take away the core, they are the second youngest team in the league.
Do you think there's a divide amongst generations in terms of the locker room? Because you're seeing that a lot from people. There's a divide. The young guys and the old guys.
No, because I go back to a Steph Curry comment that he made last season. He said, look, man, it's our job as the veterans to make sure that when we leave the Golden State Warriors and when we move on, that JP's an all-star, that Wiseman is a double-double machine, and that Kuminga is one of the best defensive players on the planet. That's our job, is to make sure that they're ready to roll when we pass the torch. So I don't think there's a divide with them, but I also think that when you're playing at such a high level for so long, this is a position they haven't been in. Now, 2018, Steve Kerr during Media Day, Shasky, he was talking, he's saying, look, man, we expect a lot from the young guys. And the young guys at the time, I believe, was Jordan Bell, Patrick McCaw. I believe Quinn Cook came along maybe later in the season. Maybe he was there for training camp. But he was basically saying, we want to lean on the young guys to really get us through some regular season games. And Kerr pulled the plug on that so damn fast, it wasn't even funny. And it was back to Draymond, KD, Steph, Clay, Iguodala, Livingston.
Wouldn't you agree, McCaw and Jordan Bell, these are late first-round, second-round picks.
No doubt.
Quinn Cook, undrafted.
Yeah, it's a good point. These are lottery picks.
So, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, so you brought up Kuminga. Oh, he'd be an elite, would you say, lockdown defender? That's what Steph said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then why not use him? If you think that defense is one of his aspects, that he actually can help this team.
But he basically was saying he wants to help them get there at some point.
I know.
He wants to get them by the time they're ready to roll. And they get older. Their job is to help these guys grow into great defenders, great scorers, great all-stars.
Yeah, but I look at Wiseman.
It's year
Kuminga.
two.
I know, but I look at Kuminga.
So it's not going to be a finished product.
No doubt. I look at Kuminga, and I think the number one problem with Kuminga right now is that they're miscasting him. They keep throwing him out there as a 3, right? And they have these weird lineups when he does play where he is essentially, and I know it's positionless, I get all that, but he's out there guarding the perimeter players out on the wing. That's not who he is. And then offensively, I think that puts him in a weird spot as well because there's not a lot of space to operate, and he's relegated to a side shooter where he's just standing on in the corner on the side. To me, he's a 4 or a 5. Right. And that's how I would use him. I think as a small ball 5 defensively, he can compete because his strength is underrated. I think where he gets in trouble is when he's out on the perimeter and he gets handsy, and that's where young guys get a lot of fouls. Underneath, he can be a little more physical. He can get away with it, and then he can use that athleticism to get up over the rim. The number one thing that I would do to start, and as I say, hey, you know what, JaMychal Green, you're going to take a night off tonight in particular, okay?
Right.
You're going to take a night off tonight so that Kerr can't even go to the well on that. And you are forced to see what it looks like with Kuminga at the 4
and Wiseman at the 5,
or Wiseman on the bench for a game, and you're going to take a night off. And I have to play Kuminga at the 4 and 5. That's what I'd like to see to start. And then I want to see Moody get more run in various lineups, whether that's coming in with the starters at times, whether that's helping facilitate with Jordan Poole out there. I think that to me it starts with let's tinker this thing a little.
Right.
Let's rework who's playing tonight.
My biggest takeaway from the masses on Twitter, because I agree with everything you said, and we were kind of saying the same thing here about, last week it was like, we know what JaMychal Green is. This is the time, if you're going to develop or experiment, now's the time to do it. Now Steve Kerr's already talking about, we're going to have some different combinations. This isn't working. All right, but I know who JaMychal Green is. You know what? JaMychal Green wasn't good yesterday. He doesn't know when to screen on split action. He's cutting through and split action. You got to set the screen on the 3-point line. You know what I'm saying? It's a split. Yeah. It's a split. You've been in the league a long time. What are you doing? And so we know who he is. Why not play the kid? Yeah. Why not play the kid to give him some run? Why not play the kid to do some other things here? So they're going to try different lineup combinations. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if people have the patience to see it work. Because obviously sports fans aren't patient anymore.
Well, that's clear.
And that's the thing why Wiseman's getting cracked. Get him out of here. All right, well, you know what? fine.
Well, it feels like you're either a bust or you're Steph Curry.
Right.
There's like no in-between ground. So they also need to unlock Jordan Poole, and he needs to get his mojo back. We all agree there, right? We got to get his mojo back.
Money time! Money time!
And I can't keep the overarching thing, the cloud is Draymond looks different. I told you that my wife noticed that he looks different in terms of his energy level. Now, Bonte, I referenced this scene, and you were unaware of this scene. But when Superman married Lois Lane in Superman 2 and General Zod came looking for him, General Zod's the bad guy, okay, from Krypton, he ended up zapping his powers, Superman did, so that he could marry a mortal woman and that they could live a normal mortal life because he's a superhuman, character. So in this scene, General Zod shows up, all right, and I got the scene right now. Draymond, you've lost your powers. We need the real Draymond back. And this is General Zod making Superman bow down to him, not knowing that he switched the crystals in the ice crystal chamber up in Antarctica. And this is the scene right here where Superman gets on his knees to bow down to Zod, and he doesn't realize that he's got his powers back. And I need that from Draymond tonight, so here it is.
And now, finally, take my hand. Swear eternal loyalty to Zod.
He's crushing his hand. And now he throws Zod across the ice chamber. And Zod gets hurt. Superman's back. So you get the point where I'm going at. General Zod in this case is the media referending down all their judgment on Draymond Green.
It's not just the media.
And I'll be at the front of this.
It's not just the media.
I know.
It's the fans.
But even I was asking. I'm admitting out loud. When you come at somebody and when you're wrong, it's okay to admit it. Like we talk a lot for a living. I'm a big boy. I said, Draymond, I need you to pipe down on this. I need you to act this way. No, I'm wrong. I need your superpowers back. I need you to scream and yell and be a lunatic, and I need you to get in everybody's ass because this defense stinks right now, and this team has lost its chemistry and lost its mojo.
You're saying,
I need Superman to step back up.
So you need Draymond to be Draymond again.
Yes.
You need Draymond to be Draymond again. You're back there. You're back to that.
I am.
That's good. I'm glad you.
I had to play that clip because it was just great. The music is good. Come on.
Yeah, it's not bad. But see, Steph Curry's Superman on his team.
Well, that's duh, but I'm talking about defensively.
But defensively,
Monty, they're the Justice League.
Hey,
they're the Justice League.
Shasky did it. Love it. They got their own connection. They did it themselves. Sometimes we do our own shows. It's a good clip. Now I kind of want to watch the movie.
The Justice League is Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, the whole crew. All right. So in this analogy, they're like the Justice League. But Draymond needs his powers back. Bonte, does he look like he's playing the normal Draymond game?
He's playing good basketball, but you guys pushed back on me after the incident with Jordan Poole. You guys pushed back on me saying he's got to mature. He can't be doing the screaming and stuff. And now here we are begging him to scream again at players.
I know what I'm doing, and I need it back. They don't look good. They're 4 games under 500, and I'm saying to myself, even if they played really good basketball, they got to dig a huge hole out here.
It's 3-6. It's a lot of it. Now that's where I'll push back.
Okay.
Say 2-game season. They got over 70 games left. Was that 72, 73 games left? They're fine.
The team that you're watching right now, we hope is not the team moving forward. But right now, this does not look like anything resembling a playoff caliber team,
no doubt.
Let alone a championship caliber team.
Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? I want to make a comparison. You know, when you're in the gym, right? You're like 32 years old. You go on my age. You go into the gym and you see the youngsters in there, and you may get a bucket or two, but they don't stop going. They keep going, going, and going. That's what's happening to the Warriors right now. We need to keep it real with ourselves, man. Curry can go get 30 because he's a scoring league, but he can't stop nobody from getting 30. Draymond getting manhandled on the boards. They're fouling. They can't move their feet. And Jordan Poole, my God, like Jordan Poole, to me, he's a standstill defender. He don't move. The Warriors, they're core three. Draymond, Clay, and Steph, no one's scared of them because they physically cannot keep up for a full game against these young guns who just coming. It ain't that they're better basketball players. It's that they're just physically just better. It happens to everybody. I just feel like play the young guys. Because at the end of the day, you can trade all young guys, get Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant going to the stage for Brooklyn. He putting up 30, but whoever he guarding putting up 25. So it don't really mean nothing. So at the end of the day, it's time for Kerr to, bring some athleticism, because you look at the roster. Outside of the big three and Looney, all them other players are individual ISO players, so you transfer ISO players in a ball movement offense, so they need to either trade them guys and get guys that fit their offense or play them young guys.
Rob, what's your impressions of Wiseman before we let you go?
Me personally, I think Wiseman not being coached right. I feel like they're telling him to go, okay, switch out and go guard the perimeter player, and then come back and get the rebound. That's you asking too much from a guy. It's just like, remember when Steph Curry came into the league and folks said, "Oh, you can't play with Steph Curry. You can't build around him." No, the Warriors built around him. Wiseman and Kuminga are guys you need to build around. You cannot turn them into Draymond Green. They have more ability than Draymond Green, and I don't think Kerr clearly understands that everyone cannot be a role player. Certain players are fit to build around them, and I feel like the Warriors need to make a decision. Either going to trade them guys, or Curry needs to take a step back and allow them other guys to grow. Tim Duncan did it. Dwayne Wade did it for LeBron and countless other players. So it's time for it's the big three need to sit down and have a real discussion about how they want to take this franchise, because right now what I'm looking at is a bunch of old guys who's still great, but them young dudes, they coming, they don't stop.
Yeah,
you're right. The young guys in Orlando, people laugh. Like, I know you guys joke with me about League Pass. This is why I watch. And if I was not doing Warriors pre and post game live, I'd be watching more League Pass.
Oh,
because I love basketball and I love watching young players like Cade Cunningham, special talent, special. Paolo Banchero, special. LaMelo Ball, we all have our critiques of LaMelo Ball, but I'm not going to sit here and lie and say I don't watch LaMelo Ball. I want to see what he does with the ball in his heads. Chicago has a lot of young talent. Toronto's got this league is full of young, athletic bigs, and this is why old guys don't hang around in the NBA. That's why it's an outlier for LeBron James to be playing in his 20th season, and yet he can't stay in front of these dudes. Joe Myers on call for the Pelicans, like, yeah, LeBron don't want that action. He had no shot against Zion. Old LeBron, like in his prime, yeah, he could probably do something with Zion.
So, okay. All those things that you're saying, then, okay, and I'm just asking and out loud, then why is there so much pushback when I even suggest, not just from you, I'm just saying in general from everyone, why is there so much pushback when I even just suggest, hey, maybe I'd try Moody in the starting lineup to see if it works. Maybe I'd try Clay off the bench.
Because the starting lineup isn't the problem.
Well, the team is the problem right now. And if I'm trying to maximize, you hear me out, if I'm trying to maximize my team and we are running out of juice late in games, well, maybe reworking the minute allocation throughout a game so that Clay is a little more fresh in the final 5 minutes to close, maybe that's on deck. Again, I don't know why we scoff at roles changing, evolving, strategizing the setup so that you're better to close games.
Because the starters have been the best starting unit in the NBA. The rating is the best in the NBA.
Yeah, but you don't close with that starting unit every single time.
You don't do it every single time, but look, in the fourth quarter, they're averaging 20 points per game. Their field goal percentage is down. The starters aren't the problem. Starting the game is not the problem. But that does nothing to me.
But that feels like me saying, like, well, in the first scripted drive for Kyle Shanahan, they're elite. But the rest of the game,
Has Moody earned the right to start over Klay Thompson?
At this point, it's not about earning rights. To me, right now, it's about, no, just hear me out. At this point, it's about, like, hey, guys, we're going to try to shake this up so that we can have the best opportunity to give ourselves enough juice to end games properly. Like we did this before with the small ball lineup. We had a starting lineup with Bogut, and then Bogut goes to the bench so that you can go to the death lineup, all right? And they'd run teams off the floor.
But I'm sure the Warriors wanted to do that yesterday. I'm sure they didn't want Steph Curry playing 38 minutes. I'm sure they didn't want Klay Thompson playing 34 minutes. But you know what? The bench didn't show up. And so you know what? The money players had to play a little longer than they were accustomed to playing in the regular season. So I'm not doing anything to the starting lineup. The starting lineup is the reason why you're in games. It's the reason why you're taking leads in the first quarter.
I think you're obsessing about maintenance because I think I'm trying to bottle up what makes. What I'm trying to do is bottle up what makes great about the first unit.
But see, the problem
and have
is
that injected into the fourth quarter.
You want that to be. You want them to be fresh in the fourth quarter. The reason why they're not fresh in the fourth quarter, or if they're faltering down the stretch with turnovers, is because they had to play more because the bench is not doing it.
Well,
Jordan Poole. They ideally want to play. You want him playing 30 minutes a game. Played 24 minutes yesterday,
and I
could say it was probably 8 minutes too much.
No, he wasn't good at all last night. I mean, he was invisible in the fourth quarter.
You really want to roll with Ty Jerome for more than 13 minutes and 46 seconds?
No, but what I'm saying is that I have to try something different. It just feels like to me whatever they're doing isn't working. So I'm open to seeing.
So you want to mess with the best lineup in the NBA?
No, I want to take the best lineup in the NBA and try to put it at different spots of the game so that it can have a more impact on the actual winning and losing for this team.
You don't mess with. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. You don't start Moody in this lineup right now.
Well,
that's not the problem.
That was just an example.
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
Maybe it start with Dre as the small ball 5, and it's Kuminga or Moody or Wiseman or someone else who I throw in there, and then Looney helps close the first quarter so that closing the first quarter is better. Again, I'm not obsessing about Clay, who's the ones that I'm just saying. Like I'm open to seeing a variety of different tinkers simply to try something different.
I'll just say I'm not open to Moody starting over Clay. I'll just put that one.
That's fine.
There.
Okay, what about going with Draymond in the 5 and Kuminga, or Kuminga in the small ball 5?
If you want to go small early on, sure. Go small early on and play Looney off the bench. You screen set. He's playing the end of the second quarter. That means the end of the first quarter. That means you're not playing Wiseman at all. And right now, that's probably a benefit.
Right now, right?
Right now, it's a benefit. Right now, it's a benefit. But you're going to have to start small. But you know what? Teams are starting to figure out the small lineup.
Well, that's...
You know what I'm saying? Because all of a sudden, you're really small.
Well, when they were great, when they were small...
They weren't really small.
No, but and also, Iggy was so dynamic and different and so unique as a player. You think that Wiggins can give you some of those elements, but here's the part where we're dismissing. You know, Clay's dropped off a little, and he's not the same Klay Thompson. And what made that lineup so special was Clay's ability to guard 1 through 4 as well, right? It wasn't just Draymond. It wasn't just Iguodala. It was also Klay Thompson. And so you're a little less on a couple different angles. The greater overall thing is, clearly they have a lineup that works. But that lineup working early in the game isn't necessarily helping them at the end of the game when I look up at the scoreboard and they're losing. So how can I rework it to where I can get that lineup out there at more optimal spots, or take what's good about that lineup and inject that into some of the second unit issues?
Well, the issues, you played Moody down the stretch in Miami, you played Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole right now is unplayable. So maybe you go bigger, which Steve Kerr did yesterday.
Well, I wanted to see
your
Looney
money
late,
man, Stephen Curry, turned the ball over
3 times.
I don't think it had anything to do with fatigue. I don't think so.
No, I don't think it's fatigue.
I don't think that has anything to do with anything.
But if you're going to rework the lineups, I think everything needs to be on the table.
You got to rework the bench. You got to rework who you're playing. You got to rework minute allocations. But you don't rework the starting lineup to start. When you're starting the games, they're getting off the leads. Detroit, they got off to a lead. Charlotte, they got off to a lead. Charlotte, they did. They actually did get off to a lead, and then Charlotte went on a run to the end of the first quarter. They got off to a lead against Miami. And then this bench came in, and they go on the 20-3 run in the first quarter.
So
the starting unit.
But why can't I have some of my starters play with that bench is, I guess, where I'm going at.
You do. They do.
I
Steph
know.
Curry played nearly the first quarter yesterday.
I guess how can I overlap more of that, right?
Well,
right now it feels like Wiseman and Poole can't play together.
But the minutes restriction has to get bumped up for Clay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know. It's just we've got all these little nuances that are slowing things down. We feel very limited.
All right. Rat-a-tat-tat these calls, man. Everybody's been on hold for a while. Rat-a-tat-tat. Anthony and Hayward. Anthony, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Like Lugman said earlier, my panic meter came out after last night's loss, after not getting a shot off against Orlando.
Brutal.
So my panic meter is at a 1. But the Pelicans, our next game is going to be a tough game. But if we lose to the Kings, my panic meter is going up to a 7. And it's not going to go up to a 10 until the 20-game mark hits. And if we're under 500 at 20 games, we're in trouble. And just like Joe said earlier, we're not playing Kuminga, Wiseman right. And I really want to see more Moody. Yep. You know, Steph Curry's playing great basketball. Guess who else is playing good basketball? Moody. He needs more playing time, guys.
No doubt. Let's go to Diamond real quick. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Tough spot.
Rat-a-tat-tat. Diamond in Oakland. What's up?
Hey, Diamond.
Hey, what's going on, Shaxi, buddy? Hey, Shaxi, man, you stole my line. I'm a superhero, man. It all starts with Draymond with me. I I don't know for sure the Warriors truly forgiven Draymond because he don't play with the same fire. When they make mistakes, he just put his head down and run back on offense. He normally be barking at everybody. He's not playing like Draymond. And I believe that Draymond and Poole need to call to Draymond and say, Poole need to say to Draymond, we need you.
Yeah.
No doubt. Let's go to
I'm with him.
Frank and Chico. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, I just want to say my panic meter is at a 2 to represent 2 scoops of calm down. And then I just want to say this. I respect you guys. I love you guys. You make my morning. So it's a pleasure to listen to this show. I want us to be practical and run this back. Even in this situation where we looked at the theoretical on-paper roster, you have to remember the guys that we put in place of the guys we lost are very young.
For sure.
Trial and error of this season is the only way that they will get better. So I do agree we need to throw out guys a little bit more. But at the end of the day, it's the defensive part.
Yes.
Okay, Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, when they get familiar, when they get to the point where it's secondhand nature to bark, to rotate, that's when this team will take off because their offensive capabilities are mostly shown right now in transition offense. So when we start getting stops, and exclusively them, when Kurt trusts them, whenever that is, that's when this team will take off.
It's a great point. It's a great point. But here's the counter to that, and I want to hold this like we all assume everyone's going to get better. Some guys don't, and I'm not saying that that's going to happen here, but you have to at least be plausible and hold it out that. Wiseman may not ever figure it out and may just be a bust.
Wiseman may be a bust.
Kuminga may end up being someone who shows a lot of promise and never figures it out.
Yep.
Moody may just be,
and that's
a guy.
That's why I think a breaking point is going to come at this deadline.
But here's my point on this. So you're doing trial and error, right, throughout the year, and we all want to see that, but at the cost of losing games, which puts you behind the 8 ball, and now you look up, and we're talking play-in. Yeah. We're talking less than play-in. You're on razor's edge here, I guess is what I'm going at.
Let's go to Brian in PA, 30 seconds, and then we got Tony in Santa Rosa. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Brian.
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys? It's our best bench player is Ty Jerome right now. I think that sort of illustrates
crazy
the gravity of the issue. And by the way, I kind of like him, by the way, but bottom line, Wiseman last night,
unplayable,
and on this road trip has been one of the worst NBA players I've ever seen before.
Come on,
bring him in, and the balloon pops. Like he can't grab a rebound, he can't defend anyone without fouling, he can't make a shot.
Tony in Santa Rosa. Tony, what's happening?
I'm kind of with Brian right now. It's hard to argue.
The worst player ever?
Well, not that. That might be a little hyperbolic, but he looks horrible.
He does look bad right now.
He looks horrible.
I said it last night. He's played 51 games since 2019. Going down to the G League may not be the worst thing in the world for this young man, and he still may not be good. We still might not have worked for him. I'm hoping maybe you can catch lightning in a bottle like you did with Jordan Poole.
But that's how dire it is.
Tony, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's crazy. A couple of weeks ago, I was thinking, damn, I can't wait for the Warriors season because the Niners aren't doing so good. Now I can't wait till we play the Chargers again with the way this season is going. And Shasky, have you seen Major Leagues too? What you want with Draymond, baby, is what you're talking about. You want a Rick Vaughn back. You want Wild Thing.
Exactly.
That's a great analogy.
That's better than my Superman one.
That's a great one. Wild Thing went corporate on us.
I like that.
He started shaving, and that's, in the playoffs, he wore the leather vest with the cutoff sleeves.
He saw him, and remember the guy? Who was the guy? The actor, Randy Quaid, one of the Quaid brothers.
In the outfield.
Oh my God, he's back!
He's back. Flexed in. Let's go.
The Jordan Poole that had all the mojo.
Yeah. Where
has it gone?
Jasky? I don't know. Maybe it was gone on a fateful Wednesday night at Chase Center when the right hand connected to his jaw.
You really think that's...
Listen, man.
I think it's on the table.
Listen. Your best friend, or if you got hit like that, how long would it take you to get over that?
Well, I think everyone's like, it's not going to affect anything. Brothers fight. The team I'm watching, I want someone to call. This is the truth, B. To your point. No, I would not allow my brother to be able to hit me in the face that way. That way.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right. We've got Dibs in the building. We've got Whitey Gleason in the building. And for Mark Willard, he needed to take a play off after the Garoppolo talk yesterday. We were enjoying our Chick-fil-A Dibs. Shout out to Susanna. Shout out to Philip. Shout out to Chick-fil-A ceremony.
Shout out Tom Willard. It's birthday weekend for Mark's dad, turning 80. So that's
big time.
that's
big time.
Big
Not
time.
Tom Brady Sr.
No. This is Tom Willard the third, maybe? No, you're the third.
I'm the
It's
third.
just Tom Willard.
Yeah.
Straight up Tom Willard.
These guys are going at it about, I don't know, God, I forgot. I didn't know what y'all was talking about.
Well, you know what
We're
I want to say? I was actually hoping. I was actually hoping he'd come in today because I wanted to say, look, you're dancing around it. Just say you want to bring Garoppolo back and re-sign him. It's okay.
Damn.
Stand by it.
Yeah, I won't fight his fights for him, but you kind of missed the point, is what happened yesterday. It was more about young players with established cores than it was about the fact that they still had Jimmy.
Yeah, I know. I just thought the analogy didn't hold any
That's
water,
okay.
which is fair.
Well, speaking of analogies that may or may not hold water, kneel before Zod.
You like that?
I do like it. I don't think that it fits with Draymond Green, but I like
outside the box.
I liked you calling back. Yeah, it's Superman 2 with the wedding and the whole deal. Wow. I don't quite think that Draymond Green, even if he was to go back
he's not
into the Palace of Crystals, he's not going to be enough to revert what's going on with this Warriors defense.
So I'm glad you bring that up because I'm watching this team, and I'm not saying that that's the only thing because there's a litany of issues right now. But it's hard for me to watch this team and go, the team with so much joy and so much chemistry, they still got it. Because it doesn't feel like that same synergy, same chemistry, and it feels like the Draymond thing is a cloud. And I don't know if he can revert it back, to your point, but am I overthinking the Draymond thing, the punch?
You're not overthinking it, but I don't think that is the number one reason why this defense has been porous. It's not because Draymond is not barking at his teammates. If he suddenly starts barking at his teammates tonight in New Orleans, it's not going to make their defense any better immediately. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is, one, they don't look that determined defensively. They don't look that motivated defensively. And two, this is not the same team. This is what Steve Kerr has said all along. When you go to James Wiseman, who can't defend, and you go to Jordan Poole, who even when he is attempting to play defense, is not a good defender.
He's so bad.
And Ty Jerome can't defend. Why is he even playing? JaMychal Green is not an elite defender. So you go down the list of guys who aren't really that good at defense, and you give up $130 to Orlando.
$130.
$130, bro.
77 in the second half.
And Brandon Ingram's supposed to play tonight.
Yeah, oh boy. 43 to third quarter. And I got the Pelicans as my 2022-23 Memphis Grizzlies, where I think they make a big-time leap this year. That team is loaded. Trey Murphy the third.
Sponsor that.
Hey, Trey Murphy the third.
Jones is supposed to play tonight.
Herb Jones. Alvarado.
See, that's the thing. You look at last year, New Orleans, and I know what they were playing team, and then they got into the actual tournament.
Lost to 6,
and they
pushed Phoenix to the brink.
Yeah, they had 3 rookies last year that were major parts of the rotation. And the Warriors are still trying to make that work. I know Moody is pretty solid, but you got Kuminga, Wiseman, of course, we know all about it, but that 2-timeline plan, it looks like it's hit a little bit of a road.
Well, if we talk about young players, even just last night, what did we see from Paolo Banchero? He's a guy who played high-level college hoop. Jalen Suggs played to the last breath.
Franz Wagner.
Yes, of course, Franz Wagner, Vita. You always like to inject him into the conversation.
I like Franz
you
Wagner.
love Franz Wagner, but again, he played high-level college. James Wiseman played 3 games of low-level college. Memphis hadn't played anyone that year, and we know that Jonathan Kuminga didn't play college at all, and so it shouldn't be a surprise why Moses Moody is the furthest ahead, and even Jordan Poole, who played high-level,
multiple years,
high-leverage college basketball, so it's no accident.
Well, the other thing is, Banchero last night, and clearly he's an elite talent. I'm not dismissing that, but he was terrible in the first half. Right? Yeah. And then instead of going to the bench, which you would do on a better team, he ends up getting more opportunities. And then you see the confidence start to grow because he's their main offense, right? You're going to one of their main offensive pieces. And so, boom, he starts to feel some confidence. They don't have that kind of runway, number one, for players. And then number two, nor do they have the tolerance.
Right, and they don't have the runway or the tolerance because they're a championship team.
Exactly.
So you're not going to play, you're not going to go to Jonathan Kuminga and say, all right, JK, You got 30 minutes tonight. Go ahead. Tonight he might play a lot because it's the second half of back-to-back, and who knows
don't know who's going to
play, who's going to sit. But because the bar for this team is set so high, and defensively, he obviously, something's up with Kuminga, and I made the call a couple weeks ago about the Shanahan-Brandon Ayuk comparison.
Doghouse?
It definitely feels like there's some doghouse going on.
No doubt. Wiseman, since fall of 2019, when he played 3 games in Memphis, has played 51 games.
Right.
I'm excluding Summer League.
In 4 years. Right.
In 4 years. I'm excluding Summer League and G League. So since 2019, he's basically played 51 games.
Right.
And so that's why it's hard for me to say, man, it's all his fault. We just watched the end of the third quarter over. Steph failed to box out. Jordan Poole gets stripped. He got called for a bad call over the back. Whatever. Wiseman's not good right now, though. He's not good right now. And I don't think the worst thing in the world for him is to go down to the G League and work on his game. 51 games in, I think it's just way too premature to call a guy a bust or if he's not ready. He may need to change the scenery. Who knows? At some point, he may need to get traded to go play and not have this pressure built onto him. But it's just the overreactions on him is just.
I don't know. I saw you tweet that last night.
Yeah.
By the way, nice Riddler costume on Sunday.
Oh, thank you.
It was very nice.
I miss you, man.
But the thing is, Jordan Poole, and you made the point. They sent Jordan Poole down, and he responded. But you could see Jordan Poole. Wow, he needs to make a shot. He's not making a shot. With Wiseman, I don't know that playing more addresses the fact that his instincts are so poor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
His
I know he needs repetition,
IQ.
but he's not playing the right way.
He's a step slow on everything.
Yeah.
His screen setting is not good at all. He doesn't set a good screen
It's
at all.
spatial awareness for me. It's spatial awareness, and that's where I'm asking, because I know that they want to do this. Like for Looney, for example, what makes Looney so great for this team? He can go out, switch onto a defender, and not look like a turnstile right at the top of the key. Wiseman will switch, and he's in no man's land. He doesn't know if he wants to take the roller or if he wants to take the guy with the ball, and inevitably, it's always the wrong decision.
And you're not guarding either in that,
exactly.
in that point.
So then my question would be, all right, so you know the guy's limitations defensively. Let me mix up some zone for him if he's going to play at times, just to make it easier for him. Hey, just stand in the paint. And, I don't know.
That's a good Band-Aid for it. And,
for now.
Yes. Offensively, though, you get to a spot where the Band-Aid, and Whitey and I were talking about this in the green room, all he can really do is high screen and roll.
Yes.
He cannot really function in the pass and move portion of the offense, and he's not a very good passer, so you can't play him like in the old Bogut role, throw it to him at the free throw extended and run.
How many guys can?
Especially guys, and 51 games is all he's played.
Yeah.
So
Not
think
enough
about
reps.
it in terms of a college career. This would be midway through his sophomore year in terms of basketball experience.
Not enough reps.
Right.
Just not enough. And you know what? Injuries derailed him. He had to rehab. He couldn't work.
I know.
But you know what? Nobody's feeling sorry for the Warriors, and nobody's feeling sorry for Wiseman. Right? He's a number 2 overall pick. You got to deal with that
I
pressure.
feel bad for him.
I feel
I
terrible for him.
I literally, I'm watching on the television, and I feel empathy. I'm saying,
I'm saying like other NBA teams. And and a lot of Warrior fans don't feel sorry for him, obviously, because as soon as he comes to the game, I closed the laptop and said, I don't even want to see what's being typed out there. It is ridiculous. And I feel like sometimes I got to defend him, but at the same time, I realize he may not be good. He may not be a good pro. I believe he has the talent to be a good pro. It just may not happen. And that's okay. Not everything's going to work out. So G League, get some reps, and I don't even know if that's going to work.
But they didn't draft him to be a pretty good player, which I think right now you'd have to say is probably the ceiling. He could end up being a pretty good player. They drafted him. Pick. Yeah, they drafted him and Kuminga to be superstars that they could build around, right? So they took a big gamble in both cases.
Doesn't look good at all. Maybe they guessed, maybe they were banking on Steph Curry taking a step down or dropping off a little bit. Maybe they were thinking Klay Thompson would not be a Klay Thompson who could average 20 in the regular season last year. I don't know, but it doesn't look good.
Transition is what you're saying. Like the organization would be in more flux as opposed to coming off of a championship.
Yeah, the core 3 would be getting older and they wouldn't be productive at it.
And you figured that these players would be further along to where they could be rotational pieces, because now, if you go outside of the top 6, you don't have a lot of options. You can play Moses Moody. JaMychal Green he's an all-right player.
He's meh. He wasn't good yesterday.
No, but he's Jameer. That's a solid 4 from Whitey. But he's like your 7th or 8th guy right now. And then after that, you have a litany of guys you can't play. So what do you do?
Well, you brought up the top 6. For me, the most disappointing is Jordan Poole. I'm expecting him to take an ascension, not just offensively. Take a step forward.
But we knew he couldn't guard. I agree with
Just
you.
take
But we knew he can't guard anybody.
No one's saying that.
But
I
it's
want
gotten
you to
worse, Whitey.
Just pretend
It's
like
gotten
you've
worse.
worked on something.
I saw a play.
Halloween
There's
defense.
a possession, Orlando. I think it was RJ
He just got
Hampton.
behind the guy and held him.
RJ, you know what play I'm talking about? RJ Hampton's coming down the lane, and everybody's taught stop the ball. And Poole's like looking around the wings, and RJ Hampton goes right down the lane for a layup, and I'm like, oh,
Right
gosh,
this way, sir.
This
Rather
guy
than
has
stop the ball. Right this way, sir.
Like the
You
Mater
gotta
D.
play
Yeah,
defense.
table right up front for you, right at the
So
rim.
that's why,
I mean, come on.
and that's why I get I scoff at times at Shasky and other people when they're like, well, let's tinker with the starting lineup. I'm thinking to myself, none of those guys deserve to start. Jordan Poole doesn't deserve to start. For Klay Thompson, hell no.
But you have to make the best.
Moody.
I think where I'm coming at is, at the end of the day, if this is who you have for now, you got to make the best of it somehow, some way. And so just running the same thing and expecting guys to play better, at some point, you got to shake up something. If it's not the personnel that you have on the bench by a trade or demotion or whatever, then you need to change the lineups.
But that's your best. Your lineup is the reason why you're in games.
And Klay Thompson, by the way, last night he was great last night.
Right.
And Steph is Steph, and beyond that, Andrew Wiggins, I heard your list. I don't know if you still have that list.
I've got it over and over.
Maybe you could leave it for me because he rattled off like 17 things.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm at the Bay Bridge Toll Plaza. I'm going, yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
They're flat-footed.
He's starting to yell. Joe's into it now.
Well, I'm sad. I mean,
they're reaching.
They're getting
flat-footed.
rolled by these
There's no
young
help.
athletic teams. It's just a string of them now, and they can't match the athleticism of Detroit and Orlando.
Jalen Suggs
I wish Mark
picks
Willard was. I love seeing you, Whitey. But Mark was sitting here. Oh, it's Detroit. It's Orlando. I was like, dude, they're not winning games.
We had a second changeover show thread going last night because Mark was bristling at the notion that other teams are getting up for the Warriors and giving the Warriors their best punch. So as soon as the game went final, we all kind of hit Mark with looks like Orlando gave them their best punch last night.
Kyle Madsen was losing it in the group thread last night. God bless him. Trade everyone.
Threads.
Yeah, change everyone.
Way
get
too
out
many
of here.
threads.
I think he was off
A lot of do not disturb.
Candlestick Chronicles beer. But the Jordan
Sets it up on TV, and it's like, I'm like,
Yeah, I got to turn that thing off. I try to leave you be when you're on TV.
I appreciate that. You never bother me anyway.
I'm pretty low May. I'm pretty low May.
The Jordan Poole thing is fascinating because it's like, okay, defense, I know. We're all there. He can't guard anyone, all right?
I would have let that play out, by the way, and waited for restricted free agency. But be that as it may.
Well, and maybe the number is 10 million more or 10 million less. But I said the same thing about Draymond Green when they went into that year and they gave him the 4-year extension. And I was like, why? What was the rush?
But anyway, it's done.
No, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, like, he doesn't even have his mojo offensively either, and that's the most alarming thing. So, yeah, you're a turnstile defensively. Show me some effort. Totally. Where's the offense?
Well, now I tell you I noticed this yesterday with him, and it's the same thing that got him in trouble his first 2 seasons in the league. Too much dribbling. Dribble, going across the lane, dribble, no shot, dribble. And I hear Jamal Mosley from the Magic coach, stay down, because, Jordan Poole loves that pump fake. Too much dribbling. 1, 2, 3, it's not there. Pass. That's the Warriors' way, right?
Yeah.
Too much dribbling. He's falling into bad habits.
You know what we're seeing, as you guys well know, better than I do. But the fact that the Warriors have given up such a high percentage last night, Orlando shot, 54%. And it's a lot harder to get into the flow offensively when you're taking the ball out of the bottom of the basket.
There you go.
Right? And again,
Fouls.
it's how defense leads to offense and vice versa. And that's a real problem for him right now.
When was the last time you saw the Warriors in a transition dunk one?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I'm asking out loud. Like, a guy cut off a pass at half court and was like, I'm yamming this. I can't even remember.
Yeah. Is it too early to panic? Because I'm not panicking yet. I'm slightly concerned with some of the rotations and some of the development, but I'm not going to panic 9 games into an NBA season.
What if they lose tonight? How close are you to panic?
I know the Pelicans are good.
Yeah.
And I already had this penciled as an L when the road trip started.
Yeah.
Because I watched League Pass, Shasky.
Get that permanent marker out then.
Well, and also Game 5 of a road trip and the second back-to-back on the trip and, having it be in New Orleans, tough place. I had this one penciled as an L as well.
So I won't panic. I will panic if they lose Monday to your Sacramento Kings. Why?
No, they're not my.
Sac
I know. Hey, Sacramento Monday night going to be looking to win that Chase. Now, if they lose that game at Chase Center, oh man!
All I can tell you is bet the over on that game. That's all I can tell you.
And I'm not panicked, but my level of concern has always been legitimately at like
real.
a 3 or a 4 on a scale of 1 to 10 because this team is deeply flawed. And one thing that we're going to get into, Whitey and I here from 9 to noon is not only what's wrong, because that's an easy conversation. You nailed it. You rattled off 15 straight. It was a 15-0 run for Shasky, and you were right on all counts.
15 love.
The hard part of this is, how do you fix it?
Exactly.
Because
really
if you
hard.
look at the current roster, and you have all these guys who Steve Kerr doesn't feel like he can play. Jonathan Kuminga cannot even crack the floor.
And he's the answer right now. What do we do?
Right.
Well, we'll have to try him again.
And he's gonna struggle. Like he might have moments. He might be so much better than Wiseman. Who cares about the struggles? But to think that he's not gonna have moments of struggle, like we all seen him. He's a rook. I mean, he's basically like a rookie again.
Well, I think what people are going to be ticked off about, especially watching that game last night. We were talking last break, Whitey. Franz Wagner was available for the Golden State Warriors, and I know there's some Warriors personnel.
Whitey loves Wagner.
A lot of people.
I like his brother a lot.
People down at Chase
and I was
Center.
wrong.
People down at Chase Center wanted Wagner. There's a split. They took Kuminga. And you see Wagner out there looking like a seasoned vet, 17
But
points,
you know why they
handling
did.
the ball.
Yeah, because Wagner projected to be a pretty good player, didn't have the ceiling. He's actually playing better as a pro than he did in college.
Yes.
Whereas Kuminga had that chance, like, ooh, he could be the superstar. And that's
Yeah.
what they were
They took
trying
a
to
lead.
land.
Well, and so I think when I look at the 3 picks in totality, each was like high upside. Moody, though, was the one that felt like a little more pro-ready, a little more baked in. And that's where I'm like, okay, then how do we implement him more? Why is Ty Jerome out there late in the game with a final possession where you don't even get a shot off and not Moody?
Hey, you know a player from that Kuminga draft who's really shown a lot? Is Josh Primo.
He's walking that off. They didn't catch it. That was.
I caught it.
We caught it.
I'm just
I'm going to
not
leave
sure.
that alone.
Yeah, I'm not.
In the words of Steve Kerr last night regarding Kyrie,
yeah.
I'm going to no comment and sit this one out.
Oh, he sat that one out.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I believe that would have lost.
5 games
The bottle
for Kyrie.
Was that what it was?
The bottle
He gets suspended
franchise in
5
San
games.
Antonio.
That'll-
There's not a lot of
that'll
things
change
going on
everything.
down there.
That was
Tim
on
Duncan,
me.
Tony Parker, Britt Barry. That was a great show, but I wasn't live. Buddy, I'm not trying to
That
get
was on
fired,
me.
dog.
Yeah.
They didn't look at me first before.
Before we get out, did you guys watch the baseball game?
Hey, we have Boach today. Bruce Bochy's going to be with us.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Boach, yeah.
The Texas Rangers
10
new
o'clock.
coach?
Yeah, news
Wow,
o'clock.
that's really
Texas,
cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
10
Mark
o'clock Boach.
Willard is still in
I know.
pain right now.
I know.
Yeah.
What
I know.
did it miss?
That's a tough
What a
one.
front did it
Wow.
miss?
It's
a tough one
He tried
for
to
you,
pull a
Marky.
straight streak. Oh,
Yeah.
that's tough.
How about
yeah.
that catch in the 9th inning?
It's incredible.
Wasn't that awesome?
It was.
It was
Because 2
really
innings
cool.
earlier, he didn't know there was a fly ball in right center. He's like, I don't know. Is that your Tucker? You get it? Yeah.
Trey Mancini, 1st and 3rd, 8th inning or whatever, holding on at first base, shot hit down the line. That's a hell of a play. I don't know. I just had a lot of fun watching the game. I have no emotional attachment to
No,
either
this
team.
World Series has been awesome.
Right.
And we're going to talk to Boach about that
Nice.
and his thoughts on where baseball's heading, because it feels like baseball, the pendulum is swinging back toward more watchable baseball.
Yes.
Pitch clock, shift,
Bigger bases.
hit and run. Whitey mentioned the hit and
They
run.
did it last night.
Yeah, I couldn't
saw
believe
that.
it.
Yeah.
I saw that. Hey, Pena. Oh, we were talking about it. How you lose Correa and you have Pena. You lose Springer and you've got Tucker and Alvarez. The Astros are ridiculous.
Yep, they are. They are. They should not be allowed to use PitchCom, though. They should be the one team not allowed to use PitchCom.
I hate PitchCom. It's the guy with the glove, and he's like this, and I'm like, there's no one on base. Can we figure out the hand signals and just... Let's go. You want a fastball or a breaking ball? Let's do this.
Well, that's going to be interesting with the pitch clock, because you got pitch com and the pitch clock. You know, I can't get the signal. Do I have a timeout left? Do
That's
I
a
take a
good
20?
call. Take
I mean,
a
it's
20.
just- the whole thing is going to be awkward. That's an automatic ball, you know, because he didn't start the windup before we got the 0. And is it going to be 0 or like the football 0 where it's 0
Oh, that's
and
right.
the guy has to see it and you get a
You
beat?
started saying nice things about baseball, and you couldn't stay with it, could you?
No,
because you are famous for saying baseball. You stink.
Yeah, and it's here we are,
the games have been great.
November 4th, World Series,
Unbelievable.
November
It's
4th.
stupid. Well, because we had the lockout.
It is.
Yes, but even without the lockout, it would have been a week earlier.
Exactly.
And, you know, I'm not so much in your camp of let's do it in August, but let's get back to October.
At minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be Mr. December at some point, right?
Well, and they're lucky there haven't been more weather issues.
Yeah,
you know, if you
they
get
did.
2 foul weather cities in a November World Series, it's
Neutral site, no problem.
Yeah,
Neutral site
neutral
dome.
site.
I kind of like a neutral site. I do like a neutral site.
Dude, that Philly crowd last night was great.
It was great.
Come
it was
on.
great. And
I
baseball
love
fans are
seeing
probably
them
not
miserable.
driving like that. But I'm open to a neutral site.
I wouldn't prefer it, but if they play much later, obviously you'd have to.
Well, now you got the dome in Houston, so you don't have to worry about weather.
Yeah, let's go, Dusty.
It looks like a shed.
baby.
Yeah,
Let's go, Dusty.
As my mother-in-law calls him, Coach Toothpick.
Coach Toothpick.
Nice.
All right.
The batting gloves are what
Bruce
does it for
Bochy
me.
coming up. I'm sure you guys will break down the Golden State Warriors. What else is coming up?
10 o'clock, Bochy?
Yes.
Cool.
Bochy 10.
11:45. The return of Jockberty.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Steiny Goo and you?
No, it's Goo Kruger and myself.
Kruger, the
Steiny
defending
also.
champion.
Yeah.
Larry Kruger.
Do you want to zoom in, Bonte?
Wait. When did Kruger win the championship?
He won the Summer Slam.
Yeah, I can't believe you didn't tune in for that.
I didn't see it. I was probably asleep.
So he has a major title?
I don't know if that's recognized as a major title.
Multiple majors. Yes.
I've won multiple tournaments of champions.
It's like the PGA Tour of the PGA Championship.
Yeah, it's like the players.
It's like the fifth major. Bonte beating Steiny and Guru all those times. That's like AAA. That's like AAA baseball.
Hey, man, I got green jacket after green jacket, dog.
It's lime green jacket.
I broke course records like Tiger Woods did.
If I ever do this again, if I'm in for Willard again, do you want to do it?
Absolutely, we should.
Yeah, that's fine.
We should do it.
You know who you are? You're Crash Davis.
No.
Wow.
AAA home run record holder.
Hey, Dibs is feeling himself because he ducked me.
That wasn't
quack, 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 quack. He ducked me for so long, like Errol Spence is ducking Terrence Crawford. Like Mayweather ducked Pacquiao all those years. You ducked me with Jockberty.
You're not ready.
You ducked me.
You're not ready.
And I took high score after high score. Well, now you want to get me because you know I'm working pre and post in the morning, so the brain made me working a little slow. No. I know Dibs. No, Dibs. No, Dibs comes in with strategies. He knows your boy ain't working at middays no more.
Yeah, let's catch him after a late show. Double overtime against the Clippers. Bonte's going to come in rubbing those beautiful brown eyes.
I'll do what I can do.
I'm coming. I'm going to be McHegan. Look. We're getting Larry Kruger in the morning. I'm out.
I got a newborn baby, bro. I haven't slept in 9.5 weeks.
Man. All right, you guys have a fun one,
All
man.
right, B.
Good weekend.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, this is so bittersweet for me because I love my Mark Willard, but my guy's back.
Thanks, Dibs. And congratulations on the Bambina.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Boy, she's a 24/7, 365. She's an all-day sucker.
What is the best sports advice your parents ever gave you? Your mom or your dad? It could be loosely related to sport.
Join a sport that doesn't cut. That was their advice.
So you're going to pass that along to...
cross country.
Yeah, it's Mila, right?
Yes, Mila. Baby Mila, she is going to be legit. Her mom was a two-sport Division I athlete.
Whoa.
At University of Arizona. So hopefully baby gets her genes and not my genes.
I've heard that's the way it works genetically. That the child inherits the athletic genes from the female side. I don't know if that's true. That's what I've heard.
Okay, I hope so.
Yeah.
Because my lady's got some flat-out speed. She can fly, this girl.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's great to be with you. Thank you. I was stunned last night. The 14 people who heard me Sunday filling in for JD on Warrior Pre and Post know that I was sounding the alarm after that loss to Detroit. And people were calling saying, come on, it's October. What's wrong with you? But you could see that there were some real problems. That said, last night, even though we all knew, wow, they got some real issues, I found myself at the end of that game a little stunned. Like, wait a minute, they just lost to Orlando. Dibs, this is bad right now.
It's really bad. And I was kind of saying this to Mark earlier in the week. We talked about not really so much the panic meter, but the worry meter. And I was at a 3.5 on a scale of 1 to 10, and Mark was at a 0. And Mark and I had this discussion, and he said if they come home winless on the road trip, then he would go ahead and register a number on the worry-ometer. For me, it's not so much the record, which is bad. It's not so much the fact that, it's only October, as Steph said. Well, now it's November, and you're losing to teams that you used to not lose to, but it's the way you're losing.
Yeah.
You gave up 130 points to an Orlando team that...
Struggling.
Yeah, and they had 77 in the second half. You go to halftime yesterday, and that very much felt like a Warrior game that we've gotten used to. Warriors playing pretty well in control. They're going to win this game by 17, 18. It won't matter. But that's not the way it goes anymore.
Yeah, that third quarter, that's where the game really turned. Magic outscored the Warriors in that third quarter, 43-33. The Warriors at one point enjoying, Dibs, as you say, 16-point lead in Orlando. It's like, whew. Finally, we at least for one night have this figured out. Then the lead was cut to 8, and then the Magic had that incredible, bizarre 6-point possession late in the quarter, and then all of a sudden, wow, we're up 2. We're in real trouble here. Make no mistake. Let's be clear about this. People say, how can the champions play like this? These are not the NBA champions. I realize the Warriors are technically the defending NBA champions, but this team is not the team that won the championship last year.
At all. I mean, it is in terms of Steph, Clay, Dre, Poole, Wiggins, and Kevon Looney. Yes, those 6 players are all back. Now, they're not all playing as well as they had. I would say Steph is playing, basically picking up where he left off after Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Steph has been great, especially offensively, but this is not the same team. Jordan Poole has been struggling. Andrew Wiggins, not very assertive in the second half offensively. Draymond Green, not defending at that elite DPOY level. And then you get beyond the top 6, and you've got a real problem with this Warrior team. You've got no depth, Whitey.
Yeah. Last year, early in the year, the Warriors almost took teams by surprise. Remember, they were coming off the play-in tournament. They got knocked out of that. And then last year, they got off to that great start where teams it seemed like they weren't prepared for the Warriors. And everybody, Dibs, early in the year last year, remember, everybody was playing well. Otto Porter was like, oh my goodness, he's Otto Porter again. Even Bjelica had his moments. Iguodala was actually playing and playing well. Remember that? Yeah. Early in the, and then Gary Payton II was like, nobody wanted this guy, and he's really good. So you contrast that with what we have this year. Just look at the plus-minus last night for the starters. +3, +5, +10, +13, +4 for the bench. -10, -9, -15, -9, and then Moody a +3. So, yeah, some people say we're making too much of it by focusing on the bench, but there's a huge drop-off there. And the fact that you couple that with bad defense and those things are related, you end up with a team right now that's 3-6. And I think the 3 wins come against teams that are combined, I don't know, like 8-15 or something like that.
Sacramento, LA, and Miami. A Miami team that avenged that defeat already. Thank God you got Sacramento again coming up on the schedule. Feel like you might be able to bounce back and get a win because it's more than just the bench. And I know Draymond's got some quotes, which we'll play at some point during the show. Bruce Bochy joining us at the top of the hour. It'll be good to catch up with Boch and talk a little baseball. But it's more than just saying, the bench, you guys are the problem. The starters defensively haven't been great either.
Well, as a unit overall, they've been good if you just look at their numbers. But down the stretch last night, 7 minutes to go, Steve Kerr says, all right, let's go get them. And they came up short. And that last possession, so many things you can nitpick on, but that last possession with Clay, like a one-handed 16-foot throw at the baseline. It's like, what is that?
Right. It's not the way you drew it up, as the old expression goes. And,
I hope not.
A couple times on this trip now, you've had last shots to win it. Steph had one in the tie game against Charlotte. Couldn't convert. And now Clay needing to make a bucket to win it. Couldn't convert.
Even the Denver game here, remember? They ended up with Clay got the ball and ended up forcing a 30-footer. So late game execution on top of everything else. And the Warriors, I think right now, Dibs, to me, they're playing like a team that knows that we're not very good right now.
Right, but you also know that you can't keep being not very good and you can't keep giving games away because you're going to get to a spot where, okay, you want to flip the switch, you want to get rolling, but if you're 9th or 10th in the conference, you've got work to do. You have ground to make up. Last year, you were 18-2. You had a chance to kind of coast the rest of the regular season. This year's feeling like the reverse.
888-957-9570, the Xfinity mobile text line. Whitey in for Willard. Coming up, we have Boch coming up top of the hour. But up next, this 2-timeline thing. Is it doomed? And what is your answer right now? What do you do if you're Steve Kerr? What do you do starting tonight? That's next. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7, The Game.
Start your celebrations with Outdoor Supply Hardware. Then cozy up alfresco evenings with propane patio heaters, smokeless fire pits, and fire tables in an array of sizes and styles. Find it all at Outdoor Supply Hardware's 14 neighborhood stores. Home, hardware, and happiness.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Salute our veterans and wrap up the Bay Area hot rodding season in style at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all happening November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the Bay Area's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks of all years on display. Plus, don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the Fall Shootout. Our Veterans Day weekend celebrations include our Vets for Vets Parade and so much more. It's all going down November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairground. Get details at good-guys.com.
Secure your future in the booming rental equipment industry by joining Sun State Equipment, where people come first. We're looking for drivers, technicians, sales, general labor, and more for our 6 Bay Area locations. Apply in person during our 2-day hiring event. Job offers made on site. Friday, November 4th and Saturday, November 5th at the Sun State Equipment branch location in San Jose at 2233 South 7th Street. Go to joinsunstate.com for event details. That's joinsunstate.com.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Provember is back at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $750 off now on select major appliances from Hisense and get free delivery on items $396 or more. Plus, get an industry-leading 2-year warranty and great low prices on items like a Hisense refrigerator and air fry electric range, exclusively at Lowe's. Find the right appliance for your jobs and properties today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Offer ends 11/30.
This is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Shot clock at 13. Curry waits, gets doubled. Ty Jerome in the paint, feeds Looney, goes up for the layup. Good, and a foul! Ty Jerome with a beautiful assist.
Beautifully done.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard. Welcome back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's all right, Kevon. He struggled there because he knew I was in today for Willard. He's like, it's Whitey and Dibs today, right? So anyway, no problem. Kevon Looney last night, disastrous loss for the Warriors, right? 130-129 to the Magic. But Kevon Looney was really good. Kevon Looney last night, 17 points, 8 of 11 from the floor, 7 rebounds and 3 assists. He did have 5 fouls, but Kevon Looney had an excellent game last night.
And he's turned into a great player, especially for this team. So smart, the ability to set screens and defend on the switches. He's not the problem. And even, Wiggins, a pretty quiet kind of K-Wig game. We don't have the K-Wig anymore, but that last night was kind of a
format
classic.
May be coming back.
Yeah, I mean,
to the market.
6 of 12 for 15. It feels like
missed that layup.
Yeah, it just felt like he kind of turned it off a little bit in the fourth quarter when they needed a little bit of an extra punch to try to get some distance against Orlando. But again, wouldn't fault him for that loss. It's really tough to look at this team and you look at the starting 5, and you mentioned it, the numbers, the metrics, they all show you that starting 5 is a good 5. And even when
really
Jordan Poole's in there, with Jordan Poole in and Kevon out, that 5, the undersized 5, the fast 5, so to speak, that 5 is really good. But you can't play these guys 48 minutes a night, so then you go to the bench and you've got problems.
Going into last night, I believe that the starting 5 was the most effective, depending on which metric you use, most effective 5-man unit in the NBA. So, as Dibs said earlier here, it's not hard to identify the problem or the problems, but what do you do about them? To me, the fact that Steve Kerr last night talked about where we're going to have to make some rotation changes, what does he have to go to? If he's going to Kuminga, which seems likely, and Kuminga hadn't been playing, then he's desperately looking for answers.
Yes.
Yeah, because Kuminga has not played well enough to get onto the floor, and now you may have to play him just because you have to play somebody, and the guys we've been playing aren't producing. So 888-957-9570, Xfinity Mobile text line. Give us a call. If you text us, put your name on it. What do you do? If you're Steve Kerr, what do you do right now?
That's really the $1 million question, because Jonathan Kuminga's played 65 minutes the entire year, and another DNP yesterday. He played 3 minutes against Charlotte. He played 7 minutes against Sac. These are not rotational minutes that show you that Steve Kerr and company have a lot of faith in Jonathan Kuminga. Something's up with Kuminga. Either he's not playing with enough force and interest, he doesn't know where to be, he doesn't know how to play defensively, all of the above. Maybe it's the attitude, maybe it's the effort. Whatever it is, Steve Kerr has not felt compelled to put him out there in any situation, even in garbage time, really. He hasn't played much at all. So do you go to Jonathan Kuminga now, coming off a game where, I mean, you had Ty Jerome in there. You played 10 guys.
Ty Jerome's pretty good. For what he is, he's pretty good. But I know he's not the answer or anything.
He's all right.
Yeah.
I mean, he
can shoot. He knows what he's doing.
Well, he knows what he's doing.
Great inbounds pass to Clay last
night. On the
night.
final play last night, Steph gets doubled and you drop it off to Clay, Jerome is in the short corner. I mean, why is he on that side of the floor? He should have been.
He can shoot.
But then why not throw him the ball and have Clay go to the other side? Something was broken with that last play. You had 3 guys on the same side of the court, and then Clay drove to the baseline, basically right in front of Ty Jerome.
888-957-9570. So what's the answer from here? On the text line here, we're getting a lot of them rolling in. We appreciate it. People wondering about Draymond from the 310. How to resolve the Dre situation. It's split the team and he's lost his influence. That's easy to say. I don't know. The lost his influence thing is the most interesting aspect of that comment. I heard, Bonte and Butch talking about that. Dibs, how managers and coaches, and again, speaking of managers, Bruce Bochy at 10 o'clock. Managers and coaches sometimes in sports, after a while, they lose their influence. It's like the people that they're leading have heard it all before, and at some point, they tune out the message. I wonder if that can happen with a guy like Draymond. And I'm putting the punch aside. Certainly that doesn't help, and I don't mean to gloss over it, but just the way he leads and yells at everybody, after a while, maybe it's the older guys, like I've heard it before, and the young guys just don't want to hear it, perhaps.
See, I don't think you can put the punch aside, because I think the punch is what made it so he can be dismissed now so easily, because
that put it over the edge with some of these guys.
Right. Okay. If you're a young player and you see what he did to Jordan Poole, and whether or not you thought he should have been punished or not, that I'll put that aside, because it's none of our business. They can handle that however they want to handle it. I don't think that I would have handled it that way as a coach, a GM, and a front office, but they decided that this would be the course of action. And by the way, you started out 3-6, so I don't know if those two things go hand in hand, but maybe if you would have suspended Draymond Green for a handful of games, maybe you'd still be 3-6.
Maybe.
But maybe you wouldn't have this seemingly divided locker room, because right now it doesn't feel like they're playing with a lot of joy. And we know that defense takes 2 things, intelligence and effort. And you still have smart players. I'm not saying that they all forgot how to play defense, but you don't see that same passion, that togetherness, because defense is a team concept. And, the starters are playing okay defense, and then the reserves aren't. And, you see some heads dropping, you see some pouting, you see a team that isn't playing with a lot of joy.
Yeah, you see last night, Steph unhappy with the screen he's getting from Wiseman rolling and throwing up his hands, apparently like, I didn't get the ball, which you cannot do that. In addition to what you said, and obviously we all know you're absolutely right. Defense, you got to have desire, you got to have an attitude, but you do also have to have the athletic skills to defend, which is maybe one of the hardest things to do in sports at the NBA level. And the last couple of games, the Warriors have been getting beaten by young athletic teams. So I think that calls into question the athleticism of this team again. And as far as the attitude, to me, Dibs, the Warriors are playing like a team that knows right now we're not a very good team. These veterans have been on championship teams. They know what a championship team is. They look around and they know that this team isn't very good. And I think that's why they're not having fun. And I also noticed other teams, you really noticed it last night, that third quarter, Orlando's down 16. How many times have we seen a bad team get behind against the Warriors and kind of, mail it in? They played hard because they know, and other teams know, the Warriors can't stop you, so you're behind. That's all right. You still have a shot.
Right. And also, we haven't seen in the past a team down 16 come back and win the game. We've seen teams cut it to 7.
That's the nature
of
the game.
Yeah,
sure.
Then the Warriors will exert their will, push it back to 12, and they win by 17, 18. That's the way it used to go. But you're right, Whitey. These other teams know that defensively you can have your way with this team. And you look at every game. I mean, these guys all have league pass, and they see Detroit, and they see Charlotte.
Free preview's over, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm afraid it is. Got to pony up, Get out that wallet, get out that Cash App.
Spend the money to keep my blue check or spend it on league pass. Well, anyway.
Yeah, that blue check is going to be gone. When do they start charging for that? Is
I don't
that
know,
this
but
week?
I'm with you. I don't plan on.
I just sacrifice
re-upping.
that. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to re-up for a service that's been free for 11 years.
Right.
Now you're going to try to charge me?
Yes, sir.
That's not happening. But to your point, teams get down and they feel like they can rally. And, the Warriors still were in a great position in the fourth quarter to still win the darn ball game.
Yeah.
But Jalen Suggs with a huge 3, and then that ill-fated last possession.
And I tell you what, we're kind of piling on Wiseman sometimes, it seems like. But I noticed this against Detroit on Sunday. when Wiseman comes in, Isaiah Stewart, who probably has some things to prove there, he feels he has some things to prove against Wiseman, a center who was taken in his draft class. You can almost see him start to salivate. Like Wiseman comes in the game, another team see that, they go, okay, we are attacking him. Because they know he's a foul machine right now, and he's really not a very good defender.
Yeah, 3 fouls in 10 minutes last night, and the Warriors 32 fouls. They're fouling too much.
They are. They fouled a lot last year, too, but just not as much.
Not
they were
at this rate.
Third most in the league last year.
In fouls committed?
Yeah, I believe they were.
And that's going to be the way it goes when you have a player like Draymond Green who, he seeks out contact defensively, and he gets away with a lot because he's Draymond Green. And Kevon Looney plays a physical brand of basketball, and Steph Curry
against a lot of bigger guys.
Yeah, and Steph tends to get at least one or two of those cheapy reach calls throughout the course of his day. And Jordan Poole, not a very good disciplined defender
Richardson?
either. Yeah, that's. I think he's on the bench for the Warriors.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Robert joins us from San Jose on 95.7 The Game. Robert, you're on with Dibs and Whitey. What's up? Hello, Robert. Is Robert with us?
And
hey, Robert, start over,
hello?
please. We didn't get. Yeah, you're on the air. Please start over. We didn't get the benefit of your initial comments there.
Well, I think in my opinion, the Warriors have not committed fully to the 2 timeline situation. I heard Bonte and Shasky talking about how Orlando's young guys are playing and how New Orleans young guys are playing. They get to play. They're going to play 30 minutes, whether they stink or not. They're going to get to play. Moody should be getting 20 to 24 minutes, period. Wiseman should be getting 20 to 24 minutes, period. Same with Kuminga. We know what JaMychal Green is. We know what DiFrancesco is. And Ty Jerome should not be on the damn floor. If you're going to do a 2 timeline situation, commit to it. Commit to those guys where they know they're going to play. That's the only way they're going to get better.
Thank you, Robert. I disagree with you as much as I appreciate your call.
Well, I like what he's saying, and I don't disagree with the idea in a vacuum, but the problem is Steph, Clay, and Draymond are not going to suffer through 24 minutes of James Wiseman and 20 minutes of Jonathan Kuminga. They're not going to be able to play the way that this team plays because Kuminga doesn't play the right way. He doesn't play the Warrior way, and Wiseman doesn't play that way either. Now, Moses Moody's a guy I think you can see his minutes start to increase and graduate because he kind of gets the way that the Warriors play, but the other 2 guys aren't there yet.
Right. Here's why I disagree, Robert. You mentioned Wiseman, and we all know they tried to play Wiseman, especially his rookie year. They tried to play him a lot, and he just couldn't stay on the floor health-wise. So they tried to commit to him. This year, they're trying to keep him on the floor, and he can't stay on the floor. I mean, you commit fouls, you can't stay on the floor. Kuminga, last year, they tried to ease him into things. And remember, Steve Kerr would say, oh, he's going to play now. He's part of the rotation. 2 games later, he'd be out of the rotation. What happened? There are, issues apparently with him failing to show up on time for things. Draymond mentioned that. So I think they've tried to get to a point where right now this transition would be smoother, but for various reasons they have not been able to keep those guys on the floor, and they just have not played well when they've had their opportunities. Robert, I know you'd say, well, you got to play them more, but you mentioned New Orleans. They got, Alvarado. Watch out for him tonight. Sneaky in the backcourt, Dibs. He'll rob you blind on the inbounds.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Yeah, and Murphy and Jones, those guys last year when they had their chances, they played well. And no matter what you say about Steve Kerr, Kuminga and Wiseman, when they've had their chances, especially Kuminga, they have not played well. And you have to play well when you have the chance.
And you have to earn your minutes on this team. You don't just get minutes given to you because you were highly drafted. And that's never been the way of Steve Kerr and this regime to where, you were taking number 2 overall, you're getting 25 minutes a night.
Well, remember, they did do that a little bit with Wiseman, then they decided not to do that, and they went back and forth with that, but you're right.
And they went back and forth because they realized what was happening when he was on the floor. They were not playing great, and they were struggling, yet you're in a spot now where, Steph and Clay and Draymond, you don't want to have them play 36, 38 minutes a game this early in the year. You want to slowly graduate their minutes up. You're never going to have them play that much. So there's so many minutes that have to be used for other players, but who do you play?
Let me tell you something about Dibs that I don't think everybody knows.
Nice.
Thanks. When Dibs says flaw, he's doing, of course, Mark Jackson, as you probably know. But years ago, when we were interviewing Mark Jackson, Dibs did for Coach Mark Jackson, at the time Coach of the Warriors, his Mark Jackson, Remember that? And Mark
Yeah.
Jackson said, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a fan of your Mark Jackson.
There's
Mark
some
Jackson being
hand-down
what he
man
is,
down in there.
I wouldn't have been surprised if he just said, no, I don't stand anything like that. But
Yeah.
he said, no, that's pretty good.
It was a good sport about it, and I will not do my Bruce Bochy for Bruce Bochy here in 15 minutes.
Bochy moratorium.
That's Mark's thing. Mark has done his Boch. We call it Bruce Nochi when he does his Nochi, but he's done his Bochy for Boch. But I don't have a Boch.
Yeah, some people on the text line point out that that's mean to have Boch on when Willard's not here, but it was just a matter of Boch's schedule.
Yeah, that's the way that goes sometimes.
Yes. 888-957-9570. Reginald joins us from, are you familiar, Dibs, with Dallas, Texas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, man, I've three quick things. I've had an opportunity to look at the Warrior games, not only as far as the regular season, but also preseason. And this is what I've gathered. When I look at Wiseman is huge, but as far as just being fundamentally sound, he's not. There is no way that someone that big, 7 feet, 7'2", 260, 270, is being pushed around in the middle. He's a liability. He can't play defense. He can't block shots. That's one. Kuminga's problem is I haven't yet to see any improvement as far as his overall game. He likes to take the ball, drive to the basket. He has not improved on his outside shot. He has not improved on his versatility. You have to be able to do that to be in the Warrior system. Number 3, Ty Jerome. How in God's name did he make the Warriors team? I would have gladly taken McCullough over him because McCullough is an offensive player and he can move the ball as a threat. If you look at the Warriors right now, the Warriors go about 6.5 deep. I'm calling Moody because I love Moody. Moody's upside is through the roof. He gets it. He fits in that system perfectly. But after that, what's his name? Jermichael Green.
Jermichael Green, yeah.
Useless. After that, DiVincenzo. He's been hurt. He's doing the same thing he did when he was in Milwaukee, when he was in Sacramento. Injured, not reliable. So if you look at that, the Warriors really do not have anyone that can come off the bench that can actually contribute. When they had Otto and they had GP, you had people. They had a stretch 3. You could take out what's it called? Not Green, but I can't think right now.
Looney?
But you could you're not the small forward.
Wiggins, yeah. Wiggins, sorry. Yeah.
You could take out Wiggins. You could sub him. What they would do, they would put in Otto. Otto could stretch the floor, and he was a damn good defensive player. So you didn't replace that. People put the emphasis on, well, they let GP go. The biggest key that's hurt the Warriors, they have nobody that can play the stretch 3 position that can stretch the 4 and play defense. When they lost Otto, and even when they lost, Bieliza? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And even Juan Toscano Anderson is a guy who can come in and play some defense.
Right.
D-Lee, too.
When those two important integral parts left, and then you have Bob, and I got to put this on Bob. You replace those 2 players with people that cannot shoot the ball. If it was me, because I know you have other callers, if this was me, and if I was Bob, this is what I would do. I would trade Wiseman to the Pacers. I would get Turner. Turner would be the perfect fit. He can block shots, he can rim protect, and he can also stretch the floor. He would be a perfect integral part for the Warriors because when Looney gets in foul trouble or whatever, they can have a viable person that comes off the bench that can play defense and that can rim protect. Kuminga, if I could trade, I feel like this. Kuminga has a sense of entitlement. That's the problem. He has a sense of entitlement. He's relying on his raw skill instead of developing into being an all-around player. If I could trade those 2 and get Turner and another player, somebody else that could stretch the floor,
Gotcha, Reginald. Thank you for the call.
Thank you.
Either change the batteries on your smoke alarm or your waffles are done.
One of the 2.
I'm not sure which it is. Couple things there. I don't think the Pacers would want Wiseman. That's the thing. A number 2 pick, value down. I think it's a bad time to trade him. If you could get somebody like that,
they're going to lose Miles Turner. Turner's going to be a free agent, and so that's.
Could you afford to re-sign him if you're
That's
the
thing. Is you can't afford to re-sign him. So you trade Wiseman, who I'm not ready to give up on James Wiseman, and I'm not ready to sell low on James Wiseman, which is what you'd be doing if you wanted to trade Wiseman now. His stock is not where it should be, but he's got to get better between now and What time's the game today?
5,
Yeah,
5-0, whatever, Yeah.
No, he's got to get better between now and the end of the year if you are really going to be a team that can make noise in the playoffs, because Reginald's right in terms of your depth. You got about 6.5 players, and I'm going to say 7 because I think JaMychal Green, he's a veteran player. He can come in and help you. And Moses Moody, those guys are probably half players right now. Mm-hmm. So you go 7 deep, which is no good in November.
Yeah, Reginald made some great points. I mean, Otto Porter Jr. was really good last year. That was just luck. He was coming off an injury, needed to show that he could play. Warriors provided a great situation for him and for the team, and they were lucky to have him. And now he makes too much money, and he's gone. The Warriors would have loved to have kept him. They just couldn't afford him. Ty Jerome, let me just say this. Ty Jerome's not a great player, but he's helped the Warriors. He's pretty good. And the thing is, he's probably played better for them than DiVincenzo has before he got hurt. So I'm not saying Ty Jerome's great, but the reason he's playing is because he's actually been productive, especially relative to what they've gotten from other guys on the floor, which speaks well of him and also speaks kind of poorly of the situation.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Because he's been, I don't even know if he's been all right. He's been subpar, but
he's a good shooter.
He's an all right shooter. And to your point, I think you look at the overall construct of the bench, and you've got to play Ty Jerome. And the fact that he was in there at the end of the game, that was a bit of a head scratcher. And, again, I mentioned it before, he's in the short corner where he would have been better served on the other side of the floor in terms of...
He's a knockdown shooter.
Yeah, so instead, Steph gets the ball, they double him, you give it to Clay, and you got Ty Jerome 5 feet away and his defender too.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Coach?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Been listening to the show, great show. But I hope you don't take my comments the wrong way, because I kind of disagree with you about Jonathan Kuminga. Okay? Jonathan Kuminga, like you said, played 65 minutes. And those have been jerked in, jerked out minutes. Make one mistake, Kerr lose total confidence in him. I think Kerr has lost this young man. And if I was Jonathan Kuminga, and as high as I was drafted, I would demand a trade. Because everyone in his draft class is playing except him. And that's really unfair to this young man, okay? Now, also, Jordan Poole, highly overrated. He's all elbows and long arms and herky-jerk, but substance, he's the worst in the league in plus-minus. What is he actually doing other than turning the ball over and shooting under 30% from the field, under 25% for three-pointers, and he plays 30 minutes a game? I think the Warriors hate to admit their draft mistakes. Wiseman was a draft mistake, okay, but they'll never admit it. And so Kerr does not have to be right, guys. He can be wrong. And I would like to see more critique on Coach Kerr.
Thanks, Coach Vallejo, my hometown. But the thing with Kuminga, the last thing he should do right now is demand a trade when, the Warriors aren't thrilled with the aspect of his approach, and then for him to demand a trade. The Warriors don't want to trade him right now either because value low and they don't want to give up on him. He just hasn't played well when he's had the chance.
Right, which is why you get the jerk in, jerk out minutes. And of course,
I think there's more to it too, Dibs, off the floor that we don't know about.
Right, and of course you would want him to be able to be in there for 6 to 8 minutes at a stretch, 2 or 3 times in a game, earn the minutes, play well, double-double, but he's not doing anything right now when he's on the court other than when he gets the ball, he's trying to attack the rim. The earlier caller, Reginald from Dallas, he's right. He hasn't developed much of an outside game. I have not seen a lot of improvement in his game, and defensively, he's not very good. He's not very aware, and he doesn't use his athleticism to his benefit.
Well, here's the big issue with the Warriors and with those two guys, and we don't know yet, but you remember when Kelly Oubre finally left after that play-in year. And Kelly Oubre had his moments. He had, a 43-point game against Dallas, so he had his moments, but overall we know it didn't work out. And Joe Lacob said when Kelly Oubre left, he said, you know what, we realized it matters. Well, I'm not sure the way, they're like AAU guys, Kuminga and Wiseman, they may not be fits for this system. They may be, it's too early to say, but the way they play, their natural tendencies, so far, it's been a difficult adjustment for them. I thought Kuminga made a real effort Sunday in Detroit. He tried really hard to play Warrior basketball, but it was a little forced. So that's the big issue now. We don't know the answer, but it's possible that neither one of those guys is a real fit for Warrior basketball.
And so when they're on the court, you have to adjust what you do in order to have those guys fit into the offensive scheme. And we see that with James Wiseman. They run a lot of high screen and roll when Wiseman's in because he's not good yet at the pass and move kind of offense.
Mm-hmm. Coming up, Dibs, it's time to talk to a future Hall of Famer, the greatest manager in Giants history.
Right.
Manager of the Texas Rangers now. Bruce Bochy, the great Bruce Bochy, joins us next. We'll talk about his future, what's going on in the World Series with his old nemesis, Dusty Baker. Boch is next. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
He's a competitor.
1, 2, 3, this Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. First up, the Colts battle the Patriots, starting at 9:30.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Marvel touchdown.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
We are just days away from the midterms, and there's no doubt the issues in our local elections have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking those issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Subscribe to The Home Stretch for a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast.
We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Maine, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrba.windows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And during their Black Friday sale, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. Just text REVIEW to 323232 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, you can save $355 off every window and $910 off every door. But hurry, this offer ends November 25th. Text REVIEW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word REVIEW to 323232. Don't wait. Text REVIEW to 323232.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Very happy to be in for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason, because, of course, I get to hang out with my buddy Dan Dibley.
Oh, yeah.
We have Jockberty scheduled for today, and coming up in just a few moments, Dibs, we are planning to be talking to Giants legend, Hall of Famer, new manager of the Texas Rangers, which is just hard to wrap my brain around.
Right.
Bruce Bochy should be joining us momentarily.
That feels a little bit weird, but I'm really happy for Bruce to get another chance to manage because you have a career that he's had.
Yeah.
Success in San Diego, wild success in San Francisco. Didn't really end on his terms, it seems. You know, not that he was forced out, but it felt like they were going in a different direction.
They handled it pretty well, didn't they? All
they
parties
handled
involved.
I think so. I mean, they handled it better than it could have been handled. I think it wasn't absolutely handled perfectly in terms of, you know, is it a retirement? Is it mutual? It feels mutual, but maybe it's not. That's always a tough thing. I mean, you and I know we've been shown the door.
Okay.
March 11th, 2014.
Yeah. Nobody going to make it through without you.
No, you know. Now that wasn't handled well. That wasn't handled well at the Hall. We got shown the door in a big way. But, you know, we didn't try to pretend like we were retiring, though.
We didn't.
And here we are back again.
So I know a lot of fans around here, especially A's fans, are, you know, still upset about the Astros and sign stealing gate, Astrogate, whatever you want to call it. So you've got that working for some people every time they see the Astros. But you also have Dusty, you know, from Sacramento, a longtime Giant manager. Dusty Baker, this close to his first World Series title. So do you think the Bay is behind Dusty? I know I am behind Dusty, and I want to see him win his first World Series.
I'm absolutely behind Dusty. And for me, the Houston Astros cheating scandal, that's a thing of the past. And to think that they were the only team
It's a good
that
point.
was doing
I
that
agree.
is reckless in terms of, now, were they doing it at a level that we hadn't seen in terms of electronic buzzers and all the rest of it? Maybe they took it to extreme levels, but I'm really hoping that Dusty can get it done.
Nice enough to join us, Hall of Famer to be, greatest manager in the storied history of the San Francisco Giants, the new manager of the Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy. Boch, thanks so much for your time. You're managing again, sir, because you missed it. What would you say you missed about managing the most, Boch?
Oh, that's a hard one because there's so many. I'll start with being in the dugout, just the competition. I think it starts with that, and trying to figure a way to win a ball game. But they have relationships. Just being around the staff, the players, the training staff, everybody, even the workers at the ballpark. I lived across the street there in San Francisco, and had so many good friends and relationships that I developed. So, including front office employees, so all of it, and that's probably when I started adding all that up and all the things I did miss, and that made it easier to get back in.
So how did the process go of you getting back in? Were you kind of sniffing around vacancies, or did a call come out of the blue?
No, it started with Chris Young, CY. He gave me a call just to get my appetite on managing. We have history together. He pitched for me back in '06 with San Diego, and they were looking for a manager, and he called to see if I had any interest, and as we were talking, I perked up even more because I was getting the itch, but at the same time, I wasn't going out calling anybody, and so that's where it all started, and he flew out, and after about 7 hours of conversation, and just talking about his vision and, the desire for Texas to turn baseball around there and get back to playing winning baseball. I just got excited. It just hit me, right between the eyes that, this is time for me to get back in, just like it was time for me to step down. And I didn't know, be honest, that this was something that would ever happen, but I'm very grateful for it, and I'm excited about it.
Boch, looks like you'll be back in the same division as your old nemesis, Dusty Baker. How excited are you for where Dusty is right now? And he's on the verge. We'll see what happens. We just had the anniversary of your first World Series championship with the Giants. What does that first World Series championship do for you as a manager?
Wow, it's a moment that you really go numb for a second when it happens, because it's something you've been trying to achieve for so long, and he's been in this position, so I think that's going to make it a little bit easier for him. But they're going home. Certainly it looks very, very good for him. I can promise you, he's thinking about a lot of things because he has been this close before, but it's just for me. You have it on such a pedestal that you don't know if you ever, will be a world champion. And but now he realizes how close he is, and so I'm excited for him. I really am. They're so good, Houston. That's the tough part about getting with the Rangers. You got Houston and Seattle to deal with. But, that's fine, and it's a division similar to the Western Division. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and Rangers coming off of 6 losing seasons in a row. You have a great chance to help start the turnaround this year. With you coming back in, a manager in his 60s, and Dusty's up there. A lot of managers now, maybe from the old school. Does it feel like the pendulum is swinging back now in baseball, away from the spreadsheets and more toward the older school approach?
I think so, a little bit. I think the clubs are looking for a little bit more balance. With the older, experienced manager, but also like somebody who will use analytics, but won't let data drive every decision. I think some clubs have seen that there's a huge human element to it, and so I think it really shows that they realize how important some other things in the game are, and I think you look at the success that Dusty's had. Showalter, he won over 100 games there. Really, some of these experienced managers is probably what kept me on the board, as I say, and caused somebody to give me a call, and I appreciate it. But it's a blend. Some people always thought I just went strictly from the gut, but we had some very good people in the front office that helped me make those decisions with the information that I got.
Yeah, the Astros, even Dusty pulled off a hit and run last night. I was like, wow, I remember that. Bruce Bochy is our guest here on 95.7 The Game. Boch, everyone talks about, culture, and it's probably an overused term, but there's something to it. What did you learn about what goes into building a winning culture in San Francisco that you would maybe like to apply to your new situation with the Rangers?
Yeah, and that's part of my philosophy. It really is to develop the chemistry culture in a ball club that that really creates an environment for the players to bring out the best version of them, and that's such an important part of successful franchise and playing winning baseball. And the numbers are great, and there's some incredible things facts that they can give you, but there's nothing like having a great group of guys in there playing for, as I say, a cause of playing for each other, things like that, to bring them together, to be, the unselfish team that you need to have, and just having great teammates that will play better when they play for each other.
You'll be back next year, having only missed 3 seasons, but baseball has changed dramatically with the shift being banned, pitch clock coming in, ghost runner on second. What do you make of these newfangled changes to the sport that you love?
Yeah, well, it's a big adjustment. I can't be concerned whether I agree with them or not, but I will say I think we when we look at our game and the adjustments that we have made in our game, that's made it tougher to maybe put the ball in play or take away hits, things like that. We've taken a lot of action out of the game, and because of a lot of smart people, I'll say, now we've had to adjust and change the rules to make the game a bit more entertaining. And my job is to use these new rules as best as I can. And when I stepped down, it wasn't a 3-batter minimum, things like that. Of course, the bases, no shift. It's still the same game, though. You still got to execute. You still got to apply the fundamentals. But it's all about adjusting, just like players on the field. I think your staff has to adjust the rules and make them work for your team.
Boch, you caught for many, many years for some good teams. Next year, there's going to be a limit on throwovers. What kind of additional pressure does that put on the catcher in terms of limiting the running game?
Well, it does. It's going to affect how you throw over, which I'm not totally against. I mean, that's not a lot, too. The third time, you better pick him off or, he goes to the next base. But, it's something that you're going to be very, very much aware of. And I can tell you this, I think you're going to see more and more pitchers be quicker to home plate, particularly if they've used up their 2-step offs or throw overs. So, again, it's about adjusting. And so these pitchers will have to, and managers or whoever's running or holding runners and handling the running game, it's a huge adjustment because you get to a point where it was overused, I think, at times. But you know what? If it creates more action on the field and fans love it, I'm good with it.
Boch, you're putting together a staff out in Texas, and I know you called some of your old friends to join you. What's it been like trying to put together a new staff in Texas without Wotus and Righetti and the rest?
Yeah, you know what? That's what we're doing now, and such an important part of what you have to do as a manager is get your staff together, and just casual conversations with my old staff, because we talk a lot. Ronnie and I were just in Biloxi, Mississippi. We were honoring Lee Elder, who was a long-time scout for us, and he was getting roasted. But he said. And I would just ask them if they ever had an interest in getting back in the game. But those are things you have to get permission on. But it's going to be a little different for me because I'll have probably a completely different staff, and they'll get to know me. I have to get to know them. But that doesn't take long. It really doesn't. And hopefully you have a plan to speed up that process, whether you're getting together before spring training a few times or talking on the phone and even during spring training. But I was fortunate, man. I had some great guys there, and I'm forever grateful for the staff that I had there in San Francisco.
Boach, we just marked the anniversary. I think it was, the 12th year anniversary of that 2010 championship, your first as a Giant skipper. Looking back on that team, and you already spoke to what that championship meant to you, but what would you say as a manager you are most proud of in terms of the way that team did what they did?
Gosh, yeah, boy, that's a hard one. I mean, 10 was amazing because we were pretty far back behind San Diego in August. I mean, we were 6-7 games back and went down to the last day to get there, and but we had a little easier road, winning the World Series. I think you look at the 12 team. I mean, that's incredible what happened there. I mean, how many times we were facing elimination, and then of course 14 being a wild card, and what Bum did, and going 7 games. You know what? I just can't. I'm just as proud of every team because with each team they all did something special and showed such mental toughness and performed under pressure. Like no other teams I ever had. So I look at all three as very, very special.
Well, Boach, congrats on the gig and just 1,700 or so wins behind Connie Mack. 19 years of 90 wins, and you can catch him, Boach.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can assure you, he shouldn't be getting nervous. No.
Okay.
That won't happen. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure this would be my last run here, and I'm very fortunate for it. But and I'm excited, looking forward to it. But no, Connie, you're fine.
All right, you're 5 behind Walter Alston. Leo DeRocher's right there as well, and maybe you'll get your old pal Dusty too.
Huh? Yeah.
I don't know. Dusty's going strong, but I really look forward to seeing him. I haven't seen Dusty in a while, but I'll be watching the game, pulling for him.
And Boach, as you know, Rangers in town in San Francisco, August 13th through the 15th. Obviously, that's going to be a very special and emotional series for you.
It will be. It's funny. I didn't know what the dates were. I didn't look at it right away, but I had a lot of friends calling me wanting tickets already for that. And I had to, I was kidding with Mario that I might need some help. He said, no problem.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah, Boach, we appreciate your time very, very much. Congratulations on the new job. We're still having a hard time adjusting to that, but we're so happy for you. Enjoy the rest of the World Series, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. Great talking with you.
Thank you very much. The manager of the Texas Rangers, Bruce Boach.
Good for Boach.
Yeah.
5 back at DeRocher, 37 away from Alston. And you look, go Connie Mack. So I guess Connie's going to be safe, Whitey. Boach isn't going to go for 19 straight years of 90 wins.
Yeah. Connie lost a lot of games too, right? I mean, he had a lot of wins, but he had a lot of L's too.
He did. 486 win percentage. Bochy, by the way, a 497 win percentage. He's 26 games below 500 after 4,032 games. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's always, and this is not the first time we've talked to Boach. I know you've talked to him many times. It's really cool when, you have an image of a person in sports or in the public eye, and then you actually get to talk to them and you find out they're nicer, which happens every time you talk to Boach. He's a nicer guy than you would think.
And generous with his time. Yes. It makes it easy to go ahead and root for the Texas Rangers, although he He mentioned it. You got Seattle in that division. Seattle's legit, and of course Houston is on an historic run for the Astros.
Yeah. Do you think that you think Dusty, by the way, does he have to win a World Series to get into the Hall of Fame? I don't think so.
No.
It would cement his candidacy. But does he need a World Series to get in?
There are 8 managers who are ahead of Dusty in the all-time wins list. They're all in the Hall of Fame, but they all have World Series titles. Dusty is the winningest manager to not have a World Series title, but I don't think he needs it. He's got 2,093.
I agree with you. I still want him to get it. But,
but if you look down the list, though, Gene Mauch, 1,902 wins.
He
no
never won
World
anything,
Series,
yeah.
and he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Gene Mauch, of course, famous for creating, he forced baseball to change the rules. Gene Mauch studied the rule book. He used to put a fielder behind the catcher on intentional walks in case there was an overthrow. And baseball said, no, you can't do that. So the rule now is you can only have one defensive player in foul territory.
Really?
Because Gene Mauch figured out, let's have somebody. And now, of course, that's not an issue.
No, but why? When would that ever happen?
That's just
a wild pitch on an intentional walk.
It has happened. Of course, it's not going to happen anymore because now you just hold up 4 fingers. But
my teammate Ricky Tong, when I was playing for Food Villa, Shep's Meats, as you remember in Fairfax,
never forget it.
They were trying to intentionally walk Ricky Tong, and he reached out across the plate, smashed a triple to right center at White Hill.
Didn't that happen to the Giants against Washington in the playoffs in, what would that have been, 2012?
I think it was Ricky Tong that day, Whitey.
Barrett, a pitcher named Barrett, I think, threw one over. So anyway, that's not an issue.
I missed that, by the way.
Yeah?
I'd like to see 4 wide ones instead of put the 4 up. And,
the game's just speed by now. Without that, I was like, whoa, what happened?
What do you think of the pitch clock, though? I'm starting to warm to the idea, although what I was saying earlier is just having that now be a part of the graphic where, like, at 3 seconds, are we going to put it on the screen? 3, 2, 1. Did he get it off?
Yeah.
That part of it's going to be annoying.
I've always been adamantly against it, but obviously something has to be done.
Yeah.
So, we'll give it a try. They say, baseball says, it's sped up the games. What are they? It's a pretty significant.
Like a half an hour or something. No, seriously.
Yeah. So we'll give it a try. Obviously, it could get awkward in a key situation where Ohtani's got 2 seconds to deliver the ball. The guy in third, the bases are loaded. He doesn't do it. Is that a walk? I mean, can you actually settle a game?
It's a clock off.
Yeah,
it's a clock off win.
Very good. That's like a 7. Is what that'd be. I just hope we never actually see it.
The A's got clocked off by the Angels. Oh God, it's going to happen though. Some team will get a clock off win.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope it doesn't come to that.
I hope not either.
Do you think maybe, looking back on the Astro Gate, whatever you want to call it, do you think the commissioner, and I think now you made the point, we're to the point now where it's like it really doesn't seem like it mattered that much. It's forgotten. But when the commissioner came out and said, it's just a hunk of metal, in some way, did he cheapen all of it? Did by baseball saying it's not that important for us to get too bent out of shape about it. It's just a hunk of metal. Did that make the World Series seem less important, big picture?
It did, absolutely.
That's unfortunate.
Well, and I also think that he did a disservice to the Houston Astros, and the Astros did a disservice to themselves with the whole, we didn't really, what you're saying we did, we may have did. I don't know if we did it, but whatever we did, we did. We've got good players out here on the field, and you're right. I mean, the Astros, I think, could have themselves gotten ahead of it, and it could have been handled completely a lot better. But you look at the history of the American League Championship Series, Houston was in it in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22.
The NFL got more bent out of shape about Deflategate than baseball did against about the Astros. But I think it's because, as you said, they weren't the only guys doing it. And baseball wanted to contain that. So, the Astros did it, the Red Sox a little bit, but I'm sure there were a number of more teams involved, and they just wanted to contain it and say, all right, we dealt with that, let's move on, nothing to see.
And I think they learned their lesson in terms of spider tack and the sticky substance on the ball.
I wanted to ask you about the sticky substance on the baseball.
That's a Steiny classic. We're playing the hits today, but I think baseball did a better job of addressing that issue than they did the cheating scandal.
Yeah. Anyway, great with Bruce Bochy. If by any chance you missed that, you want to check it out, 957thegame.com. A tremendous conversation with Bruce Bochy. Up next, back to the Warriors. Why the Warriors look the way they look is next. Willard and Dibs. Whitey's in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
That was
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Secure your future in the booming rental equipment industry by joining Sun State Equipment, where people come first. We're looking for drivers, technicians, sales, general labor, and more for our 6 Bay Area locations. Apply in person during our 2-day hiring event. Job offers made on site. Friday, November 4th and Saturday, November 5th at the Sun State Equipment branch location in San Jose at 2233 South 7th Street. Go to joinsunstate.com for event details. That's joinsunstate.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Mark Willard celebrating his dad's birthday, huh? That's tremendous.
80 years old, Tom Willard. That's
Tremendous.
great. Hope
It
I
is.
make it to 80.
Yeah. Oh, you're
That's
well,
coming right
well
up.
on your way.
That's coming right up.
We just had a wonderful conversation with Bruce Bochy. I'll tell you this, Dibs. In some ways, I'm reminded of the Warriors when I think about Boch, because remember, I think it was the second half of 2016. Giants had that great first half of 2016. Then they faded. Then they got in the postseason against the Cubs, and they came up just short. But also 2017 after that, which was one of those bad years for the Giants. The bullpen was just a disaster area. And I remember, Boch was always so good at dealing with his bullpens. I remember people talking about roles. We don't know what our roles are. And then Boch would say, well, if people would pitch better, they'd know what their roles are. And I think it's a similar situation where we are with the Warriors right now. You hear about people wondering about the rotations, and Steve Kerr's looking for rotations. And people say, oh, Kuminga needs to play more. This guy needs to play more. And guys like Kuminga, specifically Kuminga, they would be playing more if they were playing better.
Yeah. And that's the same thing with bullpen roles a lot of times.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, you'd have a better bullpen role if you actually got people out. And that's, we were talking to Sam Lubman, great producer behind the glass during the break, about the 3-batter rule and thinking about the core four, the way Bochy managed with, Romo and Lopez and Affeldt.
Yeah.
And, when he had the closer come in, and
He's
it was
a master.
Just, the way he was able to match it up, set up
against
the
the
game.
Phillies, especially 2010, when he would manage circles, almost literally manage circles around Charlie Manning.
And now he's in an era where, the shift is banned and the 3-batter minimum and the ghost runner on second and the pitch clock is
Bigger
coming.
bases,
and bigger bases and all the rest of it. But you figure he would be a natural guy to come in and adjust, and gives us a reason to think about Texas Rangers baseball. And I'm looking forward to that August series.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if the Giants fans will boo him, Whitey, now that he's wearing an opponent's jersey.
I would bet not.
They're probably going to bruise. Do you bruise him if you're a Giants fan
it's
base?
going to be just a standing.
Okay, because the bruise is too close to the booze.
Tears and outpouring of love. And because everyone knows, like you pointed out earlier, it's not like he said, I'm out of here.
Right.
Yeah. So what can you do?
So your Mount Rushmore of pro coaches in the Bay Area history, it's Walsh, Bochy, Kerr, and... who do you put in that Miller
John
Fillmore
Madden
spot?
left to mind. I don't know. That's what you said. That was the first one I thought of.
I like that. And it's hard to separate John Madden, the coach, from the video game Maverick and the broadcaster. I mean, he's so many things all wrapped in one. A grandfather, actually, to a couple of my former players from Bishop O'Dowd.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Aiden and Jesse, a couple of fine young men. So I don't have a connection to the family, but John Madden, as a coach, what did he win? 1 Super Bowl?
Yes. But they were, the Raiders for what they represented.
Short run for Madden. 8 years with the Raiders.
Very successful.
Yeah.
Won every year. Contenders every year.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking about that as you were talking about Bochy. It's because it's Bochy, Kerr, and Walsh, and those three are, immutable. You can't touch those three in their
Our
various
friend Eric
spots.
Musselman comes to mind. I don't think he
quite
measures up, perhaps.
Dave Cowens, in a brief stint.
Maybe throw Don Nelson in there.
Not bad, Nelly 1, Nelly 2.
I want winners.
Yeah, he would have to be considered. And also,
no, actually, what I meant, I didn't mean Singletary. I meant as far as Don Nelson goes.
I got
I want winners. Yeah,
I thought you were going Singletary.
No,
because that worked. Chip Kelly. If we do a Mount Rushmore of the worst That would be interesting as well.
That would be.
The 4 worst coaches in pro sports history.
Sure, yeah.
Because I'd love to put Bob Melvin up there on the Rushmore, but again, the I Want Winners thing,
right.
It hurts him a little bit.
Yeah, it speaks to great success all the teams and franchises have had here. You got some great guys who wouldn't quite make the cut, like George Seifert.
George Seifert would be in the conversation.
Sure.
Because, he won a chip.
Yeah.
But, if it comes down to Seifert or Madden, that's an interesting one for that 4 spot. That Millard Fillmore spot on Mount Rushmore.
Okay. If you say so.
Yeah, I think it might be him.
888-957-9570. As far as the Warriors go, sure, they've got one of the most iconic NBA coaches of all time, but right now, he's looking for answers, Dibs. He's desperately searching for answers. Supposedly Kuminga plays tonight. We'll see. As last night, Steve Kerr said, well, we're going to have to change up the rotation. Let's talk to James in Napa. See what James in Napa thinks the Warriors need to do from here on 95.7 The Game. How you doing, James?
I'm good. Thank you. Appreciate you taking my call. Nice to hear you, Whitey, as well.
Thank you.
And of course, always good to hear Dibs.
Yeah, James.
Of course.
The 2 coaches I'd ask you to consider for Mount Rushmore before I go to what I called about is maybe Al Adolf. He was a great Warrior coach.
Yep.
And Billy Martin. He was a great A's coach.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I want to talk to you about is we're underutilizing, or I think we're not thinking about Andre Iguodala. He, when he came over, he was an all-star, maybe even a potential Hall of Famer. Now he has all the rings, so I think he's going to be a lock. But he went from starter to 6th man. And I wonder if his experience could be applied to Clay, for him to go from a starter to a great 6th person. And what would Andre Iguodala's experience be like for Clay as he looks at his own career transitions?
That's a great point, James. Thank you. By the way, Napa, yesterday, Steiny and Goo were going around and around on, is Napa part of the Bay Area? Napa's part of the Bay Area, right?
Yes.
No question about it.
I've been over this with the 2 of them.
Thank you.
And we've covered it.
North Bay.
It's a 9-county Bay Area. Now, there's 2 different ways to look at it. Some people think, well, if you're not connected to the Bay itself, then you're not in the Bay Area. So then San Jose would not be in the Bay Area. And I guess Novato wouldn't be in the Bay Area. Although, there are waterways, the Petaluma River, the Napa River, these are waterways that connect. It's not about connectivity to the actual bay itself. There are 9 counties that comprise the Bay Area. It's Sonoma, Marin, Napa, Solano. It's Contra Costa, Alameda, San Francisco, San Mateo, and Santa Clara. If you're in those 9 counties, you're in the Bay Area. End of story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Fairfield is
is in.
Yeah.
Fairfield's in. Vacaville is out.
Wow.
I believe Vacaville is in County. Yolo County, I think, right?
Okay.
With Davis and Dixon.
All right.
Fairfield in.
Sure.
Fairfield is like a good sideline catch. Did he get both feet in? That's a catch, Fairfield. You're in. 2 feet in for Fairfield.
Yeah. As far as James' points, which I'm having a hard time remembering. Clay coming off. Andre Iguodala could help Clay adjust coming off the bench. I just don't think that really, maybe, but does that really help anything?
No.
If Clay's like, okay, I'll come off the bench, how does that really make anything better?
It doesn't make anything better. And in fact, I think it makes things worse because now you've got a situation where Jordan Poole is going to start and you're competing with Steph Curry at that point. I like where Jordan Poole is with the second unit. And by the way, Clay has come off the bench a total of 37 times in his career. All 37 of those instances were his rookie year, where he started 29 of 66 games in a truncated NBA season. He played every game. Klay Thompson is not coming off the bench. That's one of those points, discussions we need to put to bed. That's not the fix for what ails
It just
his
doesn't
team.
address any of the issues.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, Clay needs to take better shots, and last night he had a nice game, but his shot selection has been the issue since he's come back, as he's struggled to try to prove to, I think, mostly to himself that he belongs. The whole thing where he was unhappy about what Barkley said. I think Clay's talking to himself. He's trying to convince himself that I'm still Klay Thompson.
And last night, he was Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
Last night, he played great.
Until the last possession.
Well, that wasn't his fault, in my opinion. That was a poor play design. I put that one on the head coach. You put the ball into Steph Curry, double teamed, and, well, that's it. Possession's over. We dump it down to Klay, and he was out of time. He didn't have any real option.
Throw it at the basket.
And Ty Jerome with a good look in the short corner. I don't know why he was there.
Knockdown shooter.
Klay Thompson, he's not a knockdown shooter. Klay Thompson, by the way, career lows in field goal percentage, 36% from the floor, 33% from three, also a career low, 15 a game, lowest since the aforementioned rookie year.
Yeah, and you look at his shots per, 36 minutes and all that, and he's taking more shots and making fewer of them. Do you have the information, Dibs? If you don't have it, I do, but on who's resting tonight?
Oh, you have actual information?
I have that. You don't have it?
I don't have it,
okay.
But let me just play the guessing game and say Klay Thompson's resting.
Where's a resting?
Klay Thompson.
Yes, that's one of four.
Four
resting
players
tonight.
are resting?
Yes.
Oh, God, it's time to play Who's Getting Rest?
5th game of 5-game road trip, second out of back-to-back.
Clay's going to rest.
Go 0-5 in this trip, so Klay is correct.
Steph Curry's going to rest?
Steph Curry is right. You're 2 for 2.
Oh, my God.
You want to stop now, or you want to keep playing for big money?
Well, if those two are out, that Draymond Green wants no part of the game. Draymond Green's going to rest.
Draymond Green survey says yes.
He's also resting?
Yes, you're 3 for 3. Why don't you stop now?
No.
For the $5,000 lounge suite.
Oh, boy.
You could lose it all on this one, or you can win a brand new car.
I'm going to press my luck here.
Yeah.
No whammy. Stop. It's going to have to be Jermichael Green is resting. Sugar.
I was going to build it up a little bit more than just but yeah.
Got a quick trigger.
Sorry,
right there.
you lost everything.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins.
What?
Andrew Wiggins will be resting tonight. So, Warriors resting Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins tonight against the Pelicans. By the way, last I checked, Ingram is probable for tonight. He's been out with a knee injury, and I think Herb Jones also probable for tonight. He's been hurt. Actually, I take that back. Herb Jones has been a knee, and Ingram's been a concussion protocol thing. So anyway, tough one tonight. Warriors trying to avoid a winless road trip. They'll do so without Steph, Draymond, Klay, and Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, and it's a joke, in all honesty, that they're all going to rest. I understand it, and we're not chasing wins in November, but you're looking at an 0-5 road trip. And I'm not saying that they all should go out there and play. You knew Klay wouldn't play second half of a back-to-back, and you're going to sit Steph, and Draymond's not playing without those two, and the fact that you're not playing Wiggins, why even bother showing up?
Mm-hmm.
So you're starting 5, Ty Jerome, Jordan Poole, Kevon Looney, James Wiseman, and Moses Moody.
Tonight is Kuminga time, isn't it? I think whether he starts, I don't know, but major minutes. Kuminga is like, we need you. You are not responding to the things we're trying to teach you, but right now we just need you to play well. On the text line here from the 408, Jordan Poole finna score 60 tonight.
I doubt it. He might take 60 shots, but he's not going to score 60.
Mm-hmm.
So who would your starting lineup be? Is it Poole, Jerome, Moody, Looney, and...
Say Poole, Jerome. My goodness, is that where we are now?
Jerome, Poole, Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman. Yikes.
Did you mention Looney's got to start?
Yeah,
right?
Looney, for sure.
Okay.
If you're Kevon Looney and you look at the DNP list as it's posted this morning in New Orleans, you knock on Steve Kerr's door and say, do I really have to play, Steve? And I'm surprised that Wiggins isn't playing. Here's a guy who played in every game last year but one.
Mm-hmm.
Looney did play in every game. I'm surprised that they're not playing Wiggins in this one.
From the 650, they may not be chasing wins in November, but don't they have to win at some point? It's a good.
They do, but I guess
text of the day nominee. Probably not a winner, but nominee.
I guess they feel as if this is a loss on the schedule. So, and this probably was going to be a scheduled loss anyway.
Yeah.
Even if they were rolling, they probably would sit those guys tonight.
From the 510 Dibs, geez, criminy, what the hell happened to the athletes that actually played the game all this BS resting, it gets tiresome. Oh, how I long for the 80s.
Yeah. Or even like the OOs where you had guys play all 82. I think last year there was a grand total of 9 players in the association who played all 82 games.
This is an old team. They have to rest these guys. They have to do this on the second night of a back-to-back. That's why they needed to win last night. That's why they really down the stretch.
They went for it.
Yeah,
They went
absolutely.
for it.
888-957-9570. Mel in Moraga joins us 95.7 The Game. Hello, Mel.
Hey, guys. My stomach almost turned hearing about the Subs tonight. But anyway, I was calling to get your thoughts. To me, the Clay Poole fight doesn't mean that much necessarily in the locker room, but it did escalate the timing of the Poole contract. And instead of maybe letting him see him play out a little bit more this year, so I wanted to get your take on whether they, especially after this initial slow start with him, may not have landed, may not have dropped to $140 million on him unless they saw a little more. So I'll take it off the air.
Thanks, Mel.
You'll take it on the air, Mel, and you'll like it.
Okay.
I'm not calling you at home, Mel. Bob Myers, we interviewed him at Chase Center. Mark and I did, and he gave no indication. They've given no indication that the contract was sped up or it happened because of the incident that took place between Dre and Poole, the Dre Poole incident. So I don't believe that at all. Now, what you said, I think, is interesting, Whitey, about maybe they should have waited on Jordan Poole. Not that he's playing differently because he's a made man now and he's paid, but why not have him go out there and show me one more time, show me what you're working with. Yeah. And instead now he's got this mad money, and he's got a situation where, not that he's going to play any differently, but he could. Yeah. And you could kind of excuse it after what Draymond did to him.
Yeah, I do a podcast, Tibbs, with my good friend Jerry Reynolds, who used to be a coach with the Kings, and he was a general manager.
What's it called? You got to promote it.
It's the Old Fashioned 3. Old Fashioned 3. Check it out on YouTube. Anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Talking to Jerry about this, Jerry says, you know what? Teams, they fought in negotiations for this restricted free agency. It's to the team's benefit. You can't go anywhere and we can match it. And he says teams don't use it enough. He thinks the Suns made good use of it with Ayton. I know a lot of people said, it's going to cause ill will. Ayton's there, he's playing well. And I just think in this case, why make that decision on Poole? Wait another year. Will it ruffle his feathers? I don't know, maybe. But you may end up saving some money. If he has a great year, someone's going to pay him. All right, you match that. I think it just would have been smart to wait. It's nothing against him. I do wonder if, to the caller's point, if maybe they felt like, we got to get something done here after what Draymond did. I don't know, but I would have waited. What's done is done. I understand why they did it, but I would have waited.
I would have waited too, but what's done is done, and now Jordan Poole is out there tonight playing, and this is one, Whitey, that always kind of rubs me the wrong way, where a team, and I understand the science and load management, it works, and these guys, they play too many damn games, 5 games in 7 nights, but what about the little kid in New Orleans who scrapped and scrimped and scraped together all their money?
What about that poor kid in Denver last year?
That's my point, Whitey.
Yeah.
This whole thing, it's like, now, the Warriors do play again in New Orleans, but guess what? It's also on the second half of a back-to-back, and it comes up later in November. They're at Houston on Sunday, November 20th, at New Orleans Monday, November 21st. They had better play Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Andrew Wiggins on that night. If not, to me, it reeks of hypocrisy, because there is a little kid somewhere in the 9th Ward in New Orleans, scratching and clawing to get every last penny to see Steph.
Who's being
when
hypocritical,
he comes to town.
In your opinion? Hypocrisy on the part of who?
Just the whole structure, the league.
The Warriors are like, we didn't schedule this.
Right.
We got an older team.
But to me, it's just the load management thing. We need to do something about the schedule if we're gonna have a marquee attraction like the Warriors, and you're gonna have spots where that these guys aren't going to play. And if you look at the schedule right now, you can see it. Either they're going to sit everyone against Houston on the 20th, or they're going to sit these guys again at New Orleans on the 21st. The schedule makes it so that they're forcing teams to make these decisions.
I understand why people are upset by that, especially people who've been fans for a long time, and I understand what you're saying. Totally get it. I am more sympathetic to teams' efforts to keep their guys healthy, especially an older team. But let me take this and relate it to something that's going on with the Warriors right now. One of the reasons they have to do this, they have to rest guys tonight. And again, it's going to be Steph resting, Draymond, Clay, and Wiggins. They're resting tonight. Warriors have to do this because they do have a veteran team, you could say an older team, and we're seeing that right now. It's one of the reasons I think the Warriors are struggling against some of these young athletic teams. We saw it with Detroit, not a very good team, but man, they have some real good young athletes, and we saw it last night. The Warriors, it was an issue last year. It's more of an issue this year. They're smart, deadly shooters. They're not very athletic, and in some ways that's part of the problem, and that especially is a problem on defense when the other guys are stronger and faster and quicker than you.
Right, but to sit 4 guys in one game, there's got to be a way that you pass a rule, and I know you can't do that because then they could just say, "Oh, this guy's got he's got a bruised ego."
The way would have been to sit some of the guys last night. They wanted to win last night,
right? So instead, you're going to sit all four of your starters. You're going to sit them all at once. That to me it's not right. It's damaging to the overall product in the NBA. And if you're New Orleans and you're looking at, hey, big ticket, the Warriors are coming to town. Don't miss Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins as they get quality minutes.
They are. I think Patrick Baldwin Jr., I think he's going to play well.
No, they're gonna play a ton.
Yeah.
If you look at the roster, you've got Kevon, Poole, JaMychal Green, Ty Jerome, Moody, Wiseman, Kuminga, Rollins, and Baldwin Jr. That's your 9 down. Oh, and Iguodala. I would be stunned if Iguodala was even in the building tonight. And to that point, do all those guys just straight fly home? Or
no,
you have to put them through the dog and pony show of having them in street clothes.
Cheer on their teammates.
Right. Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Impart wisdom to the youth. You got 4 Hall of Famers basically in street clothes playing a game of slap and tickle.
You have to do that with this team. This team is old. This team is fragile.
Then just fly them straight home. Don't even have them go through the rigmarole. Exactly.
Ice.
Totally. Just send them home. And I wonder, and this is me thinking in terms of what I would do if I was one of those guys. So you lose in Orlando, and you probably fly last night out of Orlando.
Sure.
You get to New Orleans, and you're not playing. You go straight to Bourbon Street at about 2:30 or 3 in the morning. You might as well tie one on. No, shout out Ty Jerome. Knowing that you're not going to play today, you might as well go out and have some fun last night.
Yeah, let me tell you something about Dibs. No, I don't think everybody knows. Dibs and I have been on Bourbon Street. That's where we came up with the concept for Cigar Cop. 888-957.
Did we also find the best beignet in the city with the, hey, buddy, how you doing, buddy? Mitch Moss. Or where did he take us?
No, he wanted to take this guy that we used to work with who now is in Vegas and doing well. He wanted to go to a bar, like a smoky bar, because they had alligator chili.
That's what it was.
And we went there and it was like some canned, just awful.
How you doing, buddy?
Yeah. And they said, who knows what was in it? Yeah, it's got alligator in it. Y'all gonna love it. You from California? Yeah.
The legendary Mitch Moss.
Not a very good New Orleans accent, by the way. I apologize.
You too.
888-957-9570. Austin in San Jose joins us on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Austin.
Hey, buddy. How you doing, man? Usually catch you on Saturdays, Dibs. So nice to talk to you. Listen, guys, this whole thing, Dibs, I totally agree with you. This resting guys, man, I can't stand it. I mean, Michael Thompson, I think Clay's father said that he once claimed, he said, listen, the old guys played, they're basketball players. It doesn't matter. This whole rest thing is out of control in the NBA. It's bad for the product. The fans are paying top dollar to watch the back end of the roster, which is a bunch of G League guys. I don't care what anybody says. The Warriors back end of the roster, the young guys are G League quality players. Some of them maybe not even NBA quality, if we're being honest. Weissman needs to go to the G League right away. I'm not sure what's going on with Kuminga, but the fact that he hasn't been playing, guys, is disturbing. How much worse could it be? I mean, is Kuminga that bad that he can't get on the court now? I'm frustrated, man. What do you guys think? Thanks.
Thank you. First of all, on the text line, Dibs from the 510. Dibs, you're the most injured non-athlete ever. You would think you could understand it.
I show up, though. Other than this past Wednesday when my baby was coming off vaccine shots and I had to be there for.
Yeah.
By the way, 5 players last year played all 82. 5 players only.
Looney was one, right?
Yep. Dwight Powell, Mikal Bridges, Sadiq Bey, and Denny Avdia.
Avdia.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Only 2 players started all 82. and that would be Sadiq Bey and Mikal Bridges.
Wow.
So that's where we are. Only 5 guys played all 82. It just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. I'm kind of okay with it. I understand it.
I'm okay with load management, but when you load manage 4 guys in a night, your top 4 players, that rubs me the wrong way.
I don't know that the Warriors have much choice right now. But coming up next, all right, we know what the problems are. Dibs made the point rather eloquently earlier. It's easy to watch the Warriors right now and say, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. So how do you fix this? That is next. Give us a call. Shoot us a text. Xfinity Mobile text line 888-957-9570. How do you fix this? That's next. Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game.
1, 2, 3. This Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. First up, the Colts battle the Patriots, starting at 9:30.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Ball, touchdown.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5.
You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag.
That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you'll find top brand kitchen appliances with innovative features that can do more, so your holidays can be more. Ovens with built-in air fryers for baking the perfect cookies. Dishwashers with smart tech to clean everything from bakeware to festive mugs, and high-capacity refrigerators to keep leftovers fresh. Shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select GE kitchen packages at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through November 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah. Y'all never told me that. But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Curry crowded by Wendell Carter Jr. Shot clock at 10. Comes middle, throws to Wiggins. He'll go baseline. Back out to Curry. Right side triple. Got it! Ties the game!
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Yeah, Steph's confused there because it's Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. Warriors really needed to win last night. They really needed to win, especially when you consider the fact that tonight against the Nolans Pelicans, the Warriors are resting Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins. They're managing some loads tonight.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy there.
So, yeah, good luck with that. Somebody on the text line, Dibs, and by the way, shoot us a text, give us a call, Xfinity Mobile text line.
Put your name on it, though.
Yes, you do. I haven't seen any names on any of these texts, so I'm not going to tell Dibs about the one where someone says, tell us about the flea-infested motel. It's actually bed bugs. I'm not even telling Dibs about that.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. So maybe the Warriors don't get the best shot from the Pels tonight because the Warriors won't have their uber elite players on the floor.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they won't, although you're getting Brandon Ingram back, and you've got a team that is young and hungry.
Yep.
So a young and hungry team is not going to look at this load management and think, oh, why don't we load manage right back? No. The Pelicans smell blood in the water.
Pelicans are badass. You ever seen the video of Pelican eating a weasel?
Never eating a weasel.
Yeah, on YouTube.
I used to love when we would do our animal versus animal, who wins kind of battles that you would always come up with some great
monkey.
ones. Yeah, I'll never forget Bear versus Monkey.
A classic.
Some classics, but Pelican versus Weasel, haven't seen that.
Yeah, what would your what would the odds be on that?
Depends on the venue.
Yeah.
Although I don't think a weasel would be in water, so this would be a pelican on the road outside of water.
Right.
Going on land, I think the weasel would have to be favored, but it all comes down to angle of attack. If the pelican can get it from above.
Blowout.
Yeah. And
I'll see if I can find it for you.
Okay.
Pelican, once he gets you in that pouch, dude,
it's
you're
over.
It is all over.
Yeah. But I mean, the weasel, and I guess the weasel would have to get on his back to really fight at the oncoming pelican.
The poor
from
weasel's
above.
trying to call a timeout, and he's out of timeout.
Oh, Chris Webber.
Yeah.
There's a Weber weasel.
888-957-9570. Where do the Warriors go from here? How do you fix this? Looks like, Steve Kerr said, we're going to change up the rotation. No wonder he said that. right? Because he knew that half the team's going to be having their loads managed.
Yes, so I wonder what the rotation looks like tonight. Patrick Baldwin Jr., does he get the Jordan Poole minutes?
If he plays, Watt, prediction, he's going to look a lot smoother in terms of what the Warriors are doing than either Wiseman or Kuminga has so far.
Wow.
Because his dad was a coach and he understands the way they're trying to do things.
Exactly. And again, this is not to disparage Wiseman and Kuminga, because how could they at this point in their careers be that astute and that accomplished? Jonathan Kuminga played 1 year of Ignite, and he cut his teeth watching Kobe Bryant videos when he was living in Africa. ISO ball.
Right.
His one-on-one skills are incredible. And James Wiseman, as a big man, he's always been the most physically dominant player at every level of his life. And now he's in a spot where you're not the most talented offensive and physical defensive player. So you got to be able to adjust to the way your teammates are playing. And that's a tough learning curve.
TC joins us from Sacramento, California. TC, you're on with Dibs and Whitey. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Whitey and Dibs? How you guys doing?
Good. What can we do for you today? That's the question.
All right, man. I just had a few things, man. I'm a Kings fan, so a lot of it has to do with you guys. With the Warriors, is Mike Brown left, and he's up here with us. That was our defensive coordinator, so I think that has a lot to do with it. And I don't know. It's just I hear a bunch of complaining, but I mean, not really complaining, but you guys are venting as Warrior fans, and I'm like, you guys won the ring last year, but you guys have a lot to talk about, and I'm like, it's the criticizing towards the Warriors. I'm not a Warriors fan, but I look at it like, well, man, you guys won a ring, and you guys are criticizing these guys, and I'm not getting it. I know the Draymond situation, but I'm not getting it. But then when we criticize, to flip it over to criticize Kyle Shanahan, everybody's like, no, don't criticize this guy. When I feel like he's the one that needs to be criticized, and the Warriors, they'll figure it out, bro.
Thank you, TC. Good to hear from you. But it's just the fact of the matter is the Warriors, they won a championship last year, which is why you have some expectations. 3-6 is well below expectations. And clearly this team is not, there's a lot of dysfunction there. They're not functioning anywhere near the level you expect from them. That's the problem.
And I don't think that it's as easy as Mike Brown's gone, and so now they don't know how to play defense any longer. I think it's a question of effort and intensity and younger players not knowing the rotations. James Wiseman many times is a step slow on defense. And, maybe tonight, Whitey, the Warriors come out with a renewed amount of intensity. Because if I'm Jonathan Kuminga and I hear the news that the top 4 guys on my team are out, which means doghouse or no doghouse, I'm getting minutes tonight. Jonathan Kuminga is going to get 24 to 30 minutes, maybe even more tonight, of real live, prove-it-to-me basketball.
How many quality minutes are you giving? And I like him. Ty Jerome.
Ty Jerome gets a lot of minutes tonight.
So.
He's getting 28 minutes. He might actually start as we look at your starting lineup. You consider Jordan Poole a 2-guard, right? So
mostly, a combo, but sure.
He's a combo. So you go with Jerome and Poole. You go with Moody and Looney and probably JaMychal Green as your starting 5. Maybe you throw Wiseman in there instead of JaMychal Green, and you play Looney at the 4. Or, you bring Wiseman off the bench, I think.
That's an interesting point TC raises about Mike Brown, and I agree with you. Ultimately, I think they're just not defending well. Because here's the thing. Mike Brown, he's a great defensive guru, right? He did a really good job here. But there was a time when he was an offensive coach. And remember, when he came here, again, I know he did a great job here, but he inherited a really good defense and a really solid defensive structure, which he inherited from Ron Adams, right?
Yeah.
So it's not just a matter of, wow, Mike took all these principles with him to Sacramento, because as you know, TC, they can't guard anybody up there. So it's not just Mike Brown. I'm with you. It's a matter of these guys just not, the guys on the roster, not having the wherewithal defensively. They don't have the connectedness.
Connectivity. Even.
And the athleticism to defend at that level. And they just right now don't seem like they really have much interest in it.
And fouling too often. And that's, starters and reserves. And that's, and I heard a couple callers on the roast talking about the officials and they're out to get us. And, there have been some calls that have gone against the Warriors. But in totality, they are a step slow on defense. And they're committing too many careless and reckless fouls, and they're getting other teams into the bonus too early.
You're an official. You've officiated at a high level.
Very high level.
How much do you think it's in the minds of NBA officials? They're human beings. They know that this guy Wiseman commits a lot of fouls. How much does that contribute to how many fouls they call on him? Just that notion of him being a guy, he commits a lot of fouls.
I think it plays into it a little bit, but it's more the overall culture of officiating in the NBA where more established players get a greater benefit of the doubt. Watch Draymond Green over the course of any game. Not only the contact that he gets away with, but the amount of levity or the amount of leash he gets with the officials in terms of being critical.
Yes.
Other players of a lesser ilk would get a much faster technical foul.
You're right. I remember last year in the playoffs against Memphis, and Kyle Anderson said, like, hey, what are you doing? It's like, you're teed up.
Yeah.
And I think one of the various Van Gundys, the superior Van Gundy, Jeff Van Gundy, pointed out just what you're saying. Right. If that was Draymond, he would have been able to rail at him for 10 minutes.
Exactly. And that same sensibility applies to foul calls as well, where James Wiseman's going to get whistled for a foul that Draymond Green wouldn't, even if it's the same amount of contact or the same action. Now, as an official, I don't love that, but that's the nature of that sport. And, we don't ever want to see, if we can avoid it, a star player foul out of the game. LeBron James, I think, has fouled out of 2 games in his career. It's a remarkably small number.
Wilt Chamberlain never fouled out. You know who I think broke his record for most games without fouling out? I think Moses Malone.
Really?
Yeah, I have to double check that. I ran across that recently. I was like, what? Ty Jerome got called last night for a very questionable foul. I thought Steve Kerr was going to get himself thrown out. In one of those, let's see if I can get my troops going here. He did get the 1T, but I thought he was going to purposely get himself ejected. He didn't.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that, at this point, would be enough to jumpstart the team. But I do know this. If I'm, Steve Kerr, and I'm not, I wish I was. What a career he's had, all those championships. But you take the 9 guys you're going to have in uniform tonight, and you take the clipboard, and you smash it into about 15 pieces. And you say, you know what, boys? Go out there and play. Go out there. You got 48 minutes. You're all going to play. You don't have to worry about Draymond Green barking at you or Steph Curry maybe not being thrilled
or me
with the
taking you
set.
out because we don't have anybody else.
Yes, we've got nothing to lose. I mean, granted, the basketball game is something we have to lose, but we've been doing that a lot lately.
Right.
If you're Rollins and Baldwin Jr., Kuminga, you're going to play. James Wiseman, go do what you can, son. We're giving you 28 minutes. Jordan Poole, you're already a 9-figure multi-millionaire. Go lead this team. Young guns, go out there and just have fun. We've got no expectations tonight. And by the way, the point spread, I checked earlier before you broke the news about all of the load management. New Orleans is favored by 4.5. The spread has now jumped to 10.5.
Wow.
Pelicans by 10 and a hook.
Wow.
So,
do you know the over-under? Because I read this week where games have been, the over's been hitting with great regularity.
228.5.
Okay.
Which is, I mean, that's not that high of a number. To your point, last night was 259 against Orlando.
888-957-9570. Oscar's in Stockton on 95.7 The Game. Oscar, what's the answer? If you're Steve Kerr, what are you doing tonight?
Tonight, I'm going to let the boys play, but the most important thing is that these guys got to show that they can actually run the system, not just go out there and to go have it, but they need to be able to run the system that we are running so they can get time. And that means Kuminga is going to play a lot, and the youngsters, like you say, Baldwin Jr., you got to understand, I'm a coach. He come from his dad. He was one of the top kids coming out of high school, but he chose to follow his dad. I'm going to tell you guys right now, the kid, he get enough time, watch tonight. It's going to be like that. Last year, I think we played a lot of subs and we won some games. That's what's going to happen tonight. Don't underestimate the Warriors. They said 10.5 points. I'm going to make sure I go bet this game because the Warriors are going to beat them by 10 tonight.
All right. Thank you, Oscar.
That's a money line play there,
Yeah.
Oscar. Yeah, you're probably getting about plus 300 on the money line if you think the Warriors are going to win it outright.
That's a good point he raises. Thank you, Coach Oscar. Good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Remember last year, there were a number of these games, the two that really stand out in my mind. The visit early in the year to Detroit where you had of course, Clay was out. You had no Draymond and you had no Curry. And you remember it was a game where we all said, wow, they really need Wiggins and Poole to step up. And they both were excellent. And the Warriors won that game shorthanded. Similar situation in San Antonio last year when they were resting guys and they went in there and stole one. that team was capable of doing that, and I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not sure right now this team is.
And to Oscar's point about run the system, tonight's not a night where you're going to run the system. The pass and cut and ball movement, you're going to do a lot more just basic screen and roll and letting players go one-on-one. I don't think that you can replicate the system you run with Steph, Clay, and Draymond and Wiggins without those guys on the floor. And I think it's best for Jonathan Kuminga right now to just be in a spot where you can just go play. Go out there, do your best, guard your man, go to the hole, look to score, and let all the pressure and all of the bad feelings that have been around the start to his season, let all that go tonight. Just go play hoop.
From the 650 on the Xfinity mobile text line, let's try Rollins as backup point guard. I think we may see Rollins tonight. If the Warriors can defend at anything approaching even an average level tonight, I think if they can get out in transition, get some momentum, I think they could have some fun, but it's going to be really tough. New Orleans is a good team. From the 408, can't wait for Jockberty. Got my money on Dibs today, the postman in Capitola.
Thank you, postman. I'll see if I can release the official odds. Larry Krueger, defending champ. Guru already in the green room. I think he had the baseball encyclopedia out. He was going through Basketball Reference.
That's totally legal.
He had the NFL site up on another screen.
Hopefully I didn't leave any of the questions in there.
I know. I tried to catch a look earlier. But, your boy Dibberclaw's coming off another rough night of sleep, dealing with a 9.5-week-old. So I'm not the Jockberty monster I once was.
Well, I know you're kind of sandbagging us here, but the Summer Slam, which is not necessarily recognized as a major. Larry Krueger emerged victorious. Remember, JD participated in that too?
Yeah.
And Goo actually won one of the rounds and was sky high.
Yeah, and this is, I think this is the Veterans Day Open. This is certainly not a major, but it's an event.
It's on the tour.
It's on the tour, without a doubt. I don't know what the prize money's like, but I'm looking forward to that today. 11:45, Jockberty returns.
Yeah, if all goes well, yes, that's coming up here. Weddy in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. Here's an interesting thing going on with the Warriors. Do you know that and I don't know what the numbers were last night. I don't think they were great. But going into last night, Poole, Steph, Clay. That's a trio that's pretty important for the Warriors, right? And that's a problem for the other team when you got those three on the floor. Going into last night, that trio, Poole, Steph, Clay, outscored in 53 minutes by 22 points.
Man, okay.
So it's a number of things the Warriors typically have relied upon right now that they just can't rely upon.
And what can they rely upon right now, other than Steph Curry shooting the 3-ball? That's about it right now.
Yeah, it's another thing that stung about the loss last night. You mentioned the 3-ball and the Warriors. As we know, they shot the 3-ball. Overall, they shot it well last night, right? Let me see. I got my numbers here somewhere.
Back to the mic.
Yeah. Let's see. I got the numbers all over the place here. But the thing is, they shot
jumping all around.
19 of 43, 44.2%, which is excellent. They had really struggled to make the 3-ball. So they shot a high percentage of threes last night. They score 129 points, and they end up losing that game.
They outscored Orlando by 18 points from the 3-point line. But the problem is you got outscored by 23 points from the foul line. The Magic shot 46 free throws.
Tell me why I'm wrong, Dibs. Come on. That clearly is the Scott Foster and those officials. They're out to get the champs. That's clearly what is going on when you look at that free throw disparity.
No, you're right. Yeah, Whitey. 888-957-9570. Let's rip the refs here on 95.7 The Game. It's not that the Warriors are...
What is it then?
Undisciplined and careless with their bodies and fouling too much. It has to be the officials who are out to get him. It can't be that the more aggressive team going to the basket gets rewarded with more free throws. It can't possibly be that, could it?
32 fouls called on the Warriors to only 22 on the Orlando Magic. You and your officials, you're to blame for this Warriors slump.
I love when you get shaky. Yeah. You're so mad. You're just trembling with rage right now.
Yeah.
It's in a one-off situation. It might have been some calls that went against you last night, but in general, you are the foulingest team in the association so far this year.
Yeah, is James Wiseman, does he impress you with his athleticism? I think that's part of the issue right now with the Warriors. Is Jordan Poole, in your mind, is he an athletic player? 888-957-9570. Are those two guys athletic players?
Absolutely. Jordan Poole falls in love with the dribble too much at times, which is counterproductive to what the Warriors try to do offensively. And James Wiseman is not at a point where you can give him the ball and he can get you a bucket. He's just not that guy. His number one greatest offensive skill right now is set a screen and run to the rim. That's about the majority.
He can run the floor very well.
He can run the floor, and in the half court, he can set that high screen and roll to the hoop and look for a lob. But other than that, you can't give it to him in the post, back to the basket, and expect him to score. You can't give it to him on the wing, one dribble, and expect him to score. He doesn't have a great jumper, mid-range, or three-point. So what does he have other than at the rim game?
I mentioned those two because I think that gets to the heart of what's wrong with the Warriors right now. And I don't think, well, there's no way around it. They're a bad defensive team. And I think those two guys are poor defenders, and I think their relative lack of athleticism has a lot to do with that. I know you can't be a pro basketball player without being a good athlete. I get that. But I'm talking about at the NBA level. Wiseman, his lateral quickness also has to do with his anticipation. It's not great. He commits a lot of fouls. And Jordan Poole, to me, and I know he's very quick and he's shifty, but is he strong? Is he fast? I think he gets beaten off the dribble too much. And then especially when they're on the floor together, where if Poole can't stop the ball at the point of attack, and then you got Wiseman trying to stop the ball at the rim, that's a really bad defensive combination.
Yes, and Jordan Poole, to me, at times is flat-footed on defense, and he's not anticipating the move. And so even though he is incredibly quick, if you're the dribbler and you know where you're going and the defender doesn't, you're going to have that half a step advantage anyway. So that's where you watch Klay Thompson throughout the course of his career and why he's such a great perimeter defender, or why he was such a great perimeter defender. Hopefully he'll get that back, is his anticipation and his strength. So he sees where the dribbler's going and he's able to get that first step in the path and use his body legally to shield the dribbler. Jordan Poole, he gets beat, and then that's it.
He runs up and he bumps. If he can, if he can catch up, he bumps the guy.
And James Wiseman is not strong enough yet to where he can slide over and present that physical wall. He either comes over for the block or his body's out of control and he commits a foul.
Don't you think, Dibs? I feel strongly this way. The Warriors had this plan last year and into this year. The plan this year was for Wiseman and Kuminga to be ready to assume major minutes. They needed, all right, we're losing, GP2, we know how great he was last year when no one saw that coming, by the way. So there's some luck involved. Porter was really good last year. We mentioned earlier, JTA and D. Lee. People hate D. Lee, but he did some nice things for him. So, all right, they're all leaving and we can't afford to keep them all. That's okay. The way it's set up, 2-timeline plan, Wiseman's going to be healthy, good to go. He's going to give us major minutes, and he's going to continue to improve. Same thing with Kuminga. And the fact that both of them are struggling to the extent that you're having a hard time keeping them on the floor, I think that is really one of the central issues they're having right now. Those guys aren't ready to pick up the slack that the Warriors were set up for them to pick up.
And the slack that is being picked up by JaMychal Green and Ty Jerome and Dante DiVincenzo when he was healthy, they're not picking up enough of the slack either. So you go from Otto Porter Jr., Gary Payton II, Juan Toscano Anderson, Bielitsa, and Damian Lee as your non-Jordan Poole bench. Those guys all could do things that would help you. And right now, Ty Jerome, he can shoot a little bit. JaMychal Green, JaMychal Green's a veteran who knows how to play in spots, but he's not a great offensive threat. Wiseman is wildly inexperienced, and Kuminga you can't play. Moses Moody's the only one, in my opinion, who you can look at and say, yeah, he can do some things. He can be a legitimate reserve throughout the year.
This is interesting. Draymond Green after the game last night talking about the rotation and how it's unusual for the Warriors to be trying to figure it out at this point.
Losing is frustrating. To start a season, you're always trying to figure out rotation. That's sometimes to be expected. I think the expectation for us, usually we don't go through that. And so it's kind of like, oh man, our rotations, for the most part, we've always been able to figure them out pretty quickly. So you're 3-6. You have to look at everything. That's what coaches are getting at. I'm not going to sit here and blame the guys that are coming off the bench or coaching staff. We all got to figure it out, regardless of what that is. And I think we all can improve, so just got to keep plugging away at it.
And the reason Steve Kerr's rotations are all screwed up right now is because everybody he turns to lets him down, basically. Not enough guys on this team are playing well.
Yes, and that's where the Jonathan Kuminga part of it, to me, is the most upsetting because what you said, they were expecting off of last year that he would be ready to go for 16 to 20 minutes, like a Moses Moody. So we got Moody and Kuminga, guys who we know they're young, but we know we can play him. Jordan Poole, we know, is 25 to 30 minutes a night. We can bank on that. Wiseman would be the unknown, and it hasn't worked out. But now Kuminga, we don't even know because for whatever reason, and I guarantee you there is a reason that a coach of Steve Kerr's ilk, there's a reason why he's not playing. If it's work ethic, attitude, punctuality, awareness, all of the above, it's something. So that one to me is the most galling because he showed a lot of promise last year.
You compared what's going on there with what happened between Ayuk and Shanahan, right?
Yeah.
And they figured it out. I mean, you give credit to the player. Either he accepted the lesson and moved on or was able to ignore it to the point where he was able to be productive. Last year, I thought Steve Kerr did something similar with Jordan Poole. Remember, there was a back and forth with Poole. He wanted to start, and they figured it out. Again, I give most of the credit to him. So where are we as far as this Kuminga dynamic goes? Tonight appears to be a big night in that regard because it looks like Kuminga is going to get another chance.
And 3 DNPs in the first 9 games for Kuminga. That's stunning to have that many DNPs through 9.
888-957-9570. We take a timeout here, and coming up next, how big is the Draymond factor? Can he still be a leader on this team? It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, which means Jockberty is coming up too on 95.7 The Game.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22. At Simply Safe Home Security, we know in an emergency, the clock is ticking. So we designed an advanced security system powered by live 24/7 professional monitoring agents who use Fast Protect technology exclusively from SimpliSafe to capture video evidence and verify a threat. Then alert police so you get faster police response. Right now, get 40% off any new system. Visit simplysafe.com/holiday to save big today. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
It's a new day because COVID vaccines just got a big update. So all the big stuff coming up this fall? Well, now you can say, you bet I'll be there. Because updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And everyone 5 and older can get one. So this is a moment we've all been waiting for.
Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
For all your printing needs this holiday, Staples has you covered.
I need custom printed holiday cards for my one-of-a-kind business.
Staples has you covered.
It's beginning to look a lot like I need custom party invites. Fast.
I need cards for everyone who gave me a hand this year without spending an arm and a leg.
Staples has you covered with personalized holiday cards and invites. And now save 40% on custom holiday cards and invitations. For everything you need printed, go to Staples, the working and learning store. In-store and online, ends 12/17. Exclusions and restrictions apply.
With Black Friday savings at the Home Depot, you can get top brand laundry sets with the latest tech to tackle any mess you might face this holiday, like automatic fabric and load size detection for spills of any size, from cookies and milk on your favorite holiday sweater to the toddler of the house discovering just how fun cranberry sauce can be. Make more magic this holiday season. Let your new appliances handle the mess. Shop Black Friday savings and get up to 30% off, plus instantly save up to $750 on select LG laundry sets at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Offer valid November 2nd through 30th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Attention. Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And in for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. Great to be with you, although I have to admit, I don't know about you, but honestly, I was stunned last night. For a few moments, I was literally stunned after the conclusion of the Warrior game. I fully expected them to, I know they're struggling right now, but it's, Orlando is hanging in there, and they got some good players, but, they're a little shorthanded now. Warriors going to pull this one out, and I was stunned when Orlando actually won that game, Dibs. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I was.
I was a little surprised. I wasn't stunned based on what happened in the third quarter. I was stunned at the third quarter, the way that played out, the way Orlando had its way with Golden State in that third quarter, because the Warriors are known for third quarter output, outburst, DEFCON, DubCon 3.
Did you say outperk?
Yeah, kind of
it worked. It worked.
It's output, outburst. It was an outburst.
Yeah.
They're known for that.
Uh-huh.
And then the third quarter to go the way it went, I wasn't stunned that they eventually lost that game.
Yeah, I know what you're saying there. People get a flu and a COVID booster shot at the same time. I'm just saying, you get a fluster. It's a fluster.
Yeah, they're actually going to start combining that.
Yeah, right.
I got my flu shot on Wednesday.
Fluster.
Yeah, I should have gotten the fluster.
Yeah. Okay. That third quarter that you're talking about there, the Magic outscored the Warriors 43-33. Warriors at one point there had a 16-point lead, and man, I mean, they gave up that incredible 6-point possession to the Magic where Warriors late in the quarter, all right, they led 16, they were still up 8. Next thing you know, they were up 2. That is where the game was decided. That's where it turned.
Yeah, and that's ultimately comes down to a couple possessions either way. Jalen Suggs hit a big 3 right in Mark Willard's eye, by the way. Mark Willard's like, none of us have ever heard of any of these guys. And
I heard some of that.
Yeah, which was unfortunate. But he'll have to answer for that on Monday when he comes back, Whitey, that's for sure.
Well, who knows what the state of the Warriors will be by then. 888-957-9570. Got to talk about Draymond's role here going forward. But first, we talked to Matt in Oakland on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Matt, what do you got for us here? What's the solution going forward?
Well, I mean, first of all, looking back, Damian Lee, see, not every fan understands. Damian Lee played because he didn't mess up. He didn't make mistakes. Kuminga, great. He's an athlete. He can really jump. He can really run. He's pretty strong. But he makes mistakes. And when you make mistakes, Kerr is not going to play. You see already Moody's playing off in crunch time. Moody got some minutes last night that you thought Poole might have gotten. Poole is on the edge with his defense. They don't know that they can rely on him. Moody is solid. He's going to keep developing. Poole's going to have to step up his defense. Wiseman showed us flashes defending the basket, rim protection. It was like, breath of fresh air, but I don't know what happened. It's like the tape caught up, and they're figuring out how to just get that kid in foul trouble, And Kuminga, God, I love the kid, and I want to see him succeed, but shoot, he's looking like Jordan Bell 2.0 right now. What do you think?
Ooh, thank you, Matt.
A little early to Jordan Bellify him. But, the one thing about Jordan...
the point.
Yeah, and the comparison is Jordan Bell was extraordinarily talented. Jordan Bell, he actually started a finals game, Jordan Bell. And he was a guy who it seemed like had a lot of upside, didn't work at the game, didn't get better, tried to pull a prank on an assistant coach with a candlegate, and he was gone.
Yeah.
It became a maturity thing as well as a work ethic thing. And right now, I don't want to put Kuminga in that same bucket, but Kuminga's not getting better.
Here's what concerns me about Kuminga and Wiseman. We talked about Patrick Baldwin Jr., who may get a chance to play tonight, coach's son. And I think there was a story this week that someone somewhere anonymously said, the Warriors like PBJ better than they like those two guys. He just has that feel for the game. And I wonder, Dibs, and I worry that maybe Kuminga and Wiseman are products of the AAU system, where in the AAU, a lot of it is you get yours because you're trying to show what you can do. So, you're improving your future chances of having a pro career. And so when you play that way, it's hard to just all of a sudden shift the way you play to, okay, now we're doing a team thing, team first. Okay. I mean, it's just kind of in their DNA. That's the way they play, and it's not really the Warrior way.
Right. But it's one of those things where you can work at it, and you can definitely adapt and adjust to the way your new team plays. And the Warriors play in a unique fashion. They want to pass the ball.
Player movement?
And ball movement. 300 passes, we all know that. And you watch any possession, and they usually don't have the ball in their hands for more than 2 or 3 seconds. Now, it takes time and skill to be able to play that way, but the first thing you can do is effort, is learn how to move without the ball. And this is something that Jordan Poole has gotten better at. And James Wiseman, as a big, he's never going to be running baseline to baseline like Steph, but it's learning where to be, how to move, and how to keep the thing moving. And that's where Jonathan Kuminga, to me, has the most growth that he needs to do, is learning how to be an off-the-ball threat.
I suspect that Wiseman is still too concerned about getting his. And that's not fair to say. I've never talked to him. I don't know. But there was a play last night where it looked like he was unhappy that he didn't get the ball from Steph on a pick and roll. Who knows? That's what it looked like. I still think maybe he's a little too concerned with getting his, and that's not the Warrior way. We know that Draymond Green has been doing the dirty work for a long time. He had a really solid game last night. His final numbers weren't great, but they were solid, and that's what Draymond does. But is there a chance here that after what he did to Jordan Poole, that maybe Draymond's time as a leader on this team is coming to a close? I know we talked about that earlier, but I think that's a really interesting point.
Yes, and I don't know, Jordan Poole might be the only one, but I don't know if Draymond Green will ever be able to reach Jordan Poole the same way in terms of leadership. And we saw it last year in the championship celebration where he had his arm around Jordan Poole, and he was basically like, good job, little bro, thank you, Unc, and all the rest of it. I don't know if that relationship will ever exist again. And whether or not Draymond Green has lost that ability with the rest of the young players, that's yet to be seen. If you're Steph and Clay, you've played with this guy for 10 years. I don't think that, unless that was the straw that broke the camel's back, I don't think that anything Draymond has done changes the way you feel about Draymond or play with Draymond.
I saw somebody last night on, what do they call it? Of course, they got Twitter now. And somebody was suggesting, well, it's time for the Warriors to trade Draymond. But to the point you just made, there's no way Steph would tolerate that now.
No, I don't think so, because you look at Steph, and when he gets open, the majority of the time, it's because of what Draymond does. It's either Draymond setting the pick or Draymond setting him up.
Yeah, somebody at text line says, why is Dre getting a triple single solid, but anyone else would be mediocre? Because he only took 5 shots last night, and he made 4 of them. Now, he did foul out, but had 8 points, and he had 7 assists, and he had 5 rebounds. That's solid. Now, if he had, 8 points on 12 shots, or 8 points on 16 shots, whatever, but 4 of 5 is pretty solid, and he had maybe the assist of the night would have been, except Wiggins missed that layup.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and he defends well, too.
And no turnovers, too, by the way, for Draymond Green.
That's incredible. Thank you for pointing that out.
Considering how often he has the ball in his hands. Normally, when Draymond Green gets 8 points, the Warriors win. Their winning percentage when he gets just 8 is about 70% historically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Maybe whatever happened with Poole and Draymond, maybe it was a symptom of the fact that Draymond had already lost some of his cachet as a leader of that team. Maybe whatever Poole said to him, I don't know, I'm not blaming Poole, but maybe that was a reflection of what was already going on with Draymond, where it was evidence that he was already losing his sway.
Well, what he lost was his position as a higher paid player than Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And I mean, they've all said that did not play into the incident at all, but something keeps gnawing at me that he knew Jordan Poole was getting the bag.
I agree.
And Draymond knew he wasn't getting the bag, so he might have been feeling some kind of way.
By the way, real quickly again, tonight, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, and Steph Curry resting against the Pelicans, so good luck. And good luck to you, Dibs, and Larry Krueger, and to Guru, because Jockparty is up next right here. It's Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
This Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. First up, the Colts battle the Patriots, starting at 9:30.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Marvel touchdown.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. They can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
We are just days away from the midterms, and there's no doubt the issues in our local elections have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking those issues down on The Homestretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Subscribe to The Homestretch for a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Homestretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Some sunshine today in San Francisco with a high of 61 degrees.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jockberty. Now introducing today's contestants in our first corner, the Bundesliga backer himself. And as I found out this morning, the biggest breakfast burrito buyer this side of Market Street, it's Dan Dibley.
Still full, Evan. Yeah, thank you.
In the second corner, it's a man who can predict many things. What the streets will say, traffic, maybe even the rain, but definitely not if the Warriors will cover the 8.5 tonight. It's Daryl the Guru Johnson.
2-9, yeah.
And rounding out the ring, the defending Jockberty victor, whose YouTube page has thousands, maybe millions of t-shirts still left to sell. It's Larry Kruger.
I have one. Hello.
And now your host from the seat of all knowledge and occasional wisdom, it's Whitey Gleason.
Thank you, Evan Giddings. Great job. Welcome back to Jockberty. And yes, Larry Kruger enters play today as our defending champion, having won the Summer Slam, Dibs and Guru.
Yeah, it was a big title and a debut. We haven't seen many rooks come through with such a crown.
And I didn't, no shade, Larry, I love you. I didn't remember the win, and Bonte he was hurt that Larry won so quick and soon.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I know I'll get a phone call soon here. So I'm dialed in. I got to win this one.
Take that for data.
Well done.
Well
Well said.
like that.
Yeah, poor Bonte is dying to get another
wants
crack at
Dibs.
somebody.
Big time.
Somebody.
Big time.
Yeah, how do you respond to charges that you've been dodging, Bonte?
They're erroneous. They're false. I mean, it's a day part
think he
thing.
went
Whitey.
quack, quack, quack.
Yeah, he went the quack. Yeah, the chickens would have played better, but that's all right.
All right, this is Jockbreedy, the game of useless sports knowledge. We have in the Jockbreedy round, guys, as you know, we have 3 categories, $1, $2, and $3 values. We have one dibbly double in there somewhere. Remember to phrase all responses in the form of a question. Please shout your name to buzz in, and also please bear with us when it comes to figuring out who buzzed in first, because that can be an issue. Evan Giddings going to help us out today. So in the Jockbreedy round, our players will try their luck with these categories.
Yeah.
We have bye week, okay? Each correct response starts with the letters B-I. Bye week. So each correct response starts with B-I. We have vote early, vote often, and we have name that warrior, talking about current members of the Golden State Warriors. So bye week, vote early, vote often, and name that warrior. $1, $2, and $3 values on the board, as I say. Larry Krueger as our champ. Please choose a category. Good luck to everybody. Let's play Jockbreedy.
All right, let's go with name that warrior.
For 1, 2, or 3, sir?
For 2.
For 2. Name that warrior for 2. Like Ray Ratto and Dan Dibley. He's one of 3 current warriors whose first and last names start with the same letter.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who is Moses Moody?
Moses Moody is correct, Dibs. $2. Do you know who the other 2 are, by the way? You don't need to know.
Ryan Rollins and Steph Slurry.
Dante DiVincenzo.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Wow. Well done.
Thank
You got
you.
the $2 lead.
A little too early for me.
Control. What did you say about Ray Ratto?
Name that warrior for 1, please.
These 2 current warriors were not born in the USA.
Guru.
Show.
I think we got Guru.
Who is Jonathan Kuminga? And who is Andrew Wiggins?
That is correct, Guru.
Look
well
at
done.
Guru. Work your way through it.
No, hey, I've won before. Let's relax.
Just beating Larry to the buzzer. You got $1. You're bored.
Let's go vote early and often for 1.
Vote early, vote often for $1. He elected to come back this year and has been voted to the Pro Bowl a record 15 times.
Larry.
Yes, Larry.
Tom Brady. Who is Tom Brady?
Who is Tom Brady? Well done.
There you go. Let's watch that over there.
Jesus.
Dibs 2.
Let's clean it up, Kruger. Not a rookie anymore.
Look at
Larry
this.
1. Nice comeback, Larry. Nice
Thank you, thank
recovery.
you. Been
Well
here
done. You got
before,
$1.
done it. Champion.
Who is?
Yeah.
Larry Krueger.
Who the
And
hell
it's-
is Dan
Thank you,
Dibley is
yeah.
the better question.
Yeah.
It is your board,
80-time
sir.
champ, but don't let that get in the way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Larry's very comfortable for a guy who still hasn't played
Super
that often
comfortable.
here.
You're
All
bored,
right,
Larry. You're bored.
all right. Let's go. You guys seem to be kind of on the Warrior tip, so maybe I'll move off of that. Maybe we'll go bye week. Bye week for 2.
For 2, bye week, each response starts with the letters B-I. You see a patch bearing his number 6 on every NBA uniform this year.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who is Bill Russell?
Bill Russell, B-I-L-L. That's right. You got $4 now, Dibs, and you're bored.
Bye week for 3, please. Just get an helmet. Oh,
Bruce Arians is known to be fond of the phrase, no risk it, no this.
Larry.
Yes, Larry.
What is biscuit?
What is biscuit is right. 3 for you, Larry. So it's 4 to 1, and you're bored.
All right, let's go vote early, vote often for 2.
You found this round.
Hope you miss it.
Dibbly double. You have 4. How much do you wish to wager?
2.
For $2, so this would give you 6. All right, vote early, vote often for 2. In 2019, this Yankee became the first player to receive 100% of the Hall of Fame vote.
Larry. Who's Derek Cheater?
You didn't have to buzz in.
You didn't have to buzz in, but yeah, we got you, Larry.
Yeah.
Who is Mariano Rivera?
Oh,
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. That's all right. You still have the board. Take you down to 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured we might catch somebody on
All
that
right,
one.
vote early, vote often.
For 3.
For 3.
Uh-oh.
In 2002, this Bay Area quarterback was voted the NFL's MVP.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is Steve Young?
Steve Young, that's incorrect. Who takes you to -2. Anybody? Nobody? All right. Boop, boop, boop. Who is Rich Gannon?
Rich Gannon.
Bay Area quarterback.
Wow.
You said Niner.
No, sir.
No, I was thinking 9 or 2.
I said Bay Area quarterback.
Man,
quarterback.
I'm mad at
Can't
you.
confirm Bay Area.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed in Grandy. I'm looking at Grandy.
So, let's see. So it's Larry's board still?
Yep, bye week for one, name that warrior for three.
That's
Bye week
correct.
for one. Bye week for one.
Bye week for one. The axe goes to the winner of this Cal Stanford
Larry.
football contest.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
What is the big game?
Big game is right. One
Normally
more
you
gives
wait
you.
until the
I know.
entire.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, you've played already, though, Larry. Sorry, champ. I didn't mean to
A lot
technicality.
of rules in this.
Yeah, it's just the
freaking
one
game.
rule. Just the one rule. Name that warrior for three, please,
To
Whitey.
complete the round, name that warrior for three. As a rookie in 2019, this current warrior was surprised to find out his nickname was Milk because he was smooth, cold, and white.
Larry,
Yes, Larry.
who is Dante DiVincenzo?
I'm sorry, Larry. That's going to cost you. Down to -1.
I've learned not to ask if you don't know.
Cook.
Who is it?
Who is Ty Jerome?
Yeah.
Who is Ty
Milk.
Jerome?
Milk was a bad choice.
I mean, the odds were tremendous right there, and I still effed it up.
Yeah.
So
50-50.
here,
I
here's
can't
the
check
score.
my phone. People disappointed.
Yeah, this is
Streets.
this is by the way, Dibs. This is the Veterans Day Classic, right?
Yeah,
That's-
exactly.
Veterans Day Classic, Jockberty. At the end of one round, Dibs has 5, Larry's -1, and Guru is -2. But as we know, anything can happen and usually does in double Jockberty. Here are the categories: $2, $4, $6 values. 2 dibbly doubles out there.
Ooh,
wow.
All right.
Yeah,
the
man.
categories: my brother's a QB2, abandoned NBA cities, and 2022 NFL trade deadline. Before we get to the dibbly double round, Evan, if you could, here is our illegal identification on 95.7 The Game. Dibbly double round. My brother's a QB2, abandoned NBA cities, and 2022 NFL trade deadline. Goo, you currently trail, so you get to choose first here. 2 dibbly doubles out there. What do you want to do?
Being that I'm the brother of the show, let's do my brother QB2.
My brother's a QB2 for 2? 2. For 2. Matt played for the Packers, Seahawks, Titans, and Colts, while Tim played for the Eagles, Giants, Cards, and Washington.
Dibs.
Guru.
I heard Dibs.
Who are the Hasselbecks?
Hasselbeck's is right, Dibs. That gives you $7. Yeah.
My brother's a QB2 for 6, please, Whitey.
For 6, my brother's a QB2. Between them, Josh and Luke played for 13 different NFL
Gurus.
teams. I'm going to go ahead and Guru.
Who are the McCowns?
That's right. Yeah.
See, I jumped in with Who's Larry? You see how
That was Biggie.
Did you see how I did that?
That's
Did you
pretty
see
good.
me working there?
Didn't even
See me-
notice it. That's
Yeah,
fine.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just trying to stay ahead of the curve.
I know Goo would jump the gun a little bit there, but yeah.
There's a lot of
Okay.
a lot of rules, a lot of regulations.
Yeah.
Well, we
yeah.
gave Larry free points.
You lurch into second place there, Goo. You've got 4 now. Dibs
Okay.
7, Larry -1, and Goo, your board.
Let's go abandoned NBA cities for 2.
Men in NBA cities for 2. Like the Oakland A's, the Kings moved to California from this
Larry.
Midwest city. Yes, Larry.
What? Where is Kansas City?
Kansas City's right, but at this point, we're going to have to, clarify.
That's lawlessness. Let's just go to straight lawless Jockberty.
No, we got to keep it.
Well, the
Okay.
thing is, if you buzz in whenever you want, that's fine. But I think what I have to start doing is I'm going to have to stop giving
But we're
the
doing
clue.
gentlemen. We changed it, so you got to wait till the question.
Okay,
is
so that's
complete.
the rule. That's
Yeah.
what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, you're okay with that?
Come on now.
All right.
I'll try to see
Is
if I
there,
can.
is there a 95.7
And if
sergeant
you do
at
it
arms?
early, you're done. I'm talking to myself.
It's hard for
Am
you
I going
guys
to get
'cause
taken down by one of the producers
you
here?
can't see the response, so I'll try to raise my hand at the conclusion. So anyway,
There's a lot of issues with this game already.
Yeah, says the guy who's losing. Of course, Dibs 7, Guru 4, Larry 1. So Larry, where do you want to go?
My brother is a quarterback too.
For 4?
For 4.
Oh man!
He's found it.
Look at that.
He's found
Oh
the
my God, he's
dibbly
gonna
double.
get it.
So you can wager, I think, up to 4. He's only got 1.
I can wager up to 6. I think the highest value on the board if you only have 1.
Let's go 6.
Oh, wow.
Let's go
For
6.
6.
A lot of
All right.
confidence here. A lot of
some
confidence.
This would tie you for the lead. Terry was a Hall of Famer while Craig played 2 games for the Oilers in 1980.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I love it. I got it too.
What do you have?
Who are the Mortons?
Who are the Bradshaws?
Bradshaws, yeah.
But I don't.
not.
That don't come off my.
No,
You're gonna.
The streets aren't going to be happy with you, though.
Terry Bradshaw had a brother who played quarterback for the NFL.
He played
You don't
2
remember those
games.
games with the Oilers?
I don't think he even threw a pass.
That's unfair. I'll let you live.
Yeah, Dan Pastorini was hungover, and he got the start. That's a deep. That's what we call that a deep dive. That's a deep dive. It's the beauty of Jockberty because he will lay in the weeds on you.
Wow.
He'll lay in the weeds.
Seriously, how late did you stay up last night making
trick
these?
question there.
I was looking it up and I saw a picture of him and I thought, who is that? That's his brother?
Wow, I mean,
All
that's
just
great.
deep. So that category,
That's deep.
that category off the board. Dibs has 7, Guru 4, Larry -5. So we have abandoned NBA cities for 4 and 6, and an NFL 2022, NFL trade deadline. The whole category. Larry, what do you want to do?
I'm going to go NFL trade deadline 2022 for 2.
In acquiring Bradley Chubb, they've now traded away all 3 first-round picks they got from the Niners.
Guru.
I gotta have to go with Larry. Larry.
Who is the Miami Dolphins?
That's right, Larry. -3 now because I gave him kind of a fake. I didn't mean to a fake cue there. So it's your board.
Okay, so I'm going to go NFL 22 trade deadline for 1.
Well, we got 2, 4, and 6.
For 6.
For 6.
It happens.
This tight end. This tight end began deadline day on a last place team, but ended it as a member of the first place team in the same division.
Dibs.
What do we got, judges?
I got Larry on that one.
Larry.
Who is TJ Hawkinson?
That's right.
Wow.
You are now on the positive side with 3.
I'm coming.
Yeah, and you still have the board.
Dibs, this is kind of like the Breeders' Cup. I'm closing on the rail here.
We'll see.
It's Jockberty on 95.7 the game.
Wow.
Dibs leading 7, Guru 4, Larry 3.
All right, NFL 22 trade deadline for 4?
To complete the category, for 4 to complete the category. The Packers wanted Chase Claypool, but saw him go to this NFC North rival.
Larry.
Yes, Larry.
Who's the Chicago Bears?
Bears is right. Guess what? And guess what? With that,
It's a solid Romo.
yeah, Larry was 7, Dibs 7, Guru 4. So anybody's match. All we have left here, Larry, as you well know, abandoned NBA cities for 4 and 6.
Let's go abandoned NBA cities for 4.
All right, your clue. Clippers moved to San Diego in 1978 after braving the cold in this city for 9 seasons.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is San Diego?
Sorry, incorrect.
I know it.
Anybody? Want to be part of that? Yeah, they braved
Can I
the
tell you?
cold in
Buffalo.
Can I tell you?
Buffalo
Yeah.
Braves.
Yeah.
Buffalo Braves. Goo, you're still at 0, so you're still in good working order here, depending on how this works out.
Abandoned NBA cities for 6 to wrap up the double Jockberty round. Oh, and there it is.
This is huge. Yeah. So it's 7-7. Yeah. And
Here we go.
Yeah. How much do you wish to wager? Going into final Jockberty?
4.
Here's your clue, Larry. In 2001, fans in this West Coast city saw their team pack up and move south.
Oh,
You don't have one? It is
what is Seattle?
Yeah.
Seattle.
What is Vancouver?
Oh.
What is Vancouver?
Seattle also moved south.
Yeah, Seattle moved later.
Ah,
Yeah,
good call.
2001.
Look at that.
So, all right. That takes you to 3. So here are
Stevie
the scores.
Francis. I saw.
Yeah. Here are the scores heading to final Jockberty. We got 7 for Dibs. We got 3 for Larry. Guru 0. And here is your category for final Jockberty. World Series teams. So base your wagers on that amount. Dibs, unless he wants to get crazy here. That's
He has played 4 corners.
Yeah.
Mr. 4 corners.
Yeah. World Series teams is the category. You guys decided what your wager's going to be on our system here?
Wrote it down, yeah.
You ready, Larry?
Yep, I'm
All
ready.
right, you ready to go?
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to read it so you'll have time to give your response. You don't have to buzz in. So take your time here. World Series teams category. The clue. Despite giving fans plenty to cheer about in 2022, they remain the only current MLB franchise that has never played in the World Series. Good luck. Hang on. Everybody gets a chance to respond.
Easy.
Despite giving fans plenty to cheer about in 2022, they remain the only current MLB franchise that has never played in the World Series. Been quite a
Easy.
match. Dibs has 7. Does he have safe harbor? Depends on how risky he wants to get here. Final Jockberty. Larry has been up. He's been down. He's got 3. He's in
been
second
all
place.
around.
He's been up, down, all
And
around.
you can risk how much here?
You can risk. Yeah, you can only risk as much as you have.
So I have 3, so I can risk 3.
Yeah.
It's a wrap, Larry.
Goo with how do we?
It's a ran.
7-3-0.
This is easy.
Despite giving fans plenty to cheer about 2022, they remain the only current MLB franchise that has never played in the World Series. Goo, your trail will start with you.
Who are the Seattle Mariners?
That would be correct. Unfortunately, you have no money to wager.
I know.
Yeah.
Story of my life.
Larry Kruger, what's
Buffalo.
I'll say the same. Who is the Seattle Mariners? And I risk 3.
Yeah, so that takes you to 6. So come to Dan Dibley. Yeah.
I said, who are the Mariners, Whitey?
And your wager was?
Not a penny.
You win it. Dan Dibley is the champion today.
You got to be forced to do something at the end.
Well, he got it right anyway.
I know. Well, we didn't really see it written down. Larry could have just heard my right answer.
Wow, accusations.
No,
yeah. Congratulations, Zip's a champion of the Veterans Day Classic.
And I just would like to take this opportunity well ahead of Veterans Day to thank all of the men and women who have done so much for our country. All the veterans out there. I know Veterans Day isn't until heck, I don't know. That thing moves all over the place.
The 11th, whatever.
Yeah. Well, the 11th is a Friday. Is it really on? Traditionally it's on that Monday, right? But and nonetheless, I'd like to just take this opportunity to thank the veterans and to thank you guys all for making this changeover so special.
Yeah.
I wish you nothing but formula-filled diapers going forward.
She's on the breast assist, so
there you go.
Yeah, formula's not an issue. Although we had a big blowout yesterday, apparently.
Hello.
Yeah, it's a one-sided game. Score that one for Baby Mike. Back-to-back blowouts.
I heard you tell Bonte Shasky you're not getting much sleep these days.
No.
But you look good. No bags.
I appreciate it.
No Oakland Airport over there.
You kind of got to complain. Either.
Did you get any sleep last night after that Warrior loss? I know you and I were texting.
I watched the game again.
Why would you do that?
I'm not Allen Iverson. I have no answers right now about what ails this team. But, man, that was
a stunner, huh? Even though we knew, wow, they're not playing well. Orlando's got some
Clay
good
had 8 threes. Curry went up. But the last possession, that's the second game on this trip to where, and I'm not blaming anybody, but Curry had it and double came, and what was the Clay attempt? And I'm not coming, and Ty Jerome on the floor, just a head scratcher.
Ty Jerome's a
Larry,
shooter.
Who's gagging early in the season? Who's gagging early in the season?
Correct, yes. That's very good.
Yeah.
You give up $130 to Orlando, it's inexcusable. And then tonight, how are we going to bounce back against New Orleans? I have an idea. Let's take our top 4 players and just let them go to Bourbon Street. Go get drunk, fellas. Have all the hurricanes you want because you're not playing today.
Because they look so good in those 4 games. Why not just give them that off?
Can I give you, Dibs knows this, the line of the day, early leader in the clubhouse is John Dickinson. I didn't know that they were sitting. He goes, Warriors paying tribute to Ray Guy. And I go, what do you mean? Putting on tonight, resting everybody. I said, JD, that's a 5.
Coming in hard.
Man, wow. Ray Guy.
Larry, here's one of the things that really concerns me about the Warriors is you can tell now they get up. They were up 16 in the third quarter. Other teams right now, they don't fear the Warriors at all because they know that right now, the way they're currently constituted, they can't guard you. So teams get behind, and they're still attacking because they know that they're going to have their chance to get back in the game.
I mean, who in this starting lineup can you not beat off the dribble? Man. And then the second team.
Who are you asking, me or Dibs?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Kuminga, is he going to play? I mean, what's the deal? And is James Wiseman have the worst hands I've ever seen in my life?
So you're already there, though, with the worst? Because Steiny said...
I mean, the hands are just colossally bad. So far. I mean, unless it's nerves. Jerry Rice, it looked like he had bad hands as a rookie wide receiver, and we all know how that worked out.
No doubt.
Man, that's a nice comp for James Wiseman right there.
That's nice.
But Jerry did have a dropsies.
He did. Yeah. He did. If Wiseman has a Jerry Rice career arc, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Then he becomes Will Chamberlain, basically. If he goes from this to that.
But how do you fix what's going on? Like 46-15 at the charity stripe.
Yeah.
That's me at the 24 guarding the young guys. I don't have it. They're the blow-bys. That's what I'm seeing from this Warrior defense. Yeah. And it's not just Kuminga. He's not even playing. It's not just Wiseman. It's Poole. And I just don't know where that magical dust is.
You're right, but is that a surprise?
Well, they're not doing it to anybody else because they don't. You got 2 guys in the lineup offensively, Dre and Looney. That's not their game going to the cup.
I'm surprised to hear you so discouraged because I thought you'd been singing Hakuna Kuminga. Everything's going to be okay.
It means no worries.
Yeah.
Means no worries.
Well, to his credit, I mean, he's going to play tonight. You can't put this at his doorstep.
No, no.
He's not even good enough to get on the floor.
See, that's not fair.
He's obviously not. Kerr's seeing practice. We're not. He's obviously not doing what he needs to do.
He's coached 4 championship teams. They've been to 6 finals in 8 years. I'm going to side with Steve based on what he thinks in terms of readiness, and he hasn't been able to get on the floor. Like I was saying to Whitey earlier, though, tonight's the night where you got 9 guys. You don't have Steph, Clay, Draymond, or Wiggins. So you go to Jonathan Kuminga and you say, all right, JK, we should play this game in Missouri, the show me state.
Look at you.
As I borrow from the Guru.
Yeah.
Here's his chance. 30 minutes for Kuminga tonight.
Yeah.
Show me what I've been missing, Jonathan. Show me what you're working with.
No, I'll give you that and that
Mystical,
reference. But
thank you.
how real is that if you're not playing with the big 3? So let's say he goes out and has a good game tonight, but you really wasn't playing, feeding off Steph, Clay, or Dre. Like, what does that really get you?
Well, I mean,
is Kerr going to be like...
That's a great point, but he needs to get in flow no matter what.
He needs to play well no matter
play.
what circumstance. When he plays, he needs to play well.
Yeah. I mean, they are getting beat up by bad teams.
Man.
I mean, the 4 teams they've lost to are 11-25 combined on this trip.
I think the teams they've beaten are like 8-15, the 3 teams they've beaten.
And the one staple this team had is when they got that lead late in the 4th, it was like Jordan's Bulls.
Yeah.
You know they were going to close you out. Up 16 to the Magic. I'm like, there's no way they lose. And we know what happened. I'm stunned.
And it's that third quarter. The third quarter. Shout out. The third quarter is where it got away from them. When they give up
43 to the Magic.
Orlando just came out with way more energy, and then they just buried a bunch of shots. And Golden State got killed on the glass in the second half. And everything went south. But I don't know what the adjustment is other than, play Kuminga a little bit. It's possible that whatever they need isn't on their roster right now.
I think you're right.
Are we there yet?
Goo, as Larry said, they're losing these games to bad teams, but what do some of these teams have in common? Detroit, Orlando, young, athletic.
Okay,
Warriors are having a hard time matching up with that athleticism.
Yeah, but I got 3 guys that have 4 chips in 8 years. That's the standard. And the sprinkle down is supposed to be we can get our youngsters up and ready. So I wouldn't trade Yucktown for all those. Oh, you got athletes, you can jump, you can do this, but you don't win.
The first one of those titles you're referencing, that was a long time ago.
No doubt, but it's still fact, and they're still defending champs. I'm with Larry. We got Monty Poole coming up at 2:30 today. How soon do people say you need to make a move? Because what's scaring me is what you lack and what you need. Youth athleticism. Shout out Kawakami. They are not team-wide athletic.
I saw. I follow Larry on Twitter. He says the Warriors need to get Joey Gallo, and I'm like, no.
I would give you one.
They need some home runs.
Dibs, thanks, brother.
No, you're the best, Whitey. Anytime.
Yeah.
And thanks again for the jock party.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations on the win. We got Steiny and Guru. Larry in for Steiny next right here on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru today. No Steiny. It is Larry Krueger and myself holding it down until 3 p.m. San Francisco meets Union City. You and me, Larry, 180 minutes. I haven't talked to you since what? The week before week 1 of the NFL season. So we'll catch up with the Niners. We'll talk possible Aaron Judge being in a Giant uniform. But we got to finish what we just started, man, because I really am blown away in what we're seeing and what we're not seeing from the Golden State Warriors. I watched the game again. It's what I do. Sometimes the games are better the second time around.
I watched it this morning.
Study, like it ain't something else to do, but you get that's fun, right? It's studying.
I mean, hey, we have the job to do it, right?
Well,
I mean,
that's what I tell the business.
If
Daddy's working.
If you got another job, maybe you aren't watching that game once, let alone twice. But we're watching it twice. The question, it's weird because it's almost like the Niners and the Warriors had that same kind of dilemma. Can you successfully go through a year with two separate timelines? The Warriors did it last year. They had all these young guys that won the title.
Okay.
This year, not so much. The Niners at the beginning of the year, they were trying to do that. They're trying to win the Super Bowl and bring Trey along. And then Trey's injury kind of helped alleviate that question, right? But what if Trey was still struggling right now? We might be debating how many more weeks do you go with Trey before you go back to Jimmy? So, I mean, it's the Warriors and the Niners are literally trying the same thing, trying the two separate timelines. And what I've seen is that you get regression from the older guys a little bit.
Is that
just
what you're
okay. Just a little bit.
Wow.
I mean, Steph not. I mean, Steph looks
39.
incredible.
Yeah.
But Green's regressed a little bit. Clay doesn't quite look like the same guy, especially on the defensive end. But that's nothing compared to the lack of progress from the kids. Poole looks bad. Wiseman's hands look terrible.
We're going to get into that.
Jonathan Kuminga can't even get on the floor. And those three guys are I mean, Moody's been good, but I mean, outside of the young guys, to me, the young guys have been far more disappointing, and that's, than the older guys have regressed. So
this is what we're going to do, Larry. With 3-6, nobody had that coming, especially with these softies on the road trip. We want the people. Give us a call. Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Tell us how you would fix the Warriors and what you want to see done. Because tonight, I just got to tell you, I'm not offended, but I'm a Dub fan. You see the jacket I got on, Larry? Do you think with the current state, the way the team's not playing, you're letting Orlando slap you up 130 points, that everybody had to sit tonight? Like, I don't get that. And again, I may sound like I'm coming off questioning Steve Kerr 4 and 8 years. The rings he's won. He's worked under Phil. I mean, Popovich, the greats, Phil Jackson. But was tonight the night? Like, what message are you sending the team to sit those three when you can go on possibly offer on this road trip to dump truck teams?
Well, first of all, I hate we're healthy and sitting. I mean, I hate it. I hate it. I realize it's the modern NBA and this is the way it goes. But
I love you for that.
There's some little kid in Slidell or Metairie or wherever, and they and they got up and said, you know what, Mommy, Daddy, I love Steph Curry. I want to go. Okay, no problem. When the Warriors roll in, we'll buy tickets. And they bought tickets, and Steph ain't going, and Draymond ain't going, and Clay ain't going. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, whatever. It is what it is.
Let me tell you this, Larry, and this from Anthony Slater. The Warriors are resting not only Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, which I mentioned, Andrew Wiggins tonight, New Orleans. This is the 5th game of a 5-game road trip, 2nd night of a back-to-back, and they are in danger, my friend, of going 0-5. And, Larry, I said it. We got Monty Poole, who I appreciate his commentary. I always have, but I just like it's refreshing because he tells you how he feels and how he sees it. Larry, I gotta play this card, man, and I'm not a troll. I'm just telling you, I was concerned when Draymond went Muhammad Ali, Cassius Clay on Jordan Poole from a team-wide perspective. Like, that just didn't sit right with me. There was no suspension, and I'm not in the locker room. I don't follow the team, but if you tell me some guys, youngsters, OGs, might have been feeling some type of way of what didn't happen, this is how they would play defense in 9 games. So I pose this to you and the listeners. Follow us on Twitch and YouTube. Do you think that has something to do with, is it a lack of urgency or just they're sleepwalking right now through 9?
Well, it's a great question. I'm watching the postgame last night with Mully and Bonte.
Yeah, do a great job.
Right?
Our guys.
Bonte throws a question to Festus, and he says it was about the bench and versus the starters.
Okay.
Festus basically gives him the stiff arm and says, I don't want to break down this part of the team versus that part of the team. I want to talk about the whole team, right? And he just kind of refused to go down that road of the bench versus the starters.
But you got to.
Then I'm watching Draymond Green in the postgame.
Did you see it?
And he's totally willing to go down this road. And I just kind of think that it's almost like they have 2 teams. They got the veteran team with the pelts on the wall and the trophies and the money and all that. And then they got the hungry guys who are hungry and frustrated and trying to establish themselves. It feels like not one Warrior team. It feels like two Warrior teams.
That's interesting. But I'll say this. If you want to break it and divvy it up that way, the one thing that everybody has, and this is no shade. You talked about it. Barkley talked about it. We can all see it, Larry. Clay's talked about it. He's battling to get back to where he was, right? So we know he's not at 90 or 100%. But how can you say, hey, youngsters, be like us, when I feel like the starters are turnstiles? The blow-bys are happening with the starters. Like, you can't tell me, no Warrior fan right now, Jonathan Kuminga's playing bad defense. I'll give you the Wiseman
at all.
For the small amount of minutes he's in. I'm watching Jordan Poole. I'm not mad at him. It's a great story. But maybe he's feeling some type of way. I got socked in the eye. Nobody did nothing. I'm going to just go out here and try to facilitate, which I don't like, because I'm like, dude, this team, you need to do what you did last year. And Steiny, we were talking about it, working on aspects of your game. I get that. But Larry, my thing is nobody's playing good defense. When is that all of a sudden going to change? Defense is a wheel. That's what I'm looking at. Like, GP2, I know he's one guy. Otto Porter Jr., those guys were staples. They could guard the perimeter. I'm worried.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried because we're, 9 games in or something like that? And I cut the NBA season into kind of 20-game
increments. Okay.
Yeah, and 20 games in, I think you start to make evaluations. But, and I mentioned this before, GP2.
Oh, man.
Camouflaged the weaknesses of the Warriors starting five, I felt, by just how well he scored inside, how well he rebounded, how well he defended, how quickly he got to loose balls. They don't have a lot of quickness in their starting five. They don't get to a lot of loose balls. They can't prevent the starting five. Draymond gets beat off the dribble. These guys, Clay gets beat off the dribble.
Man, I mean, that sets the tone, Larry.
You can get into that second, you can get that penetration and then kind of break their defense down kind of at ease. And then you look at, Wiseman. I mean, he's now.
I tried to defend him.
I love him long term. But I mean, it ain't there. I mean, he came on the floor the other day or last night in a situation where 3 minutes later the lead was gone. I mean, they had a nice lead and they looked up and it was suddenly gone. He was coming off the floor. So I don't, you can't really. Poole has got to be the offensive fulcrum of that second unit. He's got to be hoisting. I almost want to see him be like, almost
the black hole.
Yeah, almost to like, hey man, dial it down.
And that's how you got your bag. Putting the ball in the hole.
Exactly. He's gotten the bag and now he's passive. And
do we really know why he's passive, Larry? That's why I keep going. Do you think I'm off basis when I bring up real quick? You mentioned Draymond Green after the game. I'm gonna play some sound. You tell me what you think, because normally when you win the chip, there's that hangover. And okay, if you're watching the game, you're like, they're not mentally invested 100%. It'll get fixed. But why I'm a little nervous, I sound way more panicked than I feel. Let's hear Draymond after the game talk about this word.
As someone who's at times struggled with motivation against certain teams, certain parts of the season, I don't think it's motivation. I'll be totally honest with you. If I thought it was, I don't think motivation is the problem at all. Quite frankly, there's about half of our team that's won a championship. There's 4 guys on our team that's won 4, 1 that's won 3. There's some younger guys who won. You think Steph Curry's struggling with motivation? Have you watched him play? I don't think so. Think Klay Thompson's struggling to put motivation? I don't think so. Quite frankly, I don't think Looney is struggling with motivation, and I don't think I'm struggling with motivation.
So, Larry, I mentioned you, San Francisco, me, Union City, where I come from. He mentioned names and then stopped. Is he alluding to maybe the youngsters part of the problem? Is they're not all bought in mentally? How do you take that sound?
Well, exactly. That's exactly what I take it, that he's suggesting that there may be a lack of motivation, but it ain't the guys who have all the rings. It might be.
But if I'm a young guy trying to find a role or niche on a championship team, motivation would be out the roof.
Yeah, I mean, their problems are not... First of all, motivation in the NBA, how does the season start? It starts with the teams that haven't won trying to show that they're better and that they're new and that they've got something new this year. They're individually better, they're collectively better. So that's what November NBA basketball is about. If you've won the championship... Where's your motivation? I think the schedule in some ways and the fact that everybody makes the playoffs and there is no real urgency. It's not the NFL. It's the NBA. You could sleepwalk for 6 weeks and still be the 8th seed. So I think the setup takes away a lot of the urgency if you've won the title. Then I think they've lost some key figures. I mean, Otto Porter's a 45%
right.
three-point shooter
I get you.
and a pretty smart player. GP2 is a great defender, and they're not defending without fouling. To me, last night was about 31 more free throws. 31 more free throws.
And Larry, I know you played on the court. Do you know why you foul most of the time?
Because you didn't move your feet.
Okay, you're beat. You're trying to make up. Like that, how are they not, imposing that on other teams? They don't attack the rim. And I get it. 4 and 8, that's not their style, but it's just, you can't ignore it. It's the rat on the table. Other teams are going to the cup, and you're not.
Yeah. They're struggling defensively to defend on the first, the starters, the backups. But it's also about it's a few things. It's like they can't defend. They're fouling way too much. They're getting beat on the glass. They had a couple of key turnovers. But I'm like watching that fourth quarter going, wow, Suggs is lighting them up. I wonder what GP2 would look like right now on Suggs.
Oh man, the ball pressure. I mean, he would take it from the best. The Dames, I don't care who you were. Chris Paul. I mean, and I got to give Warrior for Dub Nation credit for this. Because a lot of people scoffed, laughed. I was like, okay, they won the chip, Steph, Clay, and Dre, and Looney. I didn't think that was a big departure, GP2, because I was just still drunk off the chip like, okay, they'll find another GP2. But when you talk about that wingspan, that ball pressure, and basically, what we're seeing now, I love Steve Kerr, and I won't second-guess him, but you can do the Rubik's Cube all you want with the rotations. Bottom line is, if there are no new names in that rotation that are currently not on the roster, which I'm correct, they won't be, what's going to change?
The personnel at some point will have to change, right? At some point, they're going to have to make a change. The question is, when they pivot, if they can't get it going, and they have to pivot off of their current roster, do they pivot off the veteran group and say goodbye to a key cog of the group that's won all the rings? Or do they pivot off of Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, Poole, the second group? And I mean, I'm not saying trade all those guys, but trade one of them. Yep. So that to me is kind of still to be determined.
And that's what we'll throw out to Warrior fans when we get back from the other side. 888-957-9570. How do you fix the Golden State Warriors? It's Steiny and Guru, Larry in for Steiny, right here on 95.7 The Game.
The Warriors' road trip continues tonight with a matchup against the Pelicans.
In New Orleans tonight, Joel Myers, Antonio Daniels, and Zion. Put them in the blender.
Our pregame coverage starts with the Warriors live at 4:30.
Poole driving and a dunk to right hand slam. Poole.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max. stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Commercial property owners and managers, the rainy season is coming. Are your outdoor painting projects finished? Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting. The next few weeks are going to go by fast, and I want to be sure you don't miss your chance to paint. My team has the experience, training, and credentials to get the job done right before the winter rains arrive. So what's left on your to-do list? Let's get started. Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
This is a legacy game.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
What's up, big man? James Wiseman. No Steiny. Larry filling in for Steiny today. And I'm a little disappointed. So are the people. Some bringing it up on Twitch, Larry. You're like a superhero. You know, where's the S, the Spider-Man? No Larry Krueger podcast
I
show
don't have
today?
the Krug show on YouTube.
You went navy
podcast.
blue on us today.
Seriously, I went, I went with the button down today. I thought, this is my favorite Callaway golf shirt.
The streets are talking to you. Choked on Jock.
Seriously.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
What, mate? What, Derek Jeter? Oh, man.
I wasn't thinking Mo Rivera.
Yeah. I was consistent with being consistent in what I do at Jockberty, but I just knew you had to lay up. But we want to hear from the fans. A lot of people concerned. How do you fix the Golden State Warriors? Or are you in the camp? Because I haven't heard this week, because they've been losing on this trip. A lot of people saying there's nothing to look at here. So 888-957-9570. Hit us on the Xfinity mobile text line. And Larry, I love a big man more than anybody else. I've defended Wiseman. I was worried, that he couldn't stay healthy. But you said something a few minutes ago about his hands. And I asked Steiny this, and I want to get your answer. Can you work on good hands, mitts, paws, or are you born with them? Because if James Wiseman, and I'm not ready to say he has bad hands, but I'm hearing unplayable. I'm hearing people say, oh, he ain't ready. Okay, I get all that, but it ain't like he's getting 20 to 25 minutes. And if you want to tell me, okay, he's got to earn that, I'll give you that. But you as an organization chose him and his services, so you got to take him to the promised land. It's like it's 50-50. It's not just, oh, he's the next Lou Alcindor, he's ready, go out and get 20 and 10. Are you so sure you're ready to say his hands are broke?
Well, until I see otherwise. Yeah, I mean, you are the way you play. I mean, right now. I mean, if he wants to change, then he can change starting tonight. But I mean, he couldn't catch that lob the other night from Steph. It was right in his hands. I've seen many balls kind of ricochet off his mitts. Now, I mentioned in the crossover that Jerry Rice was terrible as a rookie as far as he dropped tons of passes.
I remember that.
And he just, he couldn't do it. And there was just a lot going on mentally. So maybe it's the speed of the game. Maybe it's the adjustment to the pro game, the speed of the pro game. Maybe it's just a guy who wants it so bad that he's kind of clutching in key moments. But I see a guy right now that's almost unplayable as far as his defense is atrocious. He set a pick last night where he kind of half-heartedly set the pick, and Steph kind of gave him a funny look. Then he kind of backed off the pick.
Steph did the Dave Henderson, the Hendo, the giddy-up. Remember when he was coming to set the pick, but James wanted the ball. Larry, in a crazy way, I kind of like that.
That he wanted the ball.
Yeah.
Well, no, I like.
I kind of like when he went off the court and he was cussing.
I know, but be decisive. Either go set the pick or don't. Don't go half-heartedly over there and kind of set the pick and then kind of wander back. And he kind of had the hangdog look.
Yeah, so he did drop the shoulders.
It's kind of the combination of he struggles on the defensive end. He doesn't seem like he's got that feel, that instinct that you cannot teach to block shots and rebound. He's got the body and the frame. He's 7'1". He's 255, 260. He should be able to run the floor for days and block shots and rebound. But do you see an animal on the glass? I don't. Do you see a guy who takes every shot in the lane personally? I don't. Do you see a guy who, he just has a lot to work on. And I don't know, do you keep force-feeding him minutes on this, team with championship aspirations? He is your future. I don't know. I don't have the solution. I really don't. But to me,
they got to find one quick.
Just looking at the game, you can't say he's got good hands. You just can't.
And
he fumbles tons of passes.
Yeah.
And why is he fumbling them? I don't know. Maybe he wants it too much.
Yeah. It's Steiny Guru on 95.7 The Game. This Fallout Friday as the Warriors are one game away from going 0-5 on this road trip. We got Larry in for Steiny. We want to hear from you. What would you do to fix the Dubs? You said something that just hit me in the cardiac muscle. I see Wiseman when he's the biggest man on the court. He's able to kind of throw the body around. And I've seen a bit of a metamorphosis in regard to him adding muscle. But when you go up against Orlando, they got big Banchero. I heard Shasky and Bonte this morning trying to find a comp. I think Shasky said Karl Malone. Well, the show. I see a lot of LeBron James. Whoever it is, yeah, it's all good. Explosive, can get off the ground, can put his head down. He had a bad first half. Threw the ball away almost at the end of the game. But you look at a young guy like that, and you get excited like, okay, from E = MC squared, just from a physique standpoint, you got it all. Last night, I was like, let me see if the 7'1" savant, James Wiseman, can throw his shoulders and his body and his ass around. He couldn't do it last night. And then you saw when I called it, Larry, the feathery touch. He wasn't even in position to get there because Guess what? He's going up against other bigs that maybe are just a few inches shorter than him, but they were stronger than him. And that's why the turnarounds looked like just BBs. They were ugly, the shots. And I'm like, he's in his head just trying to get a shot off, but he ain't strong enough to get his position. So earlier this week, again, I keep going to Steiny. Callers called me crazy. Who is on this Warrior team that can teach James how to get stronger, how to use that wingspan and block shots and be that dude with reckless abandon on the boards? I said, because he said it, the guy I'm about to tell you, Dwight Howard, you got a roster spot. Why does everybody laugh when I say, okay, forget what you would get from Dwight. He'd give you something, but the incentive to me would be, we got to put everything at our disposal into James, giving him the best opportunity to reach his potential. Why wouldn't you try it?
You know, it's interesting. I saw that the other day. I saw the Howard interview, and he was like, hey, I'd love to play with the Warriors. And when you see him talk about it, it's clear that he's thought a lot about it, right? I mean, Dwight Howard's thought a lot about it. But Dwight Howard is a clown. You know, at this point.
Larry, I keep hearing that.
And I don't know that he's, and here's the other question, or the other problem that I see. Dwight Howard is better than James Wiseman right now.
He's
going to take those minutes away from James Wiseman. How's Wiseman going to develop? This is the problem the Warriors have. They want to win the title, and they got to develop these young players. And how do you do both? Now, I would claim that the NBA regular season's throwaway anyway, and just keep feeding Wiseman minutes and do it for a couple months.
Kuminga. I'm not saying a scholarship. Again, Larry, this is the route you guys chose.
Kuminga's obviously regressed somewhere, Gu, as far as practice.
Well, I'll tell you what.
He played more last year than
I'll
this
tell you
year.
this about that, and I don't know why I just get excited. They gave up 130 points to the Orlando Magic. Kuminga didn't play 1 second. So I get what you're saying, but how does he get better from watching that?
But does he get better by handing him minutes he doesn't deserve? Is that what you're suggesting Steve Kerr do? Hey, Jonathan, I know you suck in practice. I know you're not good enough in our estimation to get on the floor, but we're just gonna give you these minutes because you're a young guy and we want you to be, we want you to develop. Is that the message you want to send? You want to start giving out minutes, or do you want them to earn minutes?
No, well, I want my rookies to thaw out. You got to play on-the-job training.
I know. I mean, personally, I just told you, I think the NBA regular season means nothing.
Oh, so okay.
I mean, I'd put the guys out there. I'd play with Kuminga. I would do it, but they have a pecking order, and obviously he's not sitting them out because it's not a personal vendetta. It's obviously he's not practicing and not doing the things in practice that Steve wants to see and the coaching staff wants to see. Now, you mentioned who's going to develop Wiseman.
Man.
They brought in Jokic's coach, Delos, whatever.
Yeah. Help me out.
Milosevic or something.
I got you.
So isn't he getting paid?
But that ain't Dwight Howard.
No, but he's getting paid a 6-figure salary, I guarantee you, to develop this kid at 5 o'clock. Develop. I mean, this is what you're getting paid for. But the Dwight Howard thing, I'm intrigued. I'd be more
People
interested.
change, Larry. You called him a clown. People do change and get humbled.
Okay.
I'm going to leave that there, though. People change and get humbled. He's at the end. He's basically begging for a job. He knows he can't come in and it'd be all about him.
I would rather go to Dwight Howard if I'm convinced that Wiseman can't do it, because then I need somebody. If I'm still of the belief that Wiseman's going to be in my rotation, and I think that's where they're at, you're not touching Dwight Howard. Right, but I will say this though, they need something, because right now the chemistry's bad. I mean, they may all like each other, but it just doesn't. You just don't feel. I don't feel this great chemistry.
I'm with you, man. And it was always a strength in numbers. Now it's like I use recycling, stress in numbers.
No, I thought that was great.
You didn't get a text me. I need all the confidence I can. Let's go out to Oakland and welcome Sam to the program and see his thoughts on the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Sam?
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right,
what's up?
Well, I'll be honest. I went to the Kings game. I know it's like a week or two back, and I went early with my boy, and I watched the whole warm up. And Draymond was alone. He would go somewhere, try to shoot near people, and then everyone would move to the other side of the court. And then he'd go over there. People would move away from him. It was obvious people were not talking to him unless he talked to them. Now, I know that might be making a lot out of nothing, but to me, who are all these kids going to learn from? They're going to learn from Draymond. And I don't think anyone wants to hear what he has to say behind closed doors. I think that is still there, and I don't think people are going to get better if his standing, people won't listen to him potentially anymore. And I saw it. I watched it happen, and I think that's a way bigger issue. And people can play good defense, but, like, are they still going to listen to him and follow him the same way? I don't know.
Appreciate the phone call, and Larry.
That's a huge. I think
that
that's
is
an
one
interesting
man
question.
picking up the phone, calling our station, our show to share his opinion.
Yeah.
And for the people in the back that may disagree, he is telling and sharing with us what he saw, and I just can't get over. There's got to be something to that.
Do you think he's compromised? Do you think Draymond's compromised as a leader because he dropped Poole?
I think there's something there, and I think the fact that he could press the buttons and go to third base and maybe get on you, maybe he scaled that back a bit. But if guys are kind of side-eyeing him, this is what it looks like on the court to me. And the gauge for me to let me know where the unity level is, the cohesiveness is on the defensive end, this is what it would look like if some guys were like, I'm not bought in. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm looking at Green playing a pretty good game right now.
His motor's on 1,000.
I mean, what do you have? Like last night, 9 points, 5 boards, 7 assists. I think he's been more aggressive offensively than we saw last year in this early going. But he brings up an interesting point, and one that I don't know the answer to. Is he compromised as a leader because of that fight? People can say the right things, and then there's a lot of speculation as far as, you know, I think one of the distractions could be about, you know, where's this team going? It seems like there's, you know, as they awarded some guys contracts, they told other guys kind of no, or not indirectly, but, you know, you're not getting your extension now. And now, you know, I heard you guys talking the other day about, you know, is Draymond going to opt in or opt out? I don't think there's any way he opts out. I think Steiny was saying he's going to opt out. He's not opting out of $28 million. He's opting in.
Yeah.
And then the question is, are they going to trade him after, you know, before he opts in, or after he opts in, or are they going to let it go for 2 years and then just let him walk at the end of 2 years? I don't know, but I don't think he's going to opt out. And there's a lot going on here. I think what you've seen is Steph's still playing at a crazy high level.
39 last night.
We're seeing a little regression from Clay, a little regression from Draymond, a little bit. But the bigger issue is that Poole is passive on that second unit when it's supposed to be his go time.
No doubt.
And we're not seeing Kuminga at all. And Wiseman looks really, really confused, frustrated, especially on the defensive end.
Last night,
when he hurled the ball at the
got a technical. But you mentioned Draymond and the great D, Larry, and this is no shade. They've played 4 games on this road trip. This is Draymond's fouls. 4-4, 6-6. He's fouled out twice in 2 of the 4 games. And you and I, listeners, don't notice, and we're going to grab Chris in Oakland here in a minute. We were talking about pickup games. When I'm tired, my son, we laugh on the way home, but he knows Dad's going to foul. Nobody else in the gym knows it, so I can catch my breath. And that is a sign when you foul 46 times that something is off. It's either athleticism, you're getting beat, but now one Warrior player, and we got a bunch of sound we're going to get to, said, oh, we got a bad whistle. It was like legit. 46-15, athletically, you are not imposing your will on the other team.
One word, and to me, if you say give me one word, what do the Warriors lack? They lack quickness.
Damn.
They're not quick. You can beat them off the dribble and get into the lane at will.
Oh.
They give up layups left and right, and they're not quick closing out. They lack quickness. They lack quickness. There's more 3 balls being taken than ever
and
before.
So
you get long rebounds. Yeah. Long rebounds wind up in the middle of the floor. You need somebody to be quick to the ball. They don't have GP2. He was incredibly quick to the ball. Somebody said, hey, stop on the GP2. He would have been in civvies last night. That's last night.
Yeah.
But you're talking about a guy who did a ton for this team, and they let him walk because they didn't want to pay him $8 million. Right? It was $8 million a year for 3 years.
Man, and look now, if you had to, and I know, again, tonight will be the 10th game, but Larry, people want to know my pulse. I am concerned because now I think it's a personnel issue more so than what's between the ears. Like if they were just fat cats. And Draymond alluded to it. Did you? We'll play the sound where he was talking about how many people really worked hard in the offseason. I'm like, man, what's he saying and who's he saying it to? We'll get to that. But let's go out to Oakland and welcome Chris to the program. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you guys doing, man? Thanks for taking my call.
We need answers.
Huge fan of the station. Yeah, we do. But I'm a huge fan of the station and a huge fan of you guys, man. I'm Chris A from the YouTube chat. Shout out the YouTube chat. Please free the YouTube chat. And East Bay Chris from Twitch. Anyway, there's a lot going on, man. I'm not really worried about the team yet because they could evolve and improve throughout the season. They're just not playing well right now. So they could only get better as the season progresses. And, I mean, first off, I wanted to say Klay's not coming off the bench, man. Like, he's a rhythm shooter, so his minutes will ramp up and he'll get more playing time. He'll get back to the player he was in the playoffs. He's not going to be the same player back in 2019 before all the injuries and everything, but that Klay is still better than most two guards in the league. You know, him coming off the bench would actually be worse because he's going to shoot it. You need a distributor coming off the bench. So that's why JP needs to stay there. But, the GP and Porter thing, too, they're good players from last season. But even if they were on the team now, they'd be injured. So it's like it's easy to say that, we need them. What they need to fix is they need to fix the fouling, and the starters need to stop fouling on defense, especially Draymond and Looney. They're putting the bench in a tougher position. When those young cats come in, they're putting them in a way tougher position. And as an indirect result, what's happening to the offense is that they're having to take it out each time, and they become more defendable in the half court. The Warriors are way more successful when they get out, run on, like they get a quick steal, defend, get on transition, and hit a quick layup or three, and they're just not doing that, man. So they need to address that right now. And I'm not sure if any rotation changes are going to get any fixed, but hopefully they're in the lab trying to fix the fouling.
Appreciate the phone call.
And as far as mixing up the lineups,
go ahead, because I got something for you.
So Kerr, to me, if you put Draymond Green or Klay Thompson, if you switched up the lineups and moves somebody to that second unit, it's not necessarily about what they're not doing. It's about what you're not getting out of the second unit. The Warriors are plus 24.1 points per 100 possessions with their starting five. Okay. They are minus 13.1 per 100 possessions with all other lineups outside of their starting five.
Well, okay.
So that's plus 24 to minus 13. That's
but there's
a dramatic
your answer,
turnaround.
though, Larry. Yes.
So maybe you move a guy like Klay to the second unit just to give the second unit, more of a direction offensively. Right now, Poole is passive on that second unit, and nobody else can pick up the slack. So they're kind of waiting for Jordan to take over and hoist. And he's not. He's kind of. I'd like to see him almost be selfish.
Yeah, and that's what he was last year. And I'm not coming down this road. How can we? This dude, the gains he's made, the contract. When he signed that contract, he earned every bit of it. But a lot of that was because you had, and he could count on other guys to pull the load defensively. Right now, it's a turnstile. So when you give me that plus minus with the starters, I like it. I get it. But how can you get in default to the second unit when the starters forget just the starting unit, when they're out there with other combos, they're not setting the tone defensively. And I want you to hear this. Tell me what you think of this. This is Kerr on the fouling that's plaguing this team.
The mentality has to kick in at some point. I mean, I think we had 3 fouls in the first few minutes. So this isn't a case of our new guys or young guys fouling. It's everybody. Steph had a reach early on. Once you start to foul, now every single one, it starts to snowball. Then you can't use a strategic foul, or it's free throws. And by the time the second unit got on the floor late first, they were in the bonus already. and we fouled immediately 2 straight times, and they shot 4 more free throws. I think they had 12 or 13 free throws in the first quarter. So we set a terrible tone. We've done that pretty much all year. We're going to have to make some adjustments, make some changes. We've had a look. We've had, 9 games now. So we've had a decent look at combinations, and so it's time to try something different.
Wow, Larry, and you just said it, but he just said it right there. They were in the bonus with the starters. So before we even get to what the second unit is not doing, the starters are not playing good defense. And that's why I'm looking at you on this Friday like I'm a little nervous now that maybe they are getting a bit slow foot.
It kind of reminds me of an NFL corner who gets beat and then follows and in a trail position. You're gonna get flagged for PI or holding because he beat you off the line. He showed greater speed than you. You're now chasing it from behind, and any contact you make, here comes the flag.
I'm thinking of Verrett against the Steelers a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, if you can play bump and run coverage, and then you're going to get calls. But if he beats you off the line and you're trailing it, as soon as there's contact down the field, flag, because he beats you. And I think the same thing's happening with the Warriors starters. They're getting beat off the dribble at will. And then they're kind of following from behind in a trail position, and they're trying to do something, and that's where they're drawing the foul. So, I mean, what's it really about? It's about, trying to improve your quickness. It's about your lateral agility. It's about moving your feet on defense. But as you get older, you're a little compromised in that area, and that's where they're at. They've got a core of older guys who didn't have great quickness to begin with, and are now showing a little bit of age, and they're trying to lean on the Wiseman, Kumingas, and Pools and the young guys to carry the team, and those guys aren't ready to do it night after night.
I don't know the inner workings of an NBA team, but we all know that, and this is something when I hear it and it's said, I'm like, Mike Brown went on to become the head coach of the Sacramento Kings.
Right.
And before we get to the break here, I want to welcome D'Lo to the program. But he wants to talk about Mike Brown, and I want to get your thoughts. We'll get him on the other side. But Mike Brown, okay, he left. Am I a simpleton for thinking, okay, what he did, barking out the calls, getting in guys' face, whatever he did and brought to this team, it worked. Larry Krueger, do you think this team is missing Mike Brown, or is that a cop-out?
I mean, it's not a cop-out. It's a players' league. Players make up this league. And coaches, I'm not saying coaches don't matter, but it's a players' league. So could Mike Brown not being here have a huge hand in their defensive regression? Possible. I would rather side with GP2, who is probably one of the most dominating on-the-ball defenders I've seen in the NBA going back. He reminded me of like Jordan.
I miss him more. Kawhi, early Kawhi.
Michael Cooper, if you want to go back to Koopa Loop with the Lakers. He's a dominating, long arm. Man. Like, I think of like Latrell Sprewell, if you're an old school Warrior fan. He's a suffocating defender who literally could be on your left side and you're dribbling with your right hand and he could pick you. That's how long his length was. He had impact length. So
when we
me,
get back,
I think he's the real.
Larry, we're going to continue taking calls. I want to hear more of that because I'm with you in every game that goes by on this early season. I feel like we've taken them for granted. The Warriors return to the court tonight in New Orleans to take on Zion Williamson and the Pelicans. Tip-off is set for 5:30. Our pregame coverage begins with the Warriors live at 4:30. Tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
1, 2, 3. This Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. First up, the Colts battle the Patriots, starting at 10.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Marvel touchdown.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out video only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
At Simply Safe Home Security, we know in an emergency, the clock is ticking. So we designed an advanced security system powered by live 24/7 professional monitoring agents who use Fast Protect technology exclusively from Simply Safe to capture video evidence and verify a threat. Then alert police so you get faster police response. Right now, get 40% off any new system. Visit simplysafe.com/holiday to save big today. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
It's a new day because COVID vaccines just got a big update. So all the big stuff coming up this fall? Well, now you can say, you bet I'll be there. Because updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. And everyone 5 and older can get one. So this is a moment we've all been waiting for.
Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer Month at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. Boosters designed for COVID-19 variants are now available. If you've had your primary series, schedule an updated COVID-19 booster appointment as soon as you're eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm with Goo Dude on that one.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
No, Steiny Dante. It's his boy Guru, his partner in crime. I'm here with Larry Krueger till 3 p.m. Speaking of Dante, they miss him. At this juncture, you need a body. So they do miss Dante. So he'll be back soon.
Yep.
Obviously, he can help Larry, but I'm going to say this before we get back to these calls. We got Monty Poole at 2:30.
Nice.
He can give us his insight onto what's going on and what's not happening with the Warriors. But you know what happened last night? Can I share with you what went down?
Yeah.
And I fell asleep on your YouTube. You, Frank Red, and who was your other guy you had on the
We had
Larry?
the great Dan Coach Emilio.
Yeah, I
and,
like him.
Frank Red.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you know
I
Frank
used to
Red
call
from
the
back in the
dungeon
day.
back in the day. I go back. Yeah.
Oh, the dungeon on Hot Talk back in the day.
He had some good points. You guys had good conversation. But the World Series, real quick here, it was popping. People were tweeting about baseball yesterday.
Oh, man.
And it was a good game.
I'm so fired up.
Shout out to baseball.
Dusty, one more win.
Can you do it?
One more win. Seriously, Dusty got his World Series win in 81 with the Dodgers. He's managed for 25 years. Quarter century of managing.
Yeah.
He does not have a World Series victory. He's
Deuce
one
five.
win
Come
away.
on. Yeah.
They get it done.
And
They're the better team.
Yeah, the Philly
Astros
uniforms were fire.
Oh, the Phillies. How great are those?
Yeah,
with
and the
powder
fans.
blue?
I think of Steve Carlton and what was Schmidt's middle name? Jeffrey?
Michael Jack Schmidt.
Oh, Jack, yeah. But anyway, I'm in on the World Series, so it was good to see baseball had the people buzzing. Unfortunately, it came after a Warriors loss. And Larry, during the break, I'll pull the curtain back. You got some scenarios to where if you were Larry Lakeup or Larry Myers, some things that you would put in the pot. And I don't want to speak for you because I'm going to let you do that. But I just feel like you're pulling the plug on Kuminga. We'll just focus on him real quick. A little too quick. Are you done with him? Because to me, we ain't seen enough.
No, but I'm not done with any of the young guys. But I just don't know that they're going. I know that they won't develop if they don't play.
Hello.
So that's one. So where are you going to play?
Herm Edwards.
Where are you play to win the game?
Yeah, no doubt.
Where are you going to play him? If you can't play him at the NBA level, can you play him at the G League level? Is that going to be an insult if you send him to the G League? They're not going to get better without playing. Now, the NBA season is eternal. There should be plenty of minutes to develop these talented young players. But right now, they've got two different timelines. And it's like their older players have sunk a little bit. Their young players haven't progressed exactly to the point where they're really ready. And so you've got this team that lost some guys like GP2 and Porter in their prime and Bielitsa in their prime players. And then their older players are looking a little on the old side except for Steph. Their young players are looking a little too raw, a little too young to take hold. So I wouldn't trade them, but I will say this. I'm playing them. I'm finding a way to get them some minutes. So that means tonight's a good example. They're resting guys. But anytime anybody's dinged, even a little bit, little sore this, little sore that, you sit. All the way between now and February, and give Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody as many minutes as possible. And then guess what? You're going to have to get to February and make a decision. You're going to have to decide, do you pivot off of, do you stay with the course like they did last year?
Yeah.
Or do you pivot off of your veterans and move a Green or a Thompson? Do you pivot off of your kids and move a Kuminga or a Wiseman? That's a decision for February.
I'm from the Michael Jordan play 82 games era. I never played. I'm from the Bobby Knight, get in your face. We know that can't work right now in this era. But I don't feel like Steve Kerr, the guys he's resting tonight, I don't feel like they've earned that this season. Now, if you tell me in totality, these are future Hall of Famers, Wig, Dre, Steph, and Clay, and I get Clay more than any of the other three, but I just don't like tonight. You could go 0-5 on this trip. that this is the game that they deserve rest. And I'm hearing all these little, these words that I'm going to play Steph Curry. This is after the game, Larry. And you tell me what you think when you hear this soundbite. And we want to hear from the people. YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. But tell me what you make of Steph Curry, the chef, after you hear him say this.
We're in a different kind of mode where we're obviously losing. It's 4 in a row. We've been accustomed to learning while winning, and you find ways to dig it out even if you don't have it or you're building chemistry or whatever it is. We haven't been in this position in a while where you understand you have to play better and you're losing, and it's just not a good feeling all the way around. So we don't want to be insane and keep doing the same thing expecting different results, but we have to kind of pick each other up, understand we have everybody in that locker room has to figure it out. And that's what the job requires. We understand that. And, it's just tough right now to go out and keep fighting hard. I understand our energy and effort was there, and you don't have any results to show for it.
Wow. I'm today. Wow.
I don't
Steph
get
is a man of few words.
I don't get pointing the finger out of that, but it does kind of suggest like, hey, we've done it before and we're not doing it now. But it doesn't really take any onage of why aren't you doing it now? I mean, it would be one thing if you said, hey, it's on me. We know it's not on Steph. Steph's playing at a really high level. But I think it's also kind of, it suggests that you're pointing at people that aren't part of your championship core when you are saying, well, in the past we've been able to do this and now we can't. I'll throw this out as a stat that I don't know that everybody knows. The Warriors in the fourth quarter this year are minus 43 point differential.
That's money time.
Who plays in the fourth quarter?
The starters.
Right. So you can point at the second unit, and the second unit deserves to be pointed at.
Wow, you preaching.
But minus 43 in the fourth says, you better own some of that failure as well. No matter, despite the rings, and despite the accolades, despite the future Hall of Fame, despite all that, you win and lose as a team. And I'm hearing Draymond, I'm hearing Steph. They're not pointing the finger directly, going, "It's you," but they kind of are indirectly.
Oh, no doubt.
And I don't think that's a good thing, and I don't think it's the right thing because they're losing as a team.
And let me take you back to last Friday in Charlotte. The chef had the ball, and it's the chef on mine all day. He can do no wrong. This is what happened. He couldn't shake Dennis Smith Jr. to even get off a good shot to win the game. And then what was that last night? They didn't even need a three. Okay, right. I didn't know. All you need to do is run a double team at Steph, and then that's it. You stop the Warrior. What was the
That was terrible.
That was bad.
There was 4.9 on the clock. The Warriors got a lousy look.
I don't even know if that was a real shot by Clay. And
what was that? A one-handed runner?
After
covered?
And that goes to what you just pointed out, Larry. That ain't the second team.
Right.
This is money time. Are they tired? You think they're tired? And if you say yes, anybody out there that says yes, okay. But this, to me, I just don't like what I'm seeing defensively.
Well, the second unit last year at times gave them a shot in the arm. They're just consistently not getting that shot in the arm. Third quarter, Orlando comes out last night. They score 43 points in the third quarter.
How
43.
Many? Oh, my goodness.
And not only that, they showed tons of energy. And then Orlando opens the fourth quarter on a 16-6 run. So, granted, that's a lot the second
taking
unit.
The ball from big men? Give me that. And taking it come on, man.
Seriously, but to me, don't point the finger at anybody, even indirectly.
Okay.
Own it as a team because there's enough regression from guys who have 4 rings. Not Steph, but we've seen some regression. Clay's not the same defender he was pre-injury.
Right. Nobody will tell you otherwise.
Yeah, and nobody should expect it. But he's not, and that's a reality. And Green's lateral quickness is not the same as it was. Looney the same. So they've got issues with quickness with their starters.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what concerns me most. Let's go out to the haystack and welcome Oscar to the program. He thinks he has the solution, Larry, for the Warriors' defensive problems.
Hey, how's it going, guys? So I'm just going to say this real quick. I already know that this guy's not exactly a fan favorite over here in the Bay Area, but defense is an issue, and I could have sworn, if my memory is correct, Mark Jackson was the one who got us in this defensive mindset and sparked the brain of this dynasty that we have now. I say he's not going to get a coaching job anywhere, I don't think. What if we get him as like a defensive coach to just bring that mindset back and bring us back to where we started everything? And hopefully him and Kerr can kind of coexist and, just move forward. Help these young guys.
We appreciate the phone call. That's not going to happen. And man down, I'm the biggest Mark Jackson advocate, but his time in the Bay is over.
There goes that caller. There goes that caller.
And what about Atkinson? He took away, and I'm not throwing rocks
the best
at him.
Assistant in the league, right? Mark Jackson ain't coming back.
Yeah, especially not to be a non-head coach. You said something to me during the break about you gave me two options.
Right.
Share with the people, if you may, where you think this thing is headed. Because Larry, as much as I want to say you're off your rocker like John, I'm like, you know what? This could be something Myers and Lake Up and the organization is facing. If in a few months, if this thing doesn't get improved.
All right, they're 3-6.
Talk to us.
Let's say they're 500 in February. And you're staring at the NBA trade deadline. And you're looking at a team that's almost like two teams. You got this veteran team that's won tons and is getting paid incredibly well.
Who's on that team?
And that team is Steph and Clay and Draymond and Looney and Wiggins.
All right.
Right. And of that group, really only Wiggins is in his prime. I guess Looney is actually in his prime. He just looks like an old guy, but he's actually in his prime. So you got Wiggins and Looney in their prime. You got Steph playing at a high level. You got regression from Draymond and from Clay. So there's your starting five, and they lack some quickness laterally and to loose balls and rebounds. But that's your starting five. Then you get your second five, and
Who we got?
Pool's the guy. Pool's the points.
Yeah.
But you got Kuminga, he should be in there, and you got Wiseman, and you've got Moses Moody, and DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green. Obviously, DiVincenzo and JaMychal, role players brought in this year. I'm just saying, if you get to February and you're still kind of struggling, which would be a huge thing. I mean, at that point, I think they'll get this together in the next month. But let's just say they're in February and they're still scuffling. And you're Bob Myers and you walk into the room with Steve Kerr and you're debating, what do you do from here? And you're looking for that pivot point. Where are the Warriors more likely to be very guarded of their guys who have won and say, man, we're not moving Clay, we're not moving Draymond, we're sure as hell not moving Steph, and we're not moving Looney. So let's say, out of those three established guys, Looney, Clay, and Draymond, no, not moving those guys. Okay. Then you've got three young guys in Poole, Wiseman, and Kuminga. And if you're still struggling, would you rather move somebody off of that young group tomorrow, if you will, versus yesterday? The Poole, the Looney, Draymond, Clay group, or would you rather move somebody off tomorrow? How do you pivot? Do you pivot? This team is going to need a Lou Dort. They're going to need somebody like that, a real physical.
You went there.
Perimeter defender. I mean, they're going to need a defensive forward at some point between now and the end of the year. Who would you rather pivot off of? One of your veterans that outside of Steph, or one of your kids that you're hoping is the future?
Well, I'll tell you this: the kids aren't doing anything right now. And it's no fault of their own. They take part of the blame, but I don't think you could sell high. If anybody out there is watching these guys, mainly Kuminga and Wiseman, there's no way you could get something high for them right now.
And
if that doesn't get better by February, Poole ain't going nowhere to me. But you asked me a question. I think Jonathan Kuminga could get me the most. I think Wiseman, and we're talking now. The league has gone away from the dominant big man. Well, Jokic just won Wiseman will never be Jokic. Just from a physical standpoint, I believe. He'll never be Embiid. But JK on a good day in a system, in a team like the Rockets, where they run up and down, it's Lob City, you can make airs galore. We'd probably see Kuminga on play of the night 5 days out of the 7 days of a week. So to me, he would be the guy that I could think could net me or fetch me the most. I think Wiseman, people are biting their nails, even mainly the Warriors, like, what do we got here? Another big that ain't strong enough? Another big that doesn't have that offensive repertoire? I don't know, but you're asking me which way I'd go? I love mob movies, and I said this to Steiny, The Sopranos, Scarface, Scarface, the Goodfellas. there's loyalty. I'm not moving Dre, Clay, or Steph. So I got here with you. We'll go out with the ship sinking with you guys. It would be one of these youngsters that I would move to try to get me. And I like Dort, but I don't think you could get him. I think you'd be losing if you just went that way for one of the youngsters.
It's interesting because, I mean, you're right. If you go to move a James Wiseman at some point,
Right
you're not
now?
getting equal value.
No, man.
You go to move Kuminga, who's a lottery pick, you're not getting equal value. Heck, if you tried to move Poole at some point because of the $35 million a year you've agreed to pay him, you're not going to get equal value for him. So, and then you look at Draymond's situation.
Now, he could help a whole hell of a lot of, like, teams that the Celtics,
I think
Milwaukee,
Draymond-
those are winning teams. He can't go to, you're not saying him go to a lesser team.
No, I think
He wouldn't play.
I think Draymond can go to two types of teams. He can go to a team that's ready to win right now with their championship window open.
There's no doubt.
Because he can help you win championships. It's proven. And he can also go to one of these teams that's in, NBA irrelevance. And they have
Larry, a couple years ago on line one, he wouldn't play when Steph went down and this team had nothing to play for. To his credit,
he'd have to buy into it. He'd have to buy into it. I mean, there's no question.
Buy into what, Larry?
I wouldn't want Draymond on a team that wasn't a playoff team.
Well,
because
that's what you were saying.
But as far as if I'm Mike Brown and I'm trying to establish a culture in Sacramento, hell yes, I would take Draymond Green.
Yeah, but Draymond wouldn't take you, is what I believe.
I don't know that he'd have to want to be there. You'd have to pay him. You'd have to extend him. He'd have to. He's
prime time, Larry. He's playing for the chip.
But I mean, so to me, he could establish a winning culture in a place that doesn't have a culture, or he could be the final key piece for a team that's on the verge of potentially winning a title.
Let's go out to Berkeley. And before we do, Rafi, I'll say this about that. I can see how Sacramento or any team that's on the come would want Draymond, but if you ain't playing or, nobody has you penciled in to go on a deep run, he wouldn't be a fit. I don't think he would be mentally invested. But let's welcome Rafi to the program from B-Town. What's up, Rafi?
How y'all doing today?
You got a theory. We'll be better after we hear it.
Yep.
All right. Here's my hot take, maybe not super hot take, but I think that, the Warriors have been very public about their desire to be like a Spurs-level organization, a Lakers-level organization. Now, I think that the Warriors top has decided that it's okay to not win the championship this year. I think that the goal is to compete for a championship. The goal is to remain relevant, and the goal is to remain in contention. But I think if they were truly serious about winning a chip this year, they would have traded their young talent before the season for someone bona fide. The inquiries into the KD situation, any number of other guys who are probably available on the open market. I think that they know they're not going to win this year. I think they got lucky with the win last year. It shifted the timeline. Not lucky. I think they kind of anticipated that they might be in contention. But having won last year, my take is that they don't think they're going to win again with the old core. And it's just about remaining relevant, and it's a transition. And so I'll take your feedback off the air.
It's a really interesting. It's a very interesting comment.
That's a theory for you.
I've maintained this, and I've maintained this since I went on the first tour of Chase when they were building it, and they took us into the.
Did you have the hard helmet on?
And we got to tour the bunker suites, and when they were selling them, and I just saw how. Go
ahead,
dropping names. I saw how elaborate the arena was, and I'm like, wow. And I remember sitting there talking to G-Rad about this, and I'm like, you know what? The Warrior business side, by putting together this elaborate, incredible palace of an arena, has challenged the Warrior basketball side to maintain competitiveness all the way through, because nobody's ever going to pay the cost that it's going to take to come watch this, to come sit in this arena, unless the team's damn good. So they almost like guaranteed that they have to be in this mode where they're relevant, as the caller said.
Yeah.
and maybe they're not winning the title, but they're still a relevant contender. I think they need to be a relevant contender for the next 10 to 15 years, almost more than they need to win the title this year. But as a basketball fan, I'm looking at Steph and Clay and
Who
Draymond
is basketball
and Looney.
royalty right now and a defending champ.
Yeah, and in some ways, I'm thinking, what's the priority? Is the priority to fill Joe Lacob's arena to offset the incredible costs that it took to build it? Or is the number one priority to get Steph, Clay, and Draymond one more title?
Okay.
One more, and lock them up for the Hall of Fame and lock them up as one of the great dynasties. And I mean, they already are, but you know what I'm saying? Is the priority getting that one more ring? Yeah, but they don't want to drive the thing off the table because the arena's so damn expensive. So it's like you got to somehow serve both masters, and it's a very difficult thing to do. Last year they got away with it. I felt like last year they were kind of like the best team left, where some teams had a lot of talent. Phoenix had a ton of talent. They kind of fell apart, and other teams kind of fell apart. Warriors were there. I'm not saying they didn't deserve it or earn it. They did, but you know what I'm saying? It's like that's what I got the feel last year, that they didn't fracture as the season went on, and they were the best team standing at the end. But this year, I don't know what the goal. I mean, is the goal to win the title, or is the goal to be competitive, as the caller said, and keep people going through the turnstiles?
I appreciate that, but we had Bob Myers on last week on the executive show,
right?
And I shouted him out because last year, before the ball was tipped against the Denver Nuggets, game 1 of the playoffs here in Chase, he was real enough to say him and Kerr. And to paraphrase, they didn't know how good the Warriors were. Like, they didn't know it was, and they went and won the chip. But what I'm telling you is and the people listening, turn on a Laker game, and I love LeBron, but where he's at, it's the 14-15 round. He's at the end. Father Time is on his back, Jack. I love Giannis, but guess what? You ain't a champ. That was a couple years ago. The best box office watch right now is in Chase Center, 41 games, and that's Stephen Curry, and they're defending champs. So to what you just posed, it's still there. There's still something in the bottle, and I'm gonna knock your guys' socks off with this sound. Last year that the Athletic, they actually wrote about it. Andre Iguodala basically saying, is it fair to this core group, these champs, who didn't even win it? They hadn't even won it last year, to go to battle with these youngsters. Like, they needed somebody already solidified in the league to help them. And Draymond has a quote that I'm going to play before we get to break here, and we'll react to it on the other side. But you take a listen to, because it just goes to what you're saying. Something ain't matching up. And I don't think Steph, Clay, and Dre got years to say, to the caller's point, oh, we can just have this one a mulligan because we won it last year. No, you got to strike while the iron's hot. You tell me what you think of this right here.
Historically, we have not seen that work, where you kind of got a mix of old. I wouldn't say any of us are old, but older. Andre's old as shit, actually. But, a mixture of, experience, hardly any experience. Historically, I think in just being a fan of the NBA, I can't recall the last time you've seen someone have success with that. But in saying that, that's our situation. And so you do what you got to do to make that situation work. And so that's where we are. At the end of the day, as a player, you don't make those decisions. I think we have a pretty good balance of young and experience, and, you just try to bring it all together and make it work.
That's Draymond Green, Larry. Just digest that to the listeners, and we'll get to it, process it, and we'll react to it on the other side. And, Larry, I don't know if you know, but I want to see you in one. Our online store is now live. Make sure you go check out all the freshest Steiny and Guru gear at 95.7 The Game shop.com. I wear your stuff. You better wear ours. Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game.
Don't let us win a championship.
The Warriors' road trip continues tonight with a matchup against the Pelicans.
In New Orleans tonight, Joel Myers, Antonio Davis, and Zion. Put them in the blender.
Our pregame coverage starts with the Warriors live at 4:30.
This Poole driving and a dunk, a right-hand slam. Poole.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area stop of the year with a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun the whole family will love. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the West Coast's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks of all years. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and vendor exhibit. Check out the Smash for Cash Demolition Derby. Experience a tire smoking burnout competition, Nitro Thunderfest, and so much more. It's November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Attention! Did you or a loved one live at or near Marine Base Camp Lejeune in North Carolina between 1953 and 1987? If so, listen closely for this important legal announcement. From 1953 to 1987, Marines and their family members at Camp Lejeune drank water that was contaminated with hazardous toxins. The toxins found in the water at Camp Lejeune may cause health issues, especially later in life. Types of health issues associated with water at Camp Lejeune are numerous. If you or a loved one lived near Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. Even if you were turned down in the past, a new law can allow you to file a claim today. If you or a loved one spent time near Camp Lejeune, call the Negligence Network to find out if you're eligible for financial compensation. There's no fee unless we win your case. Call 1-800-700-4333. That's 1-800-700-4333. 1-800-700-4333.
It's Pro Time, which means at Lowe's, you're invited to enjoy a Lowe's Pro Happy Hour. Kick back with free Pepsi Cola drinks and Frito-Lay snacks. Plus, earn 3 times bonus points per dollar on purchases of select Pepsi products. Come into Lowe's and get the full MVP treatment at Pro Happy Hour on November 17th from 2 to 5 p.m. While supplies last. Bonus points offer valid 10/27 through 12/8. Calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. See Lowe's.com/L/pro loyalty terms.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Duh.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Jordan Poole, he told you who you're listening to, but that other voice is Larry Krueger in for Steiny. I think Steiny somewhere just having a good time. He probably listening. Guru mess up a read. I messed one up last one, but anyway, I'll hear about it Monday. But Larry, can I share something with you personally before we get back to it? I've worked a lot of jobs. I had a lot of different bosses. And I had a lot of bosses, men and women, that tell you to do one thing, but they never show you how to do it. I'm looking in the back, our boss, man, and this just means something to me. I ain't kissing ass. He's getting his hands dirty, helping others. And I kind of appreciate that. I'm from the union. We're hard workers, grimy. So I'm looking at him back there like he ain't too big to kind of get his hands dirty, and it means something to me.
Looks like Matt's got kind of a fresh fade going too, doesn't he?
And now people coming in telling me I need a haircut. The barber cops are after me. I'll get touched up this weekend.
There you go.
Yeah, but
now,
I'm gonna say this.
What kind of tip?
$20.
You leave a $20
the
tip
cut's
on your
30.
haircut?
The cut's 30, and I just give a 50 now.
Look at you.
It was 35 until I start working with Steiny. Give a tip, man.
You're $20 tip on a $30 cut.
Yeah, call me 50 cents.
Damn, I thought I was going big time when I went 10.
Yeah.
Now I'm just gonna be like, don't talk to Guru.
Hey, but the last thing about me. Last night I'm on Twitter and I got this thing. I'm goofy. I love sports. That's my saying.
Right.
Everybody does. I know you do, but you don't tweet it out. I do. And it could just be the catch at the wall last night, and I'll tweet it out.
The Chaz McCormick catch.
I'm on Twitter last night. The boss is tweeting, I love that's my saying.
Settle down,
you can't steal my stuff.
I was stealing your stuff?
I was kind of hurt. I love sports.
Maybe you're not. Maybe he's not stealing from you. Maybe you've inspired him.
You know what?
Maybe you've inspired him.
Back. Now, what I did do, what I butchered, shout out Shasky, is I played in a short sample size some sound from Draymond. You wanted to hear it again?
Yeah, let's hear it
again.
again.
Some listeners want to hear it again. And I'm gonna play it, and then we'll react.
Historically, we have not seen that work where you kind of got a mix of old. I wouldn't say any of us are old, but older. Andre's old as shit, actually. But, a mixture of, experience, hardly any experience. Historically, I think in just being a fan of the NBA, I can't recall the last time you've seen someone have success with that. But in saying that, that's our situation. And so you do what you got to do to make that situation work. And so that's where we are. At the end of the day, as a player, you don't make those decisions. I think we have a pretty good balance of young and experience, and you just try to bring it all together and make it work.
Your thoughts? Because he said, how I heard it, NBA-wise, it hasn't been done. You went with the Niners as your comp. But now, like you said, there is no Porter Jr., there is no Bielitsa, there is no Gary Payton II. This is what he's talking about. And Larry, is that why they're 3-6 too?
Well, I mean, last year was really, really special. And I think people really need to understand that. You don't serve two bosses or two masters and win. It doesn't happen. I mean, think about it. Name the team in any sport that had this incredible youth movement, and the exact same year they had that incredible youth movement, they won the title. I mean,
producer Evan brought up the 2011 Thunder when they had Durant, Harden, and Westbrook. It was early on.
They won nothing.
Yeah, but they got there, but I thought it was close enough.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they had success. They had success. But I'm just saying, last year, the Warriors found a way to win and develop at the same time. But just because you could do it one year, It's very tricky. It's complicated. It's not your birthright. It's not guaranteed. So, I mean, now you're starting to see a year later how your older players are a little bit, and, they're old. All right. Yeah. Andre's incredibly old. He's, ancient. But, NBA players, when they reach 30, are getting old. When you reach 32, you're officially old. Right? I mean, how many guys are LeBron James and play until their late 30s?
No, Steph's one of them, but I'm like 3 years younger. But I get you.
So they're entering the twilight years of their career. How many years do you think Draymond's got left? How many years do you think Clay's got left? How many?
Right. Clay, I'm still, the verdict is out, but I'd say about 3 or 4. Dre, maybe 2 or 3.
Okay.
And I could be wrong. Larry could be less than that.
Right. They're in the twilight of their career. So this is an evolving situation. Last year, everybody was close enough to the prime to make it all work. And they were the last team standing, and incredible credit to Kerr and the staff and the players, and they did it. This year's a whole new year. Now your older players are 1 more year older, and your young players have to take that step forward. What have we seen? Have we seen regression? Well, not from Steph, but a little bit from Draymond, a little bit from Clay, and collectively the starting 5 lacks some quickness. But what we've really seen is the young guys haven't made that step forward. And that's why this team is 3-6 out of the chute. Should you panic? No. There's an eternity to get right, and they could get right in a month. It could be, but they're not there yet. And the question is, it's not guaranteed. You know what I mean? So what is more important to you? To develop your future and to have that 10-year run of consistency and people coming through the turnstiles at the Chase? Or is the priority Ring 5 for Steph and Clay and Draymond and this first group? And I don't know the answer to that. Well, and I don't know if Bob Myers even knows the answer to that.
Yeah, we're going to see, but I think I got somebody that wants to speak to you because I'm going to be honest. If Wiseman and Kuminga were in here, I would say, hey, guys, I've been defending you, but you're not giving me much because when you're getting on the floor, it's obvious that you still got a lot of work to do. But when I get in the caddy and drive home today, before we watch tonight's game in New Orleans, Joe from Walnut Creek is saying what I think where I'm at, and it's stop blaming the young guys. Let's have Joe explain. What's up, Joe?
Hey, I just think the young guy argument is a lazy argument. They're not getting enough time to be the problem. They're averaging 5 or 8 minutes. Wiseman 10 minutes. The starting 5 have lost the last 2 games in the fourth quarter because not only do they give up blow-bys, they give up wide-open threes. Kerr's trying to have 2 separate lineups, a veteran lineup and a young guy lineup, and the problem is you're not developing the young guys there. He's got to sprinkle in Wiseman, J.K., Poole, and Moody with the veterans so that he can develop them. I don't think you pull the plug now, and honestly, you take a page out of Bill Walsh and you trade an old guy before you trade a young guy. That's how I'm.
That's interesting.
Who would be that? Clay, Dre? And Dre would get you the most right now. Clay, we don't know what he's going to be, and we love Clay, but
I think it's Green.
There's no doubt.
Yeah.
They take the Lakers, or like I said, we went to Boston, Milwaukee, Portland. Who knows? All these teams that think they're that grimy, smart IQ player away, and he could get you something. But other than that, I don't see who you would move, especially Kuminga or Wiseman, with what you see now, Larry. And it's still early. I don't know who would give you top dollar.
I know, and these are really tough questions to have because, as we all know, nobody plays off of Steph Curry the way Green does, or Green the way they play off of each other. There's no 2 players in the league that play off each other like that. So that Steph, I'm sure, would say no, right? Yeah. Don't trade Draymond Green. But is it Steph's call? Is it Joe's call? Is it Wiseman's call? I mean, is it Myers' call? I don't know whose call it is at the end of the day. But it's interesting he's saying don't blame the young guys.
I'm kind of there.
But essentially the caller is blaming Kerr. So now Kerr doesn't know what he's doing?
No, 4-8. You got the credentials. I'll take a step back, just me personally, but I do wonder why Kuminga's not playing when the house is burning, but yet he's nowhere around. So what? How worse can it get with him out there?
Well, there's that.
It'll be greater later, Larry, if he's getting his reps. Quit telling me practice. And all I've ever heard, and again, I didn't play in the league. Shocker. guys don't practice on the road. NBA teams hardly practice.
Right.
So if he's supposed to be Dominique Wilkins in practice, we don't know if that's going to translate to the games. He plays in the game because you had a vision for him. He's athletic. We've seen it. These guys these two players, young players, need to get empowered with, if you mess up, we still got your back. And if Kuminga, like last night, didn't play and the team gives up 130 points, I'm on the bus going to the hotel, calling whoever I love that's in my corner like, how the hell am I supposed to be better from not even getting my number called, and everybody and their mom wearing a Warrior jersey is getting everybody's blow-bys left and right. How am I supposed to get confidence from that?
Yeah. I mean, DNP coach's decision. It ends with coach's decision.
Okay, so what did Kerr mean last night when he said, I'm going to change it and flip it up?
Well, Kerr's covering these guys. I mean, somebody could ask a direct question. Hey, Steve, what are you not getting out of Jonathan in practice that you need to get from Jonathan in practice to get him some floor time? That's a direct, pretty basic question. He's intentionally not answering that question because he doesn't want to go there. He doesn't want to get negative. He wants to keep everything publicly positive and everything in-house.
The results are negative, Larry. What do you mean want to get negative? It's negative now. You're about to be 0-4 on a road trip.
But he doesn't want
3-6. It is negative.
He doesn't want to air his laundry or what he needs from them to us or to the public or to the fans. But don't you think we can see? He wants to have that discussion privately in practice with Jonathan. And that's just my guess.
Yeah. Let's go out and welcome VIP Robin to the program. What's up, Robin?
Taking my call. I wasn't going to call, but I just had to point this out. So in terms of development, they're not starting at the same point that they did last year. I mean, everything had to go right for the Warriors last year, and it did. But let's think about it. Jordan Poole had already been developing for 3 years, and so he was just a surprise that he had progressed that far. Wiggins had been there for a while, and he started to fit in. So they're not basically, and Gary Payton had been around, for a minute. So they basically, so then they could play Moses Moody and Kuminga here, there in spots. And you notice that when he put Kuminga in the lineup last year, starting out, they would quickly get into a hole. And he had to go and sit down, okay? And so here's the difference. These basketball players, aside from Moody, they don't have great IQ. If you listen to Steve Kerr talk, he gives you the answers. For instance, Jermichael Green has been getting smoked on defense, but all of them have. But he has really, really a lot. But I heard Kerr say that he liked Jermichael Green because he picks up fast. He gets concepts. He understands where to be. You listen to Kerr, and he gives you the answers, okay? He likes Moody because Moody understands the concepts. He gets to where he's supposed to be, and he doesn't make too many mistakes. He used to say that about Looney over and over and over. So he's giving you the answers if you just wake up and open your ears and listen. Peace out, you guys.
Appreciate you. We're going around young guys, old guys. Let's just get right down to it. Of these guys, who is the number one concern? Wiseman, Kuminga, Poole, Green, Clay. Who are you most concerned about?
Wiseman.
Wiseman?
That is because he was supposed to be the future. And
I'd say Poole.
You just paid him. He just balled out last year.
But I mean, as far as right now, what we're seeing night after night, he seems to me to be too passive, especially for a guy who's making $35 million. But beyond that, money aside, he is the leader of that second unit.
Right, I get you, Larry.
He's got to be a dominant guy in that second unit. He still kind of looks relatively passive. I'm more concerned about his mindset than the other guys.
Well, okay, so that goes back to Mike Tyson. Do you think the punch has had, is this the residue? Hey, I'm no psychologist, but I think it's fair to ask because we've never heard from Jordan about this punch. Is it fair to say this could be some of the residue in the fallout of the punch to where he's out there? I
don't think so.
He can be baffled. He can be. I don't know, but
I
you're
would say
right.
no.
And I'm not going to. Now I know you're not saying this. I'm asking. Last year wasn't a fluke, right, from Jordan Poole? Because he's got the offensive repertoire second to none.
What I think we're looking at is a player in Poole who's perfected playing with Clay and Steph and Green and Looney, and he's always kind of looked to defer to some degree, and then they feed him when he's hot. Well, now he's the leader.
I
of
don't
the
want him to
second
be
unit.
a playmaker. I want you to get the ball and put it in the hole.
Right now, he's got to hit the ground running every night. He can't blend. He did a great job of blending to their veterans. Now the job description's changed. Now you've been paid. Now you are one of the veterans. Now guys need to lean on you, and you need to be a big part of that second unit offensively. And I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing a guy who'll go minutes at a time without shooting, who looks way too passive for a guy who's the number one threat on your offensively in your second unit has to hoist. Sorry, you don't get a choice. You have to hoist. You got to shoot.
I
you
just
gotta
had
lead
this thought
offensively,
and I hear you. You tell me if I'm crazy with this. So it's obvious to anybody that's watching this year's Golden State Warriors, and this is no shade in Moses Moody. He is fundamentally sound. He's ahead of Wiseman and Kuminga. But do you think behind closed doors, Larry, that Lacob and Myers and Kerr would want Wiseman to be ahead of Moody and Kuminga, maybe close second?
Yes.
Like, there's
He's got
no
way
doubt,
more
right?
upside.
That's not a bad thought. Like, I feel like I need a shower, but that's real. James Wiseman, if he were on point, this is a game changer. And the fact that how far you deem him behind, he's behind. You would want him to be the leader in the clubhouse of the young three, right?
Moody is a rotation player.
I like him, though.
That's it. That's what he is, a rotation
he could be a starter
player.
somewhere else, Larry.
Yeah, maybe he's a starter.
I'm not
maybe he's
going to
coming
rob
off
him
the
of
bench.
that. Okay.
I'm just saying, starter, bench player, he's in your 8-man rotation. He's not a star. He wasn't the first pick in the draft. He wasn't the second pick in the draft. He's a late lottery pick, right?
I hear you.
Isn't that what?
Yeah, but I like him. I get you. Right.
I like him too, but he's a rotation player. He's not a star. He's never going to be an all-star. I'm not even sure if he's a for sure NBA starter on a championship caliber team. I think that's yet to be determined.
But the young man from Memphis, he was supposed to be
James Wiseman. You took over LaMelo Ball.
Wow.
Took him second in the draft. Supposed to be a difference maker. Now, it doesn't have to happen immediately.
I get you. And there's been injuries.
I think we got to show some patience. We all got to show some patience. It's like, the Aaron Rodgers, RELAX. We all just need to relax.
Right.
I mean, I know that's not the answer we want to hear.
Look what's happening with Rodgers right now. He's further away from a Super Bowl than he's ever been. How much of it is that fault? His fault? He doesn't get most of my blame. So for the people in the back that are saying relax and chill, Steph Curry, you just talked about it. He'll be 35. He'll be 36. When you win a chip, you're not supposed to come back further from the chip than you were when you just won it.
Well,
so that's what's got me like, dude, if you're right and this keeps up, forget the record, the two timelines. Dre's told us kind of what he thinks with a subliminal. Andre told us last year before they won, something's got to give. And you got to go get to me, because my top priority, if I'm Joe Lacob, is getting another chip and everything you talked about on that tour with them Sweets and Chase. So I need to strike now. And while you got Stephen Curry, who's the best show in the game, along with Klay Thompson, and you know what's scary? Last night, 39 and 8 threes from the Splash Brothers, and you still couldn't beat Orlando. Now, if that continues to be a theme, Larry, what do you have in your toolbox?
Yeah, well, they're not doing enough. They're not doing enough good things right now to beat anybody on the road. That's the reality. You have to have a certain number of things going your way to win on the road in the NBA. They don't have enough going right now. And Rodgers, by the way, is interesting. He had Devontae Adams.
And it could have been his fault. You could have ran him out of town.
He took the money. Devontae then
he took
off.
less.
Right, he took a little bit less, but Rodgers still getting paid a ton.
Okay, right.
Devontae's elsewhere. Now he's looking at Romeo Dobbs and Christian Watson.
And you see how it's playing out.
And how's it playing out?
Okay.
Exactly. So you took away Porter, you took away Bielitsa, and you took away GP2, and you replaced him with DiVincenzo and Jermichael Green and Patrick Baldwin Jr., and that's a net negative right now.
A lot of people want to get in, Larry. Let's go to Pacifica, sophomore on the line. They need to win titles. Explain.
Hey, you guys.
You guys are great. I really appreciate your engagement and your knowledge and your partnership every day except today. Look, and Joe Lacob.
Wow! Help us out.
Joe Lacob did not build that palace to have a pretty good, nice, pat him on the head, go out in the second round of the playoff team. He built them to win championships or to be healing their bodies from the last time they won a championship, which is what we've got. And that's what we're all in for. We're not here to be pretty good year after year. We're here to go for it, win it most times, or, really hit the wall trying. So this is a big go big or go home team. It's on the verge, if not already, of being legendary. And we need more of this. While Steph's with us, while the rest of the starters are with us, it's got to happen now, and they got to go all out to get it. The 2-track thing is not working well, so there's got to be some alternatives. I will give you guys a small amount of credit for you got no choice, you got a hoist or whatever you just said, but otherwise, not one of your great moments. I'll help you guys correct it in real time so that you don't have to wear it over the weekend.
Wow, Larry, you okay over there, Larry? He got both of us.
Just take it a full-on attack.
And here I was we got a compliment.
I'll say this, though. It's easy to say, they're all about winning titles. But, Joe understands the cost of the arena, and they could have easily pivoted off of Kuminga or Wiseman for a Bradley Beal last year.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
I was in on it.
And why didn't they? Because he understands that he doesn't want to win one more ring. He wants to win. He wants to be a consistent contender and have those turnstiles and have that thing filled. So I don't know. I know it normally would be what the caller said, which is you got this great core and you've won the 4 rings, and man, you'd sell out to get that 1 or 2 more rings. That's the common wisdom. But now you're looking at a brand new arena that's incredibly expensive that you don't want to be 3 years from now not relevant because you went and traded
Wiseman
happen,
Larry,
and Kuminga.
you got Steph Curry who's transcended. He's showing no slippage and defense.
But 3 years from now.
Okay, 3 years. I'm betting on the chef. And he would be where LeBron's at. And I know it's different bodies, but again, I'm all about if you got the chef, you can add Evan, Matt, and I think it can work. I think that's where we're going. But once he's gone, then the bets are off. But if you got the chef playing at this level, I mean it. I mean, you got to strike while it's hot.
Well, then why have 19-year-old kids that are going to be really good in 3 years if it's all about getting Steph 1 more ring this year or 2 more rings over the next 2 years? Why wouldn't you move a Kuminga? Why would you stay with any young 19-year-old player who's not what he's going to be in 3 years right now?
Well, if they're not showing you anything, Larry, I think if I'm, we don't know how they're taking these games. And again, it's not even 10 games. That'll be tonight. It's a short sample size. But the more I see of these young players, and I think, oh my goodness, nothing's at the end of the road. Shout out Boys to Men. I would be more inclined to be like, I'm going to cut my losses, try to have them grow and be young pups somewhere else, but I need something to put and mix in the stew with Steph Curry so we could continue to win, which would be a savvy veteran that maybe could protect a rim, that could maybe get me a bucket. But right now it's Wiggins and Curry, and when you talk about this starting lineup, let's put the right on the table. Clay had a good game last night. Looney, he ain't giving you much of nothing offensively, and I know the numbers were good last night. Green, we know what's up there. And Clay trying to battle himself. So 3/5 of your starting 5, I'm not saying no show, but a mulligan.
Yeah. No, I mean, but they haven't done it yet. They haven't pivoted off of the young kids for that 1 more rotation player that makes them that much more of a championship contender. We'll see if they're going to. Because right now, it sounds like, you look at last year and you say, well, last year they got everything they wanted.
Yeah, no doubt. Larry, we'll continue the calls. People want to talk when we get back on the other side. But again, the Warriors return to the court tonight in New Orleans to take on Zion Williamson and the Pelicans. Tip-off is set for 5:30. Our pregame coverage begins with Warriors Live at 4:30. Tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
He's the GMOAT. 1, 2, 3. This Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7. starting at 10.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Marvel touchdown.
Right here on 95.7 The Game.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Castrol Edge can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $38.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At Target, make the holidays a breeze with same-day pickup and delivery. Order today and get it today by choosing free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery when you order on Target.com or through the Target app. This season, get festive faster and holiday the easy way with Target's same-day pickup and delivery. Choose free drive-up, free order pickup, or same-day delivery on everything you need for the holidays. Only at Target.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Secure your future in the booming rental equipment industry by joining Sun State Equipment, where people come first. We're looking for drivers, technicians, sales, general labor, and more for our 6 Bay Area locations. Apply in person during our 2-day hiring event. job offers made on site. Friday, November 4th and Saturday, November 5th at the Sun State Equipment Branch location in San Jose at 2233 South 7th Street. Go to joinsunstate.com for event details. That's joinsunstate.com.
We are just days away from the midterms, and there's no doubt the issues in our local elections have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking those issues down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Subscribe to The Home Stretch for a 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm not going to be here.
Nice job, Goo.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
What's up, Moses? It is Larry in for Steiny, and we're holding it down. We can go Dan Rather. I always like to shout out the whole 60 Minutes gang because that's all we got left in this show, Larry. It's been fun. And hopefully tonight, as the Warriors in their road trip in New Orleans, there'll be no Steph Curry, no Klay Thompson, no Andrew Wiggins, and no Draymond Green. I got to ask you, and I ask the listeners, what chances are you giving them to come home not winless on this trip?
I think they're a good play tonight, actually, to be honest.
Do you mean it?
Yeah, because, I mean, they still have starter talent.
Except
now you're asking, it's difficult for the Kumingas, the Wisemans, the young players to play off the bench in a role. If you give them a wide berth, lots of run, they still have starter potential. I kind of like Golden State on the money line.
Okay, who they beat? And we got Monty Poole coming up at 2:30 from CSN Sports Bay Area. We'll ask him everything Warriors, NBC Sports Bay Area. Who did the JV team, I don't want to diss anybody, but remember the Warriors, who did they play last year and they won? Producer Evan's going to
Miami.
Oh, Miami. They went to South Beach. Beat the Heat, so you're right. You don't know until you know.
Well, I mean, Moody, Kuminga, Wiseman,
knowing that they're going to play a bulk of the minutes.
And they think they're young guys. They can play those minutes. And they think of themselves as starters, I'm sure. So now they're going to get an opportunity to start. It looks like they're going 0 for 5 on the road trip. But then also New Orleans probably takes them a little lightly without the Stars playing.
Yeah, I was trying to clean up the calls. And one guy wanted to talk about, is it bad defense or the officials? They hung up. But hey, I've listened, you and I together, every soundbite. I watched all the post-game stuff yesterday about those fouls, which were ridiculous and committed on the Golden State Warriors. Not one player or coach had an issue, and maybe I missed it. You let me know if I'm wrong, saying they were getting a bad whistle, meaning they were legitimate fouls. And that's what I don't like, Larry, because that's a bad sign.
I don't think was it one-sided? Yeah. Was it when you looked up at the end of the game and you're saying, wow, 15. Golden State took a whole lot fewer free throws than their opponent? Yeah, that's bad. 31 more free throws for Orlando. Was it 46-15? I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. But I think it has a lot more to do with the lack of lateral quickness from the starters. They're in a trail position, and you're not going to get those calls. They're getting beat off the dribble at will. At will.
Yeah, and that's got to stop. Again, hopefully the youngsters will do their job tonight, but we really won't see it manifest until they come home, and I believe they got Sacramento here Monday at Chase Center. But you got me thinking about the suites and everything. It's a cash cow right now, and rightfully so. But, again, if I told you, Larry, you could spend your hard-earned chicken on one player to watch in the league, again, I love Giannis, and I don't even know if Giannis is in his prime, if he's hit it yet. But Steph Curry, number 30 right now, is in a zone. I was telling Steiny I think he's going to win MVP, and they were like, oh, way to go out on a limb. But now, to win MVP, you got to have the other components of that. And that's a nice record. I know it's 9 games in, but nobody had this defending champ, Golden State Warriors, Larry, 3-6.
No, I mean, it's disappointing. The question that I would love to ask Joe Lacob if he were sitting here is, Joe.
He's been in here before, Larry.
What would you... Yeah, I remember that night as well. if you could have one but not the other, which would you prefer? You can have that 5th ring, but you're going to have trouble selling tickets over the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years because you're going all in.
Okay.
Or would you rather not get that ring, but continue to be among the championship contenders and have a packed house for the next 7 to 8 years?
Well, see, and I appreciate the question.
Would you rather have the 7 8 years of a packed house and all that revenue that goes with it? Or would you rather have that one more ring?
Now, you're talking about two different things. The business person is going to take 5 to 7 being close in it. But the fan, the people like myself, they want the ring, the bling. That 5th is incredible. And for Steph to get it and surpass LeBron. So from a fan standpoint, you throw everything, the kitchen sink at getting 5. But obviously, Joe Laker would never say this. Jerry Jones is all the people out there. They would want to do the latter.
I don't know, because Joe's so much like a fan. I mean, Joe has the passion of a fan. Joe's as passionate as the guy
but Larry,
in the upper deck.
Then what's the championship?
And
If you're Joe, what's number 5? What's the championship mean to you? Because if that's the truth, and you're telling me, hey, I like the packed house and tickets to be selling, I'm not tripping on a number 5, then that's telling me you ain't living and dying or breathing getting a chip.
Well, I mean, it's just that and I don't know if you're not living or dying. I don't know if you're. I mean, first of all, he's already got. The guy pointed to the rafters.
So he's a fat rat now. No,
Larry, but he
pointed
to the rafters and said, "I want to add banners."
And he did.
And so, are you all about banners?
Yeah.
Are you all about banners?
You got to stay. You created your standard now.
Or are you, now that you've got some banners, are you about seeing your opulent arena packed for the next decade? Just assume that you can't have both. Which do you think he's about? So in your mind, he's all about the chip.
Yeah.
So then
look at the luxury tax. Look at what he's paying to field that team. But put that team on the court.
But he resisted, or he had Myers resist any overtures from any other teams to trade any of these young players for like a Bradley Beal, and it worked out last year, right?
Man,
they got both.
Okay.
They developed their young players. They still got this huge long window, and they got a ring.
Okay.
But if you couldn't have both, and you had to choose one more ring or a packed house for the next decade.
Now again, Larry.
What are you going with?
I want to be Steiny here.
It's a very expensive arena.
All depending on who you're asking. But I'll tell you this. Yeah, I'll tell you, we mentioned. I'll tell you this. You got Steph Curry for at least 3 more years in my world.
You want to maximize those 3 years.
Yeah, no doubt. And, I mean, how greedy can a fan be? That building that ain't going to be empty if they stink for the next 3 or 4 years, all predicated on what you've already done. Like the residue of the chips and how close you get if you don't get number 5, Larry, we're so far from what we seen on 3rd and King.
We just watched the Giants win 3 titles. They just had the lowest attendance they've had since the park opened this year.
When was the last playoff trip? Well, against the
2014.
Cubs. Against the Cubs, right? When Bochy messed up with the bullpen.
I mean, 2014 was the last World Series.
Right, but after
that. So now
that,
it's 2022.
But you hadn't been a contender for a long time.
8 years.
Yeah. Yeah, Dub Nation.
So 8 years, the Giants, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Do you want a packed house or you want that ring? I'm not saying that you couldn't have both. Last year they had both. Yeah. But if you couldn't have both, which would Joe prefer?
Yeah, let's go out to GP. I believe it's GP. Larry, I didn't tell you I had my eyes checked. They said I had GR. I had 20/20 vision, but I think I need readers, but like I can see it good, but I messed up there. So they say once you get glasses, you're in the system. So just ride it out until you really need them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to mess up stuff until I got to get them. You got contacts. Why don't you get green? Never thought about it? Green-eyed Larry.
Yeah. Colored contacts.
Yeah, I got you.
Colored. Nothing says I'm not comfortable in my own skin.
I would be like
colored contacts.
My God, this dude has contacts.
Colored contacts always.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's a statement.
I got you. Yeah. We ain't hating. What's up, GR? Welcome to the program.
Hi, how you doing? It's actually G-On, but it's all good. It's all good. Whatever you guys want to call me, I'll take it.
There you go.
I just wanted to chime in. You guys had a question about, on this road trip, what do you think it's going to be like? And I feel like it's going to hinge on Jonathan Kuminga. I feel like if he can be the player to give the spark like a Draymond in a sense, I feel like the team will feed off that and they can get some dubs. The Dubs can get some dubs.
There it is. And you'll be able to see him tonight, Larry. What, 30, 35, 40 minutes tonight?
Should be a full run. I mean, unless he gets foul trouble. Yeah, I mean, I'm really eager to see what Kuminga brings with a wide runway. You know, whether just, hey, just play.
You know what?
Don't worry about fitting in. Don't worry, just play.
Because I told you this. I'm going to recycle it, but it wasn't on air. I don't know what's bothering me about the starters, all of them sitting at night, because if Kuminga goes out there and gets 22 and 12, it's really, to me, not 22 and 12 because the big guys weren't out there. So if I was Kerr, I'd have maybe one or two of the guys playing so Kuminga could build some rapport with them. Am I being too prickly with that? Because if this is, I know it's a regular season game, but it's almost like Kuminga unplugged like we saw in the summer league. You got to get your continuity down with the real guys too.
I hear you, but I mean, number one, first,
just get some ball.
He's got to get some run, right? He's got to get some run. I agree with you though. Eventually, and like at the playoffs, we're starting in 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean, just open run in Santa Cruz is not the same as playing significant minutes with starters or with guys that rotation players, but. You got a long time between now and the playoffs. So he just needs some run.
Speaking of which, I don't even know if I have a comp. And I've been honest with you. When they announced a couple years back that Jordan Poole was going to Santa Cruz, Larry, I thought it was over. And what you said about Moody and just where his ceiling was at, you know, he'd still be in the league, but I never thought he would get to the heights to where he'd earned the contract he just got, Jordan Poole. With that said, are you at a point now to where if we got a report that Kuminga or James Wiseman were going to Santa Cruz for a stint, would you be like, who the hell are they if they tried to buck back and say, I'm beyond that? Or with what we've seen from Jordan Poole in this Warrior way, maybe that is a way to keep them playing? To go to the lab mentally. If we heard that, would you be like, okay, that's the best form?
I mean, they need run. They need to play. I mean, these guys need to play. I mean, they're relative babies. They need to play. Now, in an ideal world, they play in the NBA level. But if you can't squeeze out minutes, or for whatever reason you don't have rotation minutes available, then I think the G League should still be viable for those guys. Now, I understand that it's like a slap in the face.
Right. Jordan did it, though, and look now.
But at the end of the day, you don't worry about how you feel about it. Use it as a tool.
Right.
You need time. I mean, you know, if you need reps. I mean, it's like, do you think the 49ers would die to have some kind of a G League situation if Trey were healthy? Let's just say Trey had gotten beaten out by Jimmy Garoppolo. They don't want him to sit around and not get better. You want him to improve. How's he going to improve if he doesn't play? So I think the G League is absolutely a golden opportunity, and I wouldn't look at it like a demotion. I look at it like an opportunity to get in rhythm.
Let's go out to Priest in Palo Alto. He wants to speak to your point of the young guys. What's up, Priest?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Hanging in there.
Listen, man, it's Larry, you're speaking the truth, man. I mean, listen, you have got to develop these kids to find out what you got. You got a second overall pick and a 7th overall pick. And I like these kids. I like peanut butter and jam as well, you know, and even Ryan Rollins. I want to see these kids play. You don't build around 32-year-olds. You build around 22-year-olds. They're looking at, listen, Larry, you told the truth when you said the fourth quarter is where they're losing these games. Everybody wants to point at James Wiseman and what he's doing wrong. James Wiseman ain't playing enough minutes for him to affect these games, good or bad. They're losing these games in crunch time in the fourth quarter, and the OGs are getting blown by. Man, Draymond's getting run off the court in the fourth quarter. And so I just think that I'm being honest with you, man. I hate to say it, but that's what I'm looking at. No. They were ahead by 4 points with a minute left to play and lost. When the last time you seen the Warriors do that? Usually Steph Curry's shooting free throws to polish off the game. They're not closing games. And check this out. Steph Curry, the point guard, is out rebounding the entire front court.
Yeah, oh man.
Andrew Wiggins, Kevin Looney, and Draymond Green. He's out rebound. He's leading the team in rebounds. That's not an indictment against the young guys or the bench. That's an indictment against the starters.
Yeah, and Priest, before you were even here, Larry, thanks for the call. I've said that. I've echoed that. And that's why I'm concerned, because I've been sticking up. I feel like I've been sticking up for Wiseman and Kuminga, especially Kuminga not playing. There's bigger fish to fry, and I just feel like it's all at the doorstep of Wiseman and Kuminga. And to answer his point, when was the last time they lost? I keep going to it. Last Friday, up 4 in Charlotte, and they blew the lead. And then you got the ball Friday night and last night with all you need is a 2. That I don't know what that play was. I don't think we've given it enough run, but what is that on Kerr? I don't know what was going on to where you didn't run an efficient play to even get a good shot off, a high percentage shot. It was just like, I still don't know what happened, and I'm not blaming Clay, but how Steph gave him the ball, that was like, yuck. This don't look like Warrior basketball. And not to paraphrase his call.
If you
Curry leading the team and leading the rebounds, like, that's the thing.
He's the best rebounder on the team.
Man, we got problems in.
But, I mean, that sequence last night, at
goodness.
the end, you would have swore that it was like 2.2 on the clock.
1.8.
And it was 4.9 on the clock.
Yes.
The look that they got was a bad look.
Larry, can I say it wasn't even a look? Technically, was that Clay's left hand?
Between two defenders, Boncaro closing out,
and they both ran at the chef.
And Clay on a one-handed. Was it one? It looked like a one-handed run.
Yes.
So I mean,
and my boy Jerome was in the corner. Clay, if you're listening, could he kind of given it to Jerome to get a better regular shot than? I've never walked away from a Warrior game in the Kerr era like they left some chicken on the bone.
I know, but it's the NBA too. I mean, on that side of the floor, you got Steph, you got Clay,
Wiggins,
and you got Ty Jerome.
Yeah.
The one guy you know is not taking that shot is Ty Jerome. Yeah. Right? They'd rather if they did it again, they'd rather go with Clay
or have
or
Wiggins
Steph
come get
Ty
the ball
Jerome.
or outlet for Steph if they double and do his little Sasa and 15, 20-footer ball game. I would have took that, but that was just. I was like, this is how it ends?
I thought it was going to be 2 crisp passes and a wide open look with like 2 on the clock. Instead, it was Steph kind of trying to make a move, flip it to Clay. Clay looked like he didn't know how much time he had between 2 defenders. Banchero's a big man. I mean, it wasn't a great look.
77 points in the second half to a team that came into the game 1-7. And if you can lose to Charlotte, and if you can lose to Orlando, and you can lose to Detroit, I don't want to hear a Warrior fan, because I know I won't, Larry, play the schedule game. And to be honest and put another rat on the table, you were beating the crap out of Sacramento.
Back to Steiny and
You
Guru.
were beating that wasn't me just on it. I love you. You were beating the crap out of Sacramento, and they came back and got it to with a 2-3 point game.
Right.
And we just kind of I laughed it off like, they were tired. But, man, maybe was that some insight to –
well, they're not finishing.
Said the blow-bys.
They're not finishing.
The blow-bys,
Orlando went on a 40-18 run. It was 90-75. They went on a 40-18 run.
Oh, my goodness.
And minus 43 in the fourth. There's nowhere to hide on that one. I mean, that ain't Wiseman. That ain't Kuminga. And that ain't even Jordan Poole. That's on the big boys. That's on the guys who are getting paid the big cash, and they gotta show up. Offensively and defensively. And I think you've seen the regression of some of the stars in this team defensively, and then we haven't necessarily. I'd like to see the young guys get more run and prioritize, because let's be honest, Steph and Clay and Draymond, do they really need minutes in November? No. What the Warriors need is they need to make sure that Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody become full-fledged, dependable rotation players. And they also need to get Baldwin and Rollins some run, whether it be G League run. They need to develop their young players. They got 2 teams. They got an older team, a younger team. The old team doesn't need developing. Okay. The young guys do.
Yeah, and that's why I can't wait. In 10 minutes, we got from NBC Monty Poole, and he'll be candid with us, and we can ask him some questions about what he's feeling about or what he's seeing and what he's not seeing. But now I want to agree with you, but I don't, because kind of what I keep going to what Priest said. This is a lot about the OGs getting blown by. So you have to develop man for man a defensive identity. And as crazy as I sound, Larry, looking at you before we get up out of here, last year at this juncture, they were doing that. They got off to an 18-2 start. And I kept saying, hold on, don't eat the cheese yet. It's too early. But they were the number one defensive team early on, going up to Phoenix and beating them on Christmas Day because they developed that rapport and identity then. What's bothering me is it's going the other way, and we're saying, oh, it's early. Is it? So if you're saying Steph, Clay, and Dre don't need to be a part, and it's on the young guys, no, they do, because it takes all of them to develop that identity. And right now, they got an identity. It ain't born. It's a Halloween identity. It's Fright Night. It's we're all collectively on defense. So that's what I'm watching. But tonight, it ain't even going to matter if they ball out. To me, yeah, you want to get the dub, no pun intended, but it's going to be, okay, let's see what you do when all four are out there who aren't going to be out there tonight. So to me, this ain't the night or the time to give PTO.
Well, I mean, here's the bottom line. You're trying to do two things, win and develop. You're not doing either. So which one do you want to do?
You hit that out the park.
I mean, come on. I mean, you're not developing your young players, and you're not winning games.
Wow, Larry.
So tonight, guess what? One of those things is going to happen. They may not win tonight, but they're going to develop their young players tonight.
Let's go.
To me, that's better than what they've done on this trip.
I love it. Let's go out to Scott. He's in Hawaii. He wants to talk about the Dub situation. What's up, Scott?
Hey, man, I'll tell you what, I've been a season ticket holder for 35 years, and I want to see the team go up and down. But I think what the answer is here is that Bob Myers and Steve Kerr need to sit down with Draymond Green and say, look, Draymond's come to us and said there's nothing more important than the team. We all know that. Therefore, he wants to come off the bench. We're going to try this for 10 games, maybe 20 games. We're going to improve the second team. Certainly the first team is a plus 24, and the second team's a minus 13. So let's switch it up a little bit. This is a win-win. This is a PR bonanza for Draymond, turning his reputation around by coming to management and saying, look, I want to come off the bench and see what happens for the next 10 games. What do you think?
I like it. I like the idea.
I appreciate the phone call, Larry.
You don't like the idea.
Because Dre would never do that. So I don't think it's real. I don't think that would never happen.
But I mean, in his scenario of, do you think it would be good PR to say, hey, you know what?
It would be great.
I'll take one for the team because guess what? We're not gelling, and I'm all about being part of the solution. And if this is part of the solution, let's try it. I think that plays really well with the fan base. I think it plays really well in the room with the young guys. And I think ultimately they can't have this two-team type situation.
Oh, man.
They got to be one team. So if you want to mix up some of the lineups early on for the next, couple weeks to see if you can get a different result, to me, that makes perfect sense. I'd be very interested to see what it looks like.
Yeah, and speaking of PR, Willard and I, we were having some fun on the changeover a couple weeks back when this all jumped off with Draymond, and I don't know what you thought because we haven't talked. Ring night, I would have grabbed the mic and said my sorries to Jordan Poole, even if I already did it, if you were truly sorry, and to the fans. And I thought, I think, had you done that, and I know, Guru, you're on Disney Channel, like that would have resonated with it. Like, oh, but hey, you didn't do that. That's fine. And I can't wait to talk to Monty because I'm going to ask him if he thinks any of that is affecting the team.
You think it's lingering?
Yeah. And I made a bet with Steiny, and I won it back. Larry, I'm being real. I bet the Warriors instead of the field. And the reason I bet the Warriors to repeat was because we're going to see some progress from Kuminga and James Wiseman. But if you're telling me we don't, and I know it's early, and no shade at Green or Dante DiVincenzo, that's not enough to go back-to-back off the bench. So if you're telling me those two guys aren't going to be a part or making any contributions, I love Green and Dante, that ain't enough.
You lost a ton of athleticism with GP2, and you were going to replace that athleticism with Wiseman and Kuminga, and now Wiseman and Kuminga aren't playing consistently, and they're not giving you that.
All right. When we come back, Larry, it's been great. We're going to have Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll ask him everything Golden State Warriors and wrap it up and take your calls right here on 95.7 The Game.
I love it!
The Warriors' road trip continues tonight with a matchup against the Pelicans.
In New Orleans tonight, Joel Myers, Antonio Daniels, and Zion. Put them in the blender.
Our pregame coverage starts with the Warriors live at 4:30.
Driving and a dunk, a right hand slam.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
Provember is back at Lowe's, and so are the savings. Power the possibilities with savings on the DeWalt tools you trust to get the job done. Like the DeWalt 16-piece reciprocating saw blade set was $29.98, now $19.98. And the DeWalt 14-piece assorted drill bit set was $16.98, now $9.98. These deals are tough to beat, and so are the tools. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Offer ends 12/28 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Salute our veterans and wrap up the Bay Area hot rodding season in style at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all happening November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the Bay Area's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks of all years on display. Plus, don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the Fall Shootout. Our Veterans Day weekend celebrations include our Vets for Vets Parade and so much more. It's all going down November 12th and 13th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
My husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run over. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
Some sunshine today in San Francisco with a high of 61 degrees.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Yeah, you grow up.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right, Steph, it ain't Steiny. He'll be back Monday. It's your boy, Daryl the Guru Johnson, along with Larry Krueger. Man, I've had a blast. We'll have Monty pull up here in a few minutes from NBC Sports Bay Area. But last time I saw you, I gotta throw this before we bring Monty on. The Niners did not have C-Mac, as I call him. Larry, it's changed what I believe Jimmy Garoppolo can be as a quarterback.
Yeah.
And the Eagles, they're not a perfect team. You can look at that game last night. There's some holes. I think it's Philly, Dallas, and the Niners. And now with this move, what it's done for Jimmy and that outlet in the flat, which he didn't utilize, I can make a case, Larry. If they go on a run the Niners, Trey might not be. Why would you say bye-bye to the new Jimmy Garoppolo?
I mean, I think McCaffrey was.
Oh my gosh!
I think Lynch is going to win the Executive of the Year if the Niners go on and win the NFC this year and go to the Super Bowl. Why? Because I mean, think about it. The Rams wanted Christian McCaffrey. If he had wound up with the Rams win last week. If the Niners lose last week, they're 3-6.
Yikes!
3-6. They might be done.
But do you get what I'm saying about Jimmy? It's opened up and it's given him more confidence when he looks down the field to do the other throws. It's like he just saw a guy catch the ball, and that guy could be Debo. It's just now a terrain that's open for him, and now I'm like, he's already got you to the bowl of 2 NFC championship games. I'm just saying.
But here's the one thing on Jimmy. He threw
my God, Ramsey, you got to catch the dude.
Two Ramsey pick sixes. I mean, definitely interceptions.
Dude, you got to catch that, Jay.
And then McCaffrey had the fumble, which Ray fell on. So the Niners could have been easily -3 in turnovers, and they could have lost that game.
No doubt.
So that's how close. It's the bounce of the ball.
Yeah.
Ramsey threw him 2 picks. He dropped both of them.
What happened to that Niner D real quick here in the first half? Rams were doing everything. Third downs. And then I told Cam Inman, he kind of disagreed. I said they went man, but he said no, they got home. Could have been a combination of both. He didn't say I was wrong.
Well, I mean, look at the numbers. First half, Stafford 17 of 21. 49ers were playing a pretty soft zone.
Okay.
Second half, it was a steady diet of man-to-man. He went 5 of 13.
And Cup was taken. Cooper Cup was taken away.
Yeah, well, and I'll say this for the 49er defense. They hit Cooper Cup all day. I mean, go back to the first half catches.
He's lucky to still be playing in this season.
They hit him hard in that game. So,
Larry, I'm telling you, Niner fans, you got to be excited, man.
Well, and McCaffrey was the perfect weapon. Why? Because the Niners don't have the tackle play to block well enough for Jimmy to let a receiver get deep. So they had to have a dynamic player, but they can't be a dynamic player, like a Danny Gray who you got to throw the deep ball to. So now they got this running back who you can throw in the slot, you can put him in the backfield, you can do a lot of things with him. Ultimate gadget guy, and you can get it out of Jimmy's hands quicker and in rhythm. So they're noticeably better. Maybe the bye. A lot of people say bye week came at the wrong time.
I was one of them.
But no, I think he came at the right time because I went into that locker room last week and went up to a couple guys, Dre Greenlaw, Azeez Al-Shaair. How you guys feeling?
Yeah.
Oh man, not good. Like they
because that Kansas City game, Larry, I think I text you, it didn't go through. I was like, what the hell was that defensively?
Oh, if you take away 5 starters on an 11-man defense,
you got me there.
And also that McKinnon screen pass was a backbreaker.
Man, and that's what the Rams were kind of running in the first half against the Niners.
Exactly. And then that's the thing in the NFL. If you
copycat.
Yeah, if you show you can't defend the screen, guess what? You're getting nothing but screens. And the Niners are going to get a ton of screens going forward because people all saw the first half of the Ram game, and they'll just say, you know what? They're going to struggle to defend the screen. It also neutralizes teams like the Niners who have awesome pursuit ability and speed off the edge.
And that's what they did Kansas City against Bosa. Kind of use your strength against you. For the Dub Nation out there, Larry Krueger's at the chalkboard. Give us a how to watch them tonight, being that we got 4 starters out. Your number one for me, it's Wiseman and Kuminga. There's nothing greater than that, right?
I mean, to me, it's about.
I'm already tick-typing.
It's about getting into a flow offensively, and also just playing hard, just playing really, really hard, and not allowing. One thing we've seen a lot of, we've seen the starters get beat off the dribble, and then it breaks the whole defense down. Can you stay in front of your man on the perimeter? I want to see that tonight.
And these are
the
bottom. The Orlando's and Detroit's and Charlotte, they're the dump trucks of the league.
These are the worst. These teams combined are like 11 and 25, and you've gone 0 for 4 against
and you've
them.
had leads and couldn't close. But again, I'm fixated. That last play last night. I get the Dennis Smith Jr. last Friday in Charlotte. Steph, you didn't get a shot off. He stayed down. Good D. But Larry, I don't know how to just tell you in the masses that was a bad play last night. You were dead. I just can't get it out my mind.
If you took away resumes, the guy who should have shot the ball was Ty Jerome.
Because
Clay was kind of in between, and he's going one-hand runner. Ty Jerome was the one who was facing the bucket, shoulders squared. He should have taken the shot, but it's the NBA, and he's Ty Jerome, and he's standing on the same end of the floor with Steph and Clay. He's not going to take that shot. But if you'd taken everybody's resume and just said, "Hey, it's a basketball game," he had the cleanest and best look. But he didn't take the shot. Clay took the shot, and it rimmed out. I mean, it almost went, but it rimmed out.
Yeah, from the Xfinity mobile text line, from the 925, Larry, you think Jordan Poole will have 30? I would definitely say over. Like tonight, he's going to be gunned. He's going to be old school Westbrook in his prime.
I'm hoping that tonight gets Poole going so he starts thinking more selfishly. Because selfishly...
That was his thing, though.
He needs to be a selfish player on the second unit. He is the leader of that offense.
No doubt.
The points have to come from him.
And I've been
hearing
Fitz and Kalina talk about how he's working on his pass, and I'm like, not yet. No. They need buckets.
They need buckets.
You're the bucket getter.
Exactly. Burden of expectations. And, some people are better when there's pressure on them. Other people are better when there's no pressure on them. Maybe he's feeling a little bit of that pressure. Maybe part of what made him was the fact that he was loose last year. Maybe he's a little tighter this year. Maybe he feels the expectations.
Well,
and
some
the burden
stuff
of
jumped off before. Again, I keep going back to that practice with him and Dre. So, again, he hasn't spoke on that. You never know how he's harboring that. But on a good night, people will say, "Oh, Guru, what are you talking about? He played." But I just hate he has to deal with it, and he's did a phenomenal job. But when I watch him not be ultra aggressive with the shot, I'm like, what? Nah, they need you now more than ever.
He needs to be assertive with his offense, for sure.
Some 925, the Warriors gambled. Now, this is too early. You let me know what you think. The Warriors gambled on the kids, and it failed. We're not even 10 games in.
No, you can't.
Come on, see, that's what I
can't make any definitive statements about the NBA until New Year's Day.
I'll give you that. I'm totally with you. I'll give you Christmas.
There's
a week
people
away. Yeah.
There's people that believe that the league opens on Christmas Day.
You know what? You said something that kind of triggered me. I didn't tell you. And Steiny's been saying it, and I've been saying it to him. But the way you said it, you don't like Wiseman's hands.
I'm nervous about it because some people have good hands and some people don't. And
kind of born with it type of thing.
Well, I mean, like he looked like, when I saw him in the early part of the year, the preseason, I thought his hands looked better than last year, but now he's starting to regress.
We got our guy. Bit. Yeah, we got our guy. Welcome to the program. Right now is the man, you know him, the legend, Monty Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, what's up? Thank you for your time on this lovely Friday.
Hey, guys, what's happening?
Hey, I was telling everybody that would listen, I just appreciate, and I've always have, Monty, your commentary. You keep it real, and I want to share something with you because I've had friends and family members say, hey, Daryl, you're being too hard on Draymond. And I'm not being hard. I'm just sharing with the masses what I see. Monty, I want to ask you this about the defensive end for this team. Am I wrong? Is it foul to think that my mind wanders back to that day in practice, the punch between him and Poole, that residue, whatever you want to call it, may have something to do with I want to call it lack of energy or the non-continuity that I'm seeing on the defensive end from the Warriors team-wide. Is that fair or foul?
I think it's a little bit of a reach. And I say that because the problems that I see don't necessarily look like they are internal dissension. It at least for now, it looks more like a bunch of guys that are trying to figure out how to play with each other. And the veterans, meaning Steph, Draymond, and Clay, at times they get a little frustrated. I can see that. But I think the other issue is that, what might be fair is that Jordan has really kind of been inconsistent. He started off really cold and he got warm. He was really good for a few games, and then the last few games he's been off his game again. So I think that's something to watch. I don't know if it can be traced back to the punch, but it could just be part of what he's going through in the season. It happens every season to everybody pretty much. So it's hard to say that. I think after 9 games, it's hard to reach any conclusions. I really do. Other than the fact that they need to be better on defense as a team and individually. And honestly, I mean, I can't think of anybody I look out there and say who is playing great defense. Even Wiggins, who's pretty good, hasn't played at as well as he can play. Draymond has been pretty good for the most part, but again, he can be better. Looney's probably been the one guy that I could say, okay, Looney is pretty much doing what he's supposed to do. Everybody else, I think, can pick up their game a little bit. I mean, Draymond has picked up his offense. He's scoring more than he had in previous years, so that helps. But I think the main thing for this team is that they still got to figure out how they're going to close games and how they're going to set rotations. The rotations, as you can see, have not been set, and I think that might take a few more weeks before we get there.
You know, what I see, Monty, is just a lack of urgency. I mean, and I think it kind of stems from the top. I just feel like Golden State seems like the kind of team where, you know, they've been there, they've done it, they're all veteran. I mean, not all the players are veterans, but, you know, they're veterans of NBA wars. Steve Kerr's been in the league forever. It's almost like they get to the regular season and, you know, they're like, all right, let's take the first 20, 25 games and kind of see what we got, see where everybody's at, and then we'll start to kind of tinker and make adjustments. I view that as not having the same urgency, but how do you view that?
I think there is some truth to that in terms of experimenting in the first, 6 weeks of the season. I think there's some truth to that. I don't know if it's by design or if it's just out of necessity. You know, when you have a different roster, you got 4 or 5 guys that aren't here that were here last year, and it makes a difference. You got one guy in Wiseman who wasn't here last year but's here this year. So it's going to be a little choppy, I think. That's what I thought from the beginning. As much as they talked about their depth, I thought, you know what, it's going to take a little while for the depth to really kind of find any sort of cohesion, any sort of rhythm, and clearly it hasn't. The urgency thing, they looked really good early yesterday in Orlando. You know, they were good early against Miami, and then in the late first quarter of both games, they start giving it back, and that's the second unit rotation issue right there. You know, the starters are doing well. The starting 5 is, as a group, when they're in there, it generally goes well. But, when the second unit comes in, you see issues, and that's because Jordan is off his game. JaMychal Green is not making shots at the rate he is expected to. He's a 40% shooter, 40% shooter from 3, and he's not making shots that you expect. Wiseman has been clearly on a learning curve every game. I mean, for every good thing he does 2 bad things. So that's where he is. And so the weird thing is last night, I thought the one guy off the bench who kind of acquitted himself pretty well was Ty Jerome. I mean, he didn't play great, but he didn't go out there and you didn't say, "Oh, what is he doing?" He pretty much did what you want a guy to do coming off the bench. Make a shot or two, get some playmaking done as a guard, and I think he's done that. But everyone else off the bench needs to pick up their games, and again, I think that will come with time.
Monty, just like the rest of Dub Nation, I'm really rooting for Kuminga and Wiseman, but I was telling Larry with Wiseman over the offseason, I wanted to see him get stronger, and I think he added some weight, but when he's going up against, I don't want to say non-tall guys, because there's a lot of length in the NBA, but shorter guys, I feel like he demonstrates his advantages, but last night Orlando was big, and when you get in that traffic and you got long guys, I think he settled and shot just to shoot, and that feathery touch wasn't there, and he showed some aggression. He was mad. What are you seeing from the young fella?
I see a guy that's trying to figure things out still. And I have to keep reminding people that he's played, I think 48 now NBA games in his career. Played 3 games in college, so. He's not going to be what he is at age 21, 22. I think when he gets another year or two, you get a pretty good look at what he's going to be. I think right now, all you see is a guy who runs the court really well, is long, and plays in spurts, and in terms of being effective in spurts. But yeah, I mean, there are occasions where he's out of position. There are occasions where he's not reading what the vets are doing. Like last night with Steph, there are occasions where he gets out muscled / out hustled for rebounds, which shouldn't happen. There were a couple of rebounds last night that he could have had or should have had and didn't. So, I mean, these are things that I think he understands. And then one of his issues is that he's still he does that head hanging thing. When something goes wrong, he kind of mopes a little bit.
Right.
And you can't play basketball like that. You really can't.
No question. And we all saw it. And his minutes have gone down. They played him 16 minutes a game in the first 4 games. He's playing about 10 minutes a game. He played 10 last night. Monty, let me ask you the question I threw to Guru, which is, if Joe Lacob built this arena, and it's not just a great arena, it's this opulent palace, and it's unbelievably beautiful and very costly. If he could have one but not both, would he rather have that 5th ring or a packed house for the next decade?
Ooh.
That's what I said, Marty.
It's a tough one because it's like they got 2 different timelines here, and I think the 2 different timelines, they're open to it because there is some urgency to pack the house for a decade. But of course, the priority is almost always going to be the ring, you would think. But I don't know. How do you see it?
Well, yeah, this is what I think. I mean, I think obviously he'd like to have both, but he has to pick one. I think he'll take the ring because I think another ring in the next year or 2 gives, that buys some currency for a packed house. I think as long as the Warriors are competitive and contenders, they will pack the house. If they get another ring, that authenticates their contendership, or status as a contender. So I think as long as they're good, I think the packed house will be there. I think he can pretty much bet on that. They have to be really bad for a long time before that happens. Remember, the Warriors under Don Nelson years ago weren't great. They were good. Run TMC and all those. They were, but you couldn't buy a seat. I mean, the Coliseum in Oakland was packed every game because they were exciting and they were good, or they were good but not great. They didn't make a real championship run. So I think if these Warriors are good, yeah, I think that will ensure a packed house for a long time because we love basketball here, and really, where else are you going to go watch NBA basketball? You want to go to Sacramento? I don't think so.
No doubt. Monty, we know you're busy, man. We appreciate the time. Have a good weekend.
All right, fellas. Take care.
Thanks, Monty.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah, you know what? I like I like Wiseman. I like the tech, but I didn't like. Then he went, with the mopey, the shoulder drop. Like you can't. You know what I mean? I know you're a youngster, but you're this like prison, the basketball prison. You got some dogs in here. You can't show them that. Oh shucks. And that's what sometimes when you see the shoulders drop, like, come on, young fella, you got to put on your poker face. You could be mad, but do that Draymond mad, but the shoulder shrug I don't like.
The only thing I don't like about James's game is I would like, my athletic 7-footer, 20-year-old to basically
Get it to me.
Well, to take it personally inside. It's like challenge every shot. Don't let guys just crash the rim and throw it down. I'd like to see him take it more personal when people come in the lane. And maybe some people would describe it differently and say, he needs more dog in him and this and that.
I was just about to say. Or Dwight Howard.
I don't know.
Somebody that's done it, Larry.
Yeah.
Physicality. I believe that can be taught.
Challenge every shot. I mean, run the floor, challenge every shot. Why don't we start there?
Yeah.
Challenge every shot on defense, everything in the lane. Pursue rebounds like your life depends on it.
But you need to
run the floor.
You got to be
everything
big,
else. Let's adjust.
You got to have some. Let's be honest. Like he got to have some bricks in the pocket to rebound, like the Mahorns, and he's like Ralph Sampson. And Ralph was able to rebound, but James doesn't have that not yet that lower body strength to. Like positioning's a big deal for him, and you could call it strength, lower body strength. I'm not saying he's weak, but I'm watching him get out rebounded because of position, Larry, and that's why I was saying Dwight Howard. And I'm not hating on Jokic's guy that's on the staff, but obviously, if we look right now, the returns, a guy that did it, a guy that was Defensive Player of the Year 3 times, I don't see how that would hurt your young fella trying to take the next stride.
Unless he's taking his minutes away.
Yeah.
What if he's taking his minutes
Steiny
away?
Was saying
the other part is...
But you could tell, hey, Dwight, this is not what you're going to play. This is what we expect.
I hear you. But how many times are you going to let Bam Adebayo just absolutely throw one down with authority before you're going to send him to the foul line?
No doubt.
I wanted to see Bam put on his can a couple times. He threw down like 6 ridiculous thunder jams. right in the middle of the lane. It's like, come on, challenge him, send him to the line. I'd like to see Wiseman take some of those a little bit more personal.
Yeah, no doubt. And I got my popcorn ready. How am I going to be more upset than Steve Kerr, because they are defending champs, to sit Wiggins, Steph, Clay, and Dre and possibly go 0-5 on this trip if the coach just basically is sending a message like, obviously we're not trying to lose, Larry, but if we come on 0-5 on this road trip, it's not the end of the world.
Well, tonight's super intriguing. What if they blow New Orleans' doors off?
Well, then, then Green, the coach, would have a problem. The former coach here at Golden State.
Well, then maybe it is time to change your rotations and change some of the lineups around, because maybe you can get more out of Wiseman and Kuminga.
Do you believe Kuminga, this Warrior, the system they run, and a lot of it's thinking and IQ, not calling them dumb by any stretch? Do you think that could hurt Kuminga? We've seen it in pro sports where the fit's not right. Do you think if he were running and gunning somewhere, and that's what had Dub Nation excited last year, do you think maybe Jonathan Kuminga would be free if somebody just said, go out there and ball?
It's hard to say. I think he couldn't hurt. It couldn't hurt. Okay. Because right now
that's a great answer.
He's looking like
thinking,
a guy
Larry.
who's thinking.
Yeah.
And the game's too fast. The athletes are too fast. You have to react too quickly. So I personally, I've had buddies of mine say, hey man, they should send Kuminga to the G League. And then I've had other buddies say, you know what, come on, the G League for Kuminga at this point, he's advanced past that. But he just needs some run.
Yeah, and we're gonna see it tonight. I'm excited, and like I said, this is not how I envisioned. Nobody did the Warriors season. This will be the 10th game. But you and I have been around the block. We've seen a lot of basketball. And I'll say this, and I'll leave you with this, Larry, when you're watching tonight, and we won't see it from them. The OGs are getting blown by, and that's a concern. But, Larry, I had a ball.
Yeah,
Damon and Ratto are coming up. Who they got? You help us out.
Brian Baldinger, 3:45, and, of course, Warriors Live starting at 4:30 before the 5:30 tip.
That's it. You've been listening to Steiny and Guru. Larry in for Steiny. Damon and Ratto next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on RootMetrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Are you wasting money on a timeshare you rarely use? Cancel it with Titan Exit Group. Get a free consultation and see how they can stop the never-ending maintenance fees and mortgage payments. In fact, if your timeshare contract is not terminated, you owe nothing, so you have nothing to lose. But those monthly fees. Get legally released from your timeshare, 100% guaranteed. Call now for your free consultation at 800-200-0894. 800-200-0894.
We tried Dynovite for gut health and immune support, and after a couple of weeks, our little Gizmo was acting like a puppy again. His coat was shinier, he had a lot less scratching and shedding, and he seemed like his happy old self.
My dog smelled and scratched constantly. We bathed and sprayed her, took her to the vet, but no results. Now, a little Dynovite in her food helps Bella keep her beautiful coat with no scratching or smell.
Get 10% off your next order of Dynovite nutritional supplements for dogs at Dynovite.com.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynovite.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Qatar, here we come.
Christian's travel agency has one goal.
Talk to you soon.
The world's biggest soccer tourney.
The hotel is 7 miles from the stadium. Are you serious? Did you email the transportation company?
Now he needs an Arabic interpreter on his roster.
I don't speak it either.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go on a Friday. I'm talking about another quick-moving show because we are 90 minutes away from a little Warriors Live, a Warriors game that, Ray, on its surface, it's like the Warriors are white flagging this road trip, basically. No Curry, no Draymond, no Wiggins, no Klay Thompson, all sitting out the back-to-back tonight. But look, young guys, you want minutes? You got to show in this game that you're worthy of minutes once this lineup gets back to normal, once they actually get back to Chase Center and away from what has been just kind of a rude awakening road trip for the Golden State Warriors. Hello, Raymond.
Hello, Dad. No, I think there's a part of me that thinks that Steve Kerr is fed up with what he's been watching from everybody. And he just decided, and he's done this once before, but in radically different circumstances. He said, okay, you guys want playing time? going to give you all the playing time you can eat, and told the starters, I'm not happy with you either, so you sit and watch tonight. New Orleans in the start of November is not a big deal, but the timing suggests to me that Steve Kerr is more pissed than he is being strategic.
Yeah, I kind of got that sense too. Are there messages being sent by this game? Kinda. Are there auditions being had in this game? Sort of. But the head coach is pretty pissed off. And he has the right to be, because the culture that he's built, the foundation that is this defensive basketball team, has eroded in front of his eyes. And even though there's been quite a bit of change for the Warriors, there's still enough consistency around this team, around practice, around that locker room, to where they shouldn't have quite forgotten it to this level of forgetting about how important it is to play defense to be a Golden State Warrior. So you are, without a doubt, I think, onto something where this isn't so much a let's tinker with any sort of concepts of lineups tonight, as much as it is, yeah, I'm going to get everybody rested up because we're coming home. We got the Sacramento Kings, I believe, on Monday. Then I got 3 more days of practice, and I'm going to be just whooping some rear end come practice time.
He doesn't normally, quote, whip rear end at practice time. He usually tries to just sort of fix some structural things. I think tonight is the ass-whipping part, if you'll excuse the vernacular. I think he's unhappy with the way everybody's responded so far, because 130 to the Orlando Magic, 32 fouls, 46 free throws for the Magic. That's a statement that everybody's not engaged. And Draymond Green sort of said as much. He just, he said, yes, the young guys aren't doing their bit, but we're not doing our bit either. And they have no excuse for last night, except that guys are either moping or they're not, expending the effort. I mean, this is a team that's been in a pretty un-Warrior-like free fall, and last night was supposed to be a get-well night.
Well,
and they didn't get well. They got worse.
No, and as you said, Draymond said that there was plenty of blame, enough to pass around, that's for sure.
It is definitely some of our young guys' fault. But it's also some of my fault and some of Steph's fault and some of Clay's fault. It's all of our fault. We're not defending at the level that it takes to win games. Now, you take into account that every team wants to beat us because we won a championship last year. You take all of that into account on top of the errors that we're making, and it's tough to overcome. And so I changed the tune of my answer. Yes, it is the young guys' fault, but it is not more their fault than it is our fault. And so, yes, they have some things to learn, and I have no doubt that they will learn those things. But equally, we have responsibilities that we have to live up to, and we're not doing that either. So as much as it is their fault and not knowing rotations and all of that stuff, I must not be doing a great job leading. I must not be doing a great job defensively if our defense sucks, and vice versa. And it's on down the line. So as a matter of fact, I am not taking fault away from them. They have to get better, and that's what we require as an organization in the win. And we have to get better and live up to who we are supposed to be.
I'll tell you where Draymond is reflecting a leadership quality is in what he just said, because, I love the fact that he's putting it on him and the veterans. They're not doing enough themselves. They can improve, of course, and, we're not teaching the lessons that we should. What there is also in play there is a little white lie to not lay the blame on the second unit, but the 90% of the blame's on the second unit. I mean, there is no other way around that. The starting 5 of the Golden State Warriors has a historically good point differential to the start of their season, while the Warriors' second unit, no matter who is reflected in that second unit, has one of the worst, plus minuses in the active NBA right now. A lot of guys, a lot of names are at the bottom of that list. You have a historically good starting 5, a historically underperforming bench unit right now. So I love the fact that Draymond is, carrying some water there for some of the young guys, but truth be totally told, 85% bench's fault, only 15% these vets.
Yeah, I think, although defensively, I think that percentage is a little higher for the starters, because it's not like Orlando was only got their points at the end of the third quarter and the start of the fourth. It was the entire second half, and the fact is the Warriors starters played a fair amount of that second half. So I think it's sort of a team-wide malaise on the defensive end, and it's for different reasons. I think the veterans are probably frustrated that the backups aren't, getting more engaged, so they're not getting as engaged. It's almost as if the two-track plan has turned, at least temporarily, into the two-team plan, and two-team plans don't work.
No. What's the old saying? If you got two teams, it means you don't even really have one. Oh, no, maybe that's about quarterbacks. We'll have to ask Brian Baldinger where the cliche fits best when he joins us coming up at 3:45 this afternoon. As we were saying earlier, Ray and I are going to take you up to Warriors Live. We're going to be hosting Warriors Live for you. And then at 5 o'clock, Tim Roy comes on by with official network level Warriors pregame and then tip off from New Orleans tonight with what looks like a white towel throw in the towel game, white flag it, if you will. But I think it's still going to be interesting enough, because on a team where minutes are to be fought for, minutes are going to be distributed to everyone who wants them tonight. So if you want to keep on playing anything like these minutes after tonight, play well tonight against a pretty interesting New Orleans Pelicans team, which, Ray, honestly, I think they have one of the biggest outcome swings in all of basketball. If you told me right now that the New Orleans Pelicans ended up losing in the play-in tournament somehow, some way, I would believe you. That sounded like it could totally possibly happen. If you tell me that their season ends in the Western Conference Finals, I'd also tell you, yeah, maybe that could possibly happen too. So it's an interesting game tonight, even though the Warriors are going in certainly handicapping themselves.
Yeah, it's almost as though Steve Kerr is using minutes not as a reward but as a punishment. It's almost as if he's saying, all right, you guys are complaining about how much time you're getting. Now you're going to choke on time. You're going to have time all night. I can't hand out enough time to you guys. Now let's see what you do with it. And if they play really well, then it makes for sort of interesting discussions down the road about, well, maybe it is their time. Maybe they ought to get rid of malingerers like Curry.
Yeah, what a malingering Steph Curry has done. He has been pretty special. As a matter of fact, we got a little segment called Warriors Advantage in Warriors Live, and not even knowing that Steph was probably sitting in this one, I wrote down he's pretty much the only advantage that the Golden State Warriors have in the NBA right now. They have Steph Curry, the rest of the NBA doesn't. But the rest of the NBA kind of plays like the Warriors sort of want to play like themselves. A lot of the NBA is executing better defensively than the Warriors, and everybody in this league shoots now. So they have kind of gotten caught somewhere in between the team that they are, the team that they want to be, in a league that definitely wants to play more like them, and they're spinning their wheels just a little bit here in the early going. The very, very good news I have to share for all most concerned Warriors fans is simply this.
We're done at 5.
We're done at 5, and B, 90% of the NBA season remains. 90% of the NBA season remains. This will be tonight, game number 10. That's it. It's just game number 10. So no one is who they are at this particular time. But in the history, certainly, of modern basketball, there has never been a defending champion that has opened the following season sort of as challenged as the Warriors are opening this season right now. And that's just a little historical fact we'll get into as we move along in today's show, like I said, which will include Brian Baldinger at 3:45 with advice how to make this the best bye week ever. No, not for you, but for the 49ers. We'll talk about the couple of interesting games that are happening in the AFC as well. An apology that comes a day after a chance to do it in person. is the type of apology that falls the flattest. And I think Kyrie Irving found that out. Oh, and you might want to issue that apology before you get suspended, too. Otherwise, it looks performative. So we got a little advice for him, a little advice for Elon Musk probably before the day is even over, maybe some advice for Gonzaga. We got a little advice column for you this Friday, and we will be fading the public before it's all said and done. So don't you go anywhere. It's Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Great to have you here on a fast break Friday. Let's call it that because we're done an hour early. Ray's very, very happy about that. Warriors Live coming up at 4:30 this afternoon. We are brought to you by the merch store, baby. Check it out right now. 957thegameshop.com. for all your shopping needs. Home appliances not included. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game.
In Oakland, overnight overcast, lows in the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Secure your future in the booming rental equipment industry by joining Sun State Equipment, where people come first. We're looking for drivers, technicians, sales, general labor, and more for our 6 Bay Area locations. Apply in person during our 2-day hiring event. Job offers made on site. Friday, November 4th and Saturday, November 5th at the Sun State Equipment branch location in San Jose at 2233 South 7th Street. Go to joinsunstate.com for event details. That's joinsunstate.com.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just 1 dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com. I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat.
Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, all over your radio. That's where you can find us. We are all over your internet as well, and we apologize for that. We really do. You can watch this go down on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. Oh, we're twitching as well, broadcasting, twitching, YouTubing, all the things that we promised we'd never do. We're doing it all. You can find us on the Odyssey app. It's all there for you. Bask in it. It's good for the entire family. Ray, we have quite ourselves a quick show today. We are almost done. I mean, let's be totally honest. We are going to be off the air at 5 o'clock today. Warriors Live starts at 4:30. It is going to be an interesting Warriors game, not the one that you might have expected when you went to bed last night thinking, how do you avenge that loss against the Orlando Magic? My goodness. You probably don't do that in New Orleans because tonight, no Curry, no Draymond, no Wiggins, no Clay. They are all sitting out the back-to-back. And, Steve Kerr was talking about in the postgame, Ray, the different combinations of players that he was going to be looking at. But as you said, here's the combination that he'll be looking at tonight. You wanted to play more? Ha-ha. You're about to play more.
Yeah, it's this is one of... I don't know that I've seen Steve Kerr speak so measured while being so pissed in all of his time in San Francisco and Oakland. He cannot abide the fact that this team won't play defense. I think he's more understanding of the fact that since the Warriors decided to pick two 19-year-olds out of the draft, that they still aren't getting it. But the fact that they don't seem to be getting any better, I think frustrates the hell out of him. And really, I think the only one of the three draft picks that he's even remotely happy with right now is Moses Moody. I think he's a guy who is probably going to get more run when this little punishment phase is over. And I'm not ready to sit there and jump up and down on Jordan Poole, even though he's looked awful the last several games, and particularly the last two. I think he's more frustrated at the two big guys who just aren't getting it. And I think this is sort of Steve Kerr going, fine, this is probably not going to be an easy game for us to win. You guys guard Zion Williamson. See how good you are then. And see, how much you don't know is actually going to hurt you. So I think there's a little bit of a, oh yeah? Okay, watch this then.
On the Xfinity mobile text line, somebody says, it's pretty crazy that after the first two games, Kerr was comparing this team to, strength in numbers in terms of being impressed with their depth. And right now, there are 4 or 5 guys on this team that are playing themselves out of the rotation more than they're playing themselves, up in Steve Kerr's mind. So how quickly things change is on display, at all times. And let me just say this too. Like, as bad as this might seem, Warriors World, which is an account I follow on Twitter while I remain on Twitter for the following few handful of days or weeks or however long that happens. I don't know. It's all negotiable these days. Saying that this is the low point right now. That loss to Orlando was the low point of the Steve Kerr era. And even though that sounds a little bit, overreactionary, historically, it does kind of apply. If the Steve Kerr era is hallmarked with championships as much as anything else, well, for just the second time in NBA history, and the first time in anything that we would call the modern NBA, the defending champion have dropped, their first 5 road games. For a defending champion to open winless on the road, it has not happened since the 1956-57 Philadelphia Warriors. So I guess keep it in the family. It's a Warrior franchise record that they've matched and will very likely, exceed tonight. But that's a historically bad start for a defending NBA champion, certainly any defending modern NBA champion. Therefore, this probably is, if you really wanted to find it, a measurable low point of the Steve Kerr era.
It's probably the lowest point that he's had with any team that didn't have injuries as an excuse.
Right.
Because I still think you can throw out everything that wasn't achieved in 1920 and 2020 and 2021 as just saying, well, they had none of their players. They have their players. And they're still dead last in defense. They're, nearly dead last. Well, I think they are dead last now in fouls committed and free throws allowed. I mean, and those are metrics that matter to Steve Kerr almost more than the points they get at the other end. And the idea that they're doing this with their full complement of guys, yes, it says a little bit about Otto Porter and Gary Payton Jr., but it says a lot more about this team and how far it is from being cohesive, together, and useful to each other.
Right. The problem is not in who departed. The problems lie with who remains. And Steve Kerr basically last night was saying that when it comes to getting this right, it's up to the guys in the locker room that they're all looking at each other right now going, who's going to get this right? It's up to you guys. The Warriors are probably not going to be incredibly active at the trade deadline. Adding players is really not a reality. The guys who are going to fix this are already in the room. Here's Steve Kerr saying, nobody's coming to help us.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of a championship hangover. I don't think even our main guys have played great defense. And then there's some inexperienced young guys, new guys on the roster. So we haven't built that defensive identity and cohesiveness yet. And that's got to come. But I told the guys, we have to save us because nobody else is coming. Every team can't wait to play us. Orlando was great tonight. Miami was great the other night. Charlotte, Detroit, they can't wait to play us. And if you're not defending and you're fouling, you're putting yourself in a dangerous spot.
So, look, Ray, I'm not going to sit here and speak with much authority on the games that Orlando plays because really the majority of time I'm watching Orlando, they're playing the Golden State Warriors. I don't know if Jalen Suggs has ever played a better game, though, than he did last night. He was really good last night. For the first time in his career, I walked away going, all right, so Jalen Suggs might actually live up to that draft pick. He's pretty damn good.
Well, the only thing he didn't do last night was make his free throws. Other than that, it was going to be a 30-point night. He had 9 assists. I mean, he was as dynamic as probably he's ever been. And I only am guessing at that because I went through his game logs from last year and the early part of this year. And this was his standout game. And again, part of it was because he got open looks, not only to take his own shots, but to distribute the basketball to other guys who got good looks on their shots. I mean, it's so not Warriors. I mean, just to give up 77 in the second half. I mean, you don't even get to say, well, we just came out cold. No, you came out fine, and then you gave up 30% more points in the second half than you did in the first half. That's desire, that's want to, that's knowledge.
Well, they open once again with allowing another 30-point frame right off the rip, and then it gets worse after halftime. Like they just get, not yelled at because that's not Steve Kerr's style, but after just saying, all right, guys, let's close this one out, they come out and give up a 43-point third quarter in Orlando, which I saw the graphic last night on the game. That's actually a hard gym for them to win in. And maybe that speaks to Draymond saying it's, hard to get up. And I don't know if he actually even said, play the Orlando Magic. I don't think he said it, called out any one specific team, but he just said, it's hard to get up on a normal night early in the year when you've been through the kind of tests and trials that we've been through as a basketball team. And that might not be the message anyone wants to hear, but it's the truth, and there's way too much of that truth being reflected in how they're playing right now. Enough for Steve Kerr to not be happy. And he said, look, a different way of looking at this team is coming up. There's no doubt about it. Here he is talking about new lineup combos, thinking differently.
Oh, everybody's going to get a chance to play. We've got guys who are dying to get on the floor, and we've got to find combinations that click. So we'll discuss that as a staff, and we'll figure that out.
And let's just start with this: who's going to play defense without fouling? Like, even if you play defense and still give up the bucket, that's better than just the fouls I'm seeing. Here's one more from a delightfully frustrated Steve Kerr.
The mentality has to kick in at some point. I mean, I think we had 3 fouls in the first few minutes. So this isn't a case of our new guys or young guys fouling. It's everybody. Steph had a reach early on. Once you start to foul, now every single one, it starts to snowball. Then you can't use a strategic foul, or it's free throws. And by the time the second unit got on the floor late first, they were in the bonus already. And we fouled immediately 2 straight times, and they shot 4 more free throws. I think they had 12 or 13 free throws in the first quarter. So we set a terrible tone. We've done that pretty much all year. We're going to have to make some adjustments, make some changes. We've had a look. We've had, 9 games now? So we've had a decent look at combinations, and so it's time to try something different.
All right. So, Ray, obviously nothing, different is going to be experimented with tonight because of how many guys are sitting out. But what do you think different looks like? Let's start projecting to Monday at home against the Sacramento Kings. What do you think different is? Like some Kuminga, less James Wiseman? I'd like to start with less JaMychal Green. Like I'm officially not impressed with what I've seen out of JaMychal Green. The defensive veteran stability and presence that he was promised to be. Right now, he ain't.
I think tonight you're going to see a bunch of that second unit. It's not going to be, we're going to give this guy a little more and that guy a little less. I think most of those guys are going to play 25 plus.
Oh, well, yeah,
because I don't think
this
this is about nuance at all. I think this is about, at some point you guys have to do something. And if if I have to show you an entire tape of you guys screwing up for you to get it, this is going to be that night. Because I think Monday night they go back to the old lineup. Because I don't know that Steve. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on. I guess you didn't understand the question I was asking. Fast forward to Monday night.
Oh, okay. Monday night.
Yeah, so fast forward to Monday night, and where do you think the lineup difference comes from? More Kuminga, less Wiseman. Maybe we actually see Ryan Rollins get folded into the mix if he has a decent game tonight. I think more Moody is the first thing that could be on the table.
I think more Moody is probably the only thing that will be on the table, because I think Monday they go back to the regular rotation. And the tweak will be that Moody will get more run because he's earned more run. And it might be a little bit of run at the expense of Jordan Poole, because Poole has not played well the last few games. I don't think Steve Kerr is doing a wholesale, reevaluation of the team he's got. I think tonight is running laps. And Monday, I think he just goes back to, all right, veterans, you got to watch for a game. Now you're going to play again. We're playing at home. Don't start pissing off our fans the way you've pissed me off. That's the long-winded answer. I think you'll see more Moody, and that's about it.
Well, an optimistic fan on the Xfinity mobile text line says Warriors stun the Pelicans tonight with their bench. The Bay Area, I think, would be a little stunned by that, to be totally honest with you.
Not just stunned so far.
Pelicans, yeah. Well, look, I mean, people are stunned by this, Ray, but you know what we've also got here? We got an awful lot of people who are still, like, way too new to understand, like, how different things used to actually be. Like 3-6 through your first 9 was like an okay start for the Warriors once upon a time. I mean, we used to say things out loud like, geez, if, Marco Bellinelli shoots like that, maybe, just maybe. Or, we used to say things out loud like, hey, Troy Murphy, he's rebounding. He's rebounding pretty hard. He keeps rebounding like that. He might be an all-star. Like that's the way Warriors fans used to talk, which is much different than I'm unhappy with the first 10 games after defending yet another championship. So there's a lot of basketball left, and I do think things are going to be okay.
Yeah, they should be. They won't have an excuse if they're not. But, all the metrics that jump out at you and explain why they're 3-6 are things of their own doing. They allow almost 30 free throws a game. They committed more fouls than any other team. And in fact, on this road trip, they've committed the second most fouls and the third most fouls of the year. And that was against Charlotte and last night. They're not getting in position to play defense. They're always a step behind. They're always trying to block the shot from a ridiculous angle. They're not doing any of the fundamental things that ought to be second nature for this team because they've been doing them for 8 years. That's the standout for me. It's that everything that is bad about this team right now is entirely preventable. And I think this is Steve Kerr's way of saying, not just to the backups, but to everybody in general, is that if you want to keep playing this way, we'll happily go 27-55. I think we can do it if we keep playing like this.
Well, and look, I think it's as simple as this, too. Stop fouling, like you're saying, because that's out of control right now. And everyone who is taller than Steph Curry, shame on you. Shame on everyone on this team who is taller than Steph Curry, because that guy is leading the Golden State Warriors in rebounds. Like, what happened to Andrew Wiggins' NBA Finals? I see the Matrix now. I'm going to play hard and rebound. Who on this team can look Steph Curry in the eye and say, that guy's out rebounding me? He is 6'2", 6'3" with sneakers on. I'm 6'8". I'm James Wiseman. I'm 7 feet tall. Get 8 rebounds a night, somebody, because Steph's getting 7. And that is how you close out a defensive possession, with a rebound. Stop fouling, start rebounding, and that alone is going to make Steve Kerr just a little bit happier. So we're going to get back to the Warriors when we get to Warriors Live coming up at 4:30 tonight. We're going to take you to 5 o'clock. Tim Roy takes over at 5 o'clock. We're going to shift gears to what is a bye week for the 49ers. Still an interesting week. Already week 9 in the NFL. Our friend Brian Baldinger is coming up as we get into our next segment. Ray, just to close out this segment, though, for a minute, World Series. Game 6 tomorrow night. Let me just say this. Since we missed yesterday's show, we had the day off. Staff no-hitters are the worst no-hitters there are. Having said that, the worst no-hitter there is still very impressive. And what Houston did in Game 4 before winning a 1-run nail-biter last night with 2 amazing defensive plays, one at first base to end the 8th inning, and an amazing catch in center field against the wall for the second out of the 9th inning, and Houston has 2 games remaining at home, and if they win one of them, they will be World Series champions. They're pretty good. They really are.
Oh no, yeah, they're loaded everywhere. We said that going in, and the only guy who has pitched poorly for them was the first Justin Verlander. I take it back. Lance McCullers got lit up, but their bullpen has been better than any bullpen the Giants ever sent to a World Series. Their bullpen doesn't allow people to get on base, let alone score. And that's what won last night, that and the McCormick catch. But when people talk about this World Series on the assumption that Houston's going to hold on, which I think they are, they're going to say they won the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings all the time because Philadelphia got nothing and still getting nothing.
You know what it kind of reminds me of, and it didn't work for the Kansas City Royals, but the Kansas City Royals were trying to play 6 innings of baseball with 3 relievers you just simply could not hit. And then it turned out that the reliever that you simply could not hit in that series was Madison Bumgarner, and that's how 2014 ended. But that's what a lot of great baseball teams have always tried to do. You're playing 9 innings. Well, the Yankees are playing 8 innings because there's this guy named Mariano waiting for you. And right now, Presley has been fantastic at the back end, and really everyone else. I think it's Dusty's. It's going to be Dusty's year. Somebody told him, "Hey man, as long as you don't fall asleep while your starting pitcher is giving up 5 home runs, you guys could win this thing." so just pay attention, Dusty.
I don't think he fell asleep. I think he thought that McCullers was going to pull out of it because when McCullers has had rocky starts in previous years, he would right himself. He'd make himself better. And he started to, and then he gives up the 2 home runs. After the first 3 came right away. And Dusty invested in his heart, and for a while it looked right. And then all of a sudden, bang, there's the 4th. And before he can get Urquidy warmed up, there comes the 5th. So, and I'm not, letting him off the hook. Urquidy should have been up from the 3rd inning on. But I think Dusty Baker did what he often does, which is, I believe in my guys almost to a fault. And in Game 3, it was indeed a fault. But he had chances to pull Verlander early last night. Said, nope, he's my guy. And he was rewarded. And then the bullpen came in and did the rest of it. When you look at their numbers, I think they've given up 2 hits, the entire bullpen in this series.
For a series that has had some lopsided outcomes in it, it's been a pretty good World Series.
Oh, every game has had its own share of entertaining weirdness.
Yeah,
last
absolutely.
night was the first game that didn't have that.
Yeah,
but it had defense and it had a bullpen. So I don't think anybody who's watching feels like they're getting shorted. Not even Phillies fans.
I would agree with that. Yeah,
they're still drinking free beer.
Game 6 of the World Series tomorrow night. Zach Wheeler against Framber Valdez. The Astros are a win away from winning it all. So, bang a garbage can if you can roll with that. Philadelphia's got to win 2 in a row on the road to get this done now. Optimism not exactly running high on Broad Street, but optimism is running very high with the Eagles, who took care of their end of the beating Houston bargain last night. We're going to talk about that and how Week 9 in the NFL is here. Our pal Brian Baldinger, how to get better during a bye week and bye week dreams of the 49ers, how it could totally play out perfectly for them. A couple of great games coming up in the AFC. We got a lot to talk to Brian Baldinger about. And then Warriors Live starts at 4:30 tonight here on 95.7 The Game. It's good to have you along. Damon and Ratto. And we are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
1, 2, 3. This Sunday, it's an NFL doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. First up, the Colts battle the Patriots, starting at 10.
Flush from the pocket and dragged down. DeForest Buckner.
Followed by Rams versus Buccaneers at 1.
Patrick Marvel touchdown.
Right here on 95.7
husband and I live next door to a haunted graveyard. It's a little creepy, but we manage. Just like we manage without home internet. Do I wish my mobile hotspot was faster? Yes, but I make it work. Kinda. Just like we make it work sleeping next to a 17th century burial ground.
Honey, can you move your hand?
That's not my hand.
It's mine.
Not having home internet? It's not that bad. Grab my hand.
Wait, okay.
No, not up the stairs. We tried that last time. Run around. You can literally run through him.
It is that bad. Don't settle for just mobile. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $24.99 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and a free streaming box included. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit your local Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 12/21/22.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bobber.
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the 49ers are on their bye week right now, but we got you covered here on 95.7 The Game this Sunday. How about a doubleheader for you? Up first at 9:30, you can have breakfast with the Colts and the Patriots. At 1 o'clock, we got Rams and Buccaneers for you. An NFL Sunday doubleheader on 95.7 The Game. It is a bye week for the 49ers, and how the Niners go about making this the best bye week ever. Well, I don't know. What's better for them? Tom Brady finds his mojo against the Rams, and L.A. would fall to 3-5, or maybe, since you got 2 in hand over the Rams, the Rams win this one, and you send the Buccaneers to 3-6. Like, either way, it wouldn't be that bad for the 49ers in the NFC playoff picture. To talk about all of it and how you negotiate a bye week, a man who's done just that. Brian Baldinger, nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto. Baldy, great to have you. I hear you're in Atlanta. You're getting ready for, what do we got? Falcons and Chargers. Maybe the Falcons can soften up the Chargers, who the Niners will have coming out of the bye week.
That's right. They do play them up at Levi next week, but the Falcons, don't look now, Damon, but they're in first place in that rip-roaring NFC South. So they're one of the surprise teams in this league, and they're going to try and turn the corner above 500 and, see if some of these young players can get ready for some primetime games.
Well, if there's one thing I'm sure you don't have to do is convince 49ers fans how much this Falcons team can sneak up on you. I mean, we just saw it with our own two eyes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you saw it 2 years ago when they came to San Francisco and put one on you when they were like 2-7 or 2-8 or something like that. So that was a different era. Matt Ryan, Julio Jones scoring at the end. But no, you always have to, you just have to, all these teams right now, the records are meaningless. I mean, it's about how you're playing and getting ready to, and if you start playing good football, you can start stacking wins. And if you're stacking wins in the second half of the season, you're more and less likely in this league right now going to make the playoffs.
Taking your statement that all the records right now are meaningless, how does one evaluate the Philadelphia Eagles? How close are they to actually being 8-0, and how close are they to being actually 4-4?
They're a lot closer to being 8-0. I mean, they lead the league by a wide margin in turnover ratio. They did lose their first fumble last night off a blitz, but they take care of the football. They're very well coached. They've got great depth. They've got some star players. The quarterback has really evolved and I think he's a primetime player. So I think they're very close to 8-0. They're going to be tough to beat. They will get beat, eventually, and they'll lose some. But I believe that they're geared up and preparing to become the number one seed in the NFC when it comes to the playoffs.
Brian Baldinger with us here on 95.7 The Game on a Friday afternoon. So, we have, I think, disrespected throughout the years the running back position by saying, you're crazy for drafting a running back in the first round, or maybe even the second round is too aggressive. And then, we've seen the Shanahans, we've seen it with the kid, we've seen it with the father. They take names off the street and turn them into 1,000-yard backs. And then you see a guy like Christian McCaffrey, and you get reminded that not all running backs, are created equal. And fitting in seamlessly in such little time. Like, Brian, I don't care how easy it's supposed to be. It ain't. There's nothing easy about the NFL. No element of that game is easy. How impressed were you that McCaffrey did fit in so seamlessly, and not just in the backfield, but, to say that he was scheme diverse would be a huge understatement.
Yeah, it was amazing. I remember talking to Jimmy before the game and down the field, and I asked him about Christian. I said, how much of the offense does he know? Jimmy, I was like, what's reasonable? He goes, he's got a lot, Baldy. He could probably do 85-90% of it was the number he threw out there. And I'm sure if he needed a little bit of help, Jimmy could help him coming out of the huddle, and he could tag a play. And the touchdown catch was, he was simply a safety valve on the play. He was all the way to the sideline. There's a lot of teams that put guys on the sideline, and if the quarterback is in trouble, he knows he can almost blindly just throw it to the sideline and he can catch it. But he just had the fortitude, I guess, or the vision just to go on that play, because Jimmy was starting to move, he was starting to scramble, he was starting to break the pocket, and he decided to leave his spot and go to the end zone, and Jimmy threw a jump ball to him, and he went up and, contorted his body like, the way you see an NBA player up at the rim, take care of it and flush it. And it was really kind of amazing, because that's something you really can't practice. That type of play is just, it's a freelance type of play. And to see them do that already was really kind of amazing to me.
How much of a comparison point is there between the 49ers introducing McCaffrey into their offense this year and Deebo Samuel a year ago? What are the structural differences and what are the structural similarities?
Well, I think Christian is used to, I think, we heard about this in the offseason when Deebo was looking for a contract, and he didn't necessarily want to be running 10 times into the middle of the Rams defensive line and have Aaron Donald jump on his back when he's trying to, stay healthy to play 10, 12 years of wide receiver. So I think that Christian is used to that, and he's kind of built up, the body and the muscles to be able to handle that type of pounding, and not necessarily take the pounding, but able to avoid the pounding once he gets into in between the tackles, like he busted out a couple of times. I'd say that's the biggest thing is, running backs are prepared, not that they always can handle it, but they're prepared to take the pounding. For a guy like Deebo, I know he's built big and he's strong and all that stuff. He was never built to become a running back. He was good at it. He filled the need, but I don't think it's his first love. It's not what he wants to do for the next 12 years. So I just think the fact that Christian's done it his whole life, he's a little bit more prepared for the pounding that you get when you play that position.
Brian Baldinger, again, the breakdowns on Twitter, the Baldy breakdowns, it's where fans go to learn more about this game, and one of the things that you do so well is highlight the intricacies of offensive line play, of defensive line excellence. Everyone shares highlights of running backs busting big yards and Patrick Mahomes is good. Oh, thank you. I didn't know that. You put the spotlight where it normally doesn't fall. We're at the halfway point here in this NFL season. Spotlight a player that you think isn't getting enough attention, that is having a year that if we handed out MVPs at that frickin' position, that guy would be in the conversation. Who is he makes sexy film every time you look at the film, leading man in this league right now?
Well, we all watched Javon Hargrave last night, in Philadelphia. There's Quinnen Williams in New York. There's Chris Jones in Kansas City. Aaron Donald isn't making those kind of plays right now, but there's always Aaron Donald. There's Grady Jarrett in Atlanta. There's about 5 guys right now from the defensive tackle position that are really making huge splash plays every week. And we saw Javon Hargrave do it last night. He probably could have had 4 sacks. He got called on a terrible penalty for a late hit, but he had 3 more the week before. He's just dominating inside right now. He was always a very powerful guy, even coming out of South Carolina State 5 years ago, but he is, he's a dominant interior player in this league right now. He makes everybody else, Hassan Reddick, Fletcher Cox, Josh Sweat. He makes everybody else around him better right now, the way that he's just collapsing a pocket up a middle. And I don't want to leave Jeffrey Simmons out of there, because Simmons might be the better than all of them in Tennessee. But when the quarterback can't step up, Damon, in order to make a throw, because the tackle is right in his grill, like that's a problem. That's what Javon Hargrave is doing.
Brian, are you surprised that in a league that has basically tilted every advantage to the offense, offenses are struggling mightily this year across the board in the NFL? Does it almost make you happy in your football heart that defense still rules the conversation in this league?
Well, I think that it makes me feel good because the rules are so stacked against defense. I don't really know what a defensive back can do. I know if you put your hands on any receiver at any point, you could get flagged. It just makes it hard. I mean, there is some of those battles on the outside you kind of enjoy watching. I wouldn't mind watching, Jalen Ramsey go up against Mike Evans this week and just enjoy a good physical battle back and forth. That can be worth the price of admission. So I'm excited that, people are paying attention to defenses, and defenses are catching up to offenses, and they're figuring out new ways to pressure quarterbacks and get the ball out of their hands quicker and playing more zero coverage and challenging offenses. I think that's just the normal ebb and flow of offense and defense in this industry.
This is about the time every year where you start to see a team here and a team there sort of drop out of the playoff chase. Would you anticipate in the next couple of weeks that one of those teams might be the Rams?
Yeah. Yeah, because they're very flawed. And, everybody knows what it is. I mean, they can't run the football. And they're trying with fly sweeps and, all the things that they've done, secure the backside, defensive end with wide receivers. But they're just not. They're just so broken down now. They're on their third left tackle, and they got their starting center back. But I mean, they're just so beat up front that they're just not very good. And it's some of it is just war of attrition. They're just down to guys that probably need to just be backups, but that's who's out there right now. So they're very flawed. And when Matt Stafford, gets pressed like he did in the second half of that game, when the 49ers started, really pressuring him on third downs, like they came up short, and they were 3 and out. And, I think that team, I think they really miss Von Miller. They don't really have another guy off the edge that they really need opposite Leonard Floyd right now. And they were players in this, this trading war that just happened last week, but they didn't get anybody. So it wouldn't surprise me right now. And I think, I'm not saying it's Super Bowl hangover, but, when you win it the way they won it, there is a tendency just to relax. And maybe that's happening.
Baldy, it's nice to have, I think, a bye right in the middle, a nice halfway point. Week 9 feels like where I would want it if I were a coach. In your playing days, did you ever have like a demonstrably good bye week? Was there ever a week where hey, the year that we were going to have changed? When did it change? The bye week. Is there anything ever that happened that dramatically in any bye week of your life?
Well, we had some rather unsatisfactory bye weeks, Damon. I remember one year we went it was like training camp. We went back to practice, and we were so exhausted at the end of practices Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We were like, the hell with the weekend. Let's just rest. Like this, one year was a really bad year, and they're like, Baldy, you got to be the center going forward. We need you at practice. I'm like, well, there's 10 other veterans that don't have to go, but I got. So it wasn't always fun. I can't really say that we timed it right one year or another. I just know that it was nice to have a weekend off where you could just watch football. That's what I did. I mean, I thought that was just fun, just sitting back on a couch with a bunch of buddies and just being a fan and just watching games and, knowing guys that you knew on other teams and teams that you knew. Just being a fan and sitting back and watching games was just fun for a weekend.
And look what you get to do for a living now. Brian Baldinger, have a great time. Have a great time in Atlanta, man. It's a great onion ring town. I don't know why I associate onion rings with Atlanta, but I do, so enjoy.
Well, listen to this, Damien. If I come across good onion rings, I will shoot you a note on Saturday night. I don't know that I will, but if I do, I'll shoot you a note about how good they are.
Let me know. I'm waiting with bated breath. Brian Baldinger, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it.
Yep. My
There
pleasure,
he is.
guys.
He's our friend. Brian Baldinger. I love a good onion ring, and I love a 4 o'clock hour on a Friday.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So, look, we're going to get all into the Warriors who are resting Curry, Clay, Wiggins, and who else? I mean, they're basically, Draymond Green. Yeah, I forgot about him for a second. Sorry, Draymond. Yeah, Curry, Draymond, Wiggins, and Clay all sitting out this second half of a back-to-back in New Orleans, which obviously sets up a night of rampant evaluation for all remaining Warriors, and it's a little bit of an audition for who might be more in the picture as the picture returns to Chase Center early next week. So we got all of that on Warriors Live. Ray and I are going to be deep into Warrior pregame when we get there at 4:30. To make this, Ray, the best bye week ever for the 49ers, what do you think is the better outcome for them, all things considered? Tom Brady finding the end zone and kind of getting his feet back underneath the Tampa Bay Buccaneers season with a win over the Rams, or another loss for the Rams, who I know, you're ready to write them off at this point when it comes to the LA Rams. So if that's the way you feel, maybe the loss is better for Tampa Bay, since they're going to try to get themselves back in NFC playoff picture too.
Well, I think that the NFC South is demonstrably worse than the NFC West. And I think their Tampa Bay's closing schedule is probably going to allow them to get in. So I think it's probably better for the 49ers if the Rams win, because I don't know that what they've got is sustainable. Whereas I think Tampa could still pull something out of their ear. I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, that either team will factor in the end, but I think there's a greater likelihood that Tampa can resuscitate himself than LA can.
So if you're a 49ers fan, I guess, it's a little bit of a coin flip, maybe, because we got Cardinals and Seahawks in an NFC West battle. It's a home game for Arizona, and I guess you got to root for Arizona there. Get the Seahawks another loss, although you still got 2 games to play against Arizona, where you've already beaten Seattle once. So I don't know where the value would be really for the Niners there, but I think you want the Seahawks to lose.
On its face, that seems pretty obvious, but I don't know what to make of the Cardinals yet. I don't think they're playoffable, but they're just goofy enough that now that they've got DeAndre Hopkins back, that they might be able to score enough points to steal a couple of wins that otherwise they wouldn't have. I think the 49ers' greater worries are basically whoever comes out of Dallas or the Giants. Because if it turns out that they're both wildcard teams, then their path is pretty clear. But if one starts to fall back and becomes part of that bigger fight, I think the 49ers would rather that be Dallas than the Giants, just because Dallas looks more put together, but Dallas is also goofy. So I think that's where the biggest argument's going to be. I don't know that it's going to be with Arizona, because right now I think it's probably safe to say that if the 49ers aren't going to win their division, they can write off 2 of those 3 wildcard spots. And the question is whether they can be the third one or not, because they're spotting both Dallas and the Giants 2 games, and neither one of their schedules is particularly difficult down the stretch.
Neither the Cowboys nor the New York Giants can lose this week. They're both on the bye. So that can't get into the mix at all for the 49ers. How about this? Looking just down the road who could rear their head, maybe possibly as an NFC contender down the road. A second win for the Detroit Lions on the season, Ray, would send the Packers to 3-6. To 3-6 with no trade deadline move to save them. That's now in the rearview mirror. That feels like fall apart time for Green Bay if they were to hit that. Now, again, a second win for the Detroit Lions is a big mouthful. But that would be the best bye week ever. If we're really continuing with best bye week ever for the 49ers. The Washington Commanders shocking the 6-1 Vikings. I mean, there would be your cherry on top, I guess. Eagles last.
I was going to say, I don't think the Washington win matters much because Minnesota is going to win that division. Nobody else there is good enough to challenge them. So they've got a spot, it seems to me. I think Philadelphia, Dallas, and the Giants have a spot. And whoever comes out of the South and West has a spot. And if it happens to be Seattle, then the 49ers are part of a huge mess with Tampa, New Orleans, the Rams, I guess Arizona if they show any gumption, and Green Bay. So I don't know that Washington matters much, and I don't know that Minnesota matters much for very differing reasons.
By the way, are you seeing the stories that I am where Daniel Snyder, if he were to sell the Commanders, would spite sell it to someone at a lesser price than sell to Jeffrey Bezos if Bezos really wanted to buy the Commanders? Obviously, he's got enough money to put the best offer on the table, but because Bezos also owns the Washington Post, which I guess Daniel Snyder hates with a white-hot burning passion, he would have a spite sale to a lesser bid than sell the Commanders to Bezos. Have you seen that?
I have seen that. I don't think the Washington Post, though, would be the reason why he'd spite sell it to somebody else. I think Bezos has always wanted to buy that team. I think even before he bought the Post, I think he's been feeling around for an NFL team and has set his sights on Washington for a while. And spite sales are not out of the question. Chris Cohan did that when he didn't want to sell to Larry Ellison back in 2010. And he ended up selling to that bum Lacob instead.
Lacob did show up with less money, but he showed up with all cash.
He did show up with all cash, but Ellison also had more, he could have come in with cash too. That was not going to be a problem because he was worth $46 million at the time. But he talked about all the changes he was going to make once he bought the Warriors, and that really torqued off Cohan to the point where he took a lesser offer, even though they would have both been cash. I'm not going to let Larry Ellison show me up. So he picked obviously the worst guy who doesn't know what he's doing.
Speaking of spiteful billionaires, I have just a little something to say about Elon, and we'll get there in just a second. But Eagles, get back to what we're here to really talk about. The Eagles are 8-0 for the first time in team history. Like, that's nothing to laugh at. That's pretty impressive, considering that they've been playing in the NFL since 1933. That's just for a little perspective. That's 13 years before the 49ers even existed. So the Eagles have been around for a really, really long time, but they've never been 8-0 until they went 8-0 last night. Another interesting game of note, I'll bring up just 3 games out of the AFC. We'll start with a game so ugly, only a mother could love it at this point. The 2-5 Raiders can officially, Ray, tap out on the entire season if they lose Sunday against the 2-6 Jaguars. Like Golden State, Las Vegas is still looking for its first win on the road. They have yet to find a road win. They're 0-4 away from Vegas. So will the Raiders find a win in Jacksonville? Could you possibly even pretend to care, Ray Ratto?
If I had a bet on it, I would. Otherwise, I don't know that you could find a mother who would love this game. They're both awful teams, and the loser is done. In fact, the winner is done. They're both done. The Raiders have proven yet again that no matter what they do and no matter how much money they spend and upon whom they spend it, they're still the Raiders. I mean, they've had 2 wild card games in 20 years. They've lost them both. They're the 3rd worst team in football in the last 2 decades by record. And for a team that has been at this as long as it has, to go two decades with a worse sort of playoff appearance record than the Sacramento Kings tells you a lot about how that operation has been done.
And I think that is probably the best answer to a question that came in on the text line when I was talking about the Sunday doubleheader of football that we have for you, Colts and Patriots, and then it's Rams and Buccaneers. Someone on the Xfinity mobile text line says, why not just broadcast the Raiders game? Ray just explained that. So that's why. There are 2 big AFC games, though, with the 2 best teams in football. Bills at Jets. Look, the Jets are 5-3. And 5-3 is nothing to sniffle at, even when it's attached to the New York Jets. So, we'll see. The Jets against the best team in football. Sure. Let's play that out. Let's see how that goes. I think we know how that goes, but who knows? Maybe there's a surprise waiting for us this Sunday. Also, Titans at the Chiefs, Ray. Tennessee's won 5 straight, but Kansas City playing at Arrowhead is definitely the 2nd best football team on the planet. It's the Bills anywhere, followed by Kansas City at Arrowhead. That's the best team in football and the 2nd best team in football.
But you could see a path to victory for Tennessee if they can figure out a way to have the ball so long that they give Derrick Henry 35 runs. I could see them beating the Chiefs. The Chiefs are a weird team at home. They win, but they don't dominate the way they used to. Whereas I can't see a scenario for the Jets because I don't believe in the Jets. I think the Bills are going to hammer them because I think they are the best team in football and by a fairly significant margin. I think their defense is much better than Kansas City's, and their offenses they're comparable, but I think Tyreek Hill is better at what he does than even Travis Kelce is at what he does. I think Devin Singletary's a better running back than whatever the Chiefs are trotting out from week to week. I think Buffalo's as close to a complete team as there is, and I think the Jets are probably punching out of their weight class, whereas Tennessee, if they can keep the ball, they can make this a real short game.
Somebody here, just asking a legitimate question on the Xfinity mobile text line says, excuse me, are the Eagles undefeated? Hey, yeah, they are. They absolutely are. And because of that, I think the Eagles do get to definitively lay claim to the best team in football that's not the Buffalo Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs. The Eagles are very good. They've arrived, I think, ahead of schedule for sure. But the Buffalo Bills, without a Super Bowl, still have the pelt on the wall of being right in every conversation they've been in with Kansas City. And Kansas City has been the best team in football since Buffalo took over that conversation. So I do think that even without the record to say they're the best, I still got Buffalo and Kansas City on a line that I wouldn't put even an undefeated Eagles team on. But an undefeated Eagles team sits on that 2 line all by itself. Like I'll give them that. They're alone on that 2 line with Buffalo and Kansas City sitting on the 1 line.
Yeah, numbers-wise, Buffalo and Philadelphia look like they're interchangeable, but I think if they played each other, I'd rather have Josh Allen throwing to Tyreek Hill than Jalen Hurts throwing to Dallas Goedert.
I'll say all this. Things change fast in football. I found a fascinating tweet from Albert Breer. And Ray, if we had more time today, we would spend a lot more time on this. But this is how quickly things can change. Like a handful of seasons in football is the equivalent of a lifetime of change almost anywhere else in sports. The results of the 2018 NFL draft are in for the top 8 picks of that draft. And it's amazing what a different world most of those picks live in right now as opposed to the world that they were drafted into. The number 1 pick that year was Baker Mayfield, who obviously has been traded. Saquon Barkley was the 2nd pick that year. He's now on his 5th-year option on a Giants team that is rounding itself into competitive for the first time since he's been there. Sam Darnold, traded to the same team that traded for Baker Mayfield. Denzel Ward, well, he's been extended. Bradley Chubb, he's been traded. The 6th pick in that draft, well, you just heard Brian Baldinger talking about him. Quentin Nelson extended, one of the best players at his position now in all of football. Josh Allen, obviously extended by Buffalo. Number 8 pick that year, Roquan Smith, who this week was traded by Chicago to Baltimore. So it's amazing how we used to live in a world where premium players really weren't on the move. Half of the 2018 NFL draft, half their top 8 draft picks have been traded. That's a new day dawning in football. It really is.
Well, but a couple of them got traded because the teams that drafted them didn't know what to do with them and didn't want to pay them. So there's a little bit of an ask. Like Roquan Smith, by right, should not have been traded anywhere because he's that good. But the Bears are the Bears, and they're always going to be the Bears. So they're trying to save money, which is what bad teams do when they want to stay bad.
My fact did not come with explanation.
Well, I
This
provided
is just a
one.
fact.
I wasn't arguing that the fact didn't exist. I'm just saying that there were 2 more guys who were drafted about where they should be, but they got drafted by the wrong team, played in the wrong place. Now they're free to pursue their dreams of actually playing in the NFL, which Roquan Smith, as one example, never got to do.
So if you had billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars, what would you do?
You're going to have to flesh that out. I'd probably I'd probably donate a lot of it to charity, see if I could do something decent with the world. If you're talking about what would I spend it on?
Yeah.
Switzerland.
But look at you, even your practically cold, dead heart of Ray Ratto even thought, before I do anything, I'm going to make some people in this world a little bit happier. Look at you. I'm proud of you, Ray. I really am. I'm proud of the show right now. I'm happy to be working with you.
Mostly because I thought you were steering me into, would you buy the Washington Commanders?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Because that's one thing I definitely would not do, simply because I don't want to be the guy who allowed Danny Snyder to go into retirement. I want him to stay the owner of that team and die 1,000 deaths every day. I want him never to sell.
Death by paper cut for Danny Snyder.
Yeah.
The problem is,
I'll pay you $5 billion. I won't.
In order to die from paper cuts, you must have some sense of shame. Daniel Snyder's shamelessness is one of the single greatest traits in sports today. Like, as relentless as a competitor as Michael Jordan was, Daniel Snyder is relentlessly shameless. He cannot be shamed out of the building. So it's really impressive.
No, he wouldn't be shamed into selling the team. He'd be choked out by his fellow owners. And it sounds like they're ready to do that. But they have to convince the 10 owners who are mortally afraid that if Dan Snyder can be forced out, they can be too. They've got to sway about 4 of those votes. And so far, they haven't been able to do it.
But, lick your finger, stick it in the air to see which way the wind is blowing. The winds of change are coming to the sacred group of NFL owners that would never, ever backstab any one of their own brothers. They found the one guy they're ready to do.
They absolutely hate. They all hate. All 31 hate him. But there are some who just run scared because they like the idea that no matter how awful they could be, they can't lose their team. And Dan Snyder is sort of their unpleasant anthrax-dripped shield.
If anyone is describing you like that in your life, ask yourself, what did I do to bring myself to this moment? Because I don't think anyone would disagree with that description of Daniel Snyder. But
if he wants to know, all he has to do is write an autobiography. He'll get all the evidence he needs.
I wasn't even talking about him, though. He was not my targeted billionaire of this segment. His name's Elon. And let me just say this as he lays off hundreds of people today in downtown San Francisco. The Tesla car is incredible, right? I mean, that's amazing what he did, what he invented right there. Like, I don't own one, but they impress me. I think they're cool looking, what they do, how they do it. I'm very impressed. The whole rocket ship thing. Is it how I would spend my money? No. But the fact that this guy like invented a rocket that can also land is amazing. It's amazing. The man has placed satellites in orbit that have allowed a level of global communication that is probably one of the reasons why Ukraine did not just fall to Russia. I mean, it's kind of amazing the things this guy has done and invented, and there is quite a bit of him that is to be admired. But because he did all of that, never meant he was the right guy to be the editor of the San Francisco Chronicle, much less editor of a very, very large newspaper that everybody gets called Twitter. This guy isn't so over his head since he has bought this, and you can just see it. And, you know, he's such a lonely boy. He clearly wants to be liked. And don't tell me that Elon doesn't care what people think of him. He clearly does. You cannot host Saturday Night Live and not make the argument that you don't want to be sitting at the cool table in the lunchroom. They go hand in hand. So he definitely wants to be more liked and to be more popular. The money that he spent on acquiring Twitter alone would have solved like so many other issues, like large and small, billions given to charities that are committed to helping underserved people. I mean, if you gave the guardsmen what Elon spent on Twitter alone, Ray, you'd want your kid to be a foster kid. We could do so much good with that money. You would want your kid to be in Guardsman charities because the Guardsman Academy would be serving hundreds and hundreds of thousands of underserved Bay Area youth and putting them in Ivy League schools, one after another, after another, after another. Like, we would change a generation of children in Northern California for the billions of dollars that Elon spent to acquire Twitter. But I'm not someone who's, here to tell you what you do with your money, but I am going to tell you when you're screwing up your life. That is a skill that I do possess, Ray. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a billionaire, a multi-billionaire, and your idea of a good time is sitting in a office on Market Street that is now rendered borderline lonely based on the amount of people you have laid off to just refresh and piss off Twitter because you can? How much of a loser are you at the game of life? Like any billionaire who's not on a yacht in the Seychelles with their family and friends partying their nuts off? Like, what's wrong with you? You're sitting in an office overlooking a Civic Center BART station refreshing Twitter. You could be in the Seychelles. You could be swimming with the dolphins. You could be doing anything cool, adventurous, amazing, indulgent, luxurious in the world. And this is what you do? What are you doing?
Well, first of all, he's angry at people who don't like him. So he's trying to punish one of the things they enjoy most, which is exchanging ideas with other people. That's how he's destroying Twitter. But the other thing is, he's also trying to destroy Twitter because he hates the fact that he made the mistake of buying it. He realizes now that he can never get his money out of this. It's, he's trying to figure out ways to charge people to use Twitter, and people they're just gonna go, no, I got other ways to get in touch with the people I like. I mean, he made a massive gamble.
You can throw yourself your own personal Woodstock Every day of the week.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to ruin Twitter.
Yeah.
For $40 billion. It was a bad idea. It ain't working out. We got to take a real quick break. When we come on back, enough of all that. All I can tell you is that I would be so much better of a billionaire than that guy. And Ray even would too. Ray would even have a better time being a billionaire than that guy is having. Stick around. Warriors Live is coming up next here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Xfinity.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Provember is back at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $750 off now on select major appliances from Hisense and get free delivery on items $396 or more. Plus, get an industry-leading 2-year warranty and great low prices on items like a Hisense refrigerator and air fry electric range, exclusively at Lowe's. Find the right appliance for your jobs and properties today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Offer ends 11/30.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for just $49.99 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Offer ends 12/5/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable based on Root Metrics US report. Results vary, not an endorsement.
Hey guys. This is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
In Oakland, overnight overcast, lows in the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
The Jordan pool that had all the mojo.
Yeah.
Where has it gone?
Shafi? I don't know.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Well, Boach, congrats on the gig and just 1,700 or so wins behind Connie Mack.
Yeah, no, I can assure you, he shouldn't be getting nervous, no.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
James Wiseman, he's behind. You would want him to be the leader in the clubhouse of the young three, right?
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
You guys want playing time? I'm going to give you all the playing time you can eat. And told the starters, I'm not happy with you either, so you sit and watch tonight.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto with you, getting you ready for a Warriors game that officially will feel less like any Warrior game tipping off just going into tonight than any Warrior game has felt like in a really, really long time. An odd evening around the corner for all of us here on 95.7 The Game. Welcome to Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. You know, in that opening, Ray, there's a lot of talk about defending a title. Well, if this team is going to defend a title, they're going to have to start playing some defense. And right now, they are not playing any defense, which means that, you know, in NBA history, when it comes to defending a title, there really hasn't been a team that has started as slowly as this one has. Certainly not in modern NBA history. The Golden State Warriors have found themselves 0-5 on the road so far this year. They are 0-4 on this 5-game road trip, and it probably isn't going to turn into a win tonight without an awful lot of unexpected happening, because Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, and Klay Thompson are all sitting out this back-to-back game tonight in New Orleans.
It's spite minutes tonight for a bunch of guys who haven't gotten very many. And I think that's how you have to look at this game. It's not just a chance to see what they can do. It's a chance to let them know that there's a reason why they haven't gotten more minutes up until now. And I don't know if Steve Kerr will be happier if they thrive or if they stink, because I think either way he wants to send a message, and tonight is that message.
Hard lessons in New Orleans. Look, it could happen because the Pelicans are sort of an interesting basketball team. Their window of what they might be goes all the way from maybe missing the playoffs to qualifying for the Western Conference Finals. Like, that is how much of a pendulum swing their season has, depending on how Zion really looks in his, let's call it his sophomore season after missing almost all last year. No, actually not almost all, missing all of last year with foot/weight rehab issues. And can Brandon Ingram stay healthy? If those two guys are in the mix all year, this Pelicans team could be very, very interesting before it's all said and done.
Well, right now they're 4th in the league in offensive rating, and they're 13th in defensive rating. So they look like a top 6 team to me. The Western Conference is still trying to figure itself out, and I assume at some point the Warriors will be part of that. But I don't think New Orleans is a fringe team anymore. I think as long as they stay healthy, they've got enough guys, and they've got a very good coach in Willie Green who's got them defending better than they ever have, and finally figuring out how to run an offense that can get them 110 points a game. That's hard to beat.
So knowing what our audience has known since we started talking about it during our portion of today's show, that Curry, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, and Klay Thompson were all sitting out. I promise you, if I walked up to 100 diehard Golden State Warrior fans and asked them to predict tonight's starting lineup, and for every correct player you have in tonight's starting lineup, I'll give you $100 per correct name, no one would walk away with $500, Ray. No, have you seen tonight's starting lineup for the Golden State Warriors? If you have, let me know.
I have not.
Okay, so I'm not going to give you $100 for each name you get correct, but let's see how many names you could get correct in tonight's starting 5. Go. Don't look. Don't cheat.
I'm not
Don't
looking.
look. Don't cheat.
I'm not cheating. I think Looney starts.
Correct.
I think Moody starts. I think Wiseman starts. Ooh, okay. Then Kuminga starts. And Poole. So I'm going to guess the 5th guy would be a Green. Not, you know who I'm talking about, JaMychal Green.
Ray, I'm not even kidding. I will give you a $20 bill on Monday if the next name that you spout out starts for the Golden State Warriors tonight.
Ty Jerome. Then no 20 for me. Who is it?
Anthony Lamb is starting for the Golden State Warriors tonight. Who's Anthony Lamb, you might be asking? Great question. Anthony Lamb has played 9 minutes of basketball for the Warriors this year. He did it in the Detroit Pistons game. Anthony Lamb is absolutely proof positive that tonight, Ray, is about spite for Steve Kerr. These are spite minutes that he is giving out. Do you understand how pissed off he must truly be, Steve Kerr, to start Anthony Lamb?
Yeah, the only way he could be more pissed off is if he started Rollins, who's played I want to say like 3 minutes the whole year. So Anthony Lamb is a statement.
If you're wondering who Anthony Lamb is, he is a second-year player, 6'6", 227 pounds, out of that powerhouse that we all talk about every Final Four season. He's a Vermont Catamount. And look, Anthony Lamb is starting for the Golden State Warriors tonight. That is a shot across James Wiseman's bow that should ripple on the USS Wiseman's command deck. I mean, my goodness. That James Wiseman doesn't get to start on a night where no starter's going. Of course, you're going to start Looney, but, maybe Wiseman too. Man, that is a statement.
When he can't set a screen without making Stephen Curry angry, that's a statement that says, you don't get rewarded here because Stephen Curry is Michael Corleone.
Man, Anthony Lamb starting for the Golden State Warriors tonight. Again, 100 out of 100 Warriors. More people would have guessed Alan Smailagic is starting for the Golden State Warriors than Anthony Lamb.
I think that the number would be the same, 0. But no, I could have looked at the roster, named every name on it, and still overlooked him.
That is a statement from Steve Kerr, who last night, after losing to the Orlando Magic, was not happy, not at all. By the way, he started his post-game press conference talking about how the fouling is constant and there would be a search for different combinations in the very near future.
The mentality has to kick in at some point. I mean, I think we had 3 fouls in the first few minutes. So this isn't a case of our new guys or young guys fouling. It's everybody. Steph had a reach early on. You know, once you start to foul, now every single one, it starts to snowball. Then you can't use a strategic foul, you know, or it's free throws. And by the time the second unit got on the floor late first, they were in the bonus already. And we fouled immediately 2 straight times, and they shot 4 more free throws. I think they had 12 or 13 free throws in the first quarter. So we set a terrible tone. We've done that pretty much all year. We're going to have to make some adjustments, make some changes. You know, we've had 9 games now. So we've had a decent look at combinations. And so it's time to try something different.
Quite frankly, I'm disappointed that Kerr didn't do his migraine a favor and ask Scott Foster to throw him out at halftime.
Well, look.
Just say, get me out of here, Scott. Do me a solid, toss me.
I'll say this. A technical that Steve Kerr did pick up was the difference in the game. I mean, it really was. So it was a 1-point loss last night to the Orlando Magic. By the way, this team has lost 5 straight in Orlando. Like, riddle me that. I don't think anyone really can. 130-129 was the final last night. The Warriors lost the game by allowing another 30-point effort in the first quarter of the evening, then followed that up by allowing the Magic to score 43 points in the third quarter. And that's what Steve Kerr had just shaking his head and said, you know, I'm going to be discussing about combinations with my staff coming up here. Here's Steve.
Oh, everybody's going to get a chance to play. We've got guys who are dying to get on the floor, and, you know, we've got to find combinations that click. So we'll discuss that as a staff, and we'll figure that out.
At what point do you think they discussed Anthony Lamb joining the starting 5, Ray?
Guessing at how pissed Steve Kerr was, he probably mentioned him first.
I mean, this is the single least expected, hardest to predict move of the Steve Kerr era. It's the single biggest surprise he's made in personnel while he's been head coach. Is it a definitive statement about how he's going to look at this team going forward? Clearly, the answer to that question is no. Is it a definitive statement about how pissed off he is about this road trip and how they're playing defense right now? Yeah, 100%. Yes, bold it, italicize it, underline. He's pissed.
I think I have these numbers right. Of the 36 quarters they've played so far, they've given up 30 or more in 24 of them.
That's not good.
No. It would have to be twice as good as it is to be not good. Not good is so far in the rearview mirror for a team with this defensive pedigree that Anthony Lamb makes way more sense. Anthony Lynn makes more sense, quite frankly.
Jeremy Lin.
Yeah, I got 4 of the 5, and I still feel like an idiot.
That's crazy. It's the single biggest. Nobody had that coming in the history of Steve Kerr's entire tenure as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. By the way, this is Warriors Live. Never a dull moment. Brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device. Voice remote and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. Time for the Warriors Advantage, brought to you by United Healthcare, offering a Medicare Advantage plan. Go to uhc.com for more information. So my original advantage was going to tell you that they had Steph Curry, and no other team in the NBA has Steph Curry. And so as long as the Warriors have that, they do have a slight advantage. But he's not playing tonight, so they don't have their Steph Curry. The advantage is clearly the shock and awe, no one saw that coming start for Anthony Lamb. That should put the Warriors back on the winning track tonight in New Orleans.
I hope he gets 33 minutes.
I hope he gets 33 points, Ray.
Oh, I don't care how well he scores. I just want him to play a bunch.
Massive rebounding numbers without fouling. And there could be a bright NBA future waiting for Anthony Lamb down the street. Wow. Speaking of upcoming Warrior basketball, they will be back at home from this, what has been terrible road trip on Monday to host the 2-5 Sacramento Kings. Then they're going to be off until Friday when they got a really tricky game coming to town. The 6-1 Cleveland Cavaliers are going to be here a week from today at Sacramento on Sunday, November 13th, then home to the Spurs on November 14th. So that's going to be 4 games in 9 days, but they won't be further away from their own beds than Golden One Center. So that's the good news, really, that the Warriors do have coming up. They're going to have a little time off and a lot of time at home, and that includes their one road game up in Sacramento. So hopefully that is a turn things around point for a team that, again, in trying to defend its championship, there has never been a team that has opened 0-5 on the road. The Warriors will be 0-5 on this road trip without a win tonight. And by the way, since all the lineup changes have been announced, the betting line for the Warriors went from, they were originally +5 to now the Warriors are +11 the last time I looked, Ray, with an over-under that went from 231.5 down to 227.5.
I'm surprised the total didn't move more, but I'm not surprised that the line leaped 6 points. But
Look,
what you talked about their upcoming schedule, it's a lot of practice time for Anthony Lamb to win that job.
I don't think he's going to win the job, but if he is actually, look at it this way, if he is actually getting minutes next Monday night, somebody's really not getting their job done. Somebody's really not getting their job done. Now, we all know that Andrew Wiggins is on scholarship going forward. The way that he played in the NBA Finals was fantastic. Are we going to get that out of Andrew Wiggins going forward? And obviously you're not going to get it tonight. He's not playing. But going forward, he's averaging less than 6 rebounds a night. Like, come on, man.
Wait a minute. Whoa. That's the most he's ever had as a Warrior. That's his highest average.
Still not good enough. He's got to do better than that. If you play in this front court, it's time for you to start pulling down more rebounds per game than Steph Curry. Well, anyone who is taller than Steph Curry on this team should be getting more rebounds. The fact that Steph Curry is leading this team in rebounds right now is a shaming point on anyone taller than 6'5".
Well, I would suggest to you that Curry's rebound numbers are in part due to the fact that he is uncanny at knowing when a shot's going to be missed and going to where the ball is. So I don't know that it's as much of a shaming point as maybe the fact that their two biggest guys, James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga, can't figure out how to rebound at least that rate to get minutes. I'm not going to dog Wiggins for having a better rebounding average now than he's had in any previous year, and that includes the years when they were awful. I think he's been one of the few guys who you could rely on game in and game out as being good. I think the biggest problem, and we've alluded to it, is that it's players 6 through 10 who are just MIA, night in and night out. Because Wiggins is part of that 5-man group that is among the best and most efficient starting 5-man group in the NBA. So I'm defending Wiggins here.
Well, you go ahead and you defend Wiggins. If Bobby Knight was his head coach, he'd be making him do 50 to 100 push-ups every single time Steph Curry had more rebounds than him on any night, and he'd make him do it right at half court while the fans were filing out post-game. Like that.
Yeah, the players would have killed him by then.
Yeah, sure. Anyways, get a rebound. Would you care who they killed if they were rebounding? The answer is no. Get rebounds. That would be my message to everyone who's playing tonight. Rebound more than Steph Curry, which shouldn't be hard tonight considering Steph isn't even playing. So
somebody will have more rebounds than Curry tonight, I predict.
Rebound more than Steph Curry and do that every night going forward. And if he knows exactly where to be and get that rebound, you can know that too. That is shared knowledge. Ask Steph about it. I'm sure he'd be happy to coach you up. Our Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank, turning family-owned business into household names. Look, here's something you haven't said since 2014. The Warriors are in 12th place in the Western Conference Finals. With this lineup that they're rolling out tonight, what I think you can take to the bank is the first 0-5 road trip in the Steve Kerr era. Like, that's embarrassing for a team that's much better than what they're showing us right now. Steve said changes were coming, and indeed, changes, they will be coming. There is no doubt about that. By the way, what is a great start for the Warriors? Here is Steph Curry talking about a start for the Warriors last year that was 9-1. They got off to a great start last year. And Steph said something that's kind of prophetic when you start looking at where this year is going.
You want to get off to a good start. And anytime you're talking about being championship contenders and all that, like, you can't win a championship in November, but you sure can take yourself out of the equation pretty quickly.
There you go. Can't win it in November, but you can take yourself out of the equation quickly. The Warriors, when they got the Kings at home starting next Monday, they got equations that they got to figure out. You know, I think the biggest equation going forward is, you know, can Jordan Poole start carrying more of an offensive burden than Klay Thompson? Because that might be the prism that this season has to go through. Getting better defensively, you know, is it easier to hide Jordan Poole with the starting five? Maybe that's why Klay goes to the bench. Is that unthinkable? I think one of the easiest fixes for Steve Kerr is the most unthinkable. Just have Steph Curry go to the bench. Like, he's cool. He doesn't mind. You know, he's cool with it. We did it in the playoffs. So imagine that being the tweak on Monday against the Kings. Curry is now the sixth man.
Curry's the sixth man, and now basically you also sit Draymond Green because you need more minutes for Lamb.
Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. It's going to be a game-time decision for Brandon Ingram. Herb Jones also day-to-day with a knee for the Pelicans. Dante DiVincenzo is out. Andre Iguodala tweeted today that he will be back in 7 days. Or, well, look at it this way. He tweeted 7 days, so we assume that means, you know, when he's going to be returning. Ray, you and I will be returning on Monday. Have yourself a great weekend. Thanks to everyone for tuning in, for Brian Baldinger for joining us here earlier on Damon and Ratto. That's it for Warriors Live. Tim Roy is coming up next. Sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.